encourage my fellow traditionalists, those who are serving Oloku and Shango and Shokpono, God of thunder, God of iron. I will encourage them to dress like this because it's always good to be religious. We need to be close to the spirits. You can say I'm not wearing any shoe. This is the, in fact, if I has told me that if I wear shoes, I'll be dead. So what will I do? I have to obey the spirits. You see this eye? If without it, I can't see the evil spirits coming to attack me. So with this, I can see them. So you see, we've been given license to, by the Supreme Court judgment of Friday, we've been given the license to dress in our religious outfits because it's the mood of our worship. Nobody can do it. Nobody, even the president can. Buhari can't arrest me in my own fundamental rights.
Hello. France has closed its embassy in Niger. The last French troop left the country on Friday, ending a stalemate following a military coup in July. The junta that removed the democratically elected president has withstood pressure from international organizations to return power to civilians. In Nigeria, the former central bank governor, Mr. Godwin Emefiele, has regained his freedom. Emefiele walked out of Kuje prison after he fulfilled his bail condition. A news report has it that he paid 300 million to secure bail. An investigator who looked at the central bank's books while Emefiele was in charge accused the former governor of mismanaging over 26.6 trillion naira. In a similar story, a former minister of petroleum, Desiani Alison Madeke, has denied granting an interview in London recently, where she allegedly indicted the current governor of Zamfara State, Dawood Lawal, of receiving $9 billion from her. A newspaper had reported that the ex-minister, who served during former President Goodluck Jonathan's administration, spoke with journalists in London, during which she begged to be allowed to return home. Mrs. Alison Madeke fled Nigeria in 2015 and has been in the United Kingdom. She faces corruption charges in Nigeria and the UK. It is 4:30 p.m. in Lagos, Nigeria, 10:30 a.m. in New York City, 5:30 p.m. in Cape Town, South Africa, and 7:30 p.m. in Kinshasa, Democratic Republic of Congo. Wherever in the world you are watching us, welcome to another episode of 90 Minutes Africa. My name is Rudolph Okonkwo. My co-host, Chido Onoma, is on assignment. On this Christmas Eve, we have a great delight for all our fans. We
Encourage my fellow traditionalists, those who are serving Oloku and Shango and Shokpono, God of thunder, God of iron. I will encourage them to dress like this because it's always good to be religious. We need to be close to the spirits. You can say I'm not wearing any shoe. This is the, in fact, if I has told me that if I wear shoes, I'll be dead. So what will I do? I have to obey the spirits. You see this eye? If without it, I can't see the evil spirits coming to attack me. So with this, I can see them. So you see, we've been given license to, by the Supreme Court judgment of Friday, we've been given the license to dress in our religious outfits because it's the mood of our worship. Nobody can do it. Nobody, even the president can. Buhari can't arrest me in my own fundamental rights.
It's an honor for us to welcome to the show today I called him the most colorful and radical human rights lawyer in Nigeria, Mr. Malcolm. Oh, Chief Malcolm Omirhobo. Welcome to the show.
I'm happy to be with you, and I'm honored to be with you.
Thank you so
Thank you very much for having me.
We appreciate you. We know that a lot of people are busy this Eve, Christmas Eve, and you offered that you were willing to come in and talk to us. Thank you so much for that. So let's start with the news. The lead stories in the news today is about the first one is about what's going on with Godwin Emefiele. There's a lead story in several newspapers where Molalo uh, said that what is going on is he called it a trial by the media in terms of what is going on with Godwin Emefiele. What is your take on what has happened during this process, his arrest, and then up to this point that he regained his freedom?
Well, I must start by saying that my ways, my thought, and my belief cut no eyes with that of Emefiele, because Emefiele has been worst, or in the history of Nigeria, the worst CBN governor we've had. He lacked direction, very insensitive, very callous. His policies really put us into. Many people died when you look back at the imposition of cashless economy, which is a good policy, but we don't have the facility on ground. That you now have to impose it on us, and many people died in the process. During the election period, you seized cash, yet it still didn't solve the problem. So I must start that by saying that he didn't do well at all. Nevertheless, even though he didn't do well, he's still presumed innocent of all allegations levied against him, and by law, it should be treated as such. Try him through media. Why people are going about television houses, newspapers, social media, the investigator employed by the present administration going about um, giving stories or peddling stories concerning him as if he has been convicted or is guilty when the court has not pronounced that. It's not acceptable. It's
Mm.
not acceptable. There's no big deal. If Emefiele has committed an offense, let them try him. Let them try him. There's no need for all this drama. This is what I call drama. They should
So,
try him.
as a
It shouldn't
lawyer,
be a big deal.
okay, go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, it's not a big deal. They should try him. There's no need for this drama.
Yeah.
That's my take.
So, as a lawyer, when you see this kind of behavior in terms of behind the scene conversations, we hear about people returning money to the government without the people of the country knowing the details of the deals. What does that say to you?
It's like a smaller river offloading its water into a bigger river. It's corruption, PLC, because or international incorporated. There must be procedure. If somebody is returning money, it must be declared, it must be formally declared and documented and put back into the national treasury or wherever it is supposed to be residing or replaced or placed. So where people return money, it's not their private business. Oh, I've stolen 100 billion. Let me pay 80 billion. Free me. Let me keep this 20 billion. It's not your money. It should be declared in public. I'm not aware of any money returned, but if there are monies returns, there are due process. There are due process. There are procedures that must be followed to say this is it a plea bargain. Let us know. So once these things are declared, it should be declared in public and should be done the proper way. Well, because you cannot account for this money's returned because another thief is going to steal, just like a thief stealing from another thief. That's what's happening.
Mm.
Or
Now,
arm robber.
people who are looking at the Emefiele's case and they're wondering, did he make the decision by himself alone? Why is he the only one that has been arrested or that is being questioned? What about people who were part of the decision making process? Are you worried about that? Are you concerned?
Talking about responsibility, Emefiele, mind you, he occupies a very sensitive and powerful position in the country. The CBN is an independent body run by him. So he should be responsible, he should be able to take responsibility for any failure or any problem that arose during his tenure as the CBN governor. But nevertheless, look, if Emefiele will have to open the can of worms, many Nigerians will flee away from this country. He didn't perpetrate those crime alone, or those frauds. He didn't perpetrate them alone. But let's talk about the dollars. If he opens a can of worm on how he gives dollars to members of the last administration, their family, their wives, their brothers, their sisters, people became instant millionaires. Just go there, collect the money from central bank, change it. In just a twinkle of an eye, you're a billionaire. So he didn't perpetrate this alone. If you look at it, many people will go down with him. So, but well, at the end of the day, it is the AG or whichever um, agency that is trying him will determine what they want to try him for and how they want to go about them. It's their prerogative. But it is sad if they do the wrong thing. It will be a matter of winch hunting if only him is taken down. His cohorts, his friends, his co-travelers, they all have to go together, you know. So taking him alone, to me, it's winch hunting. It's winch hunting. It's not. It's selective justice.
So
So all his co if I people from Buhari's household will go down if that man opens his mouth.
so now people say
Where is our
exactly.
oil? They sold our oil throughout 4 years. They didn't account for anything. How possible is that? He's in the center of all this.
People say exactly what you're saying, and they say because of that he's not actually going to be tried, that it's going to be like any other case that we've seen in recent times, where they will take the person to court and then they release the person, and that will be the end of the case. As a lawyer, as a human rights attorney, and knowing people who are in jail, locked up in prison for less crimes, what do you feel? What do you think about that process?
Well, I would say all over the world, as far as we're human beings, um, all animals are equal, but some are more equal than the other, and that's what you're seeing playing here, even abroad. But then it's worse in the third world countries. I don't want to use that word third world countries. It's worse in Africa because the corruption is so glaring. It's like rubbing it in your face, like rubbing pepper and say, "Go to hell," you know. Um, it's not today. Even I like to. Fela is somebody I always like to quote. He has said it. Somebody steals 50 naira, you lynch him. Then somebody use biro. What did he call it? Is it executive armed robbery or something like that? You know, he alters the figures from two zeros and puts in all numbers of zeros and comes out with trillions, and he's not convicted. But the man that steals a goat, you see it everywhere in the media. The man steals goat and is jailed 3 years. A man steals a wristwatch or steals a politician's phone, is jailed 7 years. You see, that is the situation we find ourselves. In fact, for me, I used to say it and I maintain I am one of the proponents of death sentence. These people should be tied and fired. They should be tied to the stake and fired, or they should be hanged. They are cockroaches. They are rats. They don't deserve to live. When corruption kills, do you know how many people are dead because of all this rubbish? Nigerians are wasting away. I grew up in Nigeria. See, one of the propelling force that is making me, will I say, into activism, especially trying to do my best to hold the government accountable, is because I saw the glory of Nigeria. I saw the glory of Nigeria where every household had enough to eat. I'm not kidding you. If you lose your job today in Nissan, tomorrow Volkswagen is employing you. If you don't get it, you're going to Panapina, John Holtz, Suzuki. All these companies were there. They all folded up. So everybody had enough to eat. You don't need to come to Lagos to survive. The states where you are, it's enough for you to get to feed. And you don't even, just like in America, most Americans don't have international passport. They don't have the need to travel. If you ask them, somebody is in Tennessee, he stays there the rest of his life. He doesn't go out of Tennessee. Somebody is in Colorado or Texas, he doesn't live there. What is he looking for? Food is there, school is there, social amenities is there, everything he wants is there. Money is there as long as he's ready to work. But that's not the case in Nigeria. You're ready to work, there's no work. So my point here is, all these are rubbish. As far as I'm concerned, I'm a proponent of death sentence. These people should be, people like Emefiele, if they find him guilty, they tie him and shoot him straight or hang him. We should go the Chinese way. I'm not saying the Chinese way is 100%. Most people keep telling you that, oh, you are a human rights activist, you shouldn't be talking like this. Do you know in Britain before now, if you cut a tree, you could be you could be killed? Do you know if you abuse your parents in Britain before, it's enough to kill you? Death sentence. Or they say you're a witch, it's death sentence. Minor things like that is death sentence. But they gradually grew over it and say, no, 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 our society is evolving, and we now believe that, oh, death will not solve this problem, deterrent, because we have grown the system. Now the system is such that people now are upright, and there's no need. With persuasion, they can do what they're supposed to do. Then they now abolish death sentence in Britain, and you now want to use that same yardstick to come to Nigeria and say, no, we are still evolving. A time will come where we will not need death sentence again. Just like in America, there are cases, many states start abolishing death sentence because their system is now balanced, where truth stands, where justice stands, where fair play stands, where fairness stands. So they don't need too many grammar. Oh, let's take out this death sentence. We have institutions now that can handle things, not individuals. Let's take this thing out. And they take it out. And now you now say we should apply that. Africa, we don't need that. Right now, we need death sentence. Quote me anywhere. That's what will solve it. People like Emefiele, people like Desiane, once you find them guilty and they are caught, tie them and shoot them. They are rats. They are cockroaches. We don't need them, because that, you're talking about trillions here. That trillion is supposed to go around, and you're taking it. I advocate even snatching of ballot boxes. Shoot them, catch them. Did you steal people's mandate? Did you go to that polling booth? They give them fair hearing. Did you carry the ballot box? Did you scatter the whole place so that the votes of people of that area should not be counted? You death sentence. People will sit up. You know why people are not sitting up? Oh, go to the prisons all over the country. Government is wasting money feeding people who have been convicted, because the people who are supposed to sign those things, their hands are not clean. They cannot sign that death sentence, execution of death sentence. So we'll say, after all, if they find you say death sentence, you will go stay there, you go to chop government food. So everything there, no problem. That is why. By the time you put like 10, 15 people you executed, I'm not saying that. Where I stand by this death sentence is that I also advocate that the best lawyers must be gotten, the people must be given fair hearing, they must be given proper legal aid, the best aids. They should even be defended by senior advocates of Nigeria, the best lawyers, because life is sacred. Nobody should just take somebody's life. It should be glaring to the common man that this man has really committed this offense, and it should be taken out. And that is the truth. Until we get that going for us, corruption will continue. I can mention names. They know themselves. They know themselves. Look at all our leaders. Tell me, you finished secondary school, you started working for government as a politician or a political office, a youth corper. Me and you now, I'm sure you served. I served. You know how they go now. Bicycle alloway, this. Your parents say, oh, I don't train you. You're on your own. Then you start 0-0. You have to look for job like everybody. Then they appoint you as a local government chairman. or appoint you as a what do you call it? Maybe a clerk, a clerical officer in the Senate or House of Reps. You start growing, and you now amount so much wealth that you cannot account for. I tell you, many Nigerians cannot account for their wealth, both present and past. Babangida cannot defend his wealth. He lives in a 5-star hotel in Minade. Abdul Salami cannot defend his wealth. He lives in a 5-star hotel in Niger State there. When I mean 5-star hotel, it's equivalent. It's Palacia. Obasanjo cannot defend his wealth. What are we talking about? Who can defend his wealth?
So are you in support of this new? Someone advocated that there should be a law. I think the EFCC chairman, on unaccounted wealth, there should be a law where people must account for the wealth they have. Are you in support of something like that?
Of course, I support him in that. But the problem is, I'm afraid it might end up to be selective, because those who even appointed him cannot even defend their wealth. Can Akpabio defend his wealth? Who is Akpabio? Who was Akpabio in 1999? Who was Akpabio? Who was Wike in 1999? Who were they? They were just any ordinary person, and now they collected our common wealth, and they sit down there and they start bragging and start making noise. Who was the look at the Zamfara former Kebbi State governor that launder our money? He's rolling around, walking up and down the street free. They know themselves. It's just skill. It's only somebody who is dead that they can start prosecuting or talking about. Abacha, for instance. You see that Abacha, even in his death, is even bequeathing wealth to Nigeria that he stole. He's returning it. Up till now, Abacha's money has not finished coming back. Up till now, that's because Abacha is dead. Those who are alive, they are enjoying. They are the ones causing all this problem, so that we can get away from asking questions about them. They continue to cause problem, continue to cause division, continue to cause through ethnic or ethnicity or religious bigotry. They continue to cause problem amongst the common man. So we don't even know what we're doing. We cannot even face them. Rather, we face ourselves. Why they are living, and they're living their life, and gradually they're going. The military, all the military that left, they left with our money. Today, they have lived graciously. Today, people go to them. If you want to be something, you go to them and go and say, I want to contest. These are people that should not be relevant in the society again. So I support the EFCC chairman or whoever is proposing that. But can the person ever say, I mean, this man now, can he execute it? He cannot, because even his masters cannot even account for his wealth. I tell you, 99.9 Nigerians cannot account for their wealth. Today, politicians, big men, they cannot account for their wealth. They cannot. They are all going to jail, or by my proposition, they are going to Babish, tied and fired.
So we are going to talk about the work you do, but let me get your opinion on Desiani Alison Madeke. There was a story that came out 2 days ago, and it turned out not to be true. But the fact is that she's facing corruption charges in the UK and in Nigeria. And since 2015, she's been in the UK. Someone like that we know based on reports that she could not account for certain things that happened under her administration when she was petroleum minister. What should happen to her?
It's unfortunate. Now who they catch, now be thief. You know, I mean, now it will look as if I'm supporting corruption. If they know she has committed anything, they should try and jail her. Let the law take its course. But you see, I still see all this as drama. You are holding Desiani. Talk about our ships of crude that were loaded and sold. What has been done to those people today? You're talking about Desiani of which year? You're talking of Desiani of which year? Talk about the former AG, what's his name? Malami and Co., who sold our crude on the high sea. They were selling our crude for 4 years. Buhari was enriching his ethnic group, enriching them. They were just selling collecting our money and stashing it away. If the government is serious, I'm not saying they should not prosecute Desiane, but for God, for crying out loud, is she not from? I think she's from the Niger Delta.
Yes.
She's from the, she drink now all year now she take now. Make them leave the woman alone. You don't do. That's true. They tell you. Make the waiting she collect when other people no collect. So if they want to try her, let them stop all this drama. Try her. Let us see that she really committed this thing, and let us see if many people will not go down with her. All this thing they are doing is drama. They will just do it gradually, gradually, gradually. The fact that she says she wants to come home, I believe she comes home today, nothing will happen to her. She has a better landing here because she can maneuver her way here than there. She will be convicted eventually there. I can tell you. That news that they are saying she she um
She did not
she
grant
denied,
him.
it may be true, it may not be true. But I can tell you if she gets here, she will hobnob with her fellow thieves, and they will give her soft landing, plea bargain, and all that stuff. And before you know, Desiane will be contesting the next Senate for Senate in the next dispensation, because home is home. She can maneuver better here. I can assure you that. But there, quote me, in due course she will be convicted, because there's no way that she will not. She has not been. She won't have been indicted. So, to me, this government should, now that it's fresh, they should call Buhari's lieutenants to book. Let us see what they did with our NNPC money for the past 8 years that he was there and he was minister. And they should stop disturbing my sister because she took our oil. Is it not Niger Delta oil? Eh? In Saudi Arabia, all the Czechs, they have the oil. Families who own that oil, they use it for common good and they also use it for themselves. Why must Nigeria oil be Nigeria? Why must Niger Delta oil be Nigeria oil? Where have you seen that kind of rubbish? And we're just keeping quiet because of the gun, because of the coercion. We're keeping quiet. Look at this poverty over there. If Desiana has even stolen that money and used it for developing that area to have been better, but she stole it for herself, so she has to carry across. Don't get me wrong, I'm not supporting Desiane, but after all, but even at the end of the day, she's from Niger Delta. So if like 20 Niger Deltas or more get money like that, it's our natural resources. Let her enjoy it. People from
Now,
Zamfara, people from Sokoto, they own all the oil well. Tell me how many people from Niger Delta has one oil well. Tell me one. If this is no oppression, have you been to the Niger Delta before?
yes, yes.
Have you been to Bayelsa? Have you
Not by
been to some areas in like Ogoni, Opobo, and have you been there? You will weep. You will weep. You will weep. In fact, they are just gradually exterminating these people. Even cleaner job they don't get. They don't get. It's either you are Yoruba or you are Fulani or you are Hausa. Nothing for Niger Delta. Even cleaner you don't get. You don't get no corporate social responsibility and all that. So at the end of the day, if they believe Desiane has, they should stop all this media thing. We don't need to hear. We just need to hear that Desiane has been convicted. You understand? We just need to hear that Emefiele has been convicted. That is it. We just need to hear that Malami has been convicted. That is if they have committed the crime and due process is followed and they are given opportunity for fair hearing. There's no need. We believe we should look at action, not words. The government talks too much. They should walk. They should walk the walk and stop talking the walk.
now talking about due process, there are people who believe that lawyers, your colleagues, actually making things difficult for the government to punish people. That they have a way of tying up court cases in courts and making it last forever. Eventually, people forget. What is your feeling about that?
It is not true 100%. You see, when you talk about a case coming up, it's a three-way thing or maybe four-way thing. You have the prosecutor. I mean, in criminal cases now, you have the prosecutor, you have the defense, You have the judge, that is the bench, and you also have the Nigerian society in which all this play. Now, you as the prosecutor cannot run more than there's certain limit you can run. But I thank God for the criminal justice. There are a lot of improvements on the criminal justice system now. The administration of the criminal justice law and act. There's an act now which has taken care of those let's say potholes or all those challenges or those tools that um, our colleague could use to truncate the course of justice. It has been taken. They did a marvelous job there. You understand? So to jail convince somebody is not. It won't take a longer time. But then let's look at because the defense counsel will be throwing all those will I
Bottlenecks.
say all those roadblocks, oh, my client is sick, he has gone to hospital. Court will listen to you. Court can't just say when you give cogent reason, you bring medical report, the court will adjourn. Then before you know, maybe the Nigerian government, there will be public holiday or there will be protest or riot or Josun will close the court. Oh, that's this thing. It's not within your control. You understand? The prosecutor too can be lackadaistic or can also be
Induced.
tardy, so not get his documents straight and all that, will be seeking for adjournment. Some, not all, I give it to some many of them. Then at the end of the day, the judge too may not be diligent in the terms of sitting early, in terms of giving bench ruling, in terms of being straight and firm on the job. Because some judge, once they see a senior advocate, they don't they give them too much privilege. Not all judges. Some judges, I must give it to some judges. So you see these four components play to, but then at the end of the day, in most cases or some cases, you see that there could be connivance in everything. And you see, you go to court and you're just acting. At the end of the day, nothing will come out of it. And even if something comes out of it, what will happen? The government will release them. Buhari released that many high profile cases. The former governor of Plateau, was it Plateau or Benue?
Yeah, Plateau. Yeah.
Reverend something, and then this other person again, two people that they fought so hard to convict. The government released them and grant them pardon. So what's the essence? What's the
So,
essence?
so as a human rights lawyer, when you see things like that, and you know there are poor people who are in prison because of crime that are less than what these big guys committed, how do you rationalize that? How do you
Like I
go?
said earlier on, I feel bad about it. I told you, Fela said executive
Yeah,
stealing
but
was past armed robbery.
yeah.
It's not today. If Fela has been saying that in
So
19
how will
in
you say?
90 about 30 something years, it's been there. It's not Nigerian factor, it's all over the world. It's human factor, influence, money. You understand? See, somebody steals like 10 billion or like let's say 20 billion and is ready to go around with 5 billion. Do you think they will convict him in a corrupt society? They won't corrupt him.
So
I mean, they won't
is that not
because he's going to spread this money to the prosecutor, to the bench. That is not all judges. For those who are corrupt, before they will look for a loophole to free him.
so is that
There's
not
always
encouraging people to now steal big amount of money because that will guarantee you that you
Is
can
that
pay?
not what the society is all about? Materialism. When you have money, no matter how much you have, you are being praised and worshipped. People go to you for advice. I remember growing up in the society I grew up in. Today, I tell you, if a boy of 10 years goes to an eatery or a restaurant and order for a full chicken, they will give it to him. They will even clap for him. If he orders for more, they will give him. In my time, I remember growing up, um, from a broken up home. My mom will always come and spoil me and bribe me with money because she needed to, how will I put it, bond with me. I was with my dad. I'm very happy. I tell you, I'm proud of my dad. Because he was like a hen that took care of all his children. He didn't leave it to the women. He took his children and trained them. Now, my mom will come to try and, but my mom will give me 20 naira. Do you know what 20 naira is? As at that time, with Nigeria, equivalent Nigeria now, sir, 20 naira is like 200,000 naira. My mom will give me 20 naira. The one who eat buy packet of chicken. Our job is to make sure that money gets finished. So we'll hide it. My dad must not see it. When he goes to work, we start buying here. There was one good time like that. We went somewhere and we ordered for chicken. Then this chicken, this rolling machine that rolls roasted chicken just came out then. So we're planning, me and my friend. I went there. How much was it then? I can't recall. I don't think it's up to two. It's not up to, 100 naira or 200 naira. What is 200? 2 naira. I mean 100 naira or so. When I brought money and bought it, do you know what this woman did? She refused. She arrested us and took us. We wanted to know our parents who gave us that money to buy that chicken. This is a life story. At somewhere there in I grew up in Lagos Island then. This woman took us, and that was how I was caught. And my dad was mad. Where did you get the money for? I said, it's mommy that gave me the money. How? Where? They took me to where I was hiding it outside the house. I used to hide the money outside. I was a bad small boy. Got there, so I still had like 10 naira and some fraction. And so that is the society I'm saying. It's not about money, but now it's anything money, people will worship you. So it's all about the money. That's what it is right now. Once you have money, you have defense, you have license, you can do and undo. So until we go back to the basis, which is not going to be easy because the damage is so great and enormous, until we go back where we don't worship material things, materialism, or we don't go about materialism, we don't care how much you have, but we want to see who you are, the humanity in you. That's what we want to see, not how much you have. Then we can move forward. If not, we are just on the high sea, floating without direction.
Let me take you on this. You mentioned Niger Delta and the resources, how it's not being managed well by the federal government, and how a lot of the people that are producing this, the land where they produce this, are poor. But people can push back and say that the money they get every month from the federal government, Bayelsa, Rivers, they get more money than all the other states. That there are no signs that the money is being used very well. You mentioned Apabio, you mentioned someone like Wike. It's from the money that came from the federal government that should have been used to help alleviate some of the problems that people have there. What do you say about that?
First thing first, it's our money. Let's go back to 1963, how they allocate the resources based on derivation. It's nobody's business how we spend the money. Frankly, government should not intervene through all these stupid bodies they call NDD, what do you call NDDC or whatever, Niger Delta Develop. What rubbish. At the end of the day, who appoints the chairman? Who appoints all the people? It's the federal government that appoints these people, that share this money and monitors it. They now divide it to themselves. Let the money go to the governor and let's see how he alone will spend it, that we will not hold him down and cage him. They just use all this pretense to say, they know that there's no way the people can revolt because the people are highly divided. I'll tell you, permit me to digress. I used to say Nigerians are cowards, Nigerians are docile, and I want to beg Nigerians to forgive me. I want to use this forum to beg Nigerians to forgive me. Nigerians are not docile. Nigerians are not cowards. Nigeria, Nigerians are the most daring people I've seen in my life. I'm telling you, and very dangerous. If they believe in a cause, they follow it to the letter. The other time, one of the thieves.
What
Said
made you
if
change your position? What made you arrive at this new realization?
yes, let me just say this before I arrive there, before I get there. One of the thief politicians said, if you put 5 Nigerians here and shoot them, nothing will happen. He's not saying the truth. Something will happen at the point where religious sentiments and tribal sentiments has not set in. You will see Nigeria will act as one. But once you see religious consideration and tribal consideration comes in, then you will not get the best out of Nigeria. You see, the Nigerian politicians, now coming to what you said, what made me, because I used to say, Nigerians are those that, in fact, there's an article I wrote. I say Nigeria is a land of arrogant, there's nothing I didn't say there, arrogant, docile, coward, blah, 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 blah. In fact, I beg to take it down from the internet. It's not true. Nigerians, what as I've come to study everything and say that Nigerians are not cowards. What is holding Nigerians back is unity. Nigerians are not united. That is what the politicians are playing on. They will never join. They will never join forces. Let's be doing what we are doing to help. Look at NSAS, for instance. You think if the northern youths join the southern youths, or the north, the masses of the north and the mass of the south, the country everywhere went like that, do you think Nigeria will stand? Nigeria will be gone. They know that, okay, they have been able to subdue the northern youths and the northerners generally by ensuring that religion is their way of life, is their culture. All the imam needs to do, come to mosque and tell them, look, this is against God. This is against this. Don't fight against constituted authority. Don't do this. That is the end. They will not join. They will never join. Then again, majority of the northerners are, even though they claim to go to school, I'm sorry to say, are not that literate to understand things and then move in the same direction as the South. This problem has been there right from time. That's why the North said we are not ready for independence. The South said we are going. And the colonial masters find a way to put them together and say, all of you must go together or there will be no independence. And Zeke was blackmailed through the ABC banking, whatever. And he now agreed, and we now had independence together. Even as 1957, the North were saying we're not ready for this. The South said we need to go. So we're not moving at each other's pace. So our politicians, who are our white black masters, who are now our colonial masters, inherited a structure, a system of divide and rule. Nigeria is highly divided. So when people are divided, there is fear. They are always afraid of each other. They are always scared of each other. They don't trust each other. And once this thing is not there, there's no force, there's no cohesion, the problem will continue. So it's not a matter of fact that Nigerians are docile. It's not a matter of fact that Nigerians are lazy. You see, go outside and see. Before, the Europeans have been able to convince other Africans to say we are bad people and create bad image about Nigeria. But do you know what other Africans do say about Nigerians today? They respect us. They respect us. They reverence us. I don't want to use the word worship. There was one man that was saying, I want to know what the Nigerians are doing that we are not doing, that the Nigerians are succeeding. Go out there, outside Nigeria, and you will know that Nigerians are not lazy. Go there, you will know that Nigerians are not cowards. Anywhere, they will go there and stand and assert their right. Even in China, even in Russia, they will stand. If they say, don't pass here, the Nigerian man wants to know, why should I not pass here? But other African people will obey. They can't even look at a white man face to face. But a Nigerian man will look at a white man face to face and tell him, no, this is wrong. Let's do it this way. And he will get his way. So you now want to tell me that those people are lazy, or that those are, if you look at the people who are getting involved in election, for instance, when you talk about registered voters going for your PVC, Nigerians are not interested, not because they don't want to be interested, they don't trust the system. So they just stay away. And I tell you, this is dangerous. You know why? There will not be, I've continued to say that there will be no revolution in Nigeria. What will happen in Nigeria is Nigeria will be a failed state eventually. Then there will be nobody to police anybody. There will be nobody to army anybody. There will be nobody to senate anybody. There will be no person to be president. There will be nobody to bow to any court and say, "My lord." There will be no cell. So what you have will be state actors, non government state actors. How do you call them? You have warlords like you have in Congo or Somalia. So if I can get enough arms and I can get enough boys, I can take over the whole Lekki area. So you don't cross Lekki without my consent. If I do, I can get, if you have enough, you can take over the whole Shagamu. So if you are going to the east, for instance, you are traveling, when you get to Shagamu, they tell you, oh, Oga, you know, they pass here. Say, ah, wait, I don't settle your Oga. No, that bag of rice, put am down. That girl, that your wife, put am down. She know they go, we go take am. Na part of the theory. Start to dey go east. That's how we're going to operate. Unfortunately for us, these politicians, these thieves who have caused this problem, they have yacht, they have what do you call it, airpad or whatever in their houses. They have jets. They will run. They will have been gone. But Nigeria will fail. That is where you will see. That's where you see the ingenuity in Nigerians. Nigerians are ingenious people. They are very intelligent people, very daring, very smart people. Of course, they have given us the titles, smartest people on earth. They say they are Nigerians because a Nigerian can sell you an airport that does not exist. A Nigerian can make you fall in love with one boy in Ekpoma as a beautiful lady. So the white people, they are even shocked that how are we doing all these things? So Nigerians are great minds, but because there's disunity, the politicians are playing on it, and the people are wondering that how can you be doing very well outside this country? Go to America, 60% of the graduates are Nigerians. All the professionals there, they are Nigerians. The nurses, the doctors, they are Nigerians. They're doing well, breaking grounds. So what is happening to Nigeria is because the division, no coercion. The question is who is going to bail the cat?
Let me
So
let me take, sorry, let me take you back to what you said about the North and the lack of unity. There is suffering across Nigeria. So it's something that we all have together, whether you are in the South or you're in the North. So is it not a failure of people, the elites or people like you who care, and not being able to bring people together across the country by pointing at what they have in common? That is like something like suffering that shouldn't be, poverty that shouldn't be. Has it been
yes,
tried and did it fail?
there, there's a lacuna of leadership. Nigerians are looking forward to somebody that they can look up to all over the country. It's lacking because those people are busy. People are supposed to be leading these people are busy loading their pockets. They are busy making money for themselves. So some people will make noise, and they say they are activists. Once they get to the position, they change, they throw away their khaki and put on agbada and push the ladder that took them up there. They push it down and say to hell with the masses. They will now follow um, the bourgeoisies or the politicians because that's their end plan which they have. Sometimes people say, this man, how this man can't change like this. I don't want to start mentioning it, but they know themselves. Some of them are ministers today, some of them are governor, and some of them are in the Senate today, who claim to be for the masses. And at the end of the day, I say, look, come, don't say this man has changed. It's just that you never knew him. You never knew these guys, who they really are. Somebody like Oshimole, let me just verse, make I mention it, like Oshimole, like versus Keyamo. We never knew who they were, right from time. They had their personality we didn't know. So it is later we now knew who they are. It's not as if they changed. They have a plan. Oh, let me use these people as ladder and I get popular. Uh, so now this leadership is lacking, especially in the north. I, for one, I won't lie you, both home and abroad, both home in diaspora, people have approached me, who fund you, who lead us, do this. It's not that easy. That's the truth. The structure, to build the structure, I'm coming. To build the structure is not easy in this country right now. Because you see, the people live for the day. You see, these people that sometimes, not that I'm trying to do that, because the way I do mine is that anywhere I find myself, I try to impart knowledge to people, try to let them understand how we can take these shackles off our back and our neck, these chains, how we can break them. I try to educate, I try to do within the best of my ability. See, sometimes you discover that even when people like us say, let's do this, the politicians will come. These people are hungry. Poverty has been weaponized by the politicians. They do come. Say, who is that Malcolm? I bet take this, come, you, um, take this 500,000, give them. Then this man, they drive, make sure say no pass here. In the craze, who him be? That is it. These are the people you think you explain. When you explain, they will tell you, you go explain tire. What do you they talk? You try to tell them, no, this is the right thing. Hunger is telling them another thing. Hunger, there's no scruples when there's hunger. I can tell you that there's no scruples when there's hunger. So that is the problem we are facing. Hunger. But
Is that
see,
unique to Nigeria? Are there not countries that have gone through this and people still were able to overcome it?
not in Africa that I know. The only country I know that did that is because they are monogamous. They are, was it Algeria also, where that lady sets herself ablaze.
Tunisia,
The
Tunisia.
Arab Spring.
Yeah,
Eh?
Tunisia.
Tunisia.
Tunisia. Yeah.
Yes, it's only Tunisia that had a good revolution. And somehow, let's talk about Sudan to some extent. You know, these people, they speak almost one language, okay? They have one religion, which is their culture, Islam. So it's easy. But Nigeria, we have over 250 ethnic nationality, distinct, with over 500 different languages. And each is loyal to his ethnic group before loyal to Nigeria. So we are in a big fix. You understand? If I now say, even I'm an Urobo, if, although I won't lie you, so far, my activism has given me a lot of respect, a lot of honor, and I've seen merit in some kind of case. Maybe because it's not money, or maybe if it's money sharing, they will now say no. But I know there are cases where people, like when there was problem in Ilorin on this traditional issue, um, the Sheshis were deprived of their right to worship and all that. And I was with even my own area. We talk about Olokun, but the truth of the matter is Olokun and all that all over is one. But the white man has been able to separate us, to let us not to believe that Olokun is one all over Nigeria. Ifa worship is one all over Nigeria and it's spread because those days people from even the east or southwest used to go to Ife for healing and all that. But all these things have been killed. The histories have been killed. So now when we got there anyway, as far as I am a traditionalist, and I was like, who is going to lead us? I said, no, so person should lead. They say, no, Malcolm, you lead. I said, no. They say, lead. I'm not a Yoruba man. Kwara is a Yoruba state. But if over close to 500 traditionalists gather and say, you will lead us, you see where merit is talking. And I led them. In the meeting, I was the only person that spoke on. That's the kind of thing that if merit comes in and people see you that you can deliver, they will allow you to perform. I've seen a lot of that, people asking, but it's not easy because this one now is because there's risk involved and all that. Maybe they say Malcolm lead, but probably when it comes to money sharing and all that is involved. Like going back Urobo now, this who are you? Are you a full Urobo self? Your mother is a foreigner now. You're not full blood. In fact, you are related to us maternal here. Who is your father in Urobo land? Who are you? I remember a case I was handling. I was handling when they were killing some people somewhere in my local government. Where is this place again? I can't remember this place. Maybe as we go, I'll be able to recall. They were killing them. The Fulanis were killing them, and I went to court, and I was begging them to come and join me. Nobody came, and the question they were asking: "Who are you to sue on our behalf? Where's your local standing?" You understand? So we are so divided. It's not going to be easy, and this division has been there and planted by the colonial masters, and we fail to realize. You recall when the days of Zeke, NCNC and AG, if you recall, when Zeke was supposed to be the premier of the West, what happened overnight? What happened? They robbed him because there was a massive cross carpet from NCNC to AG. I said, look, you cannot, you are an Igbo man, you cannot lead us here. So this tribal coming to why can't this thing work in Nigeria? I'm trying to tell you now, we are so divided, and our politicians have so exploited the negative aspect of our diversity instead of bringing it together. For me, there's no need to be pretentious about this. We can go the way of Europe. Let Yoruba be Yoruba. Let Igbo be Igbo. Let them take their space. Let Hausa, Fulani, or whatever be who they are. Let them take their space. Then let all of us come as one. You understand? Just like Europe. The Germans remain, they remain Germany, they belong to the Germans the tomorrow. The Austrians, you can't take it from them. The Italians, you can't take it from there. When you enter, you know you are in Italy.
But Chief
But then they've been able to come and say, okay, let's form a community. EU, we are one. We'll defend ourselves. We'll have common currency. You understand? You can travel without limits. That's what I am advocating for, kind of a confederation, not even federalism, a confederation. Let these people who want to be, so that we can go back to our pre-colonial era. You know, in the pre-colonial era, we lived peacefully amongst ourselves. Sometimes we went to war and settled it. We trade amongst ourselves. If I'm a Bini man and I'm going to Ife, or I'm going to Onitsha or whatever, I will obey the laws of that land. I will not do what the laws do. I will go there, trade, and come back. We traded among ourselves. We married among ourselves. We kept our identity without the white man. But when the white man came, the white man now brought us together in under one government by force, or by some true persuasion, true trickery, and all that, signed documents and all that, and by force too, the coercion of the British Army, which also was taken over by our own army. Nigerians have never learned to love themselves or try to work things out themselves. We have always been forced to be together. I'm not saying without apology, I believe in a one Nigeria. I believe in a one Nigeria, but it should be a country where there should be equity and fair play and justice, so that every component part should be allowed to be and be allowed to develop at their pace, while we will also be together. And mind you, I think we're supposed to discuss something about the judiciary being hopefully the
Yes,
common.
yes, that's the most important topic. But we will get to that briefly, and we are
Okay.
almost out of time because we have
Yes.
to let our people in. But let me quickly take you to a few things. Now, when we talk about what you were referring to, ethnic groups coming together, being on them by themselves and coming together later on. In Nigeria, when it's proposed, typically the so-called minorities like the Urobo and the Shekiri, they don't show interest in. They have this fear that they'll be left out. That the big ethnic groups, the Igbo, the Yoruba, and maybe the Hausa, will be able to stand on their own as countries. That the small ethnic groups will be in crisis. What do you get? What do you think about that? Is that true?
It's not true.
So
It's not.
Yoruba people will like to be a country by themselves.
No, not a country. You know,
Okay.
we've been able to. The Urhobos have relationship with the Edos, long-standing relationship. You understand? I don't want to use that word, but the back then, the Benins, the Edos, they were superpowers. We were under them. We were subservient to them, whether you like it or not. The Shekiris were not on equal standing with the Edos because those people are powerful people now. They can come here and take over this place if they want. They can enslave you. They can kill you back then. So, but we're all living together. We're all living together. Maybe I don't like what's happening in Benin and I migrate to Okwe. You understand? And stay far away from Benin. But I'll be paying loyalty to the Oba of Benin so that they will not attack me. You understand? Now, these people have been coined out to what you call Midwestern state in the past after a lot of consultation through the Wilkins Commission of 1958 or thereabout. They they agreed and said, look, let us create Midwest out of the West. So Midwest now, what is Midwestern state? It contains the Ijaws, the Urhobos, the Shekiri, the Isokos, the Aniomas, the Kwane, and all that. And we live peacefully. That's a country or that's a region. It was a region. If you ask me, we should go back to the four regions or three regions. And in those regions, they will now have to know how to arrange it in such a way that every major ethnic nationality will take its space back. Not as its own, but let them feel free, let them own their space. Then they can now come together as that region and have a common parliament where they will be represented and do their stuff, make laws, carry out projects and all that. Then the this region now will be subservient to the center. And that's what it was in 1963, 1960, 1963. That's what it was. There was no problem. But now you now put the country under one. If I want anything, I have to go to Abuja or Lagos. Is that fair? You close down all the seaports. You are now saying everybody must come to Lagos to clear their goods. I'll clear my goods and I take it how many miles to Onitsha to warehouse it? Why can't you dredge the river Oguta Lake or River Niger or open Port Harcourt, open Warri? Those days, those seaports were working. I remember people were carrying, bringing in things from abroad to Saple and loading things from Saple to back to outside the country. Why are all the seaports closed? What about the seaports in Akwa Ibom? Why are they closed? You understand? Why should I drink beer and kill my liver here in the south? And you carry the money and you go and give to people who are doing Sharia to spend the money. Why should I look at, let me go to even Corporate Affairs Commission now. Because coming to this now, our problem is the constitution. Our problem is the constitution. That document is a fraudulent document. No matter how they amend it, remains a fraudulent document. They are not touching. You see, it's the National Assembly that they not lazy people for 23 years. They cannot amend the document to suit us. What are they doing? They are collecting all the monies. Now, what we need to do is to go back to the 1963 situation. Let's forget all these states, put them together, or come and agree. Okay, if you know you cannot sustain yourself, you need my assistance. Come together. They have even split it into 6 geopolitical zones, is it not? Yeah. If you don't want the 4, you have 6. Then you cannot sit down and discuss how. Once you get this done, then everything will flow. But this thing that we are doing now, that will put centralizing everything. For instance, now in the south, we incorporate a lot of companies. Now you put corporate affairs, one central corporate affairs commission in Abuja. I will tell me how many companies do in a month or in a year do they incorporate in Sokoto? How many do they incorporate in Zamfara? How many do they incorporate in what do you call it, Jigawa or Nasarawa. Now we do all the incorporation, do everything. You pack all the money, you put it in a federal pot, and you share it to people who decide not to do anything, even though they can't do it. That is not federalism. The constitution needs to devolve power. Powers need to be devolved back to the states. That is the only way. So if you cannot tell me that there's no, when you talk about sharing of, coming to your question now, the Urhobos or Shekiris are afraid. Were we not living as Bender state? We were first living together as Midwestern states, or were under Western religion before. So who died? Who died? We took care of our situations. We knew our limits. When we now became Midwestern state, who died? We now became, they now cut it off and say Bender state. Did we not live as, there must be difference even in a family. Your family, are you, is there every time you are in harmony in your own family? There must be opposition. There must be misunderstanding, even blood. That is, I've seen family where the very wealthy family, they have the same mother, the same father, and they have so much wealth. Instead of see that.
Chief Malcolm, why I said that is that if you look at people who are agitating for this kind of devolving of power from the center, it's typically the Igbo people, the Yoruba people. You don't hear a lot of that from the minorities in the South. We know that the North is against that because of resource control. They just don't like the idea that people will take control of these resources where they are. But we don't see a lot of that in the minority regions in the South to say that, because if they team up, we are talking about if they team up, if the South, the whole of the South, maybe Middle Belt, if they team up and say this is the agenda we have, this is the idea we want to push, and that's what we want in the country, I think they can get it.
Well, why you don't hear that in the South is this same distrust, this same divide and rule thing. You understand? You recall that one of the reasons why the federal government pretended to be fighting to keep Nigeria one of the reasons is to protect the minorities in East Central State, in the eastern state of Nigeria, eastern state of Nigeria, the then eastern region.
Region.
They're saying, look, you're Igbos, you're majority. Yes, you want to, but then look, you have the Bibios, you have the Anan, you have the Popos, you have the Kwere, we have to protect them. They are Nigerians. So we have to put, you see that divide and rule. You understand my point? Is there already at, look, we need to defend you from the majority. And I won't lie you, frankly, the Igbos didn't do well because they were overbearing on these minorities. They were overbearing, and they are still overbearing. And you see, they still don't want to learn. That is the distrust. I won't lie you. A Rivers man, a Calabari man, is ready to vote for a Fulani man instead of an Igbo man today as I speak with you. Because nothing has been done to mend this falling fence. Nothing is being done every day. Nothing is being done. Tell me when as the South sat down together as one and said, look, let's respect ourselves. Look, if you are talking about Biafra, we're talking about this, okay, come, Okobo or Ogoni, you have oil. Look, if we get this our state or country we are talking about, take your oil, take your land, but let's just join force together and fight this thing. This is an agreement. Has it been done? No. Rather, you are imposing, telling them that they are supposed to be under you, that your ancestors own those land or one thing. Superiority complex. So that is the reason why you see that some of the South minorities are not talking about, they don't even want to hear it. That's the truth. Because of the fear. This is not a forum I want to talk about Biafra. because
Oh, you can. We talk about everything here.
oh no, because they didn't. I'm telling you, in terms of taking care of their minority, it's a common thing. Not only Biafra, I'll tell you, the Urhobos too. They are making that mistake till tomorrow. These Sokos, as far as I'm concerned, they are Urhobos. We are cousins, but today they are sworn enemies. When you listen to an Isoko man speak, he speaks Isoko with an effort because it's not original, but he speaks Urhobo fluently. That's the real typical Isoko man. Speaks Urhobo very fluently. And when you look at Isoko and Urhobo, you discover that 88% of what they speak in Isoko is Urhobo. They just bastardize or pollute the language and say, instead of Ochuko, they say Ochuke. Instead of Migo, they say Dego. It's deliberate. You won't blame them. It's a defense mechanism. If you think you are majority and you can't carry us the junior ones along, we will fight against you. We will not give you that opportunity to enslave us. We are ready to join forces with outside forces to ensure that you don't enslave us. That is just what is happening because before the civil war and shortly during the civil war, the Igbos didn't try at all. They were beating down the throats of the minority. They were seizing their lands and a lot of things. Like I said, I don't want to talk about those things here. The Igbos have superiority complex. They have superiority complex. They believe they know everything. They believe so. It is this thing now that is bringing fear to the Ikwere man. Look at the Ikwere man. Look at the Igbo man. What's the difference? There's no difference. But the Ikwere man will die. He will die. The Ikwere man will die. But that's not the best. We are supposed to sit down together in all this region. The so-called majority should call those minority, allay their fear. Because you are complaining about Nigeria oppressing you, but you are oppressing your minority inside your own space. You are oppressing them. You're not bringing them together. Imagine during the civil war, a majority will call the other ones their wives, second-class citizens, and all that. There are records, there are evidence to all that. So there's no trust among this. And to crown it, although state creation was supposed to solve the problem of the tribes, the minorities, to say, okay, we also have our own share of this, we can now develop. But it was also, or it's also a game plan to further divide the people. They further balkanize the eastern. You see, the eastern region was the richest region in this country. The way it was before, the richest. Imagine Rivers, Bayelsa, cross Akwa Ibom put together. Not joke. You know the oil when they a country or a region of that. Forget it. By now, they would have been doing what Dubai and all that are doing. But these people have divided it. You think a Bayelsa man wants to come under an Igbo man? It's not possible. Except the terms. There's a clear terms. There's a clear arrangement. Understanding, mutual respect. The Rivers man would never ever want to come under the Igbo man. So also the Akwa Ibom, because they've tasted back their autonomy, which they used to have. Now, for you to get that autonomy that they used to have pre-colonial era, there should be deliberate meetings, rubbing of minds, agreement. You cannot shave my head behind and say, oh, this area we have about Biafra. No, you can't do that. You can't decide for them. So that's why you see that I'm trying to answer your question. Why you see in the south side people are not clamoring like I'm clamoring that let's go back. Let everything be Eastern region as it was before. Both Rivers, Bayelsa, and this, let them be one region. Or even if they won't be one region, let them agree on how they want to go about it. Because it was working, although they said the Igbos were oppressing them, but it was working before the further splitting from 4 regions to 12, 12 to 19, 19 to blah, 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 and where we are today. So that's why you see that, to answer your question, this is one of the reasons why you see that people don't want to, uh, you know, clamor
Now,
for.
mhm. So the other question that people ask is, okay, so you have the states, you have Bayelsa states, they get a lot of money from the federal government every month, and what is stopping Bayelsa State from using the resources to develop and be the Dubai in Nigeria? And maybe they will show example, or River States, considering the amount of money they get. If you look at the budgets of some of these states and the money they get, compared to other states that do not have the resources, why is it that they are not? It's not shown within the states that the impact of that money.
All these things you see now boils down on corruption. You understand? Look at a governor collecting the whole resources of the state, putting it in his pocket. How would the state grow? Local government allocation, you will seize it. Judiciary allocation, you will seize it. 13% derivative that they say they are giving people, windfall, you will seize it. Just one man. Just one man. So the people like Bayelsa people or like Delta people should be ashamed of themselves for failing to hold their leaders accountable. The federal government won't come and do that for you. But you see again, even amongst these different states, there's division. There's still this divide and rule. The governor comes, brings some carrots, shared among some people. You understand? Because that's why I said Nigeria is a complex country where you have 250 nationalities. If you look at, I think it's only in Bayelsa, for instance, that you don't have multiple tribes. I think it's only Bayelsa that you have just Ijo. I don't see any other tribe, but although there might be variants of the kind of Ijos you have there, but they are Ijo. I think that state should be one of the states where you have less ethnic nationalities. Bayelsa, strictly Ijo. Unlike Rivers. Rivers, you have long-standing relationship between the Opobos, the Ogoni, the Okrikas, the Kalabari. They are distinct people. They are there. But using Bayelsa that you have said, it's a shame that the people have not been able to hold their government accountable and be the Dubai they want to be. It's still the problem of what we call the weaponization of poverty. People are poor. If you have not eaten today, will you talk? If you yourself now, or me that I'm talking here, we are talking because we have ate, we have at least make we come out shame. We don't take one food, we don't take one meal today. Highest. You understand? Then take some light, maybe snacks, you eat, you have a bottle of brandy or beer, you can afford the basic things of life. That's why you're talking today. That's why I'm talking today. So that man that is in your class that doesn't have these basic things of life, you think he wants to come and talk about human rights, or you think he wants to come and talk about how Bayelsa can be a great country? No. Or a great state? No. His own is, I beg, may they give me my own, make I take over. So once he makes some noise and they give him some money, he keeps quiet. But again, it's not all about money too. You see, these corrupt people, they have a way of will I say intimidating people. They could send talks to you, they could kill you, they could maim you, they could destroy your businesses and all that. They could frustrate you. And the bottom line of all this is fear. You understand? Even if they are not going to do this, we are so afraid. Nobody wants to stake anything. Many people have said Nigeria is not worth dying for. And Nigeria is not worth dying for. So when you're doing anything, you need to be fighting the oppressors with one hand, and you'll be fighting your own brothers. One great African said that. I can't remember his name now.
Yeah.
The problem is that, is it Steve Biko or so? I can't recall. He said his greatest problem is that he's fighting the white man with one hand and the other hand is using to fight his own brothers. So how would he? How is he going to survive it? So you see, it's not only Nigerian problem.
All right. I think his internet is
So it's
frozen.
not. So it's not only a Nigerian problem. It has to take a lot. Maybe if these things are not taken care of, there might be absolute destruction. Maybe after destruction, it is possible things will arrange itself. People like us, we're going nowhere. We die here. We don't sign. We go die for this country. Where are the well, America won't go where? Go the clean street or go they do waiting. We die here. If not gone, we go carry am. We go defend ourselves. You understand? I no go run come up from this country. Problem with most of our so-called freedom fighters, they're always running. Why have you asked the question? Why are they running? Are they doing what different? What are they doing? Is it different from what I'm doing? It's not different. You must do your things in compliance or in line with the law. You don't ask people to be violent when you know it is unlawful, and you expect the government to look at you when things are going haywire. Government will not look at that way. You don't go and arm yourself when you know that it's wrong for you to carry arms, that the government can change it for you at any time. So any small thing you see them, they are running. I don't want to mention names. They run out of the country. Where are they running to? Stay here and fight. Some will tell you they are in New Zealand. Where is that place?
Switzerland.
Not Switzerland. Oh.
Sweden. You're talking about I know Finland.
Kuchapa.
Finland.
Mention Finland. Stay there. You are a general. You are a prime. Only you are a general. Only you are a prime minister. Deceiving people. Come here. Stay
So,
here. Talk to the government. Let them
and
jail you. Go to Kirikiri. Go to Kuje.
so what do you think about someone that you're getting at something? What do you think about someone like Nnamdi Kanu who came home and to push for what he believed in? What do you think about him? And how he's been treated? I mean, the case the case was recently ruled on by the Supreme Court. What do you think about that ruling of the Supreme Court?
It is what it is. They admitted certain things and said they should go back to the trial court. I've not gone through the full details, but is that not what the basic thing? Now, look, it's wrong to go and attack somebody who is on bail to risk his life and all that. Can go to court to sue but that they should go back to the trial court and go to be tried, continue the trial. Even as at that time, Kanu didn't do anything. Kanu never did anything that warrants what he's going through right now. That is the truth. He's suffered so much. What has he done? That he says he has an organization. You say you have proscribed it and all that. It's not so. Whatever. I don't see what Kanu has done that will make him to be in prison without justice for more than 2 years now, or more or less. I don't know. He has not done anything to warrant this inhuman treatment. That's my position. But I would want to say something here that I'm a student of Ojukwu. What I mean, I'm a student. Well, I admire him, and I'm doing a lot of reading of his books, his speeches, and all that. If Igbos can sit down and think very well, I don't think Ojukwu would be happy with what's happening now. Ojukwu will not be happy about the seat at home in his grave. Ojukwu will not be happy with the fact that Kano is being detained. Ojukwu will not be happy with the fact that the Igbos are unable to, because of lack of information, because of lack of reading. The Igbos now concentrate so much on trade, entrepreneurship, and all that, and they fail to read to understand the dynamism of Nigeria, how complicated Nigeria is. They've not settled down to really read. They understand Nigeria. They don't need to be going through all the things that they're going. There is a planned and orchestrated, a well-designed scheme to ensure that the Igbo man never gets power. It's rotating between the Yorubas and the Hausa Fulani. Then sometimes they give a minority that is close to Igbo and say this. But I come to think about it's not about whether you're an Igbo man or you are whatever. It's about whether you can deliver. That's what we should be looking at. Because when you look at it today, Obasanjo was president for 8 years. Go to Ota. Ota is not Dubai now. The roads are still bad till tomorrow. That's his primary constituency. Ijoman, Ebele Jonathan, was a president for 6 years and vice president for how many years? Go to Bayelsa, they have only one major road. Going to his hometown, the road is not hard. So it should not be about where you come from, who you are, your religion, your ethnic group. No, it's what can you. I don't care if Fulani continue to rule Nigeria or Yoruba continue to rule Nigeria forever, or Igbo continue to rule Nigerians forever. One Igbo after another. It doesn't. We shouldn't look at it that way. We should look at who can deliver. Those days, be frank with yourself. When we're in secondary school, I don't know about these days. I don't know your year or you went to secondary school or university. But for my own set, we already know. We don't need to get a judge to know. At least we can select the first three most beautiful girls in our set or male, handsome male, and we can now contest or find out who. Sometimes we know number one, and we don't need to find out who's the best mathematicians or who is the best debater or who can debate well in your set or who is the best footballer or striker. We don't need that. We don't need to go through any drama to select somebody, because then, as pure as our hearts, then I don't know about secondary school now, because maybe things have changed too. Maybe money, bribery, and everything will enter inside now. You see, because like now you have people who go and represent Nigeria, and the people who are supposed to represent Nigeria are shelved aside because they cannot pay the necessary bribe to put them there. Who knows? Maybe that has entered the secondary school. But in my time, we knew the best of everything, and we allowed that best to. If we can look at it that way, that irrespective of where you come from, if you can deliver, be president. But that will not happen because people are now using this tribal thing. Oh, it's our turn. It's our turn. And so, I tell you, in this country, I'll say it, everybody's afraid of the Igbo man. That is the truth. That's very plain. I will tell you, the Igbophobia is real, and the Igbo man is not helping issues. To be humble about it, I tell you, the superiority complex is a problem. They feel that. See, I tell people, if I have something to do with an Igbo man, I don't sleep. I don't. Why? Because I know he's not sleeping. I can tell you the only place an Igbo man can edge me out. Guess where?
Where?
Do you know where an Igbo man can?
No.
The Igbo man can't edge me in terms of thinking faculty or whatever. I'm not saying that we have level of intelligence in life. There are some people who are high up there. I know there are some Igbos that I can never ever get to where their intelligence. I mean, those genius, you understand my point. But on my own level, my own level, Igbo man like me, see me, I see you. You can't beat me in anything. But where the Igbo man can beat any human being on this earth is risk taking. The Igbo man is ready to cross a river, a crocodile infested river. Is ready to cross it with just a stick of broom tied. They use thread, tie stick of broom, use to cross. Igbo man will cross that water. Igbo man will take risks that no human being. I'm telling you, even an American will not take. Which kind of faith now? The Igbo man won't pass faith, will not be fatal. Now it must happen. You understand? They say, they take drugs there. Don't go there. They are fighting war. The Igbo man is going there to sell face nose mask to them. You go inside war country and sell. So the Igbo man is blessed, and I keep on telling them that they don't understand that. If they understand, they are the true Nigerians. The Igbos are the true Nigerians. They are the owners of Nigeria. If they understand, they don't need to flex muscle because everybody is scared. Now the Igbo man is tough. He's an enterprising man. He has this. He has that. You can't give him power join. How we want a manager? All of us go be slave. That is the bitter truth. Nobody wants to say, but I'm telling you. So with all these qualities, the Igbo man plus power. You understand? But again, it won't happen if there's a system because I can tell you now, all the system and institutions are strong. In Nigeria now, there are no institutions. If there are institutions, if an Igbo man is president, the institutions, the rules, the principle, everything will hold him. You understand? But all those things have collapsed. So that is the fear because in Nigeria now, the president can query you, come into your kitchen and ask you, why are you cooking beans? That's how powerful the president is in Nigeria today. Why are you cooking beans? Why okay, you are cooking beans, you're right. Why must you cook it by this time? That's how powerful the Nigerian president is. Everything is on his table. So when you have such a powerful president that can do and undo with impunity, the police cannot stand on its own and say, no, Mr. President, yes, you are the president, but I cannot do this. Or the army say, yes, my loyalty is to you, but my allegiance is to the Constitution. Nobody has allegiance. Nobody talks about the Constitution. Everybody talks about the president. You can hear them say loyalty to the president, president. So that is the fear that you give people man power, join economic power, then everybody will be slave. I tell you, nobody will tell you this truly, but I'm telling you, if Igbophobia is real. But I want to beg the Igbos that please, they should be humble. Try to be humble. Try to be humble. Try bury this superiority thing that if not be you. Now this we know now get Nigeria now create this country. Look at come to my street. 95% of the property there belongs to the Igbo man. The Igbo man comes to a swamp and turn it to something else. Swamp. The Igbo man interlock the street, make the community, put gates, put security, put everything, put water. He makes anywhere his home. So who is in Nigeria? It's the Igbo man. So the Igbo man, if they are smart, just like Ojukwu, there's no need to say, I want to do anything, I want to go anywhere. You have built this country, stay and enjoy it. You have the highest spread of non-indigenous in all the country, all over the country. If you are silent about it, you can always determine who will be the president in Nigeria by voting. Get your PVC. Forget, don't say voting don't count. It does count. So my advice for my Igbo brothers is stop the sit at home because you have lost so much money. Go back and read about the Civil War. Go back and read about Ojukwu. Ojukwu fought not because he wanted to fight. Ojukwu didn't want to fight. Ojukwu was forced to defend the Igbos. I'm telling you, it was a matter of life and death. Ojukwu was forced to defend the Igbos. He came and fought that war to defend his kinsmen. After the war, in fact, during the war, he spent fortune, his father's money. It wasn't a perfect one for him, but like Raf said, he didn't know where to apply the brakes. But nevertheless, if you want to know the truth about this Biafra or not Biafra, go and read after the war. Go and read that Ojukwu's articles, his speeches and everything. You see that Ojukwu would not have supported a Biafra struggle right now. Ojukwu wanted a symbiotic relationship of the Igbos and other ethnic groups in Nigeria. There are some birds that can perch on the back of the eagle. The eagle will not do that bird, and it's not that he can kill that bird, but he needs that bird because the bird helps the eagles to take out ticks from the eagle's body. Similarly, you have some birds that that lives with the alligator or crocodile. You see them, even the crocodile will open its mouth and the bird will go in and out. Why would the crocodile not just crush that bird? No, it's symbiotic. Please help me clean my teeth, remove all those flesh and all that. Why? Don't worry, do anything you want to do. You have license to go in and out of my mouth, but they are living together peacefully. So if my Igbo brothers and sisters in this so-called geographical expression called Nigeria, because I can tell you, if there is a split now or there's a problem now, the Igbo will they cannot recover. There's no way they can recover because they own they own over 80% of the real estate in Nigeria. Go and quote me anywhere. They own over 80%. You will say, after all, some people will say the Igbo man can be a stranger in another man's land and they will pay the taxes. Do you know the tax they will tax you? They will tax you, you run and leave the property to be a liability. You think the black man will tax you like the British man will tax you? Oh, Omo Igbo, now you get this land. Okay, go and pay so amount. At the end of the day, you may not be able to pay. Now, look at this clear instance. An Igbo man wakes up, doesn't know anybody, comes to Lagos, hangs around, God bless him, he mingles here and there, opens a shop, learns a trade, opens a generator shop in Ilasa, because Nigeria is a country. He takes his first of all, coming to Lagos, nobody will ask him from after you cross River Niger Bridge, nobody's going to ask him, why are you crossing to river? Where's your international passport? These are bottlenecks that you will face. Where is your international passport? When it gets to each state, they ask, where's your international passport? They have to stamp it and you have to pay. Then before you now get to Ilasa, by the time you get to Lagos, they start looking at you as a foreigner. You will not have that opportunity to be able to excel. Now, even you now manage to excel now, you now prepare the generator, and somebody calls you in Sokoto, I need this generator. Do you know how many states you cross before you can deliver that generator? And I keep on telling my friends, stop shouting about this thing, Biafra, Biafra, Biafra. I understand how pained you are. You're not the only person that is being killed by Fulani or whatever. If you plan well, this thing will not happen. First of all, love yourself, plan well, have a common front, then you can forge ahead. This issue that you're talking about now is uncalled for because at the end of the day, you need Nigeria more than Nigeria needs you, and that is the truth. I think in the north, some people have said, "Okay, go." They have said they even went to court, although the court it won't see the day of the light. They asked them to go. Did they go? They couldn't. And I told my friends,
All right.
let me just cap this. We're in court and I have some lawyers talking, blabbing. And I said, okay, you're a lawyer. He said, yeah. What are you doing here in Lagos? Go back to your state. They were looking at me. I said, instantly, go back to your state. They were looking, I said, okay, leave that. Now, for you to convince me that you're serious, give me your title document. They were looking at me. I said, you think an Igbo man that has C of O of land in Lagos, 1, 2, 3, you think he wants to hear Biafra? You're joking. Show me. I say, you people that are asking, causing all these problems, you don't even have bicycle spoke. You don't have nothing to your name. So the real Igbo man who is a Nigerian man that has gone, I, I have a guy, he's a very successful pharmacy. His father grew up in my village, Ugeli. Today, that guy calls me Olorogun. He speaks Urdu more than myself. In fact, when I see him, I feel Urobo because I see an Igbo man. He's a man that stayed in Urobo land and is completely an Urobo man. So these are the few things I just need to say, that you need to read. Ojukwu wouldn't have wanted all these things because Ojukwu had seen it. He He was exiled. He was exiled. He came back. He contested the election not once, not twice. He became a senator. I was reading those articles. You can see how passionate he is about Igbo being Nigerian. People should just stop all this social media. Blah, blah, blah. They are killing us. They are doing this. They are doing it. Go and read. Go and read. When you read, you understand. You understand? Like I said, I have too many things to say about Biafra. In fact, I have to write my own book on this. But I don't know, you dragged me into this. This is not the fora that I want to talk about Biafra. But I love the Igbo man. And I want to say, I doff my heart for them. And I want to say that, please, they should look inwards, plan, stop this sit at home, love yourself, hold your leaders accountable. Look at all your governors, they are stealing your money, you can't do them anything. Hold them accountable. Then organize regional things together, research, sports, and all that. Then you can now come out and say, and permit me to say further that permit me to say further that I don't want to talk. I find it difficult to talk about Kano because it means a lot and stands a lot for a lot of people. But I'll just say something. If I were Kano, if I had the opportunity Kano had, which Ojukwu never had, Ojukwu never had the opportunity Kano had. You know why I'm saying that? After the civil war, it was a war situation. People had to rely on Ojukwu. But after the civil war, when Ojukwu came, not everybody respected Ojukwu. Even a small boy contested against him, and they make sure the boy humiliated him so that he will not come up again as a politician. I don't know whether you recall that election. Was it who won him? Was it one Budo or somebody? One small boy then came out and won a whole Ikemba. Won a Ikemba. He wasn't given the right respect he has. But Kano has that respect, has that followership, large followership, even though not of the elite class, but if I were him, or if I had that opportunity, by now, the whole Southeast will be speaking in one voice because he has that followership that ordinarily, I wish he had gone the way of getting, seizing a political party or forming one and ensuring that everything in the Southeast, that energy of freedom fighter, is converted into the energy of a regional power where anything his party says will stand. All the representatives in the National House of Assembly, the State House of Assembly, the Senate from the East will be under his control. Whoever he says will be this, will be that. Whoever he says will be that, will be that. At the end of the day, you have achieved Biafra without shooting a gun. You have achieved Biafra without being incarcerated. Biafra, as I believe, is a thing of the mind. It's more of a mental issue than physical, as far as I'm concerned. If you take it physical, there are too many odds against you. So I think I want to just lay this because Oga, I don't know how you pushed me into this Biafra issue. I think that should have been a topic of how you called me on this program was on the judiciary.
Yes,
As
that was our plan. That
as it is, say this thing anywhere your belly face, now the program be just the shoot
exactly,
they go. So you all
exactly.
make me run my mouth. I'm not supposed to talk, but I give it to Kano. I give it to him. I give it to the Igbos, and I wish them all the best. But I want to tell them that they have run their economy 20 years backwards because of this sit at home issue. The people are poor, people are starving, and every Monday, my God, it's not something good to talk about. So, but
All right, all right.
thank you.
Thank you
But,
so much.
watch out for my books anyway.
Yeah, we
I'll
will.
go.
You see,
I'll,
unfortunately, we went so far away from the topic and judiciary.
yes, we did.
We will come back to that, but I wanted to get our audience, some people who have been waiting to have a chance to talk to
I'm
you.
ready to
I
the
want to
best
get
of my
them.
ability.
Yeah, I want to
Yeah.
give them the chance to talk to you, and we will go back to the conversation about the judiciary and the work you do because we've not even gotten to that. But let me welcome Pansat, and please, anybody I call, just find the best question you have so that you can ask him or comments you want to pass across, and then we will go back and get a chance to speak. All right, go ahead, Pansat.
Excuse me. Welcome to Rudolph Show, Chief Malcolm Omirhobo, right?
Yeah,
Well,
Pansat, there's a lot of noise on your
Yeah, you're correct, sir.
oh, okay. Let me go outside. Let me make sure that. Can you
yeah,
hear me
perfect.
better?
Yeah, we can
I'm
hear
trying
you.
to, yes, I'll try.
Okay, good.
Okay,
Go ahead.
better.
Yeah, it's better now.
Better.
Oh, you muted yourself, Pansat.
You have muted yourself.
And I was saying, what a show, what a guest. I even typed such in my in the comment section. I said, this is the best guest we ever had here. And that was before you delved into the Biafra and the Igbo man issue. And the way I judge people is if they're sincere, if they're fair, and maybe there's a little ignorance here and there. I'm gonna look forward to the
Pansat,
second.
Pansat, do you
Yeah.
mind? Do you mind if you can log off and come back in? We will let you in, and we will get you to ask a question. There's too much traffic, and it's now slow.
Oh, okay, I'll
Yeah.
do that.
All right.
Okay.
All
Bye.
right. Let's go to Prince. Mazi. Prince.
Good morning, Dr. Rudolph, and good morning, Chief Malcolm. I believe you're a son,
No,
if
I'm
not
not.
mistaken. Oh,
I'm
you're
not.
not.
Not yet. Not yet.
Okay.
No.
Um, Pretty much, let me not even go to Biafra. No, no, no. I'll stay away from that. But what I want to say is, it's now a common knowledge that the judiciary is corrupt. It's really, really corrupt to the extent that a common man on the street knows that, a market woman knows that. And when I mean you guys, I mean what is the NBA doing to salvage the situation? Because this is unbecoming. Most of us who are in the diaspora, we've been laughed at by our colleagues from other countries, from other African countries. So my question is, what is NBA doing in order to salvage or to save the judiciary from total collapse? Thank you.
Okay. The MBA is an umbrella body of lawyers um, whose one of its major objectives is to ensure that there's compliance with rule of law in the society. I'm just a member. I'm a floor member. I'm not a member of the executive. You understand? We have executive body, and so far, I can't speak for the executive body, but I believe that they are not doing what they are supposed to do. For instance, about two a week ago, the CJN of Nigeria appointed his brother as his auditor. And I told him, and still going to drag him on that. I told him his brother cannot audit him because of conflict of interest. But ordinarily, that's what the MBA is supposed to do. So the MBA we have right now is lackey, nonchalant, insensitive, and please help me find other adjective to describe that MBA, this current MBA. They're not doing anything. They're not doing their job. They're supposed to be watchdog. They're not watchdog. So the MBA is doing, I can tell you for free, the MBA right now is doing nothing. Because the president is an establishment person, cannot criticize the establishment. During the election, He was busy supporting INEC when he was supposed to stand aloof. There are many issues that have cropped up that ordinarily his predecessor in title won't take. But what do we have? So the MBA, just take it that you don't have an MBA, my brother. That's what I would tell you.
Yeah, now,
On
Chief
that,
Malcolm, let me
I'm just
follow
a
up.
floor member. There's nothing I can do.
Let me follow up on that, Chief Malcolm. Why can't you
Yeah.
sue? Why can't you sue the Chief Justice and say you cannot? There's conflict of interest. You cannot appoint your brother to be
My
your
brother,
colleague.
I'm working on it. You don't just jump at it. You have to do your research. I've tweeted him. I have to write him. I have to ask him to, under the Freedom of Information Act, I have to ask him to forward certain documents to me, you know. And definitely, you get it. Definitely, I'm going to take him to court. I will. This is not the first CJ I've taken to court. I've taken Tanko to court severally. I gave him a run for his money, and I was one of the people that putted him out of the office because I gave him 7 days to render accounts, and he couldn't. He now ran away on the grounds that he was sick. You know, I don't like to arrogate myself to things like that, or to say, oh, I was the Nigerians generally took him out, but I contributed my quota by asking him to render accounts. And do you know that he actually rendered account to me? Do you know that they sent the statement of account to me? They did. I have the statement of account of his government, but I didn't prove further because he left office, and those who are supposed to follow up on it, EFCC, ICPC, they didn't do nothing. The man is gone,
The
and the
account you
president,
saw, the account you saw,
sir,
how was it? The account you saw, how was
I
it?
didn't bother to go in. I mean, it can't be perfect. It can't be perfect. It's there. I have it in my office. That's the power of the law. I wrote them, and I told him, I said, if you don't give me this report within 7 days, I'm going to embarrass you. I've done a lot, but it's not what I start blowing my trumpet. For instance, there was a time that during Kanu's trial, the court would close the road and ask lawyers and everybody to go home. They will attend to people. Once you come, they'll ask you to go. Once you come, they will block everywhere. I had to sue the Chief Justice of the Chief Judge of the Federal High Court. I sued him for dereliction. Immediately I did that, what happened? Change came. Immediately he took steps and make sure that people could be attended to and all that. And we went. So, but a tree cannot form a forest. I always continue to do my part. I'm not saying that I am the bravest lawyer, or I'm not saying that I'm the best activist or whatever. No, there are people, greater people than myself in this country. But poverty, hunger will not let them speak. Even me myself, I'm hungry. Yes, maybe is there anybody that eats well in this country? You can't eat what you want to eat now. You just have to manage to, grab one of. Look, not that you don't have the money. You're at work. You want to go somewhere. In those days, you can go to the corner. You see what mama put. You see correct food. You eat nutritious food. Now, most of those restaurants, those small mama put, they've closed down. I'm not saying to eat you must go to Sheraton or whatever, because that's the only place you can have balanced diet now. But I mean, for regulars like us, those days you go to one corner, then you go, mama, madam, give me rice, 200 naira, meat, 500 naira, beans, 100 naira, this macaroni, egg, with 1,000. What is 1,500? You're good. You get vegetable, you eat. But now it's famine in the land. That's what I mean. Even if you have money in your pocket, you can't even eat what you want to eat because you're not at home. You can't carry your. Not everybody carries their flax from home to work. Maybe, and not most of us. Not everybody likes to take breakfast. So when you're at work like that, you just said there's no food because there's famine in the land. There's hunger. So if you cannot get what you want to eat because you have some money and you don't even have money at all, what kind of activism? Where's your scruples? Because I mean, somebody has not seen 5,000 in a month or 50,000 in a year, and they now come and close his mouth with 50. For me, I used to tell people they think I'm lying. My time is very important to me. If you ask me that the federal government will give me a job for, let's say, 10 million or 15 million every month, I won't take it because my time is I like my freedom. I like my freedom. You understand? So what I'm saying, my friend that raised the question about MBA, what I'm saying here, sir, is this: I'm a floor member. There's little I can do, and many people want to do something. Their hands are being tied because of poverty. I can use that word. They are brilliant lawyers, rugged lawyers, fearless lawyers, but you know they can't even speak. I don't even need to tell you. I have senior lawyers that I pay to help me handle my brief. Senior lawyers older than myself. They call me say, Bob, I beg if you get case, give me. Oh. No be small thing. Hunger won't kill me and my family. Oh. Because at that point, who is going to employ you? How much are they going to pay you? People who are like 3, 4 years old. I'm 25 years at the bar. But I give people who are 30 years, 29 years, 27 years at the bar my files to go, please go and hold my brief. And I pay them 15,000 per sitting. If it's not far, 10,000, I beg them manage it. And they are happy. And these briefs I'm even doing, they are not as if they are being funded by anybody. They are pro bono. This thing. I take pro bono cases and I pay from my purse because you cannot say you are doing pro bono case, then the lawyer that wants to go and hold the brief will not be paid. I can go if I go on my own. I don't need to pay because I won't pay myself now. But that lawyer that wants to help me go there, I must pay him. So I pay him. So if somebody that is 29 years, 30 years at the bar that I respect so much, that I know is vibrant, you see him, he's wasting. When they say somebody is wasting, I don't know whether you understand that word. He's washing away gradually. He's losing it. Before you know, he's gone out of the surface of the earth. That's what's happened to many brilliant Nigerians. So those who are in the NBA, once they get there, it's a meal ticket for them. So they don't care. And when they are voting during all this, they are voting blah blah blah. It's still like Nigerian politics. They still give people money, they still house people, they still give people gifts and all that so that they can vote for them. And once they get there, they keep quiet. This present president himself, I've had a lot of issues with him. I've even gone to the far as describing him as a misfit. I expect him to sue me for defamation of character. It's not, he has not. I'm waiting for him. He's a misfit. So, sir, count the NBA out. Let's think of something else because the NBA, as presently constituted, is not the friend of the common man. I can say that authoritatively.
All right. Thank you so much. Let's move quickly so that we get a lot of people to weigh in. So again, when I call you, please find the best question or comment you have and let's go to someone else. So Pansat, let's try you again and hear what you have to say. Thank you, Mazi Prince.
Yeah, I don't think my audio is gonna be very good, so I'm gonna make it snappy, and I'll listen from outside. I mean, from the background. Like I said, welcome, Chief Malcolm. I listened for the first 5-10 minutes of the show, and you were hitting all the notes. But your assessment of the Igbo and Biafra in general, that Southeast, is woefully odd. The country has a lot of minorities, and the main tribes, Hausa, Igbo, and Yoruba. But let's say linguistically, you have the Jukon, the Masi, Kanuri, Edo, Egala, Idoma, Kamberi, Nupe, and of course the ones that come to the Yoruba, the Ijaw, the Biu, and all that stuff. So the problem that are intractable in Nigeria is actually summarized in the Chino Acheb's book, 3. The Trouble with Nigeria. I don't know if you're familiar with that book. We
Yeah.
can go. We could start just from there, where it labels the struggles of it, the corruption, obviously, the failure of leadership in Nigeria has also emphasized Obi in this last campaign, the role of ethnicity in Nigeria, as we said in the beginning, lack of national importance of education. You mentioned earlier that the Northerners and they're not emphasizing going to school. Like a mantra for the issue. I talk about that a lot. I don't make any friends about that. I mean, with that. So the need for economic development in Nigeria, the role of religion tied to the ethnicity then. But this is you're the guest. I was supposed to give you some questions, right? I was actually thrown off from your assessment of the Igbo because it's just a pedestrian way that most people from your section of the country look at Igbos. There is nobody that comes and say, okay, look, he's speaking for Igbo. Like you described, you wanted Nnamdi Kanu to be able to come back, or he should have been the one saying, okay, you be in this leadership role, you be in charge of this, a dictator, basically. And that's a disappointment that you would even say that. That would never happen in the Igbo land. And we don't have anybody like that, and God forbid we have somebody telling us who's going to be picking and choosing for us. We want to choose, including who is the leader. So I want you to go back and study that, because that really paints you in a different light when you start talking like that. There's nothing the Igbos are doing. They're not doing it in unison. The Igbos are not a monolith. There are many Igbos. They're not just traders. For example, the Igbos still has more medical doctors than any other tribe in Nigeria, more physicists, more chemists, more pilots, whatever you name, modern profession. The states are different. Anambra is totally different from Abia, as far as idiosyncrasies even. So people from Edo, other regions, Ejo, the way they look at Igbo, and they always use the word the Igbo man did this. There's nothing like that. I'm telling you, as somebody who have identified as sincere. I think you're very sincere, and you're a patriot. And the big thing is where you got it right. The problem we have in Nigeria is Islamic fundamentalism. Now, who are the fundamentalists in Islam in Nigeria? 100% of Muslims in Nigeria are fundamentalists. They don't want the country to be secular and to progress. So my question to you is that having witnessed this last election where everything came together, people were urged to go and get their PVCs and they did. People were urged to go and vote. And the campaign was done in full glare of the media. We knew the actors and the candidates. From my perspective, P2B exemplified himself as a true candidate, national candidate, Pan-African even. And then Northern Muslims turned off that beavers machine that we spent $400 billion implement. After so many people fought to enact the 2022 electoral laws. And then that happened. What do you think is going to be what it's going to take? Talking about what do you think? Something that is substantive that is going to take to correct that error and to move the country forward, knowing that everybody went and got their PVC and they voted.
All right.
But the courts are corrupt.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Francois.
Let me tap it up.
Francois,
The courts are corrupt, so you don't have a place to go to appeal, right? You don't have that. You don't have the legislators to do anything in good faith. You don't have anything like that. So your answer to me, I want it to be very practicable, based on what's reality on the ground. Thank you.
First and foremost, First and foremost, I want to say that um, my opinion about Igbos and Biafra is my opinion. Okay, you can't take that from me. If you say I'm wrong, I can tell you many Igbos will tell you I'm right. There are many Igbos who will believe I've said the right thing about the Igbos and the Nigerian situation. It's just the simple truth. There's Igbophobia and there's reason for the Igbophobia. And there are people who are gaining from this. And I said it's not about tribe to rule Nigeria. It's about um, merit. It's about competence, not about religion. It happened in this last election. You can't say it's only the Igbos that voted for Peter Obi. Many Yorubas voted for Peter Obi. Many people from the South South voted for Peter Obi. Many people from even some areas of the North voted for Peter Obi. So you can't say people don't like the Igbos or whatever. They were not looking at it. Many people didn't look Peter Obi as an Igbo man. They saw him as somebody that is competent. And that's why I want us to always look at this thing from. Now, talking about your question, what can we do to stop this issue concerning a situation where, like what happened in the last election? I personally am not happy because I said something. I said, we have all campaigned. I won't deny it anyway. I won't deny it, not here or anywhere. Peter Obi was my preferred candidate. And I did stood by him. I did campaign for him. But I said on the day of the election, I said, campaign aside, whoever wins will be my president, provided the election is free and fair, which turned out not to be free and fair. And I entered another round of, you know, fighting for justice in my own little way. I know how many articles I wrote. I know how many articles I wrote. Please check the internet. Even at a point, my mentor, one of my mentors, Wole Soyinka, I attacked him severally. Severally. I even called him a liar. That's to tell you the extent that I went. He's my mentor. He's somebody I look up to. But when he got it wrong with that election, I feel he got it wrong. He said he got it right. I attacked him. The records are there.
All
I
right.
attacked every. So now, to get out of this issue, is more participation. People should not wait till the 11th hour before they go to their PVC, go and get their PVC. People should not wait until the 11th hour before going for their PVC. People should start going for their PVC right now. Our PVC counts. We almost got it right, but through the courts, through the courts, we were robbed. Why I say through the courts? It's what the court says it is that it is. But then I will tell you, I feel that the court ought to be more sub the court is supposed to do more substantial justice than technical justice. The court may, if you look at it to a large extent, played on the rules and the laws. I've been privileged to attend ECOWAS court, and I see in those courts that they don't give rooms to technical issues. They concentrate more on substantive justice. They make things as simple as possible. But Nigerian courts are very technical. You understand? Then another reason again why we have to whoever is wanting to be president or governor or whatever should also try and be as thorough as possible. Even the lawyers don't have issues. I'll tell you why. We look at law and say, oh, the judges. We don't blame the judges always, because sometimes we lawyers we don't do thorough jobs. We give the judges opportunity to find a way out. That is, if the judge wants to take side. He's a human being. We, the lawyers, we don't do a good job. I can tell you, if you have a land, for instance, and you're in court, I'm giving you an example, and the law, the Evidence Act says public documents should be proved through certified true copies or the original. Okay? Certified true copies are documents stamped from the person who is in custody, or the original. And you now you're presenting, your lawyer is presenting a photocopy. And that case, everybody knows this land belongs to you. But at the end of the day, you lose the case. Who are you going to blame? Who are you going to blame? You blame your lawyer. But your lawyer will now be want to play on sympathy and say, oh, the judge, they have seen him. The judge, is that why you should present photocopy that is not certified or the original?
Chief,
The law is very strict.
Chief,
So I'm
Chief.
coming. I'm coming. Let me land. I'm answering your question now about the court. Now you said why we went to court and what happened and blah blah blah. I'm telling you now that participation is very important. Not don't wait till the dying minute. Most people that are shouting here and there, most of us don't have our PVC. Let's be frank. Let's be frank. Let's get our PVC. Let's campaign thoroughly. Then let the candidates do their homework. Make sure that their documents are up to date. If you have anything against your opponent, don't wait at the 11th hour before you bring out the necessary application. Look at the issue of the school and all that. Why should Atiku wait till that period before bringing it out?
All right. So let's Pansat, you're muted, but your line is now good. But I want to give others chance, so you can wait. You may get a second chance when we move around. I want to make sure people have the chance to at least ask a question. We're almost 2 hours, 12 minutes into the show. Olumide, go ahead.
Thank you,
So
Rudo,
so
for giving me
anyway,
the chance. And
so
good day.
that's my take on this issue, because these politicians, they will go to court and find their way. I'm not happy about it. Look at Kano, for instance. You say all the people that voted for somebody, their votes are annoyed because the man did not do this and do that. Yes, that's law. It's too technical for me. That somebody said he attended the primary school and he did not attend it. He attended the secondary school that was not in existence. He did
Hello.
Yeah. I think
I think your guest is frozen.
yes. But you can.
that.
Okay, so
And
good day, Rudolph.
that
Good day, fellow panelists,
the
and good day to Chief Malcolm Omirhobo, if I'm right, if I pronounce right. So, sir, I at the beginning, you were
coming
beginning. I mean,
to
I felt you were beginning. I mean, you were addressing issues that um that I mean, you were addressing and pointing out issues that we all know about. Eventually, I mean, back home. But and then you got to a particular point, especially the Biafra, when you were making statements on the Biafra issue, and then you seem to have lost me in that respect. And more importantly, um, you were trying to answer Pansat's question, and some of your answers kind of threw me off balance. You know, um, some of your answers to the Biafra issue kind of sounds disrespectful to me, because you were like, to me the attitude is like, you know what, suck it up. I mean, just move on, join the rest of the country, move on, suck it up, whatever you guys are going through, suck it up. That's the way it looked to me. One. Then two, I mean, what proof do we have that if the Biafra people decided to have their own independent country, they will not fare better than the way they are right now in Nigeria, or even the rest of the country? We don't know. It's hypothetical. That is hypothetical to say that Nigeria needs them. I mean, they need Nigeria more than Nigeria needs them. So I think that statement is very disrespectful. for people. That is not a good way to address a people's own concern about all the concerns they have. That's two. And then how do we know that Ojukwu will not be happy with what Biafra is experiencing right now? You yourself said that Fulanis were killing people in the farms. They couldn't go to the farms. Do you think Ojukwu being alive will be happy with that? And then you alluded to the fact that it would have wanted one Nigeria. Yes, it would have wanted one Nigeria, but I was happy when you said the Constitution was a bad document, and now that is the very essence why they're agitating for their own country and indeed some other ethnic nationality. But you fail to address that. That the problem is they're not. See, every answer they're not addressing concerns of people who are agitating. All they do is get on with it, suck it up. The rest of the country is suffering it too. Suck it up, which is not an answer. And then the other one was telling people. I mean, I wanted to ask you what you think as a lawyer, your own concerns, having gone to court, having gone through the electioneering process and everything, you know, felt the solution to the problem of the country should be. And then you now said that they should go dust their PVC and go get their PVC. We should keep doing the same thing all over and over again. From somebody, as an observer from outside the country, I mean, you are inside the country, and I applaud the kind of work you're doing, sir. I mean, some of the work you've done, you've highlighted it, and some of the ones you said you won't be able to highlight for the sake of time. But those of us looking on the outside want to see how we can contribute our own part to bringing change to the country for the better. But you're not helping matters when you say go dust your PVC and prepare for the next election. To do what? The same election that INEC bungled, and the courts are ready, they're there to validate this illegitimacy. And you say go dust your PVC. To do what?
All right, Olumide, thank you.
I don't get it, sir. I don't get it. You lost me there.
All right,
you lost me.
Let's hear from Chief Malcolm. Chief Malcolm, can you hear me? I think his line is frozen. Chief Malcolm, can you hear me?
Is he frozen or sleeping?
No, it's not. He can't be sleeping. It is frozen. Let me see. All right. Okay, he's trying to reconnect.
Rudolph, could I chime in while we're waiting for him?
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah. So now, Olumide, I thank you very much for actually more eloquently presenting what I wanted to present. Right. When I see such a gentleman here, we're proud of him, patriot, but he's woefully wrong about the most important issues here. Just like this last election, Olumide hit the main theme. So we're just going to go to the next now. These courts corrupt, right? As demonstrated. They're corrupt. So I wanted him to elucidate more on that point. Now, there's nothing he said about the Igbos that is true, by the way. Not one thing. Not one. So it's not even close. But I'm willing to forgive him on that because I believe he's sincere. He's just wrong about his assessment, especially people in Nigeria and the Igbos and this and that. They don't get it, right? The Igbos have it right when it comes to the savviness of politics in the country. They have it right, and they've always had it right. They're just waiting for the rest of the country to come on board and let's get the country going. So, is he back?
He's back, yeah. So,
okay,
let's listen to him. Oh, Chief Malcolm, did you hear what the question from Olumide, or do you want him to repeat? All right, he's still having problems. He went off again. I believe he can hear, but probably the audio from his end. So let's, I'm sure he will join us again. All right. So because of time, I initially he wanted to stay 90 minutes, which is the time for the show, and I told him we need more time if he could give us more. So he was willing to go up to 3 hours, which right now we are in 2 hours and 90 minutes. So that's why I would say, please, when I call you, just find the best question, make it short. Let him speak. I also tried to get him to speak, answer any question in 2 minutes. But lawyers and it's difficult for them to shrink their answers. So we try to get everybody in, but you help me if you can make your questions a little bit shorter so that we can get to that. All right. So is anybody here from Nigeria? No, I don't think anybody here is in Nigeria. Ngozika, I forgot. All right. So after when he comes back, we'll get to you, Ngozika. I know. Yeah. Okay. He's joining us again. So let me bring him in. All right.
Okay.
I will exit and come back in after a while so other people could get in. Okay.
All
I'll
right.
come back. I do wrong.
All right. Thank you. Okay. Chief Malcolm, can you hear me?
I'm here. I don't know what happened.
Yeah, I know. We lost you for a moment.
Please,
So
get more data.
did you hear the question from Olumide?
No, I didn't even hear. Who is Olumide now?
Oh,
Who
okay.
is it? Wait, it's the man with glasses, right?
Yes, yes.
Or the
Okay,
concluding part I
let him
didn't
repeat.
get.
Let him repeat the question. Olumide, make it
Okay.
short at this time.
Okay. So good day, Chief Malcolm Omirhobo.
Yeah, go
So
on.
I will try and repeat everything I've said
Please,
all over again. I hope
please, do.
I come off as I did the last time. So I'm saying that number one, I said you started off very well, and then you began to lost me towards the last part of your presentation. You started to you I felt you started off well when you said that the constitution was a problem and that it needed to be addressed, and it wasn't a true reflection of the people's will. And then when you were beginning to ask about the Biafra question, the kind of answer you gave kind of turned me off because I felt you were saying, you know what, Nigeria. You said Nigeria needed you needed Nigeria. Biafra needed Nigeria more than Nigeria needed them, and I felt that that wasn't the right answer to give, or a right answer to give questions being asked of the way they are being treated in Nigeria. You understand? That didn't address the issue because how do we know that the Biafra people will not fare better on their own if they achieve their own independent nation? How do we know that they won't fare better as a country or even fare better than Nigeria? Because that is the question they are asking. And the answer you gave felt to me like, you know what, you guys suck it up and just flow with the rest of Nigeria. So for me, I didn't kind of flow with that answer that you gave. And then two, you said Ojuku wouldn't have been happy with the current state of situation. How do we know that Ojuku will be happy with the way that some people lost their lives in the farms? They couldn't go to the farm. They were being killed by Fulanis, which you rightly said. You understand? Would Ojuku have been happy with that? Or would Ojuku have been happy with the fact that an Igbo man tried to be president and it was rigged out, openly? And they are beginning to think, you know what, are we really part of this country if one of us cannot aspire to the highest office in the land in a free and fair election by the people, and you tell them move on, suck it up, and then the other thing again is you are telling people to dust their PVC and go vote. I was going to ask you, what is the solution? Being somebody who is on ground and somebody like me, having observed everything going on in Nigeria for the last couple of years from the outside, and we are saying, you know what help do these people back home really want? What kind of resources can we provide for them? Since some of them are making effort to bring change to the country.
Okay.
But when you say that keep trying,
Okay,
voting, keep
can I
dusting
come
your
in here?
dust your
Because
PVC, and go vote in the next election. To
can
vote
I
to do
come in
what?
here? Let me
Okay,
take
You
it.
know,
Olumide,
when
thank
we
you.
saw that it was INEC that first blew
Let
the whole
me,
thing up before
Olu,
the court
okay.
validated that
Olumide, thank you.
illegitimacy. So
Olumide,
that
thank
that
you.
is my own
Okay, let me
question
take
as
if
well.
we. Okay, let me take you as best as I can because I won't say I'm exhausted. It's 2 hours already. Is there any lunch, Oga? Any lunch or breakfast? Well, is it
What,
afternoon there? Because I'm hungry already. 2 hours. It's not a joke. Oh.
it's
With
afternoon
all these
here. Yeah.
powerful questions, I've not even started. Only 2 questions. Easy or three. But okay,
We are going to take
sir.
a break at one point.
No,
If you
don't worry. No, let's take it now.
okay.
Maybe break, yes, so I can have something or something. But we
Yeah,
can go on. It's no problem.
yeah.
I've done 8 or 12 hours before, so it's not a big problem. I know
Okay.
run. Now,
Okay.
first of all, no apologies on my stand on behalf. I'm sorry to say I'm a very blunt person. I don't like to tell you what you want to hear. I tell you what I believe it is. That's me for you. I'll tell you the simple truth. Now, you know, after I'll tell you why Ojukwu will probably not be happy. I'm not in his mind, but I'm not sure you have read anything about Ojukwu. I'm sorry to say, with due respect, in terms of his speeches, in terms of his lectures he delivered after he came back. Please, I will make reference. I will give you a reference so that you go and read and see how his mind was working. Yeah. Now, you remember there was one time in the north where in Kano when they were killing the Igbos. If you remember, I don't know who remember that incident.
Mm-hmm.
What did Ojukwu do? I don't know whether it's true that he went there, but he encouraged people to defend themselves because he said, "Look, Nigeria belongs to all of us. You can't be killing us." And till today, nobody in Kano will attack an Igbo man without thinking twice because what the Igbos did there is, in fact, if you document it, you will fear. They started it. They started killing the Igbos, and the Igbos retreated to Sabongeri and came back and attacked, came to the city. It was only the military that saved the situation. Before then, a lot has happened. That's why you see the government is always proactive. When the Igbo man wants to react, they immediately come in and try to stop them because they know the level the Igbo man can go when he knows he's right. And that is Ojukwu was highly involved in that defense. Go and ask anybody. Ojukwu was highly involved in that defense. The indigenes ran to the desert. Kano got emptied. They burnt all they retaliated. They had time on their hand. That is what I'm saying. That even if you attack a Fulani man and is in Lagos, he should defend himself too and attack you. If you attack a Kenuri man in Rivers, he should defend himself and attack you by defending himself. If you attack an Igbo man in Katsina, the Igbo man should retaliate back, provided the defense is proportional. I am somebody that believes in self-defense. You can't be killing me, shooting me, and you now say I should keep quiet. I'll give you back as you give me. It's proportional, provided my force is not more than your own. So I am not in support of the Fulani killing people. Let me tell you, let me just come. I regret that this Biafra thing would have been a different day, but I know many people are so emotional about this issue. Now, let me tell you, tell me how many lawyers in the South spend one kobo to contest the operation, military operation Atilego or Python dance in the North, in the East. How many? How many? You think everything is physical force? You think everything is force? There is power in the pen. I I have some pending now, and I did one for the whole Eastern state, but my case did not go far because they say I'm not from that state and I lack local standing. How many Igbo lawyers did that? How many individuals? You have a lot of activists. How many of them can say, no, we don't want Operation Python dance in our land? No, there is peace in our land. We don't want it here. How many? Nobody did anything. you allow the army to come in and start killing the youth under the guise that there's insurrection, which is not true because you called for it. Do you know how many Igbos have died in this rubbish? How many young youth, how many youths are missing? Uncountable. The damage that has happened is something you cannot think about. Nobody came out. I came out personally. I'll give you later. I'll give you the suit number. So it's not. And why that thing was prevalent was because a Fulani man was president. Since they changed government, how many people don't die for farm? Although it's still there, but not like that. It's not only on the Igbos. It's a general question which we can discuss in another forum, and I will tell you why this thing is like this. Or my own opinion. So I'm not saying, and please don't quote me wrong or don't twist it. I never said suck it is your opinion. I never said suck it. I never said suck it. I'm telling you to try again, and you say, what am I talking about? I'll tell you what I'm talking about with a short story I used to tell everybody. We should try to emulate our ancestors, the Black African Americans that were taken from here as slaves. I want to go away with this story in answering why you should go for your PVC and why you should continue to participate and why you should continue to try, because that's the only peaceful way you can. Do you want to carry guns? How many guns do you have? The only way is by the pen. The only way is through mental activity, not physical. People are in diaspora, you just think it's all about physical, you just, oh, blah, 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 blah. No, this is
No,
not, let
Chief,
me land, let me land. It's not a fight that you go physical.
I understand that it's not a
Hold
fair, but
on,
what we are
let me
saying is that
wait, let me come.
that has
Now,
not worked.
let me give you the story
Olumide,
now.
please.
Let me just
Olumide,
land.
please.
Now, the black man came to America. Although literate in his tradition and everything, he's educated in his own way, but not educated in the Western way. And what did the black master or the slave master did? He said, thou shalt not read and write. Now, if you read and you write, you will be, what will happen to you? They either amputate your hand, remove your tongue, pluck your eyes out, send it to Hasha camp, flog the hell out of you, blah, 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 blah. That is a statement of fact. Am I correct? Did our ancestors stop reading despite all the dangers involved? Meanwhile, nobody is flogging you not to take PVC here. Because if you don't know, the people who are controlling Nigeria, they are our slave masters. That's how I want you to look at them. Don't look at them as human beings. They're not human beings. They are our slave masters. The only way we can defeat them is through perseverance, consistency, mental work, not physical. Now, our ancestors continue to do what they continue to read. They kept on beating them, flogging them, and they now started understanding how to read and write. The white man didn't want them to learn how to read and write because they know that knowledge is power. Now, when they got this knowledge, they got power. And they started asking the white man, you say we are reading Bible, we are of the same image created by God. Why are you treating us like this? We are human beings. The white man started feeling guilty, and they now knew that these people now can read and write like them. They started challenging the laws. We started having great men like Booker T. Washington, Frederick and Co. They started challenging the white men, writing that. You now move from that period. You now went to the period of Malcolm X and Martin Luther King, who could speak English and confuse the white man and read and write more than the white man. And they continue to fight for liberty, and they got it to a large extent. Today, is it a rule for the black man? The black man is still a slave in America, I tell you, indirectly, but they've gone far. Every time they are lifting the bar, you now have people like Obama who became president, although I'm not happy with him because he destroyed Libya. But it's a sign that the black man.
All right. Our guests, the internet is frozen once again. That's some of the things we deal with when we have a guest from Nigeria. where, despite the 21st, we're in 2023, simple internet is still a problem for the giant of Africa. But let's go to Ngozika. Ngozika, will come to you next when he finishes answering Olumide. You are the next person. But how is it in Nigeria today? Unmute yourself.
Good evening, Dr. Damages. Good evening to all our panelists, all our guests, Mr. Chief Malcolm. Let me not use Mr. Before thunder will strike me. Chief Malcolm, our panelists, our viewers, and those in the comment section. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Good evening. Dr. Damages, there's oppression outside.
So the same internet problem too with Ngozika, apparently. Um, I think also maybe it's because of the holidays and a lot of people are on the internet, so that could be part of the problem down there. All right, open minded. Welcome to the show. Open minded. Are you also in Nigeria?
Yeah, thank you. Am I coming out clear?
Yes. Yes.
No, I'm not in Nigeria.
Okay. Good. Um. All right. So what were you? What are you thinking about asking?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. What are you thinking about asking our guest?
Yeah. My question is for my place, and that was one of the reasons why I came on. Um, and I wanted to ask him that
All
the
right,
courts
hold that thought.
in
He's back.
Nigeria, mostly the one in where I came from Warri, that is not working.
Buy data, come.
What is the
Data, get more
solution?
data.
Why are they not working? Is it
Yes.
the problem? Is it
Hold on, hold
Hello,
on.
am I on now?
Yes. Um.
Yeah,
Okay,
my
we can
brother.
hear our
So
guest. So
I was
open
giving you
minded.
instance. I was so I'll sorry, I'm having issues here and there. I've not had light for 7 days now, or it's thereabout.
Wow.
So anyway, what I'm trying to say is this, my brother. I'm trying to tell you that to survive this thing, it's not gra, it's not physical, it's mental. So I'll just summarize, like I was saying. Today we have black men in the Supreme Court in America. Today we have billionaires who are blacks. Today we have blacks who are in big neighborhoods. Today my sister, who is a Nigerian, who is in America, a white man used to clear her grass, the grass, lawn, what do you call it, field for her, and he pays him. I have a gardener, right? A white man that is his gardener. She's a professional. Did that struggle come in a day? When you have oppressors, you have to be wise. These people have arms, they have everything going for them. They have connection, they have international connection, they have everything to make sure that in UN, to make sure that the referendum will not hold. They have everything. Then what do you want to do? You have to be smart, you have to be intelligent. That's my take. You don't get me. I'm not saying suck it. I am saying we have to continue. We have to put our heads together, continue, we almost got it right this time. It's not an issue of an Igbo man. I can tell you many Yorubas till today voted for Obi, and tomorrow they will vote for Obi. So don't say it's an Igbo thing. Let's not paint it as an Igbo thing. When you put that election as an Igbo thing, I get annoyed. It was later that people started bringing tribal coloration to it. Lagos is not for Igbo. It was a later afterthought, because I tell you, if they had conducted presidential and gubernatorial election the same day, Lagos would have been gone. Lagos would have been gone, to have gone to Labour. But because they had another 7 days or 14 days to plan, they now say, what do we do? Bring tribal sentiments into it, which is very strong. And that's how Lagos did not go. If not, if it's the same day, Lagos would have been gone. Are you saying it's only Igbo that voted for Tinubu? Many Yorubas voted for Obi. So let's not say because an Igbo man cannot. No, Peter Obi should carry his cross. I voted for Peter Obi because I feel he was the most competent among all the others in terms of age, in terms of um, what I believe he can do, especially age on his side. I voted for Peter Obi. I stood by him till tomorrow. So let's not look at the Igbo man cannot be president. He's been, yes, the Igbo man has been deprived in every sector of the economy, the country, in terms of public servant, the public offices, the military. Yes, they have, but don't forget that it is the voting of the voting of the war, a war they won a war against them, and that is from that period they started to there's an unwritten agreement to make sure that the Igbo man does not aspire.
All right. Once again, his internet is off. Alaba, what do you want to say?
I just had greetings, everybody. I hope his internet work real well. He's hitting on most of the points that I blame the Nigerian elite for. You know, their thinking is primitive. I would address it in my question if I, but all the points he's raising that we have to wait. Um, the likes of Walter Sisulu, Nelson Mandela, and all the rest did not wait. They never appealed to the sympathy of apartheid before they recovered their country. They came in, created concrete plans, and addressed the issue. They didn't wait. Those who fought segregation and slavery did not wait. So this idea that because America took 400 years to get to where they are, we should wait and let them keep stealing our future destiny away and wait and keep doing the same thing over and over again doesn't appeal to common sense. And I don't know where he's going with that. Maybe that's a Nigerian thing, but with my question, I'll be able to tackle him with that on the intellectual bankruptcy of our elites. You understand?
All
Oh,
right.
so
So,
yeah.
hold on. He's back, and let's let him finish the quest answering the question
So,
from
so, so, so in
I
summary,
believe
to my
Olumide. We're still
friend,
with Olumide.
I,
Oh God. Okay.
I,
All right. So let's
are you
let him
there,
finish answering
Olumide?
that
Are
question,
you
and
there?
then we.
Are you there? Are you
Yes.
there?
Yes.
Are
Yeah,
you
we
there,
can.
Olumide?
We can hear you.
Are you there, Olumide?
Yeah, we
Yeah, I
can.
can hear you.
So,
I can hear
in
you,
fairness to
Chief.
you, in fairness to you, yes, Olumide, in fairness to you, try to understand me. When you see a moving train, you don't stand in front of a moving train and say you want to stop it with your bare hands. You use your sense. You go outside, let it pass, then you come back and do what you want to do. What I'm saying, the way I advocate on this fight for Biafra or fight for the devolution of power, it's not going to be easy because you see these evil people, these oppressors, they are not sleeping. They continue to divide us, and that is where the problem is. Look at in the like somebody was rightly, the other speaker was rightly saying, there are different evils, there are different grades, different variety of Igbos, which I agree with him. The Anambra man is different from the Imo man. The Ebonyi man is different. It's just that the language is community. They can hear each other. So this division, they continue to divide the people. So it's not easy. So it has to do with a lot of trying, and it's not going to be easy.
All right. Thank you.
If it
Thank
gets
you.
to the busting point, bust. And maybe after then we can pick it together again. That's if warlords will not take over the whole country. And just like Congo now. So please, Olumide, when I say take your PVC, I mean let us do it the brain way, not because if you don't do it mentally, physically we will lose. And the Igbos have lost a lot of youths because of this. You understand? So it's mental. That is it. That's my take.
All
Thank
right,
you.
thank you, Chief Malcolm. Let's go to Ngozeka because she's in Nigeria and we want to make sure that we hear her before we go to other people. Ngozeka, go ahead.
Thank you, Dr. Damages. Good evening, everyone. Good evening, Chief Malcolm, all our viewers, and those in the comment section. Can I go on and ask my question, even though he's having trouble with his internet?
Yeah, go on. Hopefully, yeah, you go on. Hopefully, he's listening. He could hear you. Hopefully.
Okay, so I like that he ended his last commentary to the reply to Limide. I like that he ended it with saying something about Boston. I wanted to ask him, being a lawyer, having been a lawyer this long and seeing the damage that has been done to the judiciary in the last few years, more so in the last year, what does he think is the breaking point? When will the judiciary get to the breaking point? And instead of just saying, well, it's the
Can
constitution,
you take
actually
it?
do
Can you
something
take it
about it.
again, please? Can you take
Okay,
your
Ngozi-
questions
So,
again? I went up. I just came back now.
okay, Ngozika, go
okay,
ahead.
sir.
Go.
Okay, sir. Well, good evening and thank you for your time. So, I was asking that being a lawyer, especially this long, what do you think? What do you think would be the breaking point for the judiciary, given the assault it had taken in the last few years, especially in the last year? What do you think is the breaking point? When will the where will the people, the lawyers, the people of the judiciary actually do something about the assault that have been done to their profession, instead of constantly saying, you know what, it's the constitution? When are they going to do something about it? What is the breaking point for them, or is there no breaking point? That is what I want to ask.
All right, thank you, Ngozika.
Now, let me take that quickly. Every lawyer is has one vote, just like you have one vote. The fact that he's a lawyer is just that he's a
All right, we're still having internet problems. So someone told me that the best thing is to remove some people from the stream. That will help his own connection. So let me take the people who have had a chance to ask questions out and see if that will help. So don't feel bad. It's not personal. So hopefully he will join again. I think. Can you hear me, Chief Malcolm? Even though we can see him, I don't think he can hear us. So yeah, let me
Dr.
take.
Damages, it's not just the connection from the studio. The network is really bad. It's really
Okay.
bad. I had to go off and I thought my data has finished and subscribed, but I realized it wasn't just my data. The network is terrible today. I don't know what is going on.
Yeah, maybe because a lot of people are using the services in holidays and Christmas. I think.
People are, people are outside. Do they have time to be pressing their phone? If you see the oppression outside, there's no money, there's no money. Come and see Nigerians outside. I don't know how they are doing it. I
Dr.
don't know how
Damages,
they are doing it.
Yeah.
I heard about this Starlink that they have faster network.
Ah,
Yes.
please, sir, don't go there. Do you know how much is Starlink
It's
here?
expensive now. It's not regular
That
people
is
can.
like the last time I heard was like 200 and something thousand. That's the last time I heard. I don't know about now. How
I
many
know.
people in
I know
Nigeria can
someone that.
afford
I know
it?
someone that got it. It's expensive. It's not for regular folks. All right.
Yeah.
Our guest is back, and let's see. Okay, Chief, thank you so much for being willing to come in and out, and
I, no, that's me for you. I know they run. You
thank you.
understand? I don't abdicate responsibility as long as I've agreed to attend.
Mm.
And so my sister, so the lawyer is just like you understand? The lawyer is like every other human being. And when you look at when you use the word judiciary, I know you're looking at all lawyers as judiciary. No, you have those who are at the bench, you have those who are at the bar. You understand? Those people at the bench are people that will determine cases that come to them. Then the lawyers are people like me, the activists, and those outside. But I can tell you, the lawyers, and in fairness to other many lawyers, and in fairness to the fact that many factors are inhibiting lawyers from doing what they are supposed to do, I must tell you that lawyers are not doing enough. The lawyers are not doing enough.
All right, thank you. I hope. Can you hear me,
Um,
Chief Malcolm?
Does that answer my second question? I said, when is the breaking point? Is there ever a breaking point? Where will they get to that breaking point? What will be that breaking point?
Okay. All right. So let's, you see the internet problem we're having. Let's just limit everybody to one question so we can get to people before he, because I will be frustrated if I have to keep coming in and out and doing this. But so we limit it to one, even if or you are not satisfied with the answer or you think there's one part that is left. Let's just gives people a chance to weigh in. All right. While we wait for him to come back in, let me go to. I want to hear someone. Walla, yeah, Walla, you've been writing comments Sunday.
Yeah, thank you for letting me. I was actually going to ask him. Let me move away from this noise. But while I'm moving away, let me quickly ask the question. The question I was going to ask him was the very first time I saw him, he acted as Amadioa to go to court. And that really struck me to think what is happening in Nigeria. And when people come to court and they have to use the Bible or Quran to do their swearing in, is it real or is it an adulterated Quran or Bible they use?
All right.
And if the way,
Hold on. Thank you. Hold on. He's back and he's with us. So Chief Malcolm,
So I don't know. I think the network right now is
he's bad. Yeah, I understand.
overloaded.
okay,
Yes, many people, it's like
Chief
at this
Marcus,
time of the day, many people are using the network, and it's not enough to serve. I think that's what I've used different. I've used MTN, Airtel, and Glow to try and link up on this program. So I don't know. Maybe we have to shelve it and make it earlier another day. But then let's see how it goes. I'm trying to answer
okay,
my sister's question to say that the lawyers actually agree with you. We are not doing enough, and there are many reasons. Remember, lawyers are also Nigerians from different tribes, different ethnic groups, different religious background, different family background, and all that. And it is this same the lawyer community is the microcosm of the entire Nigeria. We are always afraid of each other. If and like me now, and I'm an Orobo man, I'm doing something. I've asked my one of my friends asked me, go sit down, you be in Nigeria, you go soon send you go your grandpapa place, your maternal side. You know, be Nigeria now. You can imagine. It's a lawyer telling me that one. You understand? Then maybe an Igbo man is doing something. They say, Igbo man, no follow am, he go sell you. If na go there, he go sell you. Change, he no go even give you. Yoruba man, na coward. If you reach there, he go sell you. Oh, Hausa man, na mumu. You know all these things. So you see, everybody wants to be on their lane. Some people don't want problems. If I do this problem now, they arrest me. Who will come bail me? I live, I eat. So the situation is getting worse every day, and these are our oppressors. That is why until Nigerian fails, they will not understand. That is why they continue to take advantage of this disunity amongst us. That is the truth. The lawyers are human beings like you. They come from different backgrounds. So, okay, I'm a Yoruba man. If I lead this thing, an Igbo man no go follow me. Oh, I'm an Hausa man. If I lead this thing now, they will say this. If I won't do anything with this people, these people are infidel. Like some of our northern lawyers, they see us like in the south as infidel. They won't have anything to do with you. They feel unnecessarily superior. So that is the problem we are facing in the judicial, in the legal practice. You understand? Then when you come to the bench, of course, there are a lot of factors that are playing there. So it's like if we are taking this, if not I veer into Biafra that took us away, there are
Yeah.
issues that I would have loved to say about the Nigerian judiciary, why it is not faring properly, and what I believe can be done. You understand? Because I don't know how we can fuse that into it. But I tell the last person that asked me question that there are many factors that are making the lawyers not to act the way they're supposed to act. And I can tell you that lawyers are not doing enough for several reasons.
Mm.
Maybe some are selfishness. Some people just feel that, oh, I can have money, I have enough. I don't care. You know, that's Nigerian mentality. I better pass my neighbor. Once you have your generator, you are not owing landlords, you can feed, your children are going to good schools, you can make some money, you have some fat bank account, you can travel anywhere in the world. You just feel like it's okay. You don't care what's happening because maybe once or twice you have tried to care what's happening and you got your fingers burnt. So now everybody's trying to mind their business.
Chief
Everybody's trying
Malcolm,
to mind their business. That's what's happening.
Chief Malcolm, let me just say,
I'm with you.
maybe you can turn off your camera. That may help. So we just hear your voice, so that we avoid
Turn off my
the.
camera.
Yeah,
Mure.
if that will help to
Turn
stabilize
off
it.
I should turn it off.
No, not that we want
I
that,
should
but if
turn it
if
off.
that will help, yeah, if that will help,
Okay, let me
um,
see. Turn the camera off. Yeah,
yeah,
turn it off.
because we rather hear you than not have you talk to us.
Turn it off.
Let's see if that will make it
Is it
easier.
off?
All
I've
right.
turned it off.
So yeah, let's try that and see if that will help us. All right. So thank you for that
Okay.
answer. Let's go to the next person online. I think we is it Wale? I'm lost now because of the okay, Wale, go
Yeah,
ahead.
it's me.
Okay,
I
go
came
ahead.
Uh,
in
uh,
before
uh,
Wally.
Chief, Chief Marcos, thank you for your time and perseverance. The question I was going to ask earlier on was the very first time I saw you, you dressed like, is it Olokun or Amadioa? And you came to court. I know many people think, oh, this is like a joke or something. But then I was thinking to myself, well, what we used to see in court was people using Bible or Quran to swear in, even though they are lying. But you have been in the court, and you know, is these books, I mean, the Quran or the Bible, are they real or are they adulterated one? Because I think if anybody can swear with those things, you know, the cause you are raining on your head. But if they are adulterated ones, and they, you know, there's no consequence to the you know, how they use it to swear to themselves or to their family members. What about the Olokun or the Amadioa? Is that something that can be introduced into court for people to swear that if I do this, let thunder fire me? And I think thunder doesn't take 7 days before they will before it will fire any of the family members if the person has something that can protect them from
Wear shoes, I'll be
thunder.
dead. So what will I do? I have to.
Yes. Sorry. And my last, well, I'm only
So
allowed to ask one
yeah,
question.
one question, please. Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you.
Now, there's nothing like fake Bible or fake Quran. You know, this religion, this Bible that you see and the Quran, they are literature books. As far as I'm concerned, they are literature books. They are given to us by our colonial masters. You understand? The Arabs gave the our northern brothers the Quran and used that to give them their culture. Took away their culture from them, their identity, and gave them the Quran. Similarly, here too, they did that. In the courts, there's what you call affirmation. You don't swear by Bible, you don't swear by Quran, but you affirm. But I want to tell you something. Um, People are more afraid of traditional oath, taking oath by Omadjora, by Shango, and all that than the Bible. They know that the Bible is just story. They know the Quran is just story. After all, don't we carry fat Qurans to the mosque every Friday? Has it changed us? Don't we carry fat Bibles to the church every Sunday? Has it changed us? It's no. I'll give you one short story.
uh,
Are you there? Can you hear
Judgment.
me?
I've been
Yeah, we
given
can hear you.
license to dress in our
Yes.
religious
I'll give you one story.
Go to the kitchen. Go to the kitchen. Tell me I'm coming.
I'll give you a story. Who is going to the kitchen? Please don't forget me. I'm here. I'm hungry. So 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 I was going to Ilorin. Then the Ilorin people had a problem when the Sheshes, the traditionalists, were refused to go to practice their religion. And I got to a boss. Um, they collected money. I think per head was 6,005. So the two people came and they collected 6.5 or 6.5. That's 13,000 from. They now collected, sorry, 15,000 from them instead of 13,000 or 16,000. They increased the fare. So when the people now knew they were the last, that knew that other people were paying 6.5, the man now said, "Ah, Oga, you have to refund my money back." The conductor said, "I didn't collect 16,000. I didn't collect more from you. I collected 13,000. I didn't collect 16,000." They were arguing for like 10, 15 minutes. Do you know what happened? The man now said, "Okay, take this iron. Shebi you dey drive. Take this iron, bite am. Swear, say I no give you 16,000, and I will go. I will leave the money for you." With Shango, I be with a God of iron, that that I didn't pay you excess. Do you know what happened? The money came out. Oh, the money came out. I swear to, I've seen it happen. People are more afraid of swearing by Amadiola or Shango or Shopono or whatever than the Bible. People don't respect the Bible. People don't respect the Bible. It's just about hypocrisy. So, my
All right.
brother,
Yeah.
brother, can you hear me? That asks the question.
Yeah.
Hello?
Yeah, he can hear you. What?
The Bible, the Quran, they are literature books. They are. Are we not deceiving ourselves with all the churches we have, with all the mosques we have? What is wrong with our hearts? Some people can read the Bible from beginning to end. They can read the Quran. Has it changed them as animals? They're still more animalistic as you can ever think of. But
All right.
people don't understand the ways of our tradition. So when you say swear by our ancestors, this is sand. Take this sand, swear where you do match. Swear, say you no do this. If you do am, you go die. They are afraid. They won't do it. They will confess and do what they are supposed to do. So that's the truth. Our culture was so strong that it was helping us until the white man came and took it away and replaced it with their own religion, which we know is a lie. You are celebrating Christmas tomorrow. Who is going to the kitchen? I know you are preparing chicken for Christmas tomorrow and salad and everything for Christmas. What are you celebrating? Christmas. Is it real? It's not real. You know that Jesus you are talking about is not a white man as they make you believe. The Jesus is a black man, not a white man, not a Caucasian with a long nose. But the Jesus in your heart now that you see every time is a white man with one long nose and blue eye, one fine man with long hair. That was not Jesus. But we decide to accept lies, and that's what's happening. You know? So that
All
is
right.
it, my brother.
All right. Thank you so much, Alaba. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Chief Malcolm Omirhobo. I'm very glad you're here. Um, I I'm not going to waste time on the problems. I'm going to focus on the elite, which you're one, and thank God you're also a lawyer. I'll give you a quick background so that you can understand my question personally, and with the help of a few people who have agreed with me. I believe Nigeria. I'm hearing some background noises. I believe Nigeria is divided into two. 90% who are ignorant and 10% who are elite, people who may be educated or enlightened. Let's use that word. And two key words comes to my mind when I frame question. The word sincere ignorance, which is the 90% who are ignorant, they just don't know what they don't know, those Nigerians. But there's this other 10% who are enlightened, and I call them the conscientiously stupid educated Nigerians. You know, a majority of us are among them. We went to school, we have degrees, we are educated. You understand? And out of that 10, I further divide them into 9 and
I'm
1.
with you.
9% are negatively in tune to what the word progress means globally, not locally, globally, while 1% just have apathy. They it's too hard, it's too difficult. I'll just fly abroad, go live my life. I just leave them with their problem. So we have that 10%. So don't forget the impact of greed and fear on politics. Those are the two major elements in politics.
greed or fear. You either have one or both. Now, we have found out that this 10%, we have educated fools only with money on their mind. The global meaning of the word success, it's subjective. It's weird how they define success. They believe accumulation of vehicles, driving toys around. You just saw what's his name, Renault, that guy who contested for governorship in Dubai, driving a Porsche car. That's a child. That's a child. I can't even consider him. They're playing with their toys. So this is what they conceived as success, while countries globally consider what they
Sorry,
know
I'm
to
with you. Sorry.
success. So my question is that I observed that from of your answer, you touched a few of what I wanted to ask about the issue of the how wrong our constitution is, how power belongs to the state, not to the citizen. That's why if you have a madman like Wike in charge, everything can go haywire. And also how you let a man serve a sentence before trial, like how you swear in a president before you finish the trial. These are legal basic 101 issues with the law that I'm surprised as Nigeria is turning out thousands and thousands of lawyers. None of them sees it fit to get together as a group and say, wait a minute, maybe as professionals, we need to consult this issue and have it resolved. I also saw that, I mean, most of your response, you've come to a point of resignation in regard to the solution of the problem of this country, or maybe you have a tunnel vision whereby you don't believe that any other form of agitation could get us out of this quagmire, that we should just keep doing what we are doing, go get the PVC card, the conscientious stupidity approach. Who does the same thing over and over and expect a different result? You just said how powerful those people who have hijacked our sovereignty and our destiny, how they are, and yet you suggest we just keep playing. Remember, America, 400 years of slavery to segregation to discrimination. They confronted it head on. They confronted slavery. That's why the likes of Douglas, the likes of Martin Luther King, Malcolm X, they confronted it. There was no sitting back or folding hands, or let's do it the peaceful way. The pen is mightier than the sword. That's a fallacy. Also in South Africa, apartheid, they confronted it. There was no sitting down. There was no let's just keep yes, let's just get along because people are going to die. They didn't have that approach to the solution. So my question to you is that as an educated person, you've admitted that the legal profession has failed us. Do you think educated people generally has failed that country? And what solution would you prefer? I have my own solution. My solution is the revolution of the mind. We have to get that other 9% who are negatively in tune to progress. We got to get them to the right position. They got to know what progress is. We got to start agitating. We got to fight if need be. We have to, Malcolm said, by any means necessary, because we're not just losing our country to ourselves, we're losing it to children yet unborn, our grandchildren. And I think by destiny, we owe it to them to fight for something. I'm here now abroad enjoying having children here and all that. But this is not my soil. This is not my original land. And for every educated person to think to have a foreign passport or visa is the solution to Nigerian problem rather than confront it, I think it's a fallacy. So my question is, would you rethink your position or no? Let's just keep doing the same. Let's just go get the PVC because it's a defeatist position, and you can never appeal to the sympathy of your oppressors. You have to confront it. That's my question.
All right.
My dear,
Thank you.
my dear, I keep on telling you people again. You people in diaspora, you're thinking everything is normal in this country. Your approach is that physical, that fight, that thing. It's not here in Nigeria. You know, are you there with me?
Yeah,
I'm
we're
here.
here.
I'm here. Yeah.
There's one book I used to have. I've had it for years. I've not read it, and I want to go and read it. It's titled "How Intellectuals Underdeveloped Nigeria and Other Essays" by Jimenze Ego Alloway. I don't know whether you have read it. I have not read it. I have this book with me for years. Okay, for like more than 15 years now. I want to go and read that book. Intellectuals, I have not read it, but I can tell you, we the intellectuals, the academicians, the elites, and the professionals have failed this country,
I
whether you
agree.
like it or not, because we
I agree.
refuse to talk. We refuse to talk when we are supposed to talk. We're not saying come and fight. At least say the truth. Somebody is beating up your neighbor because he's protesting that this election was rigged. You don't need to come and put a voice for him and say, "Ah, no, don't beat this man. This man is saying the right thing. Don't keep quiet. Don't stay aloof." So the intellectuals, the professionals, the elites and co, we failed this country because we refuse to speak when it matters. And do you know when the chips are down, we will suffer more because we have more to lose than that area boy, that change, that tout, that agbero who will take over. We have a lot to lose. I have one article titled Who will suffer most if Nigeria fails? It's the title of an article. And I said it is we, the intellectuals. Sir, let me tell you, do you know we almost got it right this time? You say, get your PVC. Ask me, how many Nigerians have voted of my age, that is 15 years? How many Nigerians have voted more than 2 times?
Yeah. Yes, but almost doesn't count, and it sets us back
No, it
60 years.
does. Oga, it does. We almost got it right. So we have to go back and find out where did it go wrong. And that is the Electoral Act. Let us insist, those lacunas, let us insist and say, please, you people in diaspora, I'm not saying use me. Find out, use other people. Say no electronic counting, no election. Does that make sense to you? All
My
the
thing,
loopholes. Hold on. Take what you need to do. What we need to do is take that judgment and build on it. Let us fight and ensure that all the elections will be conducted the same day, so that what happened in Lagos will not happen. Let us make sure that INEC will now, those things that INEC says they are not entitled to do this. Let us say INEC has no choice. That election must be counted electronically because we spent money to do that. So what they did to escape, they came through the loopholes in the law. So what we need to do is to form teams, to find strong teams that will now lobby and see how we can put pressure on them to cover these lacunas. If
so
the
you believe
Supreme
the
Court said,
people that did those things are going to fall to your pressure? The people that did this thing, they're going to fall to that
Oga,
pressure?
the only thing you want to say now, I've said, is either force or mental.
No, not
If you
necessarily.
say,
You could
Oga,
increase
there's
the
nothing,
critical mass of the people
nobody,
educationally to
sir,
respond.
nobody is standing for anybody right now in this country. Everybody is minding their business. The highest you can do, japa. You'll be talking to
All
your
right.
neighbor like before you know, your neighbor will call you not even evening, when you don't reach Heathrow Airport, I be Washington DC. My brother, I just travel. Where you? Oh boy, I did US. But that me and you need to call me yesterday. Say, brother, I beg you.
Like I
You don't
said,
japa.
defeatist position. We all give up.
There's
Let's
not
just leave the
Oga
country.
be be practical now. You as an individual
That's the
cannot form a
practicality
forest.
I'm getting. We all just leave the country. We don't think. We are black people. We
That
can't
is what
solve
I'm.
basic problem. Which is we don't think
We can't.
beyond force. There are
Sir,
other
no, see,
options
don't.
other than
Oga,
force.
sir,
For example,
don't
all
go.
political
Calm down.
parties should
Calm,
boycott all
calm down.
elections.
Alaba,
Calm,
Yeah.
sir,
Alaba.
calm down. Let me tell you why you should calm down. Nigeria is unique. Said earlier on this program that we have 250,000 ethnic, 250 ethnic nationality that are afraid of each other, that distrust each other. Nigeria is a unique situation. But like your point you're trying to make, we need allies who can sit down together and bring those ignorant one and make them see the light. But it is not easy. They cannot do that with bare hands. See, as an elite, you go to your village and you start telling them, hey, this is that, you vote for this. The politicians, they will float a carpenter, a common carpenter, not even a furniture maker. They will put him to contest against you and make sure he wins you and humiliates you. It is the same ignorant people that you are trying to tell what is right or wrong, it's these same people that they will use, they will vote against you. But it's not going to be easy. You have to keep on trying. That's the only thing I know. I don't stand for violence. Why do you think I'm still in this country? The government cannot afford me, and I cannot afford to sell my conscience. But I cannot run out of this country. I will continue to do my best. Recently, I can tell you, frankly, I was in the first CID headquarters in Abuja. Somebody called me for attention. I was standing by him. I came in, he was already there. Guess who was that? It was Falana. We hugged. In fact, I jumped on him practically. I said, Egbon. He said, Malcolm, you're doing fine. Oh. Try and reach me. Try and reach me. I said, sir, I've lost your number. He gave me his number. I said, send me a text. You see, where I will agree with you is that the intellectuals, we are not doing enough, and we are the ones spoiling this country. I agree with you 100%. Now, look at lawyers. Femi Falana is doing his own. Malcolm is doing his own. Anogorua is doing his own. This one is. Why can't the human rights lawyers come together and form an umbrella and fight strongly? And that's what I'm going to tell Falana when I see him. If I will ever see him, because I will send him a text. It's somebody I respect so much. I will see him and say, sir, you have set up. You are there, you're doing well. Every time you see me in the airport, at the airport or anywhere, you always congratulate me and commend me, put a pat on my back, tell me I'm trying. So is there no way, sir? Is there anything I can do for you? Or is there anything we can do so that we can have a committee of human rights lawyers that will be joining? Because Falana is doing a lot through Sarah. He's doing a lot through Sarah. I'm telling you, it's not easy. So if we can help to groom more people that will be in it, but you see, a lot of these allies have been polluted. All they're just fighting for, they'll tell you, oh, they'll bring money, we'll do this. Once they get the money, to hell. So we just have to continue to, like you rightly said, put us together to see how we can educate the ignorant one. I can tell you one thing that can help us, and we are getting there, is hunger. The humanity in us will soon come out, because when people now see that they cannot feed, everybody will forget their religion, where they come from. They will forget
That's
their
what I said.
tribe, where they come from.
Yeah.
And that humanity,
Don't
that
let the poor
humanity
be.
in
Yeah.
will be
Don't
what
let the
will
poor
be
be.
the.
Suffocate the poor, then they will come out and show their real self.
Yes.
I believe you, sir.
So that is it, my brother.
All right,
So
all right.
I agree with you to a large extent that the intellectuals are the problem of this country. They're not doing enough. They are selfish, they are self-centered, and they will suffer more if the country go ablaze. But I still keep on telling you, the only thing I know, get your PVC. If you think America is decent, America is worse than Nigeria. Go and read their development. Go and read what their legal system did to the system before they grew up to this thing. You think it's just overnight? Go and find
All
out.
right.
When the Confederalists had issues, and I'm coming, when the Confederalists have issues and they assassinated Abraham Lincoln, when the people that were supposed to be tried, the Confederalists that were supposed to be tried, when their party took over, became president, what did he do? He single-handedly cancelled all, forgave them, and allowed them to come back into the system. To today, those people have not been tried for the evils they did. You think America got their freedom and their democracy on a platter of gold? They also have their own dark side. Go and research, you will find out. It's a process. It's unfortunate that we have opportunities. We don't need to go through. There are two ways of learning: personal experience or the experience of others. We should have learned. We ought to have learned through the experience of others, not our own going through all this. It's not necessary, you know.
All right. Thank you
So
so
that's
much,
my
Malcolm. Let's go to the flagship. You're next.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Dr. Damages. Can you hear me?
Yes.
All right, thanks. And to the everybody on the panel, thank you. And those that are in the chat section, I greet everybody. Chief Omirhobo, I want to
yes.
thank you for the time and all that you've done.
Let me just say here, I know Ron, my battery is down. I don't mind another segment. I don't mind. I'm
Hey.
always available. But my
Yeah, what
battery
the
is
gas?
I
yes.
will.
I've not had light for how many days? now.
Jesus Christ.
Okay. All right.
I
All
will
right.
keep it
So
straight.
can you hang on? Let the flagship finish if you can hear him and
No,
answer. Then
let's talk until the battery goes down completely.
okay.
I'm
Okay.
not
Okay.
I'm not going
All right.
anywhere. And if
Okay.
it
All right.
happens, we can always have
I
another
will
segment.
I will
Get more
reschedule
people.
you. I will
We
reschedule
can,
you for next month.
yes,
Yeah.
no
All right.
problem.
The
Yes. But let's
flagship
go
guy.
on.
Go
Yes.
ahead.
Okay, thank you. I've listened to everything you said. The question that I wanted to ask, the first panelist asked it, so I'm going to skip that and go to another one. In the course of your speaking, you mentioned Delta State and all the southern states and the resource control issue that is going on there. I'm from Delta State. I'm from Omirhobo, actually. There is a lot that is happening there, and from what we have found out, the biggest problem that is facing the Nigerian people, most especially those from the South, is education. Miseducation is a big issue. My question is this. I heard you say that you fought for the Eastern states when you filed a suit against the government regarding the Python dance and the rest of them. You know that education is key. Knowledge is power. You mentioned that all through. What have you done? This is my question. What have you done in your push for activism in Nigeria to challenge the educational system that is so deprived of substance today? Have you looked at it to write and challenge the government to bring the educational curriculum in the Nigerian educational system to bring it back up? Because the reason why, in your words, and I quote, you blame the people of the South for not holding their government responsible for looting and all of that. How can they hold them responsible if they do not know what is entailed? So there is no education. History has been taken from the curriculum. So many other vital parts of the educational system has been pulled out by the government. What have you done to challenge this and to ensure that it's brought back and the people are properly educated so they can know their right from their left and be able to tackle this issue and come to the round table and discuss with the people, knowing now that they have knowledge, which of course is power.
All right. On that note, we'll take a break because the battery of our guest just went off. I'm sorry, the flagship. I
Voila.
promise you that next I will reschedule him to come back. Apparently, we need to have a longer conversation. So let's take a few minutes break and then we will continue the conversation. Thank you, guys.
Onye ọma zoro obi o, akwa nwa nwa zoro obi o, Max ịbịa bunyegokwanụ m n'ofu ube n'azụ ụlaga n'ịbịazigo, mmanwụ ụlaga do n'ịbịazigo, akwa nwa nwa ilochi o, biko rapụ zoro ka ọ nabazi ya.
Onye ọma zoro biko, abọmma wazoro ndosari, ịbịa wunye n'ịgwana m ụlagado n'ịbịazigo, mma ụlagado n'ịbịazigo, abọmma nwa ilochilo, biko rapụ zoro ọ na-agbazi ya. Mazi welcome up. Odogu no kwere nka. Onyo mani gadele mo. Mazi ni mazi kame. Ibu go with melody. Odogu na chala noka, nwanne m na ị ga-adịle mma ụlagado n'ibezigo mma ụlagado n'ibezigo amamagwụ ilochilo bigoro ụzọ anabazi onye ọma zoro amamagwụ zoro sori ịbịa nwunye nụkwana m ofu ube narụ ụlagado n'ịbịazigo na zaboy mma ụlagado n'ịbịazigo amamagwụ ilochilo biko rapụ zoro anabazi odogwu kenere m ikeji ofu amakwa m n'ike agwụgọ gị oligwe kwelu ikeji ọma bịara gị igwe
egwu ka mbụ na-ekene ọmọgọ ndị nsọ Chukwu Emeka Lumo Ikechukwu na-egaji ezi nwanne m ekene ịlapụlụ ife niile na-eme wee bịa nke gosili na anyị na gị bụ nwanne Wisdom ga-adị ka nye gị maịkị ka ogobanya bụ egwu isili mmaksi ọ bụ na-etiri egwu a malụkwa malụ n'imego m ife ọjọọ wee sị gị nwanne m ife ọkụ na ịchọlụ na ngeme Wisdom onume ekene gị gbamanwe ihe ihe biko lapụ na-abasị ya zoro 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 zoro
Geduru joy na bugwu Hausa Sokoto Ujembe nwilo anụ solo nwe ma n'ọfịa na-ara onye nwụrụ zuru ike
You are muted, Abi.
Oh, I'm sorry, guys. Welcome
You are
back,
muted.
everybody.
You're muted
Thank
before.
you so much for staying with us. And I'm having technical difficulties here. I thought somebody else was trying to control the screen from. All right. So it's unfortunate that our guest couldn't stay longer. We initially agreed that he will stay for 2 hours, but the conversation went so off track, and he ended up staying up to 3 hours or more. So Thank you for joining us. So let's go around. Let me start with the people that didn't get a chance to talk to him. I'm very sorry about that. Local P, I'm seeing some comments that the guest.
I just tire. I don't understand. I just tire. I just tire.
Is it going round now, or is it going by
No,
those who have
I'm going to people who didn't get a chance to
Who did
speak.
get in
For me, I
chance?
didn't talk now. I was here before Lukopi.
You are part of them now. Sure, you know
I'll
the
get
JT.
to you. I'll get to you.
Part of them.
Go ahead, Local P. After you, then we'll go to Righteous Man. I'll come to you, X0. Go ahead.
Yeah. First people, because it was that comment that who started it? I think it wasn't Ray Aboa. Say, I swear this guy was like, sure, or like. I mean, I was eager. It was eager to speak with this guy Omirhobo. Man, that's my chief priest, you know. But so fortunate that he left. And please just try, you know, if you can engage him for maybe like 4 hours. Don't worry, we'll contribute money to get him fuel. So he will stay buy fuel for Jorito.
Yeah.
So we'll stay for like 4 hours because I really enjoy his conversation anyway. Although he was going to get more bashes from me, not him particularly, but his profession as a lawyer from the legal side. You know, because for me, they are the problem of Nigeria first, regardless of all the shenanigans happening. Because if they, who's the custodian of justice, do not punish us severely for our wrongdoing, I mean, there will be nobody to serve as deterrence for others to copy from. So everybody's just doing what they like because they feel they have the power, the money to buy justice and others. So that's why all the impunity or what have you not is happening, you know, in the country from now to then. And like you said, what Alaba was saying, anyway, talking about the elites are the failures. Yeah, the elites are failures, but especially those elites in the judicial system, because they are the first elites that come in contact with justice because they studied it, they knew about it, they know everything what has to do with legal system justice. So if they don't do the needful, I wonder what every other elites would do. Because if the professor in the academic system see that lawyers are getting more money because they are becoming political and by way of denying justice and they are getting richer. So why not the professor in the universities who is reading book that will tell you now book I want job, I'm doing the professional whatever whatever you and judge lawyers are getting money. So why would I too not get the same money and become like them? So like I said, it all starts from the judicial system, so before it trickles down to where it is today in the country, And Alaba, sorry, that's your 90% analogy. What you missed out is there is 5%ers. At least the Dorito will know what I mean by the 5%ers. Is there in America, you understand? There's always the 5%ers that know what is happening in the country, and they try to tell the 85% of the country population that this is what this 10% of the elites are doing, but the 85% they have deaf ears, oludu, not a beer. They don't want to hear in the name of hunger or whatever, because there's this class of percentage of people in Nigeria, trust me, that are ready to die for the country. They want to do what is right, what is good, and I call them the 5%ers, and I believe I'm one of them. You understand? Because no matter what,
I
if
actually reduced them to 1%. I thought they've
I
been in
know,
apathy for a while, but last year, I mean, this last election woke a lot of people up. I saw, well, you might be right, they might be 5%, but I think they're like 1%
yeah,
with apathy.
and
But now they're coming in and starting engaging the system and all that. There's
then while he was
we might
while he
debate
was
the
also
numbers, but
defending
get there.
while he was
Yeah,
also
we
defending
might debate the
Falana
numbers.
is trying for
Get
me.
there, and those are the ones. Yeah, those are the ones that's why I come on the show. Those are the ones I want to engage. Those are the ones, I want to talk with. We want to move forward. We want a profound solution. We want to counteract the obstacles. There are obstacles, but it's not like these problems are not solvable. I don't like it when people resign
Of
that
course, some people now
this
very
can't
easy to solve.
it's so complicated. Let's just all run away
No,
from
no,
the
no.
country.
It's not rocket science.
Come
It's very
on,
easy to solve. It's just
it's not.
like
We have
like
brains.
most
We
of
just
us.
have to put it together.
Like most of us are not really ready to put in that that sweat and blood. Most of us who really
Yeah.
mean well for the country, we're not really ready to put on that sweat and blood to make sure yes things goes on. Like even when it was President Falana, or like Falana, No, which Falana? It wasn't not Falana that came out during Jonathan's time
Yeah.
that the country
Mm-hmm.
was turned upside down. Where's the Falana now? Why are we
Now,
not seeing that same
exactly.
match, that same Bakari? Where are they? Why didn't they come
Yeah.
out again and shut down
Again,
Nigeria again?
exactly.
You understand? So like yeah, I understand what he was trying to say, but Falana, people who really want to put sweat and blood, those are the people I think we should hold in high
We
esteem, not
should, yeah.
you understand,
And
So,
then
right.
watch out for those who are here to distract us. Those ones are a problem too. They will play trying to be on your side, but they're not.
All right.
yeah.
Thank you, guys. Let's go to Rockland. Rockland.
Uh,
Doctor,
thank,
please
th-
take me backstage, yeah, so somebody else will come in.
Okay.
thank you, Dr. Damages, and that was a wonderful guest you had today, Chief Malcolm. I really wish that I could have asked him if the judiciary is better, or rather, if the Nigerian police force is not better than the Nigerian judiciary. With all that we have seen in the last elections, there's no question about it. The decisions that have emanated from many of the political cases, it destroys one's confidence that anything good can come from the judiciary. That's the present crop of judicial officers that, not all of them obviously, but the what we see, the present crop of judicial officers we have, have not held or reaffirmed our confidence in that institution. Also, one thing I'm wary about or concerned is that you look at the Nigerian police force, at least we know that they discipline their erring officers. There's no question about it. It doesn't mean it's free from difficulties, but they do it. But how many judges have we seen dismissed or disciplined because of allegations of judicial corruption? We had some judges that were indicted under former President Buhari. What happened to those prosecutions? Those same judges are now back on the bench, back to business as usual. So naturally, if I were speaking to Chief Malcolm, I would say there's very little hope there's very little reason for people to have any confidence in the judiciary as it stands. So for me, I would say, yes, I hear his points of, a gradual progression, but until the bar, that's the lawyers, take radical steps through the NBA to bring some sanity to the bench, nothing will change because there's no compulsion to do right. If anything, there's everything to be gained from doing wrong. And this is the difficulty, that we have. And finally, forgive me, but he did mention the issue of religion, and more or less castigated some of us who probably are not of the same or who have changed and sold out to the West, in quotes. I'm speaking ironically. He appeared to denigrate it, people who have changed their religious beliefs. But I would say it this way. Some of us have been down both streams. It's best for each individual to assert what they believe is right for them. Religion is a personal thing. It's a personal thing. I've been down the African side, I've been down the other side. It's a personal thing. So let's not castigate those who probably share a different religious persuasion. And if I may add, sometimes I say to myself, when the white man came and was destroying our communities, where were our ancestors? Why did they not at least do something? If we know them to be this strong, why did they not do something to destroy the efforts of the white man to enslave us? Why? That's my question. Thank you, Dr. Damages.
Thank
Much
you,
appreciated. I
Rockland.
know you don't celebrate Christmas, but I will say Happy Christmas, Happy Holidays, and
You said
thanks a lot.
you know that what? That I don't celebrate?
I am minded to believe that you don't celebrate Christmas.
That's not true.
So, okay, I apologize for my error,
No,
but
it's okay.
happy holidays,
Thank
nevertheless.
you. Thank you so much. So let's go to X0. You're next.
Good evening, guys. Good evening, everyone. Thank you for giving me my turn. Finally. You're just pulling my legs. Yes, I listened to the lawyer, and he made some very good points. But some of his points were actually clashing with what we think from the diaspora here, what some of us think are the actual problems. When he spoke about, what we think are the actual solutions. When he spoke about Nigerians not being Nigeria will take its time to get there. I quite disagree, because the problems that are facing Nigeria are mutants. They mutate as we change. Trust me, even if we get it right now, the problem will mutate and form and join us in celebrating our newfound democracy, only to turn it into a problem again, and we will now have another cancer. He stated something about America, how America fought a war to get to where they are today. But I wanted to ask him this question. America fought that war because of who? If you look into that war that America fought, it was because of the black man. We have always been in the mix. We have always been the donkey they want to use in one way or the other. So when they decided, okay, it's getting too embarrassing, we cannot be using fellow human beings as slaves, when they were getting industrialized, they decided to start colonizing and taking your resources. So you have always been in the mix. So I'm saying this because by the time we finally find a way to solve our problem internally, we will still have to deal with Europe and America, who are determined to keep us where we are. So I believe our problem should be solved holistically within the African front line, where we form ourselves, us as a people in Africa, form our boundaries. And this is what we're not going to accept, and push it from that direction. But of course, we have those who are going to sabotage us, who are going to bring us to our knees. And that is why we are still where we are. Lastly, I want to say communication, education is very important. If we don't transmit what we are doing here to the villages to educate and enlighten these people, we will find that we are just below 0.5% that are truly enlightened. And the real elites are not the politicians. We have listened to them. We have seen what they say. They are not enlightened. They don't even know what they need. They cannot prepare for their generations to come. We here are the new elite. We are the elite. So we must start finding solutions from here. We look at us. We don't even know which tribe we are. We don't even know which tribe we are. One team brought us here together. Solutions. We are the real elites. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you, X0. KJ.
Thank you so much. Thank you, every other guest, or rather panelists on this right now. I thank you all for sparing your Sunday to be here. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to follow him. He's somebody that I love. Some of the theatrics that put up for so many years now in Nigeria. Because especially when he appeared in the Supreme Court with his traditional clothes, that made a lot of news in Nigeria. But having said that, I would have loved to tell him that the Nigerian judiciary is part or almost all the problem all the time. They become, because when you think of Nigerian judiciary, you remember there are people like, the great Okuta, okay? You remember those judges who have stood the test of time, who have stood and spoken clearly, unambiguously about how things should be done. I still feel that the Nigerian judiciary needs a lot of reform, because we are still operating in the colonial style of law. where it is built to protect the state instead of the individuals. And that's why a lawyer a judge in England can say, for the benefit of the people of Nigeria, I feel that I cannot award this judgment in favor of a company, because I feel that the Nigerian people will be brought to untold hardship. But a judge in Nigeria will say, we are not mindful of what you think, and your decisions do not affect our position, because this is what we have interpreted the law to be. One begins to ask, is the law truly made for the ass or for the human beings, or for which operate under it? So you see, there's a lot of contradiction when you look at people like Wike, who claim to celebrate themselves as a renowned lawyer. People like Festus Kiyamo, who come only to look for the loopholes they can find in order to cheat and delude the Nigerian people with their interpretation of what seems to be the law. Now, if that is the situation, before when we are grown up, they say the lawyers are the learned people, so they call themselves learned people. But now we're beginning to know that they are no longer learned than any one of us, because any of us can read and interpret even better than what they interpret as the law. So my question would have been, is there any reason or is there any plans to reform the judiciary to come in line with modern day governance and administration of criminal justice in Nigeria? Because the Nigerian situation is I mean, I want to use a lighter word, but I can't find it, because look, it's only in Nigeria a judge will say, I don't care that you people spent 360 million naira, okay, 360 billion naira to do an election, and that people get up and say that machine that we pay so much for does not matter, and everybody goes home and say, oh, the justice have been delivered. We begin to wonder if it is any of us, if you spent your money that much to do a company or to engage in a business and you don't get any result from it, will you just go home and say, what will be, and raise up your hands? It doesn't happen anywhere. So the judiciary, instead of being on the side of people, have taken to be on the side of the government because of their personal aggrandizement. It's not different from the police. It's not different from any other, the customs, the immigration. These are where, what do you call the other one? The power, in the, what do you call them? NEPA. They are all the same thing. They've continuously to, feast on the Nigerian people and impoverish the people, because as long as they keep the people impoverished, they can get away with their shenanigans and nobody can call them to order. Because in the first place, you are struggling to feed your family. So how do you leave it to go and begin to fight in the streets? Okay, especially those ones who have younger children. How then do you leave them to go and say you want to stand on the street until justice is done? Okay, so they have used that and they're still using that, and it's not going to change. In fact, we're going to see worse as it goes on, because the judiciary have totally thrown their hands to the executive and say, do with me whatever you will. And that's why the chief judge of Nigeria and all that will always find himself in the committee of politicians who will now dictate to him how ruling should be made in cases. And I feel it's terrible, because here in this panel, we talked about the moral values when Tinubu's lawsuit was being interpreted. We say it's not for the now, but it's for what's to come. It is for what to come. This is how we start going through this slippery, ground until we go to where we are, and we are continuously in a free fall, unfortunately. And some people, well, they want to see that it can be remedied. Well, there's nothing that cannot be remedied, but I don't see the remedy. And that's why if you see me, I've constantly stood on that path to say, you know what, we need another, we need a conversation to change the narrative. We need a conversation to change even the way the structure of the country. If we're going to get any result in the next 10 years or 20 or 40 years, that's the truth. If not, one day we'll all wake up and you find out that we are in a situation we never ever dreamt of being, because this is how it all starts. For him, for instance, look, when he even decided to interpret, and I'm taking one of his actions, interpret the dress code, as regards every other thing that the Supreme Court ruled. He was they quickly made a mess of him, making him look as if this guy is just a joke, But he was bringing to their faces to see the ruling they have interpreted, and what the consequence will be in the near future. But they couldn't see it. They couldn't see it. We're not saying that there will not be rascals or lawyers who are seeking to, enrich themselves. There will always be evil people or the people with different opinion or people with criminal mind in a society. That's why law is made. But we give it to them who are lawyers, who are judges, to be able to interpret clearly what will be acceptable to the ordinary man in the street. After all, the law is not made for good; it's made for people. So I think that, having said that, and rounding up, I think we need a more maybe a conversation on the how to bring about a new phase of law in Nigeria and how it can be effective for the ordinary people in the street. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. Let's go to Pansat. Pansat, you're next.
Yeah, thank you very much. Let me say hello to everybody again. Those in the panel and those in the comment section. Can you hear me very well?
Yes.
Can you hear me?
No, we can hear you.
All right. So, Rudolph, you brought a great guest today. He was the real McCoy when it comes to our activists at home. In his case, Judicial. And some of his antics, like he played before, creates environment that lessen the suffering of the people. But he doesn't get the gravity of what ails Nigeria. I recommended to him Chinua Achebe's book. Chinua Achebe, I don't have to tell you who he is. The likes of William Shakespeare, even, and it's Hemingway. That's our own. Now, this guest, Chief, should understand that a lot of people would describe Nigeria not to be a great country at all. It's very disorderly. It's very corrupt, insensitive, inefficient, dirty, callous, noisy, ostentatious, and dishonest place under the sun here. That country's problem, when we have a guest like this, he should be looking at the macro issues, not the micro issues. Clannishness, tribalism. When he came here, the first 10 minutes, he was able to talk, pointing to the real issues, because we have 2 or 3 macro issues in the country. One of them is Islamic fundamentalism. That is one of the things that's retarding Nigeria. It's a big deal. And your guest understood that. But somehow he degenerated into the clannishness that we have, of which these minority groups in Nigeria bear the brunt of it. It's elevated to a major issue because these minorities, they're the major problem we have in that country. You saw how one of our learned activists stand himself, right? Stand himself because when it was a dialogue between the two of you, you were able to hone in on that. Say to him that the Jaws and all those people, they don't want to be working together with Igbos, for example. Now he says they're afraid. They want to be they don't want to be dominated by the Igbos as an excuse. Now, unless I'm missing something, I've never seen the Igbos go killing any other tribes, try to take their land, like the Fulanis do, for example. These Fulanis come all the way from the north or from outside the country. They're not Nigerians. They come in there and they take this oil from these minority groups. And like I said yesterday, when they managed to give them some posts, even up to chief
justice of the country, they remove him without the due legal process. They don't fight about it. Emefiele, for example, it's an independent agency, the CBN, supposed to make independent decisions. They could get it wrong. Within the legal ambit, it's their prerogative to get it wrong, just like we have the feds here in the United States. You can't go arresting somebody, a public servant, because he operated under the law. So I want you to sometime when you ask these guys a question and they start talking about tribal issues, maybe you should come in and steer them right to where you should go. Because as far as Nigerians are concerned, any little thing in that country is the Igbos. And I would like to say that just because some Igbos are doing business in Lagos and some in Kano, some in Kaduna, does not give anybody the right to think that we are going to be subject to whatever their whims and caprices are. Right? We want Nigerians to understand that people doing business all over the country is what the Constitution allows them to do. They should live and work anywhere in the country. That is legal. Finally, voting for Peter Obi does not give impetus to anybody thinking they did Igbos a favor or it's a panacea. Now they can do whatever they want or talk anyhow they want about Igbos because voting for Peter Obi shows you're not tribal. Peter Obi was not an Igbo candidate. He's the best candidate that's been produced in that continent. And he's a true Nigerian patriot, but it has nothing to do with Igbos as far as doing us a favor, right? So I would like to say that I'll sit back because I have something else more important that I want to talk about. But let me give others a chance. I may exit to lessen the bandwidth, but I'll ask for the link again to come back in because I do have something to say that's actually more important than that. Thank you very much for the guest, and thank you for giving me the courtesy to talk. Thank you.
Thank you, Pansat. Things are changing, Pansat is becoming, maybe it's Christmas. I don't know, but hopefully we have hope in this platform that eventually we'll get there. Righteous Man, welcome to the show.
Yeah, good evening.
Yeah.
Dr. Ludo, you are looking very elegant this night. Very, very. Your face is shining. I think those ingredients you brought from Africa, they're enjoying it. Try to share with your brothers over there. Yeah. I think this is Ngozuka. Ngozuka, you didn't go to the mountain again?
I did. I came back this morning. If you can see under my eyes, it was crazy.
Okay,
it was this morning that I came back.
Okay. Yeah, the lawyer happens to be one of those I have met. There was a case he handled, was it early this year, very close to my house. It has to do with somebody being accused of rape, and he took it upon himself to push for it. In fact, he's one of the outstanding lawyers in Nigeria, with great respect. I was not surprised some of the answers he was giving and his responses to questions and the rest of it. Anyway, he justified some of the statements I have made in this platform concerning the terrible situation of things in Nigeria. Imagine a man of that status cannot charge his phone because no light. And when I come here to tell us there is no light, some people in the comment section will be calling me a propagandist. They will be giving me name, a devil advocate. They will say all kinds of things. Some were saying that I'm a foster. And just like some people mentioned yesterday.
Don't mind them. Is it not the same people that called me a beggar? That I always come here to tell prices so that they will give me money to buy food. That I'm a beggar. Okay. What haven't I heard? Don't mind those people. Just keep.
Yeah. So my very good friend, he has at least today said what is right Would they also say he's a propagandist or he's telling lies? There is no life in Nigeria, and let those in diaspora know this, that there is no life in Nigeria. Imagine yesterday I spent 4 hours in traffic for not just because there was a pothole that the government failed to cover, and that kept everybody in traffic for 4 good hours. You can imagine that. Look at today. We are running from one filling station to another looking for fuel. You can't do. I mean, there is no light as I'm talking to you. I'm using generator. And how many people will be able to use generator for 4 hours in Nigeria today? It's a terrible thing. And he mentioned another thing that I said before, that it is only poverty. He highlighted on it. It is only poverty that will push Nigerians to the wall for them to react. As long as there is money coming from the diaspora, trying to meet the need of Nigerians down here, they will keep praying and believing that tomorrow will be better. Tomorrow is never better. I was a child about 7 years when my father was building his house. And he will always tell us then that he's waiting for budget, that after the budget, the material cost of building materials will come down. That man died about some years back. Instead of cost of building materials coming down, in fact, it had rocketed. A bag of cement today is almost going to 6,000 naira in Lagos. A trip of sand that we normally buy 180 is now 340,000. Granite that we usually buy at 350 is about 670,000. Tiger rod that we use from Ukraine that we used to buy 280 is now 680,000. So there is no hope. There is no hope until Nigerians comes out and say enough is enough. If I say this, I know a lot of you will disagree with me. I personally prefer military regime than what we have today in Nigeria. The democracy of today is not a blessing, it's a curse. How many bloggers are missing in Nigeria because they spoke out, because they spoke true to the power, and they're missing today? Nobody is asking about their family. So, and we were saying the military was doing this, they should go. They have left, and where are we now? We are worse off than ever before. So, I don't know. It's terrible. Thank you.
All right, Righteous Man, thank you so much. I'll come to Flagship, but let me go first to Forefathers, and I'll come back to people who were able to talk to the guests. Forefathers.
Sorry, I didn't. I don't have much to say because I don't know what they are actually talking about. The whole subject matter. I just came in.
Okay, all right, thank you. Flagship.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
All right, thanks. It really. I was going to talk to him first of all about the NBA, and the first panelist asking the question about it. The summary of what he said actually bothers me because it's sad to know that the NBA at this point seems like incapacitated. They are compromised, and they really can't do anything to help the situation. And I think it was Ngozika that asked the question to him, what is the breaking point? Where will it get to that the NBA will sit up and say, no, let's come together, either form a cluster from the NBA to try to begin to put out plans to see that all of these shenanigans are checked and stopped. The judicial system is the last hope of the common man, they say. But as it stands, the Nigerian people seem to have been left behind by every aspect of the government. The police, the judicial, name them. The common man is just left to fend for themselves. And unfortunately, they seem not to know what the left is, their left is from the right. They are not educated about policies and procedures, what is entitled to them, what belongs to them, what their responsibilities are, what the role of government is, how it affects them, what their rights so to say, are. I have a friend who's in government now. We went to the same high school together. He's one of the commissioners in my state. And we were chatting the other day, and I asked him a question about the constitution of my state. And my question was, have you read that document? And he said, well, you know, that one is for the lawyers to read. I said, but you are a part of the government. Do you know what it says with reference to the state, the people, your office? Oh, that's not for him to read. The lawyers are supposed to deal with that. What about the people? Why are you not speaking for them? You're now in office. And his response is the same as Amechi's a couple of weeks or months ago, that the people are not willing to speak out for themselves. They seem like they are okay with what is going on. Nobody wants to cry out and say, this is foul. You're sitting on our necks. Stop, stop. And as long as they are quiet and remain dormant, it will continue as it is. That's why I personally believe that education is the only way out at this point. The people need to be educated. When I'm talking about education, I'm not talking about the formal education you get within the school. Yes, that is right. But with reference to policies, with reference to human rights, how does it affect them? Where is the line? Where will they need to stand up and say, hey, listen, you're a public servant and you're supposed to be serving us. We know the law. We know what it says. You cannot do this, this, and that. Why are you doing it? Hold them accountable. But none of them can do that because they do not know. The people have been put in a position where they believe that the Nigerian resources does not belong to them. It belongs to the government. So whatever trickles down to them, they are happy to collect it and move on. So I think that education really needs to be visited. Those of us in the diaspora here from my state, we've started a pilot program where we're looking at the grassroots, and we want to take the education to them at the grassroots level to see how we can get them sensitized so they can begin to ask questions to their legislators and politicians that are in the state. Of course, we know those that are in office now are compromised, but like the attorney said, by the time the people know what the law is, they can challenge the activities and actions of those in government. And when those in government know that the people are beginning to challenge their activities, then they begin to sit up. That is how you get yourself liberated. You know, it's not in the cash and kind that they give to them. Yes, revolution is good, but these guys we are dealing with, they don't seem to understand it. If you speak too much and want to come at them with force, they've got the guns. And all they need to do is give the orders to the men that carry the guns and they shoot and kill them. So there has to be a way. And I think education is that one way that we have to go right now to get the people to stand up and begin to ask and seek for their right and what rightfully belongs to them. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, the flagship Alawa.
Okay. Yes. When I gave him my background and analysis before I throw him the question, I wanted him to understand the question properly so that I can indict him as part of the problem. And his answers indicted him. However, I'm not holding him to blame. I want to point this fact. When you see DPO stand for road, not to collect money for road, I have to sing, call me DJ. Eh? So far, he himself said it, so far, don't dabaru incense. That's deep. Those are lawyers. He mentioned in one of his answers on how the need for survival mitigate or affect their actions. It's a very sad state of sorrow if you all don't understand. Those are lawyers. They are so poor. He's talked about how he pays some of his older colleagues 15,000 to submit a brief, and they'll be glad to do it. So poverty has been so weaponized that it has typically borrowed the sense of one of our most radical lawyers. if we want to call him that, because he's a little bit radical, at least for Nigerian standard. You understand what I'm saying? So, if he, as radical as he is, has a bankruptcy of mind, bankruptcy of mind, how do we get him to have a revolutionary state of mind? That's the issue here. He pointed out how things are hard for these lawyers. So the lawyers that things are hard for cannot put food on the table for their children. Are they the ones who are going to stand for a constitution that is flawed? Are they the ones who's going to stand for those whose rights has been violated? Are they the ones who's going to stand to correct the injustice in the society? My people, these issues are deep. And from his answers, we are seeing it. Secondly, he mentioned the fear of loss as what is shaping his philosophical ideology to say we should go get PVC cards. I don't know if you all were listening. Yeah, we should just go get PVC cards and do it again because we don't want to lose what we have. But nobody is here to tell him, brother, you have nothing. You can't even charge your phone. You have nothing. Seriously. You need to start talking on how to destroy. You have nothing, not trying to save what you think you have. You can't even charge your phone to have a conversation with us abroad. So what are you losing? Why are you afraid? Fear and greed, two paramount elements in politics. They've captured. It's a captured state, people. Let us think deep. In measuring the analysis, evaluation, the value is lost in this conversation. We should be measuring future loss. What do we give to the children? What do we give to the grandchildren? Some people, this is now, if an enemy comes, they would just walk over us, grab our land, genocide us, do whatever they got to do. That's how weak we are. This thing got to be dismantled. This thing called Nigeria as it stands. We got to talk. We got to come to the table. Lawyers, so far don't dabaru their head. Journalists, so far don't dabaru their head. Doctors, so far don't dabaru their head. Engineers, so far, civil servant, police. 40 years ago was when Fela was talking about police. You just heard a radical lawyer tell you right here. He pays his older colleagues 15,000 to submit a brief, and they are glad to have the job. So if a corrupt politician comes and pay them 500,000, who do you think they're going to jump for? Or somebody wants to rig the election and pays them 500,000. Who do you think they're going to jump for? So far, don't dabaru their head. That's coming right from his mouth. I'm not putting words in his mouth. He can't even charge his own phone. That's deep. Let me leave it. Before I leave it, my time is up. I saved 1,000 slaves. I could have saved 1,000 more. If only they know they are slaves. Our job is to make people slaves. Thank you.
Dr. Damages, please, could you put me in backstage when I come?
Okay. All right. So let's go to Ngozika. Mazi, I'll come back to you. Ngozika wants to leave, I think, or she is in Nigeria. Ngozika, go ahead.
Thank you for allowing me to go next. I just wanted to say something before I leave. I didn't realize the time had gone and it's almost late to have dinner. So I wanted to pick up from where Mr. Flagship left about education. You see, they won't, I think it's deliberate. And I'm going to give you an example. So as part of my part-time hustle, I do research. I do research assistant at the National Archives. And every time I go to the archives, something stands out. Decay. It is as though sometimes you open a document and you have pages and pages missing, unaccounted for. You hold a document, an original document from 1920s, 1900s, and it is falling to pieces, and nobody is doing anything about it. And that brings me to the National Orientation Agency. I'm going to say this thing because I was asked the archivist. So is it that these people are not interested in preserving this document, or I don't know what is going on? Are you not bothered that in the next few years, some of these documents, people will not have access to it? And he said something. He said, if you can help us talk to Abuja and give us and make us an agency, maybe we'll receive funding to do the things we need to. And it took me back to the National Orientation Agency. Those ones are an agency. So what is their excuse exactly for not educating Nigerians, which is their original mandate? What is their excuse? Because if you talk to the if I talk to the archivist and his excuse is that they don't get funding. Every time you talk to them, even down to the bathroom, they say they don't get funding, that they can't do anything, that if you want to complain, you should complain to Abuja, that they can't do anything about it. So when I'm asking, if something if an agency as instrumental in the dissemination of information as National Orientation Agency is almost non-existent. Most people don't even know there's an agency like that. Most people do not even people that know do not even remember them when they are talking about Nigerians being educated. These are the people who have the mandate to do this education we keep talking about. Where are they? What are they doing? Why are they silent? Why are they never almost in the news? It's like almost as if they are non-existent. And there's no way we can get this education to the grassroots without them. No way. Because the politicians you expect to educate these people will not educate them because it is not in their best interest. They need ignorant voters. They need voters who will not make sound decisions on election day. Once they see 3 cups of rice and they've not eaten in the last 2 days, they won't think of the consequences. But if we had a national orientation agency that was up and doing, that will constantly, sometimes when an information is being passed over and over again, it sort of sticks to the back of your mind. It does some it sticks to it sticks to your subconscious. It doesn't mean that people will stop taking handouts to sell their vote, but it's the ones that do not know. We know the implications because they are being educated over and over again. So I want us to really talk about these agencies. I'm using the National Archives and the National Heritage Agency as examples. These agencies that are supposed to be doing some of these things we complain about, but do absolutely nothing, and we give them a pass and keep complaining and complaining. That's just what I wanted to ask. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you, Ngozika. Electricity, hold on. Let me go to Matt. Told Maz is next. And Maz, go ahead.
Oh, Dr. Rudolph, sorry. I know I was dancing. I was actually listening to this Owerri music. It says Owerebo Owerri, bongo thing. And it was just getting in my head. Um, Pretty much when I asked him that question and I said to him that what are they doing as an MBA in order to kind of like try to redeem or salvage the damages that they just put themselves into. I mean, years ago, growing up, as a young adult, I had the privilege of living with an uncle of mine who happens to be a lawyer. And I could remember that one of the punishment that I do get from him then was one to follow him from court to court, in order to defend cases. And at the same time, on coming back, he makes me go through the Gani, Fawemi, what do you call it, law reports, and I kind of get him some facts out in order for him to work on other cases. Now, why am I bringing this up here? I'm saying, in the sense, is the judiciary telling us now that there is nothing, nothing again like precedence? Is it that every case now is just on whatever the judge feels at that moment? They can just give their whatever, give their judgment on that, which is not justice. It's just judgment. Just give whatever it is. Um, it's so sad that Nigeria has gotten to where it is now. Lawyers depend, they have to feed, so they need clients. He even clearly said it that his older colleagues are begging for cases now. If it's me, left for me alone, I would tell people don't fight, don't even fight anymore, don't go to court, settle it among yourselves instead of going to court and wasting your money on lawyers and judges that's not going to tell you the truth. Just settle your cases and go home, you know. Or if it's if it's my secondary school, we say we'll go to no man's land, we'll go fight it out. Whoever wins, wins. Whoever loses, loses. It's so sad. It's something to ponder upon, and really, I don't know. I don't want to cry for Nigeria. It's okay. It's okay. Yeah.
All right, thank you. Let's go to electricity. Go ahead.
Yeah, thanks. I just had to. My battery is running low. Not that I'm in Nigeria, but where I am, I don't have my charger with me. So that is the reason why I asked to be spoken. I don't see. Just to further weigh in on the man saying people should get their PVC. I don't see anything wrong in what he said that people should get their PVC. They should get their PVC regardless of what is going on in the country, because election will come again. So if people don't get, we're going to wait for the 11th hour before we start doing things. So everybody has to get their PVC regardless. But Mr. Flagship said also that education to the grassroots, which is absolutely correct. He's not talking about the four walls of the school. He's just talking about educating the people to know their responsibility, even though some knows, but sometimes they require some push. Then the issue of him not having electricity, it's normal. When I use the word normal, it's not peculiar to him. Righteous man is sitting down there now, probably running his generator. Ngozika is there. So it's something we see every day. If you go to Nigeria also and you're brought on the platform, you're going to experience the same thing too, except you're running your generator. So I don't agree with a lot of things Mr. Malcolm said, but I can understand where it's coming from. Also, one important thing he said is that why can't they, the human rights lawyers, come together and have one umbrella to fight this injustice that is going on? Why is everybody doing things on their own? Why can't they have one umbrella, since it's the same cause they are fighting, and just put resources together? So it's a national thing, not an individual thing. Just like content creators, if the content creators can come together and say, you know what, we need to do something. We need to have a presence of media in the country there where we can push this message. There's going to be pushback from the powers that be, whether we like it or not. They're going to fight back. But if we can have the backing and give them the backing and support them as much as we can, then we will see a change. The way the country is going, like I said in one of the last broadcasts, we're in a dangerous territory. And I use the case of Ahab and Jezebel to describe the way the country is going. It's sad, and those of us in diaspora, like I keep saying, and I always say, we sit in a privileged position, and if we don't make use of this privileged position, then it will go to waste, and it will be sad if it goes to, like Rudolph said in his last gazette, he tried. Will they put it on our tombstone? Will they put it on my tombstone that I tried? What did I try on? What did I do? Did I just sit down and talk? Is that how I tried? Probably. but that I don't see that as qualify as I tried. So people should go out and get their PVC, regardless of what is going on. We should not be discouraged. He hasn't. That is, I would say that to anyone. Just get it. You don't, whether you vote or not, get your
So,
PVC, because
electricity, one question. After getting the PVC, what next?
Olumide, there's one thing I don't tolerate. I don't tolerate interjection, whether I'm moderating or not,
Olo
please.
Benny, keep quiet, Jare. Answer the question.
Okay. Olumide.
Let
you get
me.
platform. I better keep quiet.
Olumide.
Thank you
I get
very much.
platform.
Olumide, no. All right. Go ahead and let's proceed.
You
The
know,
guy go, they talk, go, they smile, go, they laugh. People, they suffer for Nigeria, they talk, they laugh, they smile.
Olumide, please. Let him.
what do you want me to do? You want me to cry? I pay school fees. I give people money back at home. I support as many as I can. I don't have to come here and tell you. You know, actually,
Electricity. If we get the PVC, are we not doing the same thing over and over again, expecting a different
no,
result?
we are not doing the same thing over and over again. You see,
How?
okay, let's look at it this way, Ferreira. Let's assume, hypothetically, oh goodness me, can I, Rudolph, can you just control, can you put a leash on this guy, please?
Olumide, please. I don't like this. You know, you are one of the people I value that you come here. I don't think there's need to. All right, go ahead. Let's just say go ahead.
Let's look at things. I mean, the situation is gloomy. Okay, let's acknowledge that. But hypothetically, let's say things changes now. Okay, or just for some strange, miraculous reason, things changes, and we're gonna face 2027 election. Now, if people don't have their PVC, the opportunity to vote, how would they vote? Do you get my point? Yes, things
No,
are
but my
bad.
own point, the other opposition to that is that what about the word boycott? Don't you know boycott has achieved a lot politically than
Yes,
participating
we can,
in
but
something
the
that
people
don't
have not
yield?
come to that point. Listen, people have been boycotting elections. A lot of people have not voted up to this 2023 election. People don't go out to vote that much. Okay, because of the system, they get discouraged. Okay, boycott is another thing. If we boycott, for example, we boycott the next election, 2027 election, who will be in power? Ferreira. Who is going to be in power? And
Listen,
I would think
when you boycott all elections, you're making it clear that it is not a democracy. They can run it the way they want, and it's made more visible to the people. But the moment you participate in something that doesn't give you your rights, you're legitimizing the illegality. You got to think deep about this. You're legitimizing them. You participated. So why are you complaining? Irrespective of how bad the rules is. But when you boycott, you make
Don't
it
expect
clear.
yourself. This guy is now APC.
People participated in the last
Please don't bring
election.
party into this. Don't bring party. We're discussing intelligence stuff.
People participated in the last election because there was hope. They saw hope in Peter Obi. And there is nothing wrong in them participating because there was hope. They saw something. They came out
that their vote will be counted. Electricity.
Unfortunately,
without them being guaranteed that their votes will be counted. If their votes were counted, we won't have this conversation. If the votes count, you understand?
I am not dismissing the fact that the election did not go the way it's supposed to go. A lot of people came out to vote. I will not dismiss that. I will not dismiss the fact that Mahmoud Mohammed, whatever it is, messed things up. I'm not going to dismiss that. I'm not going to dismiss the fact that the case went to court. It didn't go as it should be. I'm not going to dismiss that as well too. But for me to dismiss that people should not go and take their PVC, even if we boycott, we still need our PVC with us, because when we boycott,
Okay, okay.
I think
Let's
you
get
are
this.
slighting people.
Let's move forward.
Until we solve the primary problem, then we can now talk about PVC. If that issue is not resolved, I don't think it's
Okay.
fair to our people to
All
keep
right. I mean,
gaslighting
like I
them.
said, I've said my own piece. How we are going to resolve that is entirely up to us. So we can lament all day. We need to fix it. It is our problem. It is our country. So one way or the other, we just have to fix it. Boycott, no PVC. Let's get it worked regardless, so that the people.
Sorry, let's just sit. Sorry, I mistakenly muted you. Finish up your thought.
Sísì story ni gbogbo èyí tó ń sọ yìí o jẹ́ta a máa dálẹ̀ báyìí a máa kàgò yẹn mọ́ra lórí ni.
Rudolph, I will say something here. Olumide, you're a Yoruba person, okay? And I'll tell you one thing I said to somebody today. Yoruba ni pé ṣé wọ́n fi ṣe ẹ́ ni. That means do they do you that you have this need
orí ẹ̀ á
that
pé
you
wá
have to
àmọ́ kan
talk.
fi ṣí ẹgbà tó bá yá orí ẹ̀ yẹn á pé wá ṣùgbọ́n.
I don't understand.
má behave normal orí ẹ̀ yẹn á pé wá pẹ̀lú sọ̀kúsọ ọ̀rọ̀ tó ń sọ.
All right. This is. Let me take it up. Let me invite Rockland. You are take away from the conversation here.
Thank you, Dr. Rudolph. The problems of Nigeria, they are multifaceted. And when I listen to Chief Malcolm, yes, he has made certain points, but his state of mind has to, the way forward now appears to me to have been affected by even the weaponized poverty that has engulfed Nigeria and Nigerians in Nigeria. The reason for that is that, firstly, why is it so impossible for lawyers to hold the judiciary to account? You have somebody who, for example, we know gives bribes to judges. It's known that the crooked lawyers, they are known at the bar. They are not mysterious. They know them. They know who is who. They really do. Why is it that as a body they've not come together to hold these people to account? And how can they be held to account? It's simple. It's through the ethics, the ethical rules. The bar controls that aspect of the profession. That's discipline of erring attorneys or even judges. But if you ask yourself, how many lawyers have been disciplined in Nigeria in the last 20 years? Virtually very few or nothing. And if you can't hold these lawyers to account, you can't hold the judiciary to account, then certainly you can't hold the politicians to account. That's why they always call the judiciary the last hope of the common man. So the NBA, the Nigerian Bar Association, not the National Basketball Association, but the Nigerian Bar Association must take radical steps. And I feel that Chief Malcolm, yes, he works hard, but he needs to do more. And the expectations are too low. They are too low. They need to come together and ask hard questions of the lawyers and the judiciary. You take, for example, look at what has happened to us on the issue of these last elections and what I would call revolting, if not repulsive, decisions we've read. If the bar was holding the judiciary to account, many of the frustrations that Nigerians experience, they will not have to go through that, at least in the electoral sense. They will not have to go through that. But when the judges and lawyers are not being held to account and the NBA is able to hold them to account, make no mistake about that. If they are not doing that, then there really is not much hope, I must confess. I've listened also to Righteous Man, my favorite person on this platform, aside Dr. Damages. where he has spoken about the terrible state of affairs in Nigeria. This is true. But how do you expect people who are passing through that to listen to reason and to stand up and fight? I hear what Ferreira has said also. He's my townsman, but he doesn't know. But I heard what he said also. But you look at it, even when I reflect back to the demonstrations that took place in the 1990s against the Babangida administration, many people were slaughtered. Many people were slaughtered. Look also even what took place in Lekki Tollgate. Many were slaughtered. Where's the justice for them? Who holds people to account? So yes, it's easy for us, in the diaspora to say, yeah, go out and, do something. But when it comes to facing the gun and survival in Nigeria, it's not as easy as that. I appreciate that Ferreira is, trying to up the standards, but it's not as easy as that when you are sitting in the situation. As for the lawyers, I will say it again, it is the responsibility of the bar to hold them to account. Crooked lawyers and crooked judges will never enhance our democratic institutions. Look at, for example, the case that Mr. Obi put forward, especially when on the issue when he said, look, a lot of the results given to him were blood. 18,000 sheets, blood, can't be read, not legible. How can a judiciary just overlook that and go ahead? We are talking about also, yes, the integrity of a man who wants to lead the nation, lead us in Nigeria and be the face of Nigeria overseas. And then someone brings a document that the US court system has deemed appropriate and suitable for Nigerians to consider in determining who should be their president. And then we have a judiciary who just throws it away and says, it doesn't matter. Who told you it doesn't matter? But until you hold them to account, nothing, virtually nothing will be achieved. I hear people talk about, oh, we need a revolution and all this. But you tell me in Africa, which revolution have you seen? Which revolution? When Nkrumah tried it, what happened? The very people he was fighting for were the very people who stood up and overthrew him. Kotoka and the other overthrew him. And in the end, he was destroyed. Look at the former leader of Tanzania and many others. Even when you look at the late Dr. Nnamdi Azikiwe, part of the problems he had, you see, he never attained the position of leading this country, Nigeria. He never attained it, really. Ceremonial president, yes, but executive leadership, no. Why? Because those who were upset and angry at the fact that he enlightened the Nigerians on the importance of controlling their political destiny, they made sure that he would never get there. So there are many, many things. But importantly, as we are concentrating on the issue of the judiciary today, my take is that until something is done by the bar against those who, like the lawyers and the judges, who superintend over the affairs that come before them, including political disputes, very little or nothing can be achieved. I've tried to reason and reflect on the problems of Nigeria. Very difficult to find a solution, because the minute you find a solution, believe you me, there's a detractor, or rather there's a problem resulting sub-problem from the problem that you are trying to solve. And this is my frustration with Nigeria and with the things that go on there. Thank you. Olumide, thank you. You're a better man. I love you. You're a better man. Please,
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Dameke.
Please, can I take my time to respond to some of the stuff I was hearing?
I got soon hit road. I just want to say that, please, Rudolph, when you call in the guests, we will know what all the problems of Nigerians are. I beg of you, with all respect, we need them to give us solution. Thank God that guy gave us his own kind of solution, that we should go and get our PVC. All of them should come and give us solution. We have all rejected that kind of solution, that it is not going to work for us, because at the end of the day, the beavers won't count, our votes won't count. That is not a solution. If people cannot elect who they want, it is not a solution. So when they come, let them come with their solution.
All right.
And we want to see what their solution is.
All right, thank you.
Mm.
Ike, hold on, forefathers. Ike, did you watch the interview and the show? Welcome, by the way. Welcome to the show. Ike. Did you watch?
Good afternoon, good morning, good evening. I don't know where you are. Happy Sunday to everybody. Merry Christmas in advance to all of us. No, I did not watch the interview. I don't know what is the topic of the day.
Okay, all right. So hold on, okay. Let me get AJ 1 minute.
Rudolph, before you go, I want to ask Soje how he say we are related. I don't like my family members to be far away from you.
You guys can talk on the comment and the private chat. KJ, 1 minute.
Okay. Well, I can't. What I want to say, I won't say in 1 minute. So let me switch. I'll come back when it's my turn. I can talk. Thank you.
All right. So let me do something. Let me do forefathers. You want to go? Go ahead. After you, I will make my editorial comment because there are some things that I'm seeing a common pattern and trend, and I want to say something. Yeah, go ahead.
Regarding the recommendation to get your PVC, I think that is the right thing to do, because boycotting this in an election, I would have just like to ask this is Ferrari about it, but because I just want to have my own say, I wouldn't do that because I did look into the idea of boycotting election, whether it has ever led to elections being cancelled or anything. No, it hasn't. Barely. I can't find any case where they canceled the election because people boycotted. There's only one, I think, because they have a rule whereby they say turnout has to be over 50%. That's the one. And Nigeria doesn't have that rule. If you don't have a rule where a turnout needs to be up to a certain percent before the election is considered legitimate, boycotting is just spiting your own, cutting your nose to spite your face, because those politicians will be happy for that. They will just go on and rule because that's the rule of the game. And I think that people should participate. And even this past election, there was a way to ensure they couldn't have stolen this election. It's just that the people were not organized enough. And till today, none of us still have the documentation from the Labour Party of what they recorded themselves. So the process has ways of checkmating the actual results that actually happen on the ground, because we have officials from all the parties present on the ground. We have them inspecting the vote. You can take multiple people taking this in the record of what was done there and submit it to the public so that the public can see it. But you don't see that in Nigeria. So it means that somewhere along the line, both sides seem to have clouded the people's judgment. Because how is it that an election process where everybody is present when the vote was being cast, somehow there was still confusion? How is that even possible? Because everybody has their own smartphone. They can take the photograph of what they saw there, the timing, the police officers are there, everybody is there. And somewhere along the line, we started relying on them disappearing with the ballot box. How about the ones everybody was present when they were collecting the evidence? What happened then? Did everybody collect different evidence? How don't they have a way of collecting information so that it's completely undeniable of what had just occurred, where all the party members will be present and they all take a picture of the actual numbers? If you have to blow up the number so that everybody see it, you blow up the number. So I think we missed a step during this process, or a lot of people will not like to hear this. Both sides are complicit in what has just happened, and the winner of this election is actually the actual winner of the election. Because I don't understand why everybody will be present in the election, somewhere along the line we all got clouded. It should be impossible. So, and when people start becoming despondent or losing hope and saying you should not worry about PVC, I don't think that's the case. We have an ability to actually make that election authentic. Maybe you can't control whether they bribe people or not to go and vote for the certain parties, but when the votes are cast, we have control of it. You just need people that are trusted to go there and collect all the information from all the relevant places. So I think people should collect their PVCs, and we prepare to make sure when we get our own result, we know this is the correct result. It's that simple. So I will not consider grant, otherwise they will just run away with the election. Regarding what the gentleman said earlier on about our African leaders and how they were losing ground, from what I saw, that the way most of them were losing ground, for some reason, I'm not sure why, they don't seem to be prepared for what was coming. The way the Asians responded to the 1960s and 1950s was very different compared to the way Africans responded to it. That could be because we didn't fight for our independence. It could be that. And it could be that they groomed us too long. Because they remember, they actually ruled Nigeria for at least 59 years. And they were grooming the leaders, and they didn't groom them enough to recognize what the founding of a nation, all the necessary things that you need. Before the Civil War, Nigeria had their security forces were nothing to be written home about. It was 6,000 soldiers in the entire country. It was because of the Civil War, they ratcheted it up to 250,000. So it wasn't a proper nation that was founded, that was handed over to most of the people like Nkrumah. They were so vulnerable, and that's why it was so easy to remove them. Every single one of our leaders, they were so easy to remove. But if you look at other leaders from the Asian continent, it was very difficult to remove them. You can't remove them from office because they secure themselves heavily, and most of them fought. Most of them fought for their independence too. So they understood what security meant. They understood what defending yourself from this foreign this interest meant. So I think that's a gap, and I hope we learn that lesson. But so far, from what I've seen on the continent, we simply have refused to learn that lesson. Thank you.
All right.
Dr. Rubov, can I get a 1 minute to just say something?
Can I just make my comment now, because that's what I was actually waiting for.
1 minute.
Can I speak, please?
Okay. I'll have a 1 minute, and then KJ, I'll give you
now
1 minute.
Righteousness exalts a nation. If we come here, I can see the truth, and we want to walk on this line, that line, all of them are giddy, blah, 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 blah. We can say the truth. So the last, okay, let me talk in reverse now. Oh, the last election was the best election we've ever had in Nigeria. All votes were counted. The winner really won. I don't know. Nigeria can never go anywhere with words like that. People are deceptive, and they come on public medium to continue to deceive the Nigerian people, which is what has led us to where we are. And we continue to put us in the quagmire that we are in because they cannot say the truth. They are liars. Omirhobo, tell the truth and stop all this gaslighting and milking and messing up the Nigerian people and letting them wallow in suffering because you want to steal.
You are telling people to boycott an election. You are weakening them.
That's a political position for now, but it doesn't mean what happened did not happen.
Okay. We had agents, didn't we? Where is the report from the agents?
Forefathers, no, don't go in yet.
I just want to say, listen to forefather. You think that our ancestors, our forefather himself, our forefathers were so dumb that they didn't understand what was the intrigues. Remember that some of our forefathers were outstanding scholars, like the Awolowos, like the Azikiwes. These are people who went to school with the white people and put them in their position. So they understood those things I'm talking about. And so when you make that kind of assertion, it looks like if our people didn't understand what was going on. If you may, go and look at the writings of Lord Lugard concerning the Nigerian people, the North and the South. They've always known that they could not handle the intelligence coming from the South. And so they decided to kill the country the way it has been killed, so that the people they can manipulate are the ones that come into position. If you take, there's so many things that needs to be re-looked at in Nigeria, the Nigerian lexicon. For instance, how can people living in Benue be North? Okay, how can? So you see that the division, even the division by the term North and South, is totally killed to a wrongly, so that advantage is given to other people. Now we are talking as intellects, or we're talking about people who are able to deduce the good from bad. So when you put up this argument and you make it look passionate, look as if we, Nigeria, we didn't know no, we all knew what is going on. You cannot ask the people to begin to police themselves when they are supposed to be a police force in Nigeria. You cannot ask the people to become judges themselves when they are judges in Nigeria. How then do you expect the Nigerian people to go out and be the one to vote an election, begin to calculate the numbers? Okay, if we all submit what a LP got as vote, what do we do with it? Do we enforce it? Can we enforce it? Or do we get our own army and go to the streets and fight? You see, these are the things. When you say that, you look as if the people in Nigeria are just dormant. They're not. No, there's a lot of things holding the Nigerian people down from being able to make any move. Part of which we have already, talked about on this panel, which is poverty, hunger. In fact, right now it's even included in transportation. You can't move easily. Before you travel from Lagos now to the east, you pay over 50,000 naira. So people are even getting, how do I say it? There's becoming dislodgement of people. You can't move when you want to move. We're talking about electricity. You don't even have electricity. You don't have money to buy fuel. How do you even follow news to get to understand what is going on? I think we are being too unnecessarily hard on these people who have given all. I think so, Father. And I think some of those things you say, you should think about them again. I think you should really think about them. I don't think that you are not intelligent enough not to be able to discern what you're saying. Okay, you keep hammering on this thing of OB or LP people submitting their entry. What will it do? The court itself told you that even though we found out that Tinubu forged a certificate, it's not their business because it's not their jurisdiction. What else do you want the people to do? What else do you want the man to do? What else do you want the agents to do? You and I know that. And as I'm sitting here as a very honest person telling you, if I was in Nigeria and I'm an agent of OB, and they come and give me 100 million or 1 million, and I have not seen 100,000 in the last 5 years, you think I will not collect it? They ask me, you think I will not collect it? Because I know. Okay, that might be my only chance to survive the next 3, 4, 5 months. Look, we must appreciate where the Nigerian people stand, and when we're giving them valid, solution, it should be something that can be doable. For instance, if we say we are not going to collect our PVCs, that's something that can be done. We don't need to go to anybody to, we are not going to vote. If we listen to people like Nnamdi Kanu, 9 years ago, he said that they have already made an agreement to hand governance to Tinubu. 9 years ago, 9 years. And that these things are not going to work. Everything played out. So what am I trying to say? I'm trying to say that these things will repeat themselves over and over and over. Those who suggest a way forward, if boycotting election, let us all boycott it. Let there be a total boycott. The only time it will not be effective is when it's a partial boycott. If a total boycott, north and south, people refuse to go out to vote, even the international community say, well, this guy is illegitimate. And once you're an illegitimate government, you cannot carry out certain functions. So that's what I'm saying. And I'm saying this with a lot of pain because when come on, nobody can take it away from you for that. You're intelligent enough to know what you're saying. Thank you.
All right, let me just make an editorial. It will be all over the place, but just so I'm trying to put together some of the thoughts I'm having when you guys will be talking. I know this is not have you say. This is 90 Minutes Africa, so I'm allowed to say some things. So the first thing I want to say is this: talking about predictions. The Economist of London is a magazine, and they wrote in maybe 30 years ago in the 80s. that Nigeria is the only country in the world where the best is impossible and the worst never happens. I say that because people who are saying that hunger will force the country to, the poor people or the masses to revolt and do something. The people, the rulers, the people who control that country, they know this. Remember, there was a time Babangida was in power and he decided to open People's Bank. It was in response to people who were pressed by the economic crisis in the country. He had to give something. When Tinubu decided that he has to give transport money or discounts to people, it was an effort by the same people, even though it didn't work out very well for Tinubu. They know that people are angry and they always find a way to bribe the people so that they reduce the pressure. I asked our guest, there was a question I asked him about. He talked about the hardship in doing what most of you are proposing, which is getting the people, North and South, to come together and pursue one particular goal. And he said it's difficult. And part of the difficult, and I said to him, who will do it? Because we know the politicians are actually doing their job, which is what they want to do, which is to divide you and rule you. The question is, what are you going to do? You who is seeing what they're doing, what are you going to do? It's not enough to blame them for doing what is wrong. It's what do you do? I'll give an example. In America, the transformation that Black people saw in America, if you look at what happened with the National Association of the for the Advancement of Colored People, that is NAACP, there was one guy called Thurgood Marshall. He was their legal advisor. He later on became the first Black Supreme Court judge. Now, most people don't know this. If you read his biography, he talked about how Martin Luther King were just going out there causing trouble, and they are cleaning it up. They, the lawyers, were the ones cleaning up what Martin Luther King, the mess that he was making out there. So it tells you that these organizations that you are hoping to change things in societies, they need support. These activists you're hoping for. This guy I brought, this guest we had, sued the government, federal government. You know what he sued? There are many lawsuits, but this is the one that was interesting to me. He filed a suit against the federal government over the Arabic wordings on the Naira notes. There are so many things we see that we are not comfortable with, but we don't want to challenge it. But there are people who can do it. Are we supporting them? It doesn't even matter what the court says, but at least let's have a ruling. This is what the reason why this is this way. And when you saw him dress the way he dressed and went to the Supreme Court, he was challenging something, a ruling by the court. What I'm saying is that all of us have responsibilities, all of us. It's not just about saying that, you look at America, look at Britain, wherever you live, you see that there are a lot of non-government organizations that are actually forcing the change. It's not the politicians. Even when the politicians, they change things, it's ordinary people that force them to do that. Maybe by donating money to organizations that we sue, that we take. I once went to New York, Albany, to lobby the government there, the lawmakers. I went with a company that I was working for. And we went there and they had to listen to us. We made a case. We said, this is what we are pushing for. We came in large numbers. These are things that you do to influence things. If it doesn't work, you try another way. And you go legal way, you go protest, you go. But it needs support. Everybody must be involved. The media is big. What we're doing here is important. It's also important to write to newspaper editors, to call them. It's important to call radio stations. There are a lot of things that we can do. It won't change by just saying that, no, it won't change. We have to do things. And everybody in this country, I don't know your neighbor, talk to them. They are part of one organization. They are part of a movement. They are part of the NGO. They are supporting the charity. They're doing things. They are part of a political movement. They are donating to political movement. We have to learn that in Africa, not just Nigeria. We have to learn that in Africa, that we can't leave it to these people. And when we see people who are doing something, we have to support them. The guy is telling you that we know him, he's above average lawyer, but he's having difficulties getting, you can't, how do you expect, we expect too much. I just came back from Nigeria and people were talking about boycotting the election. Most people I spoke to in Lagos boycotted the election by not voting. Most of them didn't have PVC. They already boycotted the election. And you ask them why. They said they don't believe it's going to be worse next election because they've seen that the people that voted this time didn't get the result they wanted. CM, welcome.
But those that voted, but those that had PVC in Lagos wanted to vote, they were killed. Have you forgotten? And in Igbo, we are prevented from voting. Is that right? You see, the contradiction about Nigeria is that we tend to say, let's move on. People took PVC in Lagos wanting to vote, like Urobo, Ichekiri, Fulani, Hausa, everybody.
Is this discussion going? Is it going in order, or is it going randomly?
Somebody who is now a minister of state, had to say that Ndi Igbo should not vote in Lagos, and the person was rewarded with minister. in this government. So when you say people do not want to vote or their party, they want to boycott, they have a reason. If it's me,
How
just
is
like
it
saying,
going? Is it going randomly?
just,
Or
just, just like saying intertribe, because that I have to make this, I have to weigh in with this. Because when you see, I want you to look at this the other side. When you say, when you see people say, look, I'm not going to vote, I want to boycott. I'm tired, I don't want it. It doesn't mean you get to them and ask them, why do you want to boycott? We don't dialogue. The person may give one or two flimsy excuse. You enlighten the person. But if you see the person telling you that, look, next time I almost lost my life, I almost lost this, and nothing happened. Somebody threatened my ethnic group. He was rewarded with minister in this government. Have you ever had it before? Somebody putting in writing in black and white that Ndibo had no business in a Yoruba affair because of Lagos State governorship. I mean, what are we talking? Why do we always make excuses and we continue? By 2027, we now come to a situation whereby they may even stop you at the toll gate. Don't come in. What nonsense are we talking about? Must we be one people? I mean, let's be honest with ourselves, please.
CM, did you know that you just cut me short and I lost my train of thought? I wasn't reading what I was saying. I thought there was something you wanted
sorry.
to.
I wanted to weigh in because I'm on the side of anybody who wants to boycott the election. Ask the person what is your reason.
You could have waited. When it's your turn, you weigh in on that. I mean, that's. Okay. I just lost everything I wanted to say. Anyway, all right. But it's okay. I think I made the important points. But what I'm saying in essence is that it's good that we are talking about these things. It's also good that we should expand our viewpoints. Not this tunnel look. This is my position. Expand our viewpoint and see there are other ways that you can actually accomplish some things. And it's not just one way. You can't win this by going one way and no right way. Multiple ways. The civil rights movement is a good example that we should all really study. You had the Malcolm X, you had the Martin Luther King, you had the Black Panther. Some people are saying we are going back to Africa. Some people are saying give us our own state. Some people are saying destroy the whole thing. Some people are saying, you have to fight from different angles. And the people who were resisting, when Martin Luther King started, people forgot this. When he started, he was called a communist, a dangerous man, and this man must be stopped. But when they saw Malcolm X and they saw the Black Panther, they said, okay, Martin Luther King is actually the man we can deal with. So there is need to have multiple fronts in this fight, because the people you are fighting, they're going to fight back. They are smarter, they have more resources, and we have to put resources together. One person cannot. I can't challenge Channels TV we can't challenge Channels TV on this platform. You can't challenge NTA. They have more resources. But if we put resources together, maybe we reach more people, make more impact, but it's across the board. So that's all I have to say. And I want to, today I'm not going to stay here for 8 hours. Tomorrow is Christmas. I don't know anything going on in this house. On Christmas, I want to thank everybody really for coming around here every weekend. And I really appreciate that, and we'll continue to do this into the new year. Tone, go ahead. I want to hear what you guys say.
And you don't want to hear what I have to say too.
No,
compliments of the seasons. I've been in the background off and on listening to that gentleman. To be quite honest, to just conclude, to say it nicely in the nicest, I was just disappointed. Because the beat have been, how I've been reading about him and how he carries himself in the press is different from what he came to say. How can someone be advocating for PVC, and he everybody knew, even the most stupid person knew what happened with the PVC thing. It cannot work. And then telling half truths that are Igbos, that they are marginalizing their minority. Well, see the thing is, I've keep saying it, I'm saying it and all that, because when I say some certain things now, how I feel it in my heart, somebody will say, please be careful, don't let them shut down Dr. Rudolph's channel. And for forefathers to say some few minutes ago, I just can't believe my ears and all that. And that is why forefathers, this is for you. That is why sometimes they bash you. I say the truth when the truth has to be told. How can you say that the person that won the election? Are we I don't understand. I'm just confused here. Somebody just help me. And here is this man that says he's he's some lawyer that is speaking for the masses and all that, telling us that we should go for a PVC. What did the PVC do for anybody? Didn't we see where are some PVCs were found that were dumped? And now what did PVC do? APC did whatever they wanted to do. Now they've gotten the power. Nothing is happening. And instead, he's telling us, is it telling babies that are yet unborn that are not this thing? See, we need to be very careful because the narrative, what the narrative we're speaking today, what is being recorded today, generations to come will possibly watch this. Let's speak the truth, even when we're alone, even if even if all our family members, our friends, our associates are telling lies. Let us stand by the truth so that tomorrow, even when we are still here and great and bent or gone, we'll be glad that we spoke the truth. Forefathers, you can't see, I respect you so much for you to make that kind of assertion that somebody that won. Please, bro, stop it. Stop it. I'm just being nice. Just stop it. Stop it. It's not. See, my conclusion after this guy spoke, I just said, wow, I'm not going to stress myself worrying about Nigeria or people in Nigeria. They will sort out themselves when they need to sort out themselves. But if we have to sort out ourselves, I know that it has to be forced. I keep saying it has to be forced. And blood will flow. Sorry, it has to be forced. Boycotting or no boycotting and all that. We have IPOB saying their own. We have Oduduwa Republic saying their own. And how do we want to go forward? How do we want to go forward? See, these people don't care. They don't care. They just want you to. They just want you to fighting each other and all that. Getting idiots like just Emeka and all that, that is not even proud and proud enough to come on the platform and say his real name and show his ugly face and put a face to his ugly lies and all that. And they'll pay them just to bear Igbo name, going on platforms to tell lies, to spread lies. And forefathers, I don't. The other day, you went to somebody called me and said, "Is that not is that not Dr. Rudolph from One Man and all that?" That man, I'm telling you, I'm not trying to be. I don't know him personally. I don't know him from Adam. I don't want to know him. God save him the day I will run into him in London. God. I'm telling you, I know he might be listening. Or anybody that you should just go and tell him, God, may God be with him the day I'll run into him. And I want to run into him in a very, very quiet place and all that. Maybe you'll be hearing news and all that. I'll be in handcuffs, then God save him. Because these people, they disgust me. No, the man is a paid agent of the APC.
Ton. Let me say this. This platform, we don't support violence or threats to anybody.
Let me say, this is my own opinion. It's not Dr. Rudolph's opinion. It's not the object. But the thing is,
we also don't want to put those kinds of opinion out there, because that's enough to actually get someone to raise a complaint about the platform.
That's fine. But I hate bigotry with all my strength. Much as I hate people that want to bend, because what they are doing right now is bending the truth. They want to start telling the generation unborn and people that are young now that Tinubu won that election. That is what they are trying to tell us.
Hold on. Let me actually ask you. You said something that he's a paid agent, and I heard that again and again here about different people. that people are paid agents. Is it illegal to be a paid agent? Let's even say someone is a paid agent. Is it illegal to be a paid agent?
Rodolph, let me answer on
Dr.
behalf of
Rodolph,
Tone.
it's not illegal, but
I'm
they
sorry.
should come out and tell us who they are. It's not tied. It's not
There's nothing
illegal.
wrong being a paid
Rodolph, it's
agent,
not illegal. We will welcome
but
it, but they should
stop
let us
pretending.
know
Come
where
out.
they stand.
Let him
Is that
come out. Let's be proud
democracy
of
like
him.
forefathers
Thank you, Alaba. Thank you so much.
Mazi,
Mazi.
Oh my God, this guy's
Mazi,
funny.
I hope you,
No,
Mazi, start doing your press up. So I think we had better
Yeah.
start getting
Okay.
fit.
So
I'm not
hold
into
on.
Pansat.
I was getting
Start
at
doing our press up.
something.
It's
Okay.
sick.
Tone, hold on. I was getting at something. So it's not illegal to be a paid agent. All that you are requiring.
A paid agent to spread the facts, I don't mind. But paid agent to spread lies and destroying every other. Tomorrow is, Dr. Rudolph, tomorrow is Christmas. Tomorrow is Christmas. Do you know how many children that will be hungry? Not even talking about rice. Do you know how many children that will be hungry? It touches my heart. Do you know how many people that don't have electricity? A lot of homes don't have electricity. They can't even afford the fuel. Talk less of a generator.
Okay, thank you, Tone. So I agree with you. Let me get to another question. Okay, is this, because if you think about it, the spokesperson for APC, spokesperson for the government, you can say they are paid agents. They are there to defend the position of the government. But let me ask this question: does it mean that we are incapable of challenging anybody? I believe
should just come back. That is my stand right now. The military should
I
come
know,
back, whether they fail or not. But the military have never failed Nigeria. The military should just come back. Democracy or whatever they call it should be turned. That stupid constitution should be turned into pieces and dumped somewhere.
Rodolph, see, we are not even afraid of, we are not afraid of Nigeria being a paid agent or anything.
No, I'm not even talking about
But he's using the bully pulpit, the
Oh
power
my
of being
God.
an anchor to suppress other people's view,
That's
promote
not good.
the dangerous view of the other side.
That's not good. Okay, let me say one more thing about this.
Oh my God.
I believe that we here, people that come in here, and I have much respect for. I'm hearing noise from some. Can you mute yourself? People that have kids. Okay, so I have tremendous confidence and trust in the people that work in here, and at any time, any hour, that they can take on anybody. It's like if my students, okay, I have visiting professors, guests coming to my class. I have confidence that my students can take
Rodolph, you have been infiltrated. You don't know.
I told you about the cuckoo board yesterday.
Oh my God.
Today, after you left, he still did the same thing. The cuckoo board. You know, and we're telling you these things, you think we're, it's when they have the control. That's the problem. When they can remove people and paraphrase people's words. That's the problem. There's no diversity. They're controlling things like the Nigerian politicians are.
So we have new things that we're rolling out from next year. So and I'll reach out to most of you, and I've said everybody who wants to be part of the back room, maybe post-production and post-production and other things. You can give me your number, especially people on the panel who are interested in talking. We're thinking about something, so there will be a few things that we're going to change from next year. But just to conclude, thank you everybody, and I really appreciate all of you, and I know that you guys from Steve.
Can I use 1 minute to respond? Because they will not let me talk.
Wait.
Godfathers, give me 1 minute first.
Yeah.
Godfathers, give me 1 minute first.
Rudolph, what you are planning
My
next year?
brother's here.
Okay, hold on. I will listen to everybody.
Rudolph, you don't allow me to speak.
No, it's not your turn yet, Max. Steph,
what you are planning? What you are planning next year? What we are planning next year, is it
let's talk offline.
Nigerians? Is it about Nigerians or just any? Okay.
Let's talk offline, yeah. All right, Steph,
why would they speak before me, Rudolph? I've been here.
I called you. You said you have nothing to say.
Don't misquote what I said.
I asked you first.
Wait,
you said you don't know the topic, you don't.
wait. You asked me a question.
Yeah.
And I told you I did not listen to the interview, right?
And
That
you don't
doesn't
know.
mean that I do not have people have been talking, I've been listening,
Yeah.
right?
Okay, we'll get back to you. Ike. I know you're there.
Okay, thank you, Bishop, for yielding the floor to me. I appreciate. Forefathers, you see what I used to tell you, that it's always hard for somebody to defend you, because as much as we are trying to defend you, you will always show yourself. Hmm? You did not vote for P2B. You are not a supporter of P2B. That one by the side. I'm not blaming you for it. You have your own reasons. You can choose your own candidate. But for anybody to justify what happened early this year, there is a free and fair election, and the person that won, that irritates somebody like me. It's irritating. It was a sham. We saw it clearly everywhere, ranging from Port Harcourt to some other states. Let's even keep Lagos aside. If you are saying that the person that won, then it's a kind of trying to bring you out of from your corner where you've been hiding since, and it makes somebody like me uncomfortable. The only area that I kind of want to agree with you and disagree with some other people is that neither of them may really give us the solution we are looking for. If you are saying boycott, if you are saying collect PVC, it's still the same thing. If you boycott, they will still remain where they are. If you collect PVC, they still remain where they are. So neither of them is actually a solution, except there is an intervention that's going to change the system, whatever that means. But if you want to repeat what you did before, they're going to do the same thing they did before again. The young man the man that came in today, I think I don't really want to blame him a lot, because he's just an individual, and it would be unfair for us to be expecting too much from one person when there are so many people that have a stake in what we are talking about. And if there is any way we can begin to walk our talk, Dr. Rudolph made a valid point. I think it's time we begin to identify people we can be able to support, people that are on the ground, that can be able to do what we cannot do from where we are. Know where they need assistance, know how we can support them. There's one thing that man said while he was talking. As a lawyer who is picking up some cases, in some cases to address some issues that we are concerned about, he is still the one that's going to pay some lawyers that are still going to go represent in those cases. He can't be everywhere at the same time. And that places a financial burden on him too. So I think that we have lots of area that we can be able to assist those people that are on the field, so that we can begin to, make some progress. And this is what I told forefathers before, when he said they should kill Nnamdi Kanu. I said that we need somebody like Nnamdi Kanu, like 10, 20 in Nigeria. No matter, even if you don't like their approach, let them come from different areas. This is the kind of thing we need, so that we can be able to address the rot in the society. Assuming that there are 10 of them, by now the government would have been on their toes, begging for solution to the Nigerian problem. But because even those that want change, because the other person that's clamoring for change is not doing it the way he wants it, you will join the government and say, kill him. Another person will rise up from another part of the country, clamoring for change. Because you don't like his tactics, you say, yes, he committed treason, kill him. You don't make progress like that. You cannot agree with every agitator. But one thing is salient: if Nigeria was working, they will not be agitated. So let's know the bottom line in the message that they are preaching. Forget about the individual. You may not like the person. You don't have to like him. I keep saying it. I'm not a fan of Nnamdi Kanu, but I love his message. I know what he's doing, and I identify with what he's doing. I don't like his style. Must I like his style? No.
All right. Thank you, Steve.
Can I just respond quickly?
Okay. How many minutes? 2 minutes. Can you do that?
Yeah, 2 minutes max. Yeah, that's fine. Thank you very much. By that standard, you are saying Shekau is okay for Nigeria too. So I don't know whether I will ever support Boko Haram. But regarding the election, the reason why I said what I said,
is Shekau agitating for a better Nigeria?
Yet in his eyes, no Western education.
No. You can't.
See,
So you're comparing Shekau to Nnamdi.
he's
You see,
saying no
you're
Western
biased.
education. See,
You
my
see the
point is
problem.
that
You see, you're biased.
you see, because for your own point of view, you just see it only from one point of view. I believe that anybody that attacks Nigeria has to be held accountable.
Is
If you look,
Nnamdi attacking Nigeria?
hold on now,
Have
let
you
me
seen
finish
him
my
with
point.
arms?
That's okay. Steph,
Did he carry arms against the government?
Steph, let
Let
him
me
land.
finish
Let
my
him shoot
point.
himself in the foot. Just
Do
leave it.
you see? Do
Let him
you
land.
notice that in Nigeria, the area that is developing the fastest is the southwest because they are stable. Stability is what our people need, not create madness going on the ground constantly and everywhere. The north, they're having a lot of madness and it's affecting them. Hold on now, let me finish. You see, they won't let me talk. They will shut you up. Don't if you don't want to hear it, don't hear it. So the point is that stability in the southwest has led that the southwest is gaining more. South started their own agitation, southeast started their own agitation, and we are all paying the price for it because we lack development. I traveled through Nigeria when I came to Nigeria. I noticed that the southwest is doing way better than the other regions in Nigeria. Though I saw development in the southeast, but it's not as much as in Lagos. So the point I was making regarding the election is that if I go and run for an election, just because you support me, then I say, oh, I won the election. Then I ask you, you ask me for proof. I say, no, just believe I won the election. Then you go and support me like that. How do you know I won the election? Just because you supported me, so I won the election. That's my problem. This election, no side shared information with us, the actual information to us, and say, you know what, you are Labour supporters. This is the information we got from the election. This is the result. This is the result we submit to you, and then the rest we go to court and compete and contest it. They didn't give us their own result. That is the problem, and I keep asking for it, and everybody shut up, keep their mouth shut, and say, don't ask. They are going through the election process. I don't understand it. Because if I won an election and I believe that I won it and my agents gave me this result, I will, with the proof that the standard that we have, I will share it with my supporters. Why is nobody sharing it with us? If they are not sharing it with us, then what do you want me to believe? Tell me what you want me to believe then.
All right, forefathers, thank you. Let me go to Maxi. Maxi, go ahead.
Thank you, Dr. Rudolph. I don't know if I am coming out
Sorry,
clear.
Maxwell, just to put a punch in forefathers. Sorry, by the way, Southwest is not doing well. Okay? I don't know where you got that information from. Southwest is not doing well. Not since
better than the other region.
No, they're not doing well at all. They are very horrible.
Olumide, thank you. I actually didn't want to challenge because he will prolong this. I mean, when there are some things that people say here, like when he said I caught it, saying Southwest, and then he ended up saying Lagos. Because if you are saying that Lagos is doing well, what about Oyo? What about Indo? What about? But if we
yeah, but Lagos is doing well. Lagos is part of Southwest.
Lagos
It's a
is
major
not doing
one.
well at all.
Compared to the other regions, I'm not saying it's doing spectacularly well.
Lagos is former Nigerian capital.
Can I go on?
Hold on, guys. Hold on, guys.
Tinubu build Lagos.
Please.
Why do you think they have all the seaports?
I don't know why you don't have shame, forefather. You keep lying here and people keep tolerating you.
What is there to shame? It's a fact.
No, hold on.
Sit yourself down. What's a fact?
Oh God! Wow, you guys are killing me.
Rudolph, can you remove Alabi, please? Can you remove, if you want us to be coming here, can you remove Alabi, please? You cannot come here and be insulting person all the time.
Why should you ask
what do you mean they should
Can I speak? Can I speak?
No, hold on, Max. So we have to get certain things. I know people are passionate about some of these things, and you don't win the argument by screaming.
When I see anti-Nigeria people, I just can't. These are the true
Please go ahead.
I didn't remove Olumide, not me. But let me just say this. I don't think we need this.
Two Nigeria removed them. Two Nigeria removed them. From father removed them.
I don't think people need to do this. Let me when forefathers said that, and I've had this in several arguments, even when I'm not here, I listen to you guys. You know, sometimes people think I don't listen. And people always talk about Lagos. Have anybody cared to listen to the budget, the amount of money each state is budgeting in Nigeria? That will tell you the power of the state, how much they can do. When you look at Imo states, the budget of Imo states, some states have 200 and something billions, but Lagos is 1 point something trillion. How do you expect you are comparing Imo State or Gombe with Lagos State? You can't.
Yo, but that's my point. They are growing because they have that stability there.
No, don't say that, because you have to go
wait now
before you can even talk about why they are where they are. If there is anything magical, what is magical about Lagos that is not in Oyo or in Ondo State, other than the composition and the history? So you have to put it into consideration. It's not about Southwest or people are failing in the country. The whole country is a failure. You can't say that there is one part that is shining. There's nothing shining in Lagos. If you compare, I've done that for people to understand. If you compare Rwanda is almost, if you put Rwanda and one small country again, you get the size of Lagos, both in the economy, size of the economy and population. But Rwanda is better than Lagos. And that's why we have low expectations and we praise something that we shouldn't praise. And we make these exaggerated statements. It shocks me sometimes when I listen to it. But anyway, that's not the point. The point I'm making is this. I had when forefather said that, I didn't want to. I said, if I stop him and challenge
you
him,
want us to engage on this thing you are talking about, I will engage you on it too.
No, I know we can do that. That's why I told you you'll be a guest very soon. But we will do that. But I didn't want us to be, I want to hear other people. That's why I
this
that.
network. What is this network doing this now?
Who's speaking? All right, Max, go ahead. Max.
Yeah, it's frozen.
All right. Are you frozen? Okay, can you hear us?
Yeah, I'm here. I don't know what is going on. The network is very, very bad. I think because of the weather here. You know, we are in the Hamilton.
Go ahead.
Dr. Rudolph, can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you so much. You see, it's very, very sad and disheartening when people compare Lagos, the former seat of government, a state that had the capital status, the federal capital status, comparing it with other states. It is very, very disheartening. Lagos is what it is today. In fact, if it is in other countries, Lagos, you will not even go anywhere in Lagos and you will not see roads that are tarred. Because that state benefited from the federal status. All the companies you have in Nigeria is located in Lagos. Even the oil companies were located in, their headquarters were in Lagos. But in Bayelsa, in Abia State, in Imo State, in River State, Akwa Ibom, Cross River, there is nothing there. And somebody will come out here and tell me that Lagos is progressing when you don't have electricity, you don't have water, you don't have good roads. Go to Ebuleba. Go to Ebuleba and see what is there. Go to Miro Avenue in Ebuleba and see what is there. You see, Nigerian people refuse to listen to the truth. And the truth is what most of the times I will say here, whether you like me or not. Senior comrade, Tony, the organization you and I served destroyed Nigeria. The organization you and I served destroyed Nigeria. And I think I was in this platform when I asked my former CSO, Al Mustafa, what he has to tell the Nigerian people for what our organization that you and I, Senior Comrade Tony, served, did to Nigerian people. The problem you have in Nigeria today is as a result of what the military did to that country. They did it also in Ghana here, but we came out of it. We came out of it. And today, I can take my voter's card, go and vote, and nobody will harass me. That is how it is. The army destroyed Nigeria. The reason why you have these people and they are still in control as I'm talking to you today. I told you people here when they were campaigning, Operation Get Your PVC, Get Your PVC. I told you people that I have observed elections in Nigeria, and my senior comrade Tony will also testify to that. There is no credible, fair election in Nigeria, ever. Even Abiola, the election that elected Abiola was not credible. It was not credible. I don't know why Nigerians you live in denial. You see the truth and you refuse. How can you move forward? How can you progress with this kind of attitude? The reason why I speak so much about Nigeria. My mother is from Abia State. And whatever my people are going through in Abia State, I feel it. I do send money here from Ghana to Nigeria. I do send money. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, I respect that man so much and I support everything that man is doing. And nobody should, compare Mazi Nnamdi Kanu with Shekau. Shekau has an ideology. The education to Nigeria that you are benefiting today, that is keeping you where you are today, is a Western education. And Shekau, Boko Haram, said that such should not happen in Nigeria. And that is what they are fighting. But Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is fighting. Go and look at the 7-point agenda. CM, you can also elaborate when you want to speak, when it is your turn to speak. What he did, was that the same ideology with the Shekau? When you are comparing Mazi Nnamdi Kanu with Shekau, is Mazi Nnamdi Kanu ideology the same as Shekau? Mazi Nnamdi Kanu told them, go and develop Cross River Seaport, Port Harcourt Seaport, Delta, One, and the rest of them. Did they do it? Is that the one that you are comparing with Shekau? I will not sit down here. Most of you are highly educated. But when you come out here and put out these things here, it makes me to wonder the kind of education most of us have acquired. It's disheartening. Nigerians, you know your problems. I said it and I will continue to say, whether you like it or not, Nigeria will never work with that criminal system that is in place. That criminal status quo, people are benefiting from it. They have maximized it and they are benefiting from it. They will not allow you to kick it out. Destroy that 1999 Constitution, Dr. Rudolph. Destroy it. If they cannot destroy it because they are benefiting from it every now and then, let everybody go. Let everybody go. It is evidently proven, Dr. Rudolph, that your votes cannot count. The votes, IRF and Beavers work for the legislators. But the IRF suddenly, somehow, mysteriously refused to work for the presidential. And you come out here and justify the injustice and the criminality that happened, that took place in Nigeria. If you condone evil, I will end with this. If you condone evil, evil will lay on your doorstep like a sheep. Thank you, Dr. Rudolph.
All right, thank you. Let me go to Ike. and then CM.
Thank you, Mr. Rudolph. Um, I want to say that I am a proud and Igbo man. I will remain an Igbo man, and I will die an Igbo man. And my generation will continue to be an Igbo man. I was listening to it last when you, my forefather was talking about my forefather's generation. I didn't want to come into the studio because the way I felt. But that's by the way. If you want to get the result of Labour Party, what they got in the election, go and join Labour Party. Become a member of Labour Party, you get the result. All these questions, let them show you the result. Everybody has spoken whatever I would want to say concerning the election. But I just want to also say that the Supreme Court yesterday or day before yesterday said Governor Mbah's certificate that was forged, that was proven by the Director General of NYSC, they said it was an allegation. The Supreme Court said it's an allegation. The Supreme Court said 2 days ago, 3 days ago, that it was an allegation. The president or the chairman or president of National Youth Service Corps testified that the certificate that was issued to the governor of Enugu State was forged. But your Supreme Court says that is an allegation. So I'm happy that Mr. Tone spoke to you today because, like my brother, the other Steve said, nobody can defend you, my brother's forefather, because you are always everywhere. Speaking from both sides of your mouth, you just wake up, only you does research. Only you know the story and the history of Nigeria and Africa and China. Only you. Only in your house you have your own computer and your research, network where you research everything. You know everything. You just said now, the Southwest is progressing more than the East and South.
It shock you.
Where did you go in the Southwest? You're talking about Lagos, the federal capital of Nigeria, before today that we have Abuja. And Dr. Rudolph is trying to put your head well in your pillow. You're trying to say you want to make an argument with Rudolph for the private, discussion. This is that education all of you have acquired that you use in every platform to deceive Nigerians. Those that can be deceived. Listen, I know I will always be a Nigerian, but I'm an Igbo man before a Nigerian. Whatever that is going on in Nigeria affects everybody. So whenever you are here speaking, I send my last 2-3 Sunday message to Rudolph. Whatever a man sow is what he's going to reap. The one you sowed before now, and the one you sowed even today, and the one you are going to sow tomorrow, and the one you are going to sow after tomorrow. Each and every one of us must reap whatever we sow. So like my brother Maxi just said here, if you say what is going on in Nigeria is good for you, it is good for you. And he said that because Labour Party did not present the result, that the man who won the election. You didn't ask for PDP to present their case. You didn't ask for NMPP to present. You didn't ask Sowore to present, but you want Labour Party to present because they said they won election.
Because I won't believe them. I will believe Labour. That's why.
What I want to tell you is this: there is
You have
something
no
that Peter
soul.
Obi
You
said
have no soul.
last 2 weeks in his on his when we listened to his was interviewed last 2 weeks or so. He said everything is happening now is for you. They are doing it for you to leave the stage for them. They come with fear. They come with intimidation. They come with killing. They come with everything. They are doing it for you to leave the stage so that they will continue to do what they are doing. And that is actually and exactly what is going on. And that is what most of us are campaigning for. But I just want to say that, my brother forefathers, please, most of us who live in the West, most of us schooled in the West, most of us went to school in the West, did business in the West. I lived in Lagos for 28 years. And I traveled the whole of Southwest. I know every village, from Ilaje village in Ondo State to anywhere. So when you are comparing Lagos, Rudolph gave you an example of Imo State, or Ondo State, or Gombe, and you say they are doing well. You have to go to Makoko, you have to go to Morocco, you have to go to Batagre. There are some areas in Lagos when they tell you this Lagos you're claiming now. If they tell you this is Lagos, you wouldn't believe that this exists in Lagos with all the 1 point something trillion money they make in Lagos. So please, my brother, we are trying to enter 2024. You should always try to understand that none of us are ignorant of the fact or the truth. So when you make your research, when you try to put everybody heads together and we come here, we fight each other. I'm not telling you to believe in what I believe, but Rudolph always says something here. You can use your argument without calling names to subdue the argument of the other person. It's all about, trying to prove your argument. But remember that as you're making your research, it's other people are making their research. Other people has made the research before you. So please, I am advising you like Brother Tone was advising you. You should watch what he said when it comes to Igbo men. When you come to things that concern the Eastern people, you should watch what you say. I never come here since I joined this platform to come here to tell you everything I speak here, I speak as a Nigerian. I never see myself as an Igbo man, but I see myself as a Nigerian. But I am an Igbo man. And I will defend the cause of an Igbo man with the last drop of my blood. And I will die an Igbo man, and I will reincarnate if there is as an Igbo man. Because I am proud to be an Igbo man. The most sophisticated tribe in the continent of the whole of this world is the Igbos. Wherever you go in this planet Earth, you don't see an Igbo man, go away from there because nothing good is going to come out of that place. Go and check.
Okay, thank you, Ike. Just a bad news for you, Ike. According to NECA, depending on how well you do, you might reincarnate as I don't know if you listened to that last week.
Yeah, I said if there is reincarnation, I'm not sure if I'm going to reincarnate.
You were saying that you reincarnate. You are sure you reincarnate as an Igbo man. I'm saying it might be a goat or a cow or a lion. You never can tell. All right, CM, go ahead.
Let me see. Okay, thank you, Rudolph. Actually, I listened to Chief Malcolm Omirhobo, he's a lawyer, and particularly I take a liking to him because he was the first lawyer I saw who appeared, I think, at the Supreme Court, barefooted with one type of babalawo type of decoration in his left eye or thereabout. And he said something that it enables him to see spirit or something like that. Not only that, even in his regalia, the wig, there's a feeder of just like looks traditional to me. So I was thinking, such a person, well educated, but Haven't had to come too far. Anyway, if I had had the opportunity, I wanted to ask him a question. And that question is this: anybody can take it up. Based on what he said, he confirmed to those that doesn't know in his own words, and I would like people to go back and listen to it, that there is a ground conspiracy already known that Igbo man can never be president of Nigeria. He said it. I'm not making it up. I know it. Most of us do know. Some may not know, but at least he confirmed it. And that man is not a Igbo man. No. I think he's either Urobo, but should be from Delta or Edo State. Either of the two. Let me not let me not mischaracterize him. The question I wanted to ask him was, having known that, what then does, because denying somebody the opportunity to attain a certain level, no matter the effort, it means that you are not being given your full citizenship. That being the case, what moral justification has anybody to tell that person, since I cannot realize my full citizenship in this geographical enclave, am I not free to go somewhere and realize my own I realize my full citizenship? That's what I wanted to ask, because I know he's a lawyer. He will argue it. But one thing I wanted to thank him, he confirmed it before everybody. So people, before you talk of CM this or that, better go and read it. It's not me. So when he said that, this has been my question. So why then should people stop an average Igbo man and say, let me go away so that you people enjoy your Nigeria? Since I can't get my full citizenship, try as I could. Ekwueme tried with all his good qualities. No way. We've been trying. Now we had Peter be the best of them all. A man who said, if you find anything on me, I will stop campaigning. Till today, no UFCC, nothing. To his credit, the whole country rallied around him. From the northeast, northwest, north central, everywhere, southeast, southwest, south. Yet, because of the tag where he came from, they had to switch up beavers. And that brings me to my second question. You see, when people say Tinubu won election, I look at this as the ranting of a demented bigot. And these are my reasons. Yakubu Mahmoud, what I'm saying, we all know this. I'm only saying what we all know. So tell me, as he was reading the result, the whole result of presidential election in Nigeria, he's not having them to hand. You can't be giving somebody first class when you've not checked all his academic performance. Some are still outstanding, and you are declaring him first class. So that's why people are saying the result has not all been collated, and yet you are already announcing a winner. So you see it, all these things, we all know it. I'm not making it up. We all know this. That's why Dino Melaye was challenging him. I am not Dino Melaye. These are facts. So when somebody put all these things apart and then start to say this, there is hunger everywhere. Anybody can be paid to say something today, tomorrow is say another thing. And that's from the same person who is saying, some people are not apostles of facts and figures. From the same person who is saying that the winner of the election won it, that he won it, whatever. That same person said Nnamdi Kanu is responsible for the death of 40,000 people. Electricity challenged him, say, can you provide us the evidence? Just for people to know. Today, everything is in the wind. That same person will tell you that after Ironsi came to power on January 16, 1966, with Nzogu doing everything, killing every ethnic group except their own, that Ndibo released a music with which to mock them in February. You now ask him, what is the title of that music? Who is the artist? He doesn't know. That is one. That is two. That same person will tell you that Biafran scientists are Boko Haram. That bringing Biafran scientists, as suggested by General Ogbemudia, a Benin man, who suggested it before Gowon during the cabinet meeting, that since we fought these people for 30 months and we see what they are capable of doing, let us get these scientists, put them in our Ministry of Science and Technology and use them to launch Nigeria. They will be our backbone. That same person is telling you they are Boko Haram. How can you fight Boko Haram and you bring them in? Or how can America fight Al Qaeda and bring them in? And these are people. Where is the evidence? Tomorrow he will deny. So see, people, when people, the thing is that some people can be deceived. Not somebody like me. I'm widely read. I've taken my time to read all the events leading up to Biafra War and after it. I'm not in the soldier. My father wasn't. But if you want to know the truth about anything Biafra, build up and you go and start with Ademola Adeboyega's book, Why We Struck. He's one of the 5 majors. He wrote it before he died in his own words. He said a lot of things there. But some people will not read it. They will tell you that they are better than the Pope, even when they are not Catholic. When you finish it, then you now start with the Biafra story written by Frederick Forsyth, 1969, when they were bombing Umuahia, direct. The war is still on. That is where you start. Then you want to know the international conspiracy, you go and read a book written by Cronje. The title is Biafra, Britain's Shame. I'm not making things up. These are, if you read some of this, you know. So that when you want to talk in a hallowed platform like that of Rudolph, because to me, Rudolph, I'm not trying to praise you. I've told people that what Anambra give to the world, from Chinua Achebe to Chimamanda, Cyprian Ekwensi, Christopher Kibo, down to Chiku Nigo, Kendibe, and you. I put you in the same bracket with them. I know why I'm saying it. No, it's true. You may think that you are below them. You are not. Chimamanda, the people, the current generation, Chimamanda, Ken Dibe, Chiku Nigwe, Rudolph Okongo. So when people talk, you try and read so that when you are making it, all these things are saying, these are references. I want people to come and tell me that they've read some of these books. It's a lie. But when you see somebody, you see, Igbophobia cannot help anybody. I don't want to dwell in it because Ndibo has conquered, conquer not in terms of war. We've conquered the black race. We compete with the Chinese, we compete with the Indians, we compete with the Jews. These are a Harvard professor, Professor Emichua, a Chinese Filipino, said these are the foremost itinerant tribe in the world. And Indibo has been gifted. So when Nnamdi Kanu said they want Biafra, he only want where we are going to be to compete with the Jews in science and technology, compete with the Indians in terms of business, and compete with the Chinese in terms of industrialization. These are why we want it. So when somebody come and they start to narrow everything, P2B, it doesn't mean anything. We talk with facts. Some people can be bamboozled, not me, because I've read far and wide. I can tell you any book. If you want to know the conspiracy of Biafra, go and read the book written by Ali Ekine. Ali Ekine was one of the people from the upland riverine areas of Biafra that Gowon we put in the plane to hit airport, offer them to House of Commons. When they come there, they start to cry that Oju want to take over their land. The man who wrote book series, he was regretting, he was crying. If you like, I've written it, I've given it here one time. Ali Ekine is not Igbo. They are regretting it. So all this propaganda that led to the war, people are not seeing it. To be honest with you, people are not seeing it. But when people come and then hide under one umbrella to talk, I'm beyond. Yoruba man say I can't call Malu my brother because I want to chop meat. Yoruba said it. So for me, I'm beyond somebody to come and be debating events of the civil because I know I will refer you to books. And when you read them, you now understand. Henry Kissinger, who died in US the other day, go and read what he said about Biafra and Indibo. So when people come and they start to talk nonsense or this or that, who on earth will say that Tinubu won an election? Was it free and fair? Election in which the beavers was switched off for a purpose, which Malcolm confirmed today. Ovie said it one day here that even if it's a saint that comes from the southeast, he can never rule Nigeria. We know all this is, but somehow we said these are generation something. My father tried, then let me try so that I can have children, I can have story to say. I wanted to ask that man. So since they know there's a grand conspiracy, why can't we? What is the candidates? Can anybody tell me the character flaw of P2B and what he's saying? So please, let us, it's for people that doesn't know. As for me, I'm above all this because I keep reading. So I've known all this. But for those that will be bamboozled, I pity you. But for me, Igbophobia cannot lead anybody anything. Let me end on this note. You cannot hold the why Nigeria is where it is because they don't want Igbo to get up. The moment they want Igbo to get up, Nigeria will go up. It's as simple as that. If they let them continue doing try your luck for the next 50 years, it will continue to be. But I'm really sorry. Nigeria should not be a giant of foot of clay. But because of the conspiracy, which this man confirmed today, that's why I'm now said yes. So my thing is that if I want to quote, I can quote Malcolm Omirhobo. He said it. He know. He's a lawyer. So why then do you stop these people from going to be their own people? When you want them to be part of Nigeria, but you don't want them to attain that height, you give them the highest cutoff, they confess in JAMB, they confess in WAEC. You deny them everything, they go to Olympics and win gold for you. You deny them everything, yet we out of their hospitality. No Nigerian can donate his aircraft free of charge to carry people. At Sudan, an Igbo man, Allen Onyema, did it. No, I bet you no Nigerian. An Igbo man donated $1 million to College of Medicine, University of Ibadan. $1 million, more than 700 million naira then. Everybody was shouting. So this is the out view of the. You see, when you give, you rise. But if you feel you can hold Igbo man down and they bring animosity, plan all this, all that, nothing will happen. If Tinubu is not there, if Peter is there, Nigeria will be a different case. It's as simple as that. So please, if you are thinking, let people should try and put their anti-Igbo sentiment to check. If you don't want, if you bring it out, for me, I will laugh because all these things I know. If you look at me, I know how you are looking at me. If you laugh, I know why you're smiling. But then let us end this. Rudolph, whatever you are planning next year, whoever comes here should introduce himself. Hometown, local government, your state in Nigeria, so that we now know who we are dealing with. It's as simple as that. Failing to do that, I don't think we are doing ourselves a favor. All of us should be happy where we come from. It doesn't mean anything. Even if you come from a rural area, it's as simple. It means that you need to be developed. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. Let me go to Janaba. I will. Olumide, I see you and Alaba. I will come back to you and Tone, but I want to hear from people that we're here to hear from. Janaba.
Dr. Rudy, thank you for having me. Trying to choose my word carefully sometimes, but there's no other way to do it in a platform where we are cautioned by the wisdom of the elders that if you want to correct somebody, be careful so that you too do not fall into the trap of what you are trying to say. In that case, I try to hold back some things because not everything is for public consumption. And I want to use this privilege also to admonish all the great men and women that come here to express themselves in one way or the other. And more importantly, to everyone that stand of who they are and not to bend somebody to be who they want them to be or to mold anybody. Iron sharpened iron. Everybody knows where he is in life. Everyone cannot be Rudolph here because Rudolph is being seasoned as a journalist for years. So I believe it's a human being, he can go off. But to whom much is given, much is expected. Nevertheless, some of us, what I hate in life is to allow hate to propagate, and we allow it will consume all of us, everybody. In our own way, every individual here are not to be lecture of who they can be or who they want the person to be. The Holy Bible said, train a child the way he should go, and when he grow up, he will not depart from it. When we show levels of animosities and all of that, and to tear somebody else down, do not make you go up. Let us be careful with the word we use. We reveal who we are. when we think we come here to tear somebody down, you can argue your case. Sometimes I flare up in the voice, and it's because I'm allergic to such behavior sometimes, especially when it comes to hate and trying to tear somebody down. I fight it all my life. I'm from a polygamous home. So when we grow up, if you know eat fast, you're enemy of yourself because the food will finish from the pot. So so all my life I fight and I keep fighting. Nothing I have that I didn't fight for and I didn't work for. So when I see any symptom of that coming from people, I mean, I want all to understand that if we make this a sentiment of a certain tribes and we don't have check and balance, it's not going to be attractive to everybody. So let people be themselves and let us caution ourselves when we're trying to correct others. And we can discuss most of those things behind the closed door with Rudolph. But when we come here, I don't want this person, I don't want, who told you the person wants you? But the person do not say that because it's about enduring one another. Some of you that condemn others and all of that, you carry what is a rule on this platform that have been pronounced. You break it several times. And I don't want to make it about any other person, but I want to take anybody that would.
Next, please.
You see.
Olumide, please.
You see.
So that means let me talk now. I've been here for like forever.
You were there
will
when
let you guys
CM was
begin.
going on for 20 minutes. Nobody
Yes.
interrupted.
Nobody saying
that is
nothing.
not nice.
You see, it is we cannot. And by the way, I've been a champion of this platform before these young people come. And when you come, respect your elder.
Who is your elder? Who is your
I'm
elder?
not. You
Who is
see.
your elder?
You see.
An elder.
Please. If somebody's selling medication, you should take it before you come, please. I'm sorry, and I'm now going to go the other side. And I don't see, sometimes I don't know how to behave here because I'm trying to use this moment not to go directly after anybody. I'm trying to behave myself. It's trying to provoke me. And it's like somebody have two wives. If you are not careful, you stay in the living room for the rest of your life. So I will end up with this note. Dr. Rudy, I'm here. Let next person talk. But you can see the lack of temperament. You can see that this is same people that are here hearing other people talking. They don't see something because they can't endure the moment. And even if you think the person is not saying what you are thinking, don't you know it's a test of your temperament? Come on. God bless you, man. I don't even whatever to say again. I just maybe let me go and take medication like somebody selling it behind his closed door.
Jagun summarized it by saying you want empathy, but you give none. Some of us people don't give empathy to any other people at all.
Yeah, it's
All
so
right.
bad.
Thank
you, brother. I'm here, brother.
Before number 6 speaks, let me say that all of you, incidentally, this is something that most of you may not know. Everybody here, you all have fans, not just on the comment section, but in the real world. People support, people say to me, oh, Tony is the best person in this platform. You all have fans. So it's very difficult to say that, this is I see people saying John Abba is a problem in this platform. It's very difficult for people to say that one person is the problem because that person, whoever the person is, has fans. And I think that's how the real world is. And the fact that if you go to the real world, which I don't know if everybody here visits that place, but if you go there, you find different opinion, different from your own. Yeah, Anyway, number 6, Phil. Go ahead.
Thank you. I don't know why you just banished me to the backstage.
Well, yeah, because
I don't like that because I don't come on often, but I'm one of the people that promote this program by listening.
Thank you very much. But I don't remember that when you
When I just come once in a while.
When you
Number
interrupt.
one, yes, because this is my opinion, and
So
the right time is that.
hold on,
Go
let me
ahead.
say something wider because of what you just said. Just think about this. I've been trying to calculate how many hours I've been online since we started this almost 2 years ago, and listening to people without saying anything. Just think about it. How many just listening to people, and then somebody comes in, maybe they have 1 hour to stay with us, but they won't even listen to anybody. They will just go off immediately, and So I think it's not fair to people who have been here. Go ahead.
Yes. Number one, I don't have much to say. Forefathers is not a good host. That's my personal opinion. Whenever he's hosting, the show is very shallow. So if you want to build a global platform, you are even starting on a very wrong footing. You are by making forefathers your host. That's number one. Number two, Tom was saying about the lawyer that came when he talked about minority challenges. People have opinions. Those challenges the lawyer claimed the minorities had. Those are the people's experiences. So don't just shut it up and say people are lying. It's important you listen to them. What are their experiences? What are they saying, and how we could solve it so that there could be a good coexistence. So that all those errors that were made in the past will be corrected, so that we can forge ahead. Because people want to be together, especially those in the south and the southeastern areas. The people are gravitating towards wanting to move ahead together and build. So when people say they have fears, listen to their fears. When they say they have complaints, listen to their complaints. Some might be genuine, some might not be genuine, but you have to listen. You have to find out what are these fears, so that we could amend those fences, and we can forge ahead. I think that's all I have to say. I don't have much to say. But one last thing. What this program has been doing, it has been enlightening people, and myself inclusive. I used to come here. I used to want. I'm action oriented. I'm not into too much grammar. And I recently I found out I had to join my own my social cultural group here in the US, so that I could begin to advance some of the ideas I have, rather than just sitting down on the side. And it was through this program and the articulation, that we are all doing here, moving forward. Let everybody begin to participate in any way you can. That's all I have to say. Forefathers, the guy doesn't know what he's saying most of the time. He just come and talk a lot of. To me, I don't care what anybody. He talks a lot of trash. Whenever you are not here, I just turn off the show. I don't listen. He doesn't know what he's saying. Nobody knows where he's from. Can't even. He will just go to chat GP and be blabbing. That's why I just bust him, because I'm very temperamental in that way. I can't stand a lot of irrationality. You know what I mean? When there's no rationality to what you're saying. You just be blabbing, blah 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 blah. So that's why I just needed to bust him.
All right, thank you.
Dr. Carnegie has done his job. He said this is the Lord's work he's doing, which is to create this platform. The question to everyone of you: what is your own work in the whole picture? Everybody will not be a host, so people should begin to take action. Let me leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Number 6.
Phil says you encouraged us to start something, and you didn't show up once.
No,
we started it, and you didn't show up once.
What do you mean? Did you send the? I have to come here to remind you.
Follow to Naija do anything. No.
I have to come here to remind you about this. Then you now
follow and do anything. APC agent.
See,
no, you'll be sending email to when you didn't even ask about time. The time that I'll be looking for my own Gary to eat. That's why you want me to come and follow you to get grammar.
But I'm just saying, you're action oriented.
When I even send the email to you that, how did it go? I'm busy. You didn't respond to me. Well, I don't get time for this one to talk. I've left you. Everybody can just go and do what they want to do. Just take action. That's what I'm saying. Me, I've already taken action. I've joined my social cultural group. Whatever I believe in, I'll begin to. I
would appreciate when you want to criticize me, you actually say what I do wrong, what I got wrong, the facts that I got wrong. But it's okay. It's your
Well,
opinion.
if you want me to do that, I will prepare for you. But right now,
Thank
I'll
you.
prepare for you, then I will come.
Thank you, number 6. Alaba, what's up? I wanted to go to all eyes on the judiciary. Go ahead. 1 minute.
1 minute.
Yeah,
Okay.
otherwise you have to wait.
Okay. Okay.
Which one do you prefer?
I'll wait.
Okay. All eyes on the judiciary. Go ahead.
Happy Christmas, everyone. Great panelists, everybody. Are you hearing me? The damage?
Yes.
Okay, me, I know what you want to say. Say it to the complaint. We are talk.
Hey, guy. Chippy, guy, chippy. Don't know how they do that. Here we they do things. Okay.
And tomorrow is Christmas. You have to think about it.
Good afternoon. It doesn't mean Christmas. There's nowhere he said Christmas we should not fight and debunk like.
No, it's not about you.
Go now. We see the complaint. Go.
I'm just thinking about
chippy now. Not let me change that for you. I'm not following you to do that nonsense.
All right, go ahead. All eyes on.
Good evening, everyone.
Yeah, nice.
Dr. Damage, please. I just come to say just a little word. I just came for little things, just a contribution. I think you two, as the host, you have to be when you invite a guest. Sometimes try to be jotting some point out of what he's saying, because I see you asking this question, but you have to have some key. Then when people start pushing propaganda, so you two will be able to correct them. You understand? Because I can hear when I don't like mentioning name because I don't like to go to gutter with many people. Because when Mr. Omirhobo come, Chief Omirhobo came here. Sorry for saying that. Chief Omirhobo came. When he talked about the Igbo, he said during the Eastern region, that is where he said the minority that they think they were marginalizing them. That is what caused the Niger Delta referendum. So people start changing it as if it's his present day. That is saying, there's one thing I always say here, please. That is how people drag Obi, innocent man, clean man. They drag into the people now tag him as IPOP. This is because of all this character. Honestly, I have told people, even in our association, I let them, please, IPOP Biafra is different from Igbo. You people have to differentiate these people together. Don't tag all the Igbo with it. And I wonder the Igbo is not even saying anything, because people will just see a good people. I've been with Igbo man for 24 years. We have the same company. We have the same share right from Nigeria to here, in Germany, in Finland, in here. I've never had problem with anyone. But all this IPOP, something you bring, and these people will come, will say it on your platform. I'm IPOP. I was watching yesterday, the guy that come yesterday call you IPOP, you Dr. Damage. You never said anything. Then tomorrow, if I address you as IPOP, you will say I'm against Igbo. I don't want people to be dragging people to all those things. We have to be differentiating it, please. I'm begging people. If you want to attack IPOP, put the name IPOP. Don't be dragging people like Obi, like our dear lovely mommy, like Okonjo Iweala. Don't be dragging all those people to IPOP, please. People should know people they are dragging. There are many people that don't do all this character. They didn't support it. They condemn it in many ways. Big people. So please, people should know the way they are dragging. And for a guy, like, please let me mention your name. You always say people should not measure. You always say, because you only repeat this thing. People should not measure Igbo when they are talking. But you want to talk. You measure other people tribe. Can they tell you that we cannot say that one? We are still in one country. Since this thing is divided, we have our way that we can say don't measure. And everybody, we always want to attack forefather. Honestly, unless anybody that have evil mind, that doesn't understand media, like KJ that said he work in media, that's why he says he never work in any media. Because media, you must balance equation. Everybody must not be in one way. Forefather is only the person that always try to balance it, doesn't make the question to fly, but everybody doesn't understand the way it stands. they look it as enemy. It's not enemy. People must balance it. Even if you go to more Chinese, they must balance it. If you are flying something, they must balance, because the person you are talking to is not there. The person you are talking about is not there. That is why some people like Rufai, some people hate Abati. Abati have to come and balance it. That's what he's doing. It's not that he's against that thing or he's against anybody. We that have been inside, we understand where he's trying to go. That's why we never pick for. But some people just believe, unless you say burn down Nigeria, that's only when you say the truth. No. Other people, fine, you are saying is your opinion. Other people will still come and say, no, it's like this. You have to balance media. You cannot let it just be one way. And this platform, why? Most people here, most of all the old platform you go, this Dr. platform, that's where you go, you see more people more educated. But some people will vomit here. You will wonder if you are still in the 15th century. It's not like that, my brother. We are one. We are one
the
love.
mistake you are making, you see, the
guy,
mistake
if I change that for you, you know, do Christmas. If I change that for you, don't do Christmas.
You think say Nigeria is for you, Nigeria is not for you.
Don't do Christmas. Guy, fam. I said fam. Please.
You see, the mistake you are making is you think Nigeria is for you.
Oh God, Olumide, please finish up. All eyes on the judiciary.
Let me finish now, please.
That's what I'm saying.
Come, please. Don't do.
Yes.
Yeah, you know, you never get any solution. Or you just be talking for 3 hours, talking. You never bring any solution. So we cannot be listening to people like you. You just to come down. We need people like you sometimes just to hurt the system. Thank you. It's over there. One thing we have to understand, please.
Yeah, I don't think that Nigeria is not for me now.
The lawyer that came, I picked something from him because I listened to him from beginning. This guy, let me talk now. I don't like this thing. I don't want to get angry with you, please. One thing he came, anybody that talks, sometimes we have to look something. Always let us leave the messenger almost and look at the message. There is something we must pick there. It makes something. He said the only way people are there working. Like that lawyer, what I was expecting to add, because I was not around then. I was able to help because I was just watching on phone when I was there. There is somebody who should have asked, okay, you now that are there, that you know that we have to work like this, we have to work like this. There are many people, many lawyers, many activists, human rights that doesn't have money. It gives us many solutions there, but we are not picking it. We are just looking at the side. How can you bring us together and see how we in the diaspora can contribute to them so that they will advocate for us and show us the right way? It is a very simple way. And he said one thing, but the Igbo don't want to pick that one because the IPOP come in, they want to use the IPOP way. He said Igbo have the spread. Kanayo. He said this thing during election. He said Igbo have the spread all over Nigeria, more than 40 million, that they can win election without even any tribe. Every 36 states, they are there. They are there. The masses repeat that word there. He said only they have to organize and use it and strategize very well, which is true. You have the population. You have everything. You have the population to win. Even during election, look at what happened. Even Obi, our Obi, the whole Southeast, he didn't even bring 1 million votes, 5 states. So what are we talking? We have to look something. We have to balance. If you say go and take the judgment, look at the fault, the flaws, and look at how we can build on it, which is true. That is the way we can know the way to. Oh God, I don't understand. This thing is there. The roadmap is there, but we are not picking. We are not trying to plan for other time. We just believe because Obi did it. This is only the person who have come in Southeast that everybody, the whole Nigeria support. And every majority people want to kill this dream. And we are supporting them, turning to tribal with them, turning to religion with them. Like we cannot just go gutter with everybody that want to go to gutter. That's their own opinion. Like Dr. Sometimes people say that is your own opinion. Have your say and go. Counter it. Not with tribe, not with hatred. You can't always give hate to hate. You can give love to hate. Look at Obi upon all what they say about it through the election. Why people are still supporting him today? Because he never believed he never have contact with you. Look, when he went to arrive, when Keyamu talk, when Reno Mokri talk about him, he said, I don't reply spokesperson. I only reply presidential candidate like me. That is the way it's supposed to be. Somebody is going to gutter. You two, you want to go to gutter with that person. At the end of the day, who is that pig? The both of them. Please, we have many things to do. We have to plan and leave all this distraction, please. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you.
Christmas, everybody.
Okay,
My,
so
Can I?
I
it's my
listened
turn.
to
I
let,
want.
let I listened to
I want.
everybody.
I
Hold
wanted
on.
a remark.
Let's
Please,
see.
It's my
please, a
turn.
quick
It's my
remark.
turn. No, CM. It's my turn.
First, Alaba first, and then CM for that will weigh in, and then I will put my bow. Oh, Steph.
Nigeria man, the mistake you are making, Nigeria is not for me and you.
Olumide, Olumide,
No, CM. It's my
do I have
turn.
your number? I think I have your number. Okay, I'll call your wife or somebody. Alaba, go ahead.
Okay. First of all eyes on judiciary. I want to reply to you. First of all, second of all, Jevaris Anderson and Just Emeka are saying that this is transfer season and the bidding is very high. So this is the time for you, Mr. Rudolph, to transfer forefather to one man to most team because he's this is transfer season.
No,
I mean, we are hearing from the comment section that he's going to fit in very well with the other team. But instead of people harassing him, insulting him, yeah, he can fit very well, and you just have to pay the transfer fee for him. So that just make have delivered your message. Anyway, like what's his name? Said, OOB said, that's why I don't respond to everything. Back to serious business. Dr. Rudolph, if you're going to leave and still leave forefather in charge, you have to give him rules of engagement. We've been saying this. Yesterday we talked about it. He still went ahead and be himself after you left. You can go back and watch. So, back to Nigerian issue. It's not like any of us, I'm pretty sure, have problem with his philosophy or his ideology, Dr. Rudolph, and for you too, forefather. It's the deception that we are against. It's the conny way of trying to, redivert conversation, control the agenda. Do you understand? When we are here because we believe in free speech, that our voices will be heard, not that our voices will be suppressed. We have to understand the difference between suppression of voices and voices being heard. You understand? People are listening. We're shaping minds. But two things we shouldn't tolerate: lies and propaganda. Lies and propaganda. The medium, your medium or any medium, should not be an avenue for that. And being corny about it, come out, say where you are from, who you are, what you stand for, your political. Let's come with a superior argument, not to paraphrase someone else's argument as a superior argument. Because once people have hooked onto that person's argument, you now say, hey, I agree with you. That's what I was saying also. But now you rephrase it and say exactly the opposite. That's propaganda. Nigeria is in a critical state now. Only the truth is there in the book. You shall know the truth, and the truth shall set us free. Only the truth will set us free. If this medium is about my team, my party, my tribe, my ideology, we are failing that country. Even in our speech and no action, we are failing that country. And if we are traitors or enemies, come out and say, well, I stand with these people. At least they are feeding me. Ferreira, your dumbass is not feeding me. Why should I follow whatever garbage you're saying? But those people are feeding me. That's your position. Argue their position. The mere fact that they are feeding you is one positive they are doing. Then we'll rationalize it from there. And then I will come with my own counter argument. If whoever wins the battle of ideas wins. The children listening to us will follow. But to be manipulative, deceptive, interjecting, Rudolph, you got to do something about it. We can't keep repeating the same thing over and over and again. Everybody has their views, and our views are 250 different different dialects, ethics. But you cannot manipulate. This is not NTA. This is not TVC. Diverse opinion, I agree. But come to the table. He who comes with equity comes with a clean hand. For months, he's been claiming he voted for Obi, but today he came out. Obi didn't win that election. We now know he never voted for Obi. So the deception, the lies, the manipulation, the game, and he be doing it as if he has brain. Then what the other man said, where the topic of discussion, my God, we are not elementary school children. And then the manipulation of articles on Google. That one is even academic. That's what they call academic, when you are in academics. Academic fraud. What do they call it? Academic fraud. This guy is a master of the game in that. You brought out an article that talks about medical waste in the US, but the article is talking about tests that are done on medicine that should not have been done before reaching diagnosis. You want to use that to compare that rationalizes the waste that occurs in Nigeria. That's academic fraud. You can't do that on this platform. We went to school. But the key part is not even whether we went to school. It's the fact that Nigeria got to the state it is because of actions like that. And this medium is important for the change we seek. If it's not important, I won't be here. I come on sometimes only to debunk BS because I can smell it from a mile. Only to debunk that rubbish, that misinformation, because people will get hooked onto it. Well, he just provided evidence. He just provided this. There was a time he showed a graph that shows income, not related to he plays it. I mean, we're grown-ups. We can't be checking on each other like that, but this medium needs to be protected. And I believe my anger and fight with people, including John Abba and him, is the fact that they are trying to turn this medium into a propaganda tool. And I will not sit back and allow that. So take the transfer now. Take the transfer, move to John, one man to most medium, like Justemeka said. This is the chance. Make your money. And stop all this game, because it won't work. You can fool some people sometimes, but you can't fool all the people all the time. I'm done.
All right. Thank you. Thank you so much, Alao. CM, you're next.
Actually, thank you, Rudolph. You see, actually, what I wanted to, my reaction is born out of the fact that I like superior argument. And when I say I like superior, not because I'm going to win, but when I look at it, I learn. But when somebody, if you want to compare anything, for instance, how possibly can somebody be comparing what Shekau is fighting for and what Nnamdi Kanu is fighting for? How? Let's do the academic exercise. Let's analyze it. Shekau said education, what is it called? Western education is a sin. And he goes on to kill on that route. He's not fighting for anybody. He wants to Islamize Nigeria. And the Kanu is not talking of religion. He's only saying, do this. See, for the people, because of people listening to us, go to YouTube, type Kadaria Ahmed plus Nnamdi Kanu. Kadaria Ahmed is from Zamfara, working for channels. He left Abuja, went down to Isaf Afaruku, Nnamdi Kanu's compound, interviewed him. Nnamdi Kanu told him everything. And it was quite a very good interview, so that you know where somebody is going to. So somebody with that type of worldview, is that the person you compare with Shekau Ahmed? Nnamdi Kanu one dialogue. Does Shekau one dialogue? So these are some of the things that when you want to compare, this is a different ball game. Nnamdi Kanu is leading, he said IPOP. It's only in Nigeria. There are 195 countries in the world. It's only in Nigeria that you hear IPOB is a terror organization. No anywhere. I challenge anybody. Go to America, everywhere you see people, okay, they leave you because they know your ideology. But Shekau is reading Al-Qaeda, I mean, Boko Haram something. You can't come to Western world and say, I'm a member of Boko Haram, and you raise it up. They will inform the police. At least as far as I know, Boko Haram is on the terror list in the United Kingdom. Somebody can Google it and tell me it's a lie. So there are things that when you want to compare, let us try. Because certain things when somebody says it gives you the working of the person, the mind. You can compare the two. Yes, starting from Nyanwodo, the President General of Ohanaeze Ndigbo, he did not support Nnamdi Kanu openly. But that doesn't mean Joe Ibokwe doesn't. I can name so many people. Ekweremadu doesn't. There are many of them. But that doesn't mean that because he's saying it, you now equate him to a terror organization, he's a terrorist. So when there's something like this, when we hear it, and you start to wonder, are you under what basis? Because I like debate. I like debate. If you feel they are the same, come out and say you're a member of Boko Haram. Come and say it in the Western world. And then we go to the police and then you find out. So these are facts. But when somebody come here, maybe you use the power that maybe you tell somebody to speak or the person should not speak, use it to lobby, to intimidate people or whatever. In the end, somebody might agree with you just because of this. But when he goes back, the person will just evaluate you and place you where you belong and say, look, this is not the type of argument we make. My particular point today, I'm really sorry I didn't meet Malcolm Omirhobo. I wanted to ask him, because of what you said as a lawyer, what do you tell the people that you now confirm that there has been a grand plan that no Igbo man will ever be president? Forget about the sentiment people are saying. I wanted to ask him, then what then do you now, what moral justification have you to hold back, to tell people that say, well, if you reject me, can I reject myself? If you do not want me in your house, at least I go to my own house and make my house. Is there anything bad in it? Ordinarily, if Nigeria if Nigeria really want to move forward, to be honest with you, bring everybody round table, discuss. In most of my submissions, I always mention Ogoni. I've never been to Ogoni land because I read one book where the vulture feast, written by Oronto Douglas and Iko Konta. In fact, when I was almost shedding tears, I didn't know that was what the Ogoniland is. Why not, if such people, at least, let me now advocate for this. 2015, they said Ogoni clean up, they flagged it off. Today, is Ogoni cleaned up? Who can tell me that Ogoni has been cleaned up? It hasn't. I'm not from there. But I support a situation whereby that is how we want to talk, not because of when people are saying something, you come and rattle figures or rattle out facts and feel that you can then, no, it doesn't. I may not fight you physically, but it will tell me the breadth, your intellectual reach, what you can do. That is the essence. We seek for knowledge to enable us to discover facts and to be objective in analyzing social situations, balancing possible factors, collating these into acceptable thesis before we can arrive at a conclusion that could be deemed fair and reasonable. That is the essence of knowledge. But when people come, I'm somebody that is too liberal in terms, because I hate injustice. That's why the thing pains me. Nigeria is not taking advantage of the diversity of the talent he has. How can you, let us even face it. How can you hold me down and feel that you can leave me down and go up? The moment you leave me to go, I get up. But for you to hold me down and achieve your aim, you must be down with me. That is, Nigeria is just a country that has everything. I remember saying here that it took Dino Melaye for me to know that Kogi is the most blessed state in Nigeria in terms of mineral resources. When he said it, I go and research. Kogi has the highest. Yet, some of them cannot pay salary. When we are advocating that, let us devote power, give it to the state. Some people may be telling you Nigeria is so weak, we shouldn't do it. We did it in 1966, and the Euronsi and the Njogu scuttled it. What sort of childish logic is that? And you want me to be staying with the person we'll be talking? And so what? And so what? Is that so? We be detained with the past. We learn from history. Nigeria is suffering today, bleeding. We have whatever it takes. Just tell anybody, go and exploit what is in your place. And when you say it, some people will just tell you, oh, no, 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 we can't do that. We'll be doing Almajiri leadership. When you go to the Abuja, they give you something in your hand. There you go. If you eat it, they say, you don't know how to manage your people. No. I wish Macron should come back. If he can answer my question, I will be so happy. Thank you, Rudolph.
All right. Thank you. Last, I will let Ton.
You jumped me. I'll just wait.
I know I jumped you. I'll okay. Go ahead. I gotta go.
Okay, I'm just gonna be brief. Forefather, this is for you. You know I don't attack you. You know you're my guy. I don't attack you. I respect your opinion. But for this one, I'm going to tell you very, very bluntly, as my guy, truth hurts. You are wrong. And do the honorable thing that your son and your daughter will see this program someday and say, yeah, our father did the right thing by apologizing. Just apologize and let's just get on with it. To say that Shekau or Boko Haram is the same thing as Nnamdi. You know my stand with Nnamdi Kanu and IPOB. I don't believe in his approach. Yes, that movement is legitimate. I believe 150% about that movement, but his approach is what I don't believe. That is why I'm not a member of the IPOB. But for you to say, come on, guy, man, you're too much for that. Don't allow wait, let me finish, please, before I lost my thought. Don't allow idiots on the comment section to be hailing you and all that. You're not as low as that. People that can't even show their face and even spell out their real name. You're more than that. Yeah, please, my brother, just take it. I've never insulted you. I've always stood, even when everybody was against you and all that. You know me. I'm fearless. I stand for the truth. This one, my brother, you got it wrong. Okay?
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ton. Forefathers.
All right, I'll try to stretch it as long, maybe 30 minutes. Some people have done this already. See, about what you just said just now, I think you got it wrong, and you'll find that from what I will say. Steph says something about there will be different kinds of movements, that we should accept it and not criticize it. That all movements that come, there are different parts, we should support it. Then I said, by that standard, we should support Boko Haram too. Because it's all movements, isn't it? All movements.
Are you quoting me?
Yes, because you said there are different parts that we should support everybody.
I say we need more Nnamdi Kanus. Then you are saying that Nnamdi Kanu is the same as Shekarau.
Because you see, for you, Nnamdi Kanu is different from Shekau. To people that support Shekau, your problem is that the way you see things is that you lack complete empathy at all. It's like you can't see from the other person's point of view at all. No sense of it.
So
it's like no sense of it at all.
Which people in the north agree with what Shekau is doing?
So all those toy human beings that were following him, they are made of toys. They are not blood and flesh like you.
People that are kidnapping the villagers.
I was trying to tell you that don't bother asking for apology from forefathers. That's what I was trying to tell you, because he's never going to bend or change.
Can I finish what I'm saying? You see, don't interrupt me, please. See, this is obvious. It's clear. The people that were working with Shekau, they are not toy human beings. They are real human beings, blood and flesh like you. That is a fact of life. If you don't want to make your peace with it, then when I say you lack empathy, then you don't understand. You don't even understand the concept. Because you only see from your own point of view. Because everybody has to be like Kano. To them in the north, the people like you in the north, they see Kano like Shekau too. Do you know that? But the problem is that people like you that are in the north are the ones causing the problem between both sides. Because you refuse to see that the type of people that refuse to empathize and see it from the other point of view, they are the ones causing this whole problem all over the world. Most people just want to get on with their lives. But these ones that simply refuse, and they have the most energy. They talk as if they know what reality truly is. But they don't. They refuse to see. And they're often the worst ones. And believe you me, I will fight those people to the death. Because You people will destroy this world. If we let you people do what you want to do, we will never know peace, and we'll suffer the same fate that our forefathers have suffered that got us to this mess in the first place. Because how can you just choose to blind yourself to other people's way of life if you cannot see from their own point of view that, okay, this is how they are thinking, this is how I'm thinking, okay, we can meet in the middle ground. That's how you solve problems. That is how you truly solve problems. If you cannot see from the other point of view, you are barely seeing the world for what it truly is, are you? You are not. You are groping in the dark, and you're not going to get any answer. That is cruelty to your people, really.
Forefathers, do you know me? I'm not a member of IPOB. You have always heard me from day one that what I disagree with the approach. So what you're just saying this now. I'm shocked though. I'm telling you, bro.
He said it himself. See, he said we should allow everybody to do what. But see, why is it that we choose to just see only things from one point of view?
Can you allow me to? Can you allow me to talk?
Hold on.
Can you allow me to talk?
No. You have.
No, you quoted me. Can I clarify what I said?
People have
because
said
I'm still alive.
about me. See, people
no, I'm
have
still alive. You are quoting me. Can I clarify what I mean?
Okay, please clarify what you mean.
Rudolph made a statement about the civil liberty movement, how Malcolm X, Martin Luther King, and Black Panther, different people fighting for the same thing. And I said that what Nnamdi Kanu is fighting is the same Nigerian question. He wants restructuring. He wants a Nigeria that works for everybody. He's talking about 1963 Constitution. That those are the things that is just like people seem to take a part of him that they want to adhere to. But what I'm saying is that I may not accept the way he's going about it, but at the end of the day, there are so many people that are agitating the same thing from different regions that the government are going to be forced to come so that people can sit down on the table and discuss. So what are you putting words in my mouth?
But it's clearly not the same thing. He's fighting for Biafra state too.
You don't know the history. You don't know the history of what Nnamdi Kanu is looking for.
Let me finish my point.
You know nothing about him.
But do you agree that people in the north will see Nnamdi Kanu just like some people in the south see Boko Haram? You know, some people will see them. Like
sorry, Steph, you are the person of what we are saying, honestly.
Because the point is, and I didn't say Kanu is like Shekau. I said by the standard he set, Shekau is also acceptable. That is the point. And I don't understand how you can understand them as the same thing. Like me saying Kanu is the same as Shekau.
Forefathers, what you're saying is very logical. Very logical. It doesn't make sense.
I don't understand it.
Very. How can you compare a terrorist
the one
with somebody who is
Let me finish my point.
All eyes on judiciary, please let me speak. You had your own moments, okay? You had your moments. Let me tell you.
See, you have 30 seconds before I carry on what I'm saying.
I don't even know what you're all about.
One sir.
See, all eyes on judiciary. I don't even know what you're all about. What exactly?
It's not your time.
I think it's cruelty when people.
It's not your time now. Why are you interjecting? People are here.
It's a form of cruelty when you have you believe you know some of the truth and you hide it from the people. Because how can we keep pretending as if other people don't have these ways of seeing the world? If somebody sets a standard and I said by that standard, I'm not saying Nnamdi Kanu is the same as this thing. By that standard, we should also accept Shekau. But somehow it is reframed that I said Nnamdi Kanu is the same as Shekau. You see what I mean? It's not the same.
How is it Nnamdi Kanu's problem a northern problem?
Let's leave that one. Let's leave that one aside. See, hold on. What are you saying?
How is Nnamdi Kanu's problem a northern problem?
See, I don't even understand. You see, the problem with what I see here
is a Nigerian problem.
Hold on. See, I think all this is just a noise. All this is noise. Come on, let me finish my statement. I don't have time for this.
Okay.
Let me finish my own point. The reason why people are struggling with this. The reason why people are struggling with this is because their bias is so strong that they cannot pull away and see things for what it truly is. You like it or not?
People are accusing nobody is struggling with it. Nobody is struggling.
Hold on. I let you speak for more than almost 30 minutes. Come on, it's only fair. Stop doing that. It's not fair.
Just say 10 hours.
At me now. Why are you not stopping him?
Okay, forefathers.
Oh God.
I think everybody should. Okay, I think there's something that I'm just listening to this, and I can't imagine people at home what they're thinking. So the first thing, there should be respect for for whoever is moderating. This idea of people just jumping in and talking, it doesn't. I don't know if you guys try to watch this at home, how it looks. Because we're in the studio, it looks like we're in the same room and we are talking, but it's not the same thing for those watching this at home. So that's one. So please, let's at least allow the moderator, whoever is moderating, to direct things, even if they are doing it wrong. But at least allow them so that it will make sense to people watching. Okay, first of all, let's round up your thoughts.
Thank you. This is why I keep saying, if we don't learn how to empathize and put ourselves in other people's shoes, how can you magnify your ideology? Your ideology needs to appeal to other people, and for it to appeal to other people, you need to put it in a way they too can understand. There is a reason why things are divided. Why do you think Peter Obi did so well? The results is very clear. We make it look like Nigeria. Some people believe that somebody can say they conspired against Igbo people. Some people conspired. The UK conspired against Scotland not to vote for independence, but yet they broke that barrier. They created the SNP to almost overturn the United Kingdom. The people just believe stuff when in reality there's no proof of it. Buhari lost election 3 times, cried on national TV from the north. Then Peter Obi lost once. Somehow it's a national conspiracy. When even the South they didn't even vote for him. When I know full well that the Southeast voted for Jonathan, but the South didn't vote for Peter Obi all through too. So we in the South and the Southeast, the South and the Southeast, maybe we need to get our act together. We shouldn't stop blaming people for everything. We need to get our act together. We are not getting our act together politically. We are not getting our act even economically. We sabotage our areas. We fight We fight for. We sabotage the oil pipelines. We create instability in that this in area. When I said something about the Southwest, which mostly was Lagos, is because comparatively Nigeria is doing terribly. I'm the first to admit to that. When I talked about the $27 billion budget, it's completely rubbish. Our the public sector is completely rubbish. Everything is just rubbish from that point of view. But comparatively, you can see that most things are moving towards Lagos because the South and the Southeast seems to be very, very unstable. They should have majority of the seaports that are actually active in Nigeria, but no, that moves to this is Southwest. Look at the refinery. They moved the Dangote refinery. They moved it to the Southwest. Everything is being moved to the Southwest. Why? We have to stop this thing. If we want our areas and all the people there to progress, what is very simple: make that area stable. Understand other regions, reach out to them. If you don't empathize with them, how are they supposed to empathize with you so that you can be able to deal with the problem? Can you imagine if the South and the North comes together and oppose this leadership? Nigeria will transform very quickly, and we have to do that. We don't even have a choice. We have to do that. If Nigeria is to change, we have to. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much.
Rudolph, please. Rudolph, please.
No, Sam, not you. Let me hear from KJ, please.
Okay, Rudolph, thank you so much. And thank you everybody who is on this panel. And I just want to go from where Rudolph talked. You see, when we're gathered here, the Igbos have a proverb. When we gather in the public square, we tell stories to others, not because each person cannot see the moon from their part of their own house. We just to continue to have that common communion with Nde Abatobi, that is the community people. Now we gather here because anybody is going to come and school anybody here. So it will be good that when you are talking sometimes, when you are saying certain things, you should give us reasons. For instance, I asked one question and I'm ready to give forefather part of my time. Please tell us, what is the real ideology? What is Boko Haram asking for the Nigerian people? What is it that you are fighting for? So that we can now empathize with them.
The reason why I said it is that it's not everything you empathize with necessarily.
No,
because you cannot accommodate them. And what they want is basically they should do away. They basically want to create a caliphate. Let me tell you what they want now. They want to create a caliphate in the north that doesn't have Western education.
Okay, and you, forefather, think we should empathize with that? Why are living?
Okay, but you see, to you, that's the point. To you shouldn't empathize with that. But to them, they believe it.
Listen, you see, I asked that simple question so that
I don't think you should empathize with that.
Call you out. One thing is this: did anybody from the East go to tell them not to demand that Western education is bad and they should stop? Did we go there?
But yet I support what the government did against them because they are destabilizing the nation and it's not a reasonable demand.
Dr. Dame, please, can I wait to answer KJ? Because like Papa doesn't know the question. Let me just answer the question. I have the question. Please, I have the answer to that question.
You mix.
I have the answer to that question. Just 1 minute.
No, hold on.
Because of some of your comment, some of the comments I'm making 2 days ago, I went to dig out all the information I have always stored in my backup drive concerning the IPOB movement and all that movement right from the beginning. And when I read some of truth, and I even wanted to say, give me your emails so I can send you materials that you have never seen. See, look, our people have a proverb. You don't go take your small juju and go to the village square to think you want to go and wrestle because you don't know who is on the other side of the team. Let's be a little bit temperament in our understanding and approach. A lot of people have information here. It's not only what you have that seems to drive it. You can have your idea, present your idea and leave it and let the other man be the judge. If he wants to take it, okay. If he doesn't want to take it, please agree with his position. Also,
that's what I did, and yet they are persecuting me for it.
But whenever you come back, you are coming back with such a force as if you are trying to force it down our throat. We must accept.
No, I'm explaining myself.
Now
because I've been persecuted.
Now you have been saying, you have been saying this about the ideology of the IPOB. This IPOB up to this moment as I talk to you, except those who are that have infiltrated IPOB, there is nobody in IPOB who goes with a gun to fight anybody, to kill anybody. None. And the IPOB, the only reason why IPOB got to this point was because it was, I keep saying it, after the meeting with Nnamdi Kanu and the Eastern governors in Enugu, things went out of hand because that was when, and I keep saying it again, the man who brought this out of hand, who first declared IPOB as a terrorist organization, was the Eastern governors led by David Omae. Okay, and that was where things went out of control. And you see, when you say these things, despite the fact that we know where Boko Haram is operating for, have there been any crocodile dance there? Have crocodile or monkey gone to dance in those places? Because there's Boko Haram there. But it has been dancing in the East for the past 7 years. And do you know how many casualty comes out of each dance? Look,
they just killed 80-something people recently.
You are talking about recently. See, this is where
they've been killing people in the north forever. I don't know why you say there's no dance there. This is the empathy thing. What is wrong with us?
Remember that some people have records of what's going on, and they have chronological record of what's going on. So when we come to space, it's also right for us to listen to that person and probably go and do our research to find out whether those people are lying or not. It's simple. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much. And
my mind is just blown.
Let me. Someone was raised. Okay. All eyes on.
I raised my hand up before KG, before even Janaba.
Okay.
Dr. Damages.
Maxi, go ahead. I'll come back to you.
Dr. Damages, thank you. KJ.
I am the one speaking. I'm the one speaking.
Sorry,
hold on.
You see,
I'm the one
speaking. Call my
speaking.
name first now.
No, but you didn't answer. So
You didn't raise your hand. I raised my hand before even KG.
Maxi, just go ahead.
Thank you, Dr. Damages. You see, to Niger, there is a proverb in my mother's land that said, where a child is crying and pointing finger, if the father is not there, the mother is there. You cannot be wiser than everybody that are here that are telling you that what you are doing is wrong. They killed 86 people. Who killed them? And who were they? Civilians. Civilians were senselessly slaughtered by the Nigerian military, not the terrorists, not Boko Haram. And you are going to compare that with the Python dance that saw the death of 28 or 29 people in the house of Mazen Nnamdi Kanu while he was enjoying his bail.
And when you come out here, you speak as if you are the embodiment of wisdom. My elder statesman here, I don't know, the one that is just from my side, the left-hand side, told you what he said. Look, I do not know whether you lived in the North before. And if you really know the antecedents and what the Boko Haram represent, it's just only what you read on the papers. You never lived there. The particular place this thing is happening today, I was at Nguru, Yobe State. Nguru to Keshua, Borno, is just 35 kilometers. When people are telling you things, please, you live in the UK. I do not know how many times, and you are from the South. I don't know how many times you have visited the North, Nguru, or Borno, or even where the theater of all this thing that is happening in the North. Please, do not equate Boko Haram ideology with Mazen Nnamdi Kanu. You might not like the methodology the man is using, but even if as bad as the 1999 constitution as given to Nigerians by the military, that constitution did not criminalize self-agitation. It didn't. And remember, for those of you that is still calling IPOB terrorist group, remember that you can be sued for it until the High Court in Enugu reverses their pronouncement on IPOB, not a terrorist organization. When you are speaking about IPOB, please remember that the High Court in Enugu has ruled on that. Do not call Mazen Nnamdi Kanu a terrorist. Do not call IPOB a terrorist. They are not terrorists. In line with the court ruling of the High Court in Enugu. Thank you, Dr. Rudolph.
All right, thank you. All eyes on the judiciary, Ernest.
Okay, thank you very much. Mr. KJ, you said you are a journalist. I want to ask you a question. When did Boko Haram start in Nigeria? Just a sharp one.
The starting point of Boko Haram was,
you know,
hold on, I asked me a question.
If you watch the governor of Zamfara, I thought you are because it's taking a long time now, so I just want to fast. I have 1 minute. Let's go. Let me just answer the question direct. So it's okay, you see the panelist, the governor of Zamfara, the former, not this present one, the past governor of Zamfara. When President Tinubu assumed office, he went to Aso Rock. He was there in the press where they take press. The press, that side of the press seat. He said that they should dialogue with the Boko Haram. You know that after that same day or the second day, they invite that man to Aso Rock. I said to Aso Rock, sorry, to Arise. They asked him why, because that message fly that day is like you want to take inside. He said no, you now analyze how Boko Haram start, what caused Boko Haram. He said during when the Masari Tokubo, the Niger Delta, when they were fighting for resources, and the case where they take Asari to jail many of them, and then Yaradua now grant them amnesty, then now the 40.
All right,
5,000, 60,000, all of them. Send some abroad. He said that is what the same thing Boko Haram I'm asking for, that their land, that they are the one producing all the food in Nigeria. They should be paying them. They should grant them those certain amnesties. They should pay. The other man, that former minister of Earth, I forgot his name. Maybe we know you, Mr. KJ. The same man come and say the same thing that when Gumi went to the bush and see them exactly what they still say. That is why we have to know what these people are, because you say what they are fighting for. That's why I want to tell you. It's like you say you're a pressman. You doesn't know. Me that I'm not a pressman, I'm the one I'm telling you.
Okay, sorry, Rudolph, let me respond. Sir,
So you have to pay me for
with
that
due
information.
respect
Thank
to
you.
you, with due respect to you, the Boko Haram movement started as a small organization that was formed by the former governor of Borno State, who gathered them to use them as his political talks. Obasanjo, during his time, went to Borno State and told him, these people you are gathering and using he said, no, they are my political boy. He said, no, this is going to be a problem. This is on record. I'm not saying what's not. He said, this thing you are starting now is going to be a problem. Now, the governor finished and left. He left. At that time, there was no problem until eventually what happened? The person who came in, who they helped to get into government, refused to pay them. He refused to pay them. I'm telling you how it started. And then they decided to capture one part of the state to collect their money, the money to use to feed their people, as in continuation of that agreement they entered with the governor. Okay, for which they now term Yusuf a criminal, for which they now use the powers that will be to kill him. This is the beginning of what we have today, sir. So, if you are deciding to use whatever, you see, like I said, I don't have all the knowledge in this world. This is what I know. You may know something different, but this is what I know, and that's what is on record. Now, as for what you have said, we are not in
But
contention.
you're a pressman. You have to pay me for the information. That is number one.
No, my own
But you have to
predates
pay me
what
for
you
that
said.
information.
My own predates what you said. So how is your own correct?
So all eyes on judiciary. How does your information even make sense? How does it make sense to all of us on this platform? Doesn't
My
make sense now.
All right.
I don't know
So,
what
information.
information you
right.
are shouting, pay us money for.
So we have to go. We have to move on. Janaba.
Thank you once again, Dr. Rudy, for all the town hall meeting. It's a place where you want to see Nigeria and what
for you to moot Alumide, you are mooting me.
This is the typical example of who we are as in Nigeria. If I will understand, if Steph is not here, I'm not going to mention him. But I wanted to tell him that what he says and the follow-up from forefather is based on my own understanding is that if there's agitations in general, you have your own view and you think this is right, and the other people think that is their own right. And to my understanding, okay, thank God Steph is back. So the step follow up with forefather is that if we have many of Nnamdi Kanu around, it will be better. So in my understanding is that he is saying, okay, these people too are also agitating. You may not like the way they are doing it. And the simple definition that all of us have defined what Boko Haram mean is that Western education is not welcome. So this means Boko Haram. That's the thing. So the point is that I don't want to go deep into all of that. I believe that there is a time that there are sensitive issues and there are very crucial issues. If we want to speak to issues that are destroying our nation or area that you have a challenge and you want to bring it here for us to share light on it. Just like oftentimes when things happen around our area, are trying to use the opportunity to share light on it, then it will be a good idea in my own word and a welcome. But
Listen,
once again,
yeah, easy, brother.
Nigeria never like a strong leader. They want a puppet. They always want somebody they want to beat down to accept their own way of life or their own understanding of life. Life is like a piece of gold. Whichever side you see it, that is your own view and you're okay with it, it's okay. But the notion of, once again, the haters of just to feel anything to provoke and to bring somebody to your own level. It's not going to happen with somebody that is on mission and person that have defined themselves. We are mostly here, I think we're all over 40s. So get rid of it, get along.
But you can't force anybody to simply shook yourself into that throat. I'm telling you this, you stop this. No, see it from what it is. Trying to reason and see something from that perspective, and trying us to have a dialogue. Why did NSAS happen in Lagos? Did they go to the north? It's a different. Why did it happen in the north? Because the north don't experience police stop you and then say bring your phone, your beer, like Steve now. If I think Steve now, if he's in the step. If Step is a young man working in Lagos as of that time, they'll say, bring your phone, you're a Yahoo boy because of your look. So the profiling in that part of the world, and that is why the movement could not go further. But right now, we have something that is uniting all of us, which is the pain that is going on, the hunger, lack of money, lack of everything. And that can bring us together. We talk about it, but all of this talk about going after one another, that's review who you are. It's that you don't know it is that you feel with it, because what you have is what you give. So if you're not going to stop it, I'm not going to stop it for you. But if you think that you, grown-up people here, have to be bending your own word, I think you are making a terrible mistake, and that is a failure of imagination. It's not going to happen. We are all grown here, and nobody should be pushing one another to another. Make your own point. And if we are making it to the wall, not to you here, necessary. People will sit at home and look at it and see it for what it is, and they make their own judgment. But it's not like if you think you are the one that you make all the point. No, you make your point in your own view, and people, the audience that are listening, they're listening. But please, for once again, and somebody will say idea of a guy who come here and say John Abba and this. So because I have to be bent to be you, I did not grow up in the field environment like you, and I'm not going to be you. And you stop it. If it doesn't matter how long you say it, go and chat all your chat. That will reveal who you are. And if the only thing that brought all of us here is one thing, is the care we all have, for whether for your immediate people or for Nigeria as a country. But you have a personal agenda and hate in your heart, and that is how you're going to go about it, it's left for you. But over and over, you break the rule on this platform several times, drinking your stout openly, and now you still have the gall to be talking to somebody that is unimaginable, and you have all the integrity. Please.
All right, thank you.
Rodolph, I've not had a chance. I've not had my own chance.
Who was he talking about this scout? Who was he talking about? Did he mention my Guinness?
You have punished me enough.
John mention my Guinness?
All right. I was actually looking forward to Jagun maybe giving us Christmas cheers and changing the tone, but he just went off. Olumide, go ahead.
Okay, so I want to just say that I want to reply Abba directly that nobody is saying nobody should not air their views. We're saying that if you want to air your views, come out with facts. Don't come and push dear leader ideas on this platform. Nigeria is a democracy. You understand? Don't come and push dear leader ideas. All these ideas that you want to push on this platform can only work in North Korea. It's not going to work in Nigeria. Nigeria is a free democratic society. And then when you bring in, make your point, come with facts. And then people don't come and force it down people's throats to say, if it doesn't happen, Nigeria is going to break, Nigeria is going to this, Nigeria is going to that. People have a right to aspire. People have a right to agitate. You understand? We want to listen to each other. But when you begin to say things that are not fact, people will push back, and that is natural. You understand? Nobody is more Nigerian than anybody here. We are all equal. We are all subunits of a whole country. You understand? If you don't want to identify where you come from, that's fine. That's your right. You understand? But when people identify a particular problem that is hurting them, you understand? Let them hear it. That is how we're going to build a good country. When we have a center that listens to everybody, you understand? Don't tell us, it happens to I mean, everybody's suffering. Keep quiet. That's not right. That's what we're saying. You understand? So when you come with suggestions or opinion, let people air their opinion, let people air their facts, and come with facts that are, I mean, come with your opinion that is fact based. Don't come with things that you looked up and you're not even able to articulate it properly. You know, people are going to punch holes in it. That's what we're saying. Nobody hates anybody. And if you're a member, if you're advocating for any particular party or any political leaning, say it, be proud to say it. Nobody's saying don't say it. You understand? And then when we say that there was no free and fair election in Nigeria, even the European Union came out with a report. You understand? We all saw it. The beavers didn't work. We had 3 off-cycle elections, the same thing. I mean, how can a reasonable person, when things should be getting better, how can a reasonable, we all want the best for our nation. That is why we are laying down all this criticism. America, you can see people criticize the government in America. It is all for the better. If they didn't listen, I don't think all of us will be flocking down there to wanting to go there for a better life. And that is what we want for our country. There's no better life down there. And then when we criticize, you tell us to keep quiet and not criticize. How can you see a good in a bad thing? How can that happen? We are saying people cannot vote. I mean, vote freely. Look at the 3 off-cycle election. It was a sham. Look at our Supreme Court. We are saying that as ordinary people, these are our fears. How can an institution? We are saying that our institutions are not working, and an institution came to give witness that this governor did not have this true certificate, and they still went ahead to say, and Supreme Court judges are saying that their witness is not credible. I mean, how does that? How do you, as an educated person, as a human being, think that to be logical? Where does that happen? And we say we want a country. Our country is going down the drain. We want a true Nigeria that works for all of us, but not the way it is working. You can't build something on nothing. We are telling the president there right now that his election had questions. His election had questions. It should not be sitting easy. It should make things right.
Thank you.
Can I respond to what Jonathan said?
No, nobody's responding to anybody. No, not yet.
Okay, can I respond to forefathers?
No.
I respond to John Abba. What is said
Can I respond to Bishop? Can I respond to Bishop?
Thank everybody. I thank you all for your contribution. It's already Christmas, some other parts of the world. I want to wish all of you Merry Christmas. I have to go, but I just want to say this. I think it was Bumi that said that this platform is not for the weak. And I think it's right. She's right. It's not for the weak, even for moderators, even for myself. And let me say this. I think what I got from what has been going on over the last few days is that I think there is a fundamental issue with moderators and their opinion, even myself, because when I have tried to share my opinion, I see pushback, which is okay. I think it's proper that people should, no matter who you are. I think why I'm not getting the kind of flags that forefathers is getting is that I don't share my opinion. And I think anybody here could be a moderator. And if you're a moderator and you share your opinion, you are going to be attacked, especially when you have the power to remove people, the power to change the conversation, the power to say who will talk. That's just what I just realized, that is actually what's going on, not anything else. I don't think the issue is that forefathers is sharing his opinion. He has the right to share his opinion, but I think in the position of a moderator, where you determine who speaks and where the conversation will go, I think that's where the problem is. So I think I'm hearing you guys. Like I said, we will keep modifying the structure of what we do and how we do it. But I want to thank everybody who is here, who is watching at home, people who have been supporting the platform. Is very important, and we will talk about that as we get to the new year. Because we need a lot of to continue this. It's difficult. It's getting bigger than what I thought. I thought it's just something I would do 2 hours and go home and turn off the TV. But now we have to deal with so many things, back end and everything. I really want to thank all of you and wish you a Merry Christmas, and hopefully for the rest of the night, you guys can smile and laugh and take it a little bit easy. It's not perfect, but we are going to keep working on it. I heard you. I want to make sure you know that I'm hearing what you're saying, and I'm beginning to get an idea of what is going on. Because one thing I can tell you, as long as I'm doing this, I want opinions. I want different, or anybody to come and be free to speak here. This is my number one thing. I won't be doing this if anybody, I don't care who the person is and what opinion they have. I believe that we are capable of challenging anybody. If Tinubu comes here, or the spokesperson for Tinubu comes here, I believe we can challenge that person.
But it appears your summary seems to be suggesting that because moderators have opinion, that is why they attack this thing. They attack people because of the opinions, not because you are moderating.
No, it's because as a moderator, there's a way you share your opinion. It will look, because you have more time. You take more time. You can decide to take more time. I don't do that. You can decide to take more time. If you look at an hour of a program, if you're a moderator, you can decide to speak more than everybody else together.
Yes, you
but
can.
I don't do that. I'm not saying.
But that is if you don't, because most of the time, if I ever remove anybody, which I don't hardly, is because they finish talking. I want to talk. They refused, like they do here on the panel when you are here, because people feel passionate about stuff, then they won't let you talk. They forget that they are blocking you from talking too.
Another issue I have with you, forefathers, you know, I normally have issue with you, and I've got to be upfront with you.
No, to be fair, I like that.
At 2024, you need to tell people on the comment section, some certain individuals that do it over and over again, you need to appeal to them to be respectful. We're not asking, I mean, you can agree with me, you can agree with anybody you want to agree with, but people will just come down, right? And you've seen it yourself. They will just start attacking certain personalities and even personal insult. It is not nice. It is just not nice. So if you just let them, that's why, have you noticed that where electricity is there, they don't mess about? So some certain
they don't. But they call me more of a dictator than they call electricity, because of my opinions. That's why I'm saying it's not because I'm a moderator. It's because I'm my opinions. I don't even disrespect them.
What I'm saying is, I'm saying your opinion why you are moderating. CM, I'll come to you. Okay, I'll come to you. Hold on. Your opinion why you are moderating. I'm not saying you shouldn't. I mean, this is what I do, and this is what this job, I think, my own understanding of it, is to guide people to share their views, to guide them, not really. And then it doesn't mean that if someone says something, and I try to fact check people, but it's difficult. Like almost everybody, before they finish talking, there are several things you can correct, but I can't stop the whole show to correct one person and then give them another chance to speak. So it's complex, it's difficult. People don't understand. And I hope by next year, when we get more, we are going to get more moderators. You guys, anybody, some days we can even try anybody who wants to moderate. You see the challenge. It's not an easy thing to do. So I hope people appreciate that. It's not really easy. I get so many people reaching out. So finally, I want to thank you guys and CM.
But while Rudolph is here, let me give you an example.
Let me give you
an example. See, I differ. The only place I differ from Rudolph is that Rudolph wants one Nigeria. Me, I want Yoruba nation. But me and you, we differ on every ground.
Okay, I refuse to believe that. But you see, when I criticized Ned Media today because of he was sharing information that was erroneous, he came back and said, "Thank you for the wonderful this thing." Because when you are getting something wrong, somebody corrects you. I think it's very important that we learn how to accept it, because it enriches all of us, and especially the viewers. Personally, when I'm posting, I feel like,
why are you refusing to accept the one we are giving you? That's the question.
If you don't back it up, Ferrari, if you back yours with evidence, I will accept it. Ferrari, if you back yours with
Oh, so
evidence, I
there's
will
no
accept it.
evidence yet. You see where we are. You see, you're not
I will
accepting.
readily
okay,
accept it.
Rudolph,
All right. Forefathers, hold on.
Rudolph, Rudolph,
Hold on. CM, go
Rudolph,
ahead.
Rudolph, consider this in the
Yeah.
midst of all these things. Somebody said Nnamdi Kanu is responsible for the death of 40,000 people. Where is the evidence? Till today, electricity said, well, okay, show us the evidence where you wrote everything. Till today, we are waiting for him. That is one. Somebody will also tell you that is discuss of this attitude of Ndibo domineering. That's why two Cameroonians I met told me they had to vote to leave Nigeria. Where is the evidence? These are part of the things that when people say it, some people may allow it to slide. And when I hear this type of thing, I raise it up. Where is the evidence? Today, where is at least 40,000? Call electricity. We are still waiting for evidence. Not 39,000, not 41,000, not 39,900,
But I didn't say
or
that.
not
That is why you can't
41,001.
expect
But
evidence.
excuse me. You said it. Are you lying again? Are you
But
telling lies again? Are
I
you
didn't
telling
say
lies?
it. You can't just make
Remember,
stuff up. I'm sorry.
you said so. How can I make stuff up? Call electricity, please. What are you still talking? You are even look at barefaced liar. I'm so disgusted.
Do
You
I
are saying
look like somebody
You know
that
the word
challenge you.
that shrinks from
That was
holding my
that was
position?
that. Hey,
Rudolph, you know the word
listen.
Hold on, CM. CM, hold on. You know the word recalcitrant. Forefather is recalcitrant. He never admits. He
What
never
are you still
apologizes. He
What
never,
are you still talking?
even get worse as you correct him. And you cannot
No,
be a
you
moderator
can't correct
like
me
that.
when I didn't
I'm
say the wrong
sorry.
thing.
See,
When I didn't say it. When
Oh,
if I
you
accuse
said
you of
it.
something
the
now,
only human who
You
doesn't
said
say
it.
the wrong
You
thing
said it.
is the only human on earth
How
who
bad?
doesn't say the wrong thing. Come on.
you know
Come
what?
on. Hear
Just
Please,
to
yourself
raise
up.
this
electricity.
thing, I
Hear
can
Please,
bring
yourself.
that video
let me say.
up.
Excuse me. Before
You've
before I
forgotten
leave,
that these things are
electricity
recorded.
wherever you are. Please, electricity wherever you are. Try
He's
and bring
forgotten
that
that these
cut the way
things are
the way you
recorded.
cut it off. The section
He's the
you
only
bring it and
only
upload it.
human being who
I mean,
doesn't say the wrong thing.
excuse me. So when something like that happens, and somebody is trying to tell you, everybody's now looking for evidence. Evidence. Show me evidence. Where is the evidence? Till today, we are waiting for the evidence. Not 39,000, not 41, but 40,000. Where is the evidence? If not at the Supreme Court, do you know that this issue of rendition of Nnamdi Kanu, forefather justified it? That after all, America can go and make America invade country and take people. If not that Supreme Court condemned it in their ruling, that depriving Nnamdi Kanu, the way they took Nnamdi Kanu from Kenya to Nigeria, Nigeria should consider their image. It's wrong. Supreme Court condemned it. And also condemned the invasion of his compound where he was enjoying his bail. Go and check what forefather were saying before. You see, that's why I said, when I listen to this type of thing, it tells me your level. It's not because I want to be gauging you. Maybe you shout 1 hour, I shout 10 minutes, or I shout 10 hours, you shout 1 minute. It doesn't mean. To me, I rate people based on the analysis. How can you say Supreme Court has to come out and condemn it? Two things. And everybody now knows that at least for Supreme Court to tell Nigeria that you made a mistake. And they even had to tell Nnamdi, go to the civil court and enforce your fundamental human right in terms of looking for damages. Supreme Court said it. Am I making it up? Didn't you people see it? Am I lying here? So, but when people come and then high-handedness, America can invade. Why didn't America invade Nigeria to take out Bakari? When Hush Puppy implicated Bakari, America applied for extradition. When I was trying to explain the difference between extradition and rendition, he was telling me all this type of things. Listen, for me, what I know to be true, I can only look at you and have pity. That I pity the people you feed with all those have big facts. Even people know it. It's as simple as that. We know it. So, but when you come and then you can bamboozle, you can not me. Not you can't bamboozle somebody like me because I know. By the time you sell something and then I weigh you on a scale, I know where I place you. We can't be talking, but I know what to take.
You see,
Like I say, as you like it. God has made her. I think Olivia to Rosalind. God has made her. So let's take her for a woman. It's as simple as that. So that's where I end my case. It's not somebody like me you bamboozle. When you fabricate all these things and say, we know. Thank God that Supreme Court resolved the issue of Nnamdi Kanu, whether rendition is extradition and whether invasion of his premises was right, and they resolved it, and they asked him to go and sue, go and seek for redress. It was stated. I'm not making it up. So today, that set of analysis, when they bring it, you will be a fool to come and start holding to what you are saying, telling us it was done. Britain can invade, anybody can. You don't do that. When you say it, people will look at you and say, well, it's a pity that somebody is saying this. You don't. You can hate somebody, but then when it's right, you say the person is right. Justice is justice. I believe in the rule of law, no matter whose ox is God. I thank you.
Yeah, yes,
Sorry,
I
forefather is
didn't
a
call
good
you.
person.
I didn't
just
call
one
you.
word. Just one word. You know,
Forefathers is a
when
good
when
person,
when they were
but the problem is,
supposed to rendition Abakare, the government of Nigeria quickly went to court to begin to prosecute him. Okay, they knew that. In fact, I asked a friend of mine. He said no. They knew that when they start prosecuting him and holding him, he cannot be extradited. So it's a clever way of keeping him in the country, and the case will naturally die, which has, of course, you all know where the case is today. So these are all tricks we know. We know it's not done and without. We all have heads on our brain. So um, I just want to add that.
All
yeah,
right.
what baffles me is that forefathers have known him as somebody who, like somebody said here, who want to balance stuff. I can't argue against that. But he can also not hide his bias when it comes to issue that has to do with Nnamdi Kanu. If he's another person, what forefather will tell you is okay that he's presumed innocent until the court pronounces him guilty. But when it has to do with Nnamdi Kanu, the forefather will judge him before the court and pass his judgment. He have told me once that he deserved to be executed for what he did. And I was asking him, can't he even give him benefit of going to the court? He said no, that he deserved to be executed. He did this, that. You have judged him. When it comes to the issue of if you see most of the things that bring this shows that your bias in your analysis has to do with a particular area of issues. And I've told you sometimes you may have your own point, but the way you present it always shows that it's as if you have a score to settle with somebody outside this forum. I don't know, maybe because Mazi Nnamdi Kanu lived in London, maybe two of you knew each other somewhere, and there is something that's going on that we don't know. If
I
you
would have
tell us,
said he
it will be
took his
better
girlfriend, but Forefather
we
didn't have a
come and
girlfriend.
rest.
All right. Thank you, everybody. Let me just say this in closing for me. I'm getting reports as we speak. People are, sending things to me that some panelists are using some words on the comment section. Like I've said, this is a tough place. This is really a tough place to. It's not for the weak, but I always expect. I know we are trying to figure out how to properly manage the comment section. It hasn't been. I don't think we are doing a perfect job, but I think that for those who have the privilege of being in the studio or panelists, they shouldn't um, go to the level. I really understand that if nothing is done about the comment section, people tend to feel under attack. But I can tell you, you know, I also get called out and get attacked, but it's okay. I don't respond to that. But I think people are different. But please, for those who are in the studio, let's not someone said don't engage them, don't I don't think you will win. There was something Thomas Jefferson said about the media and what the media was writing about him. He said, look, you cannot argue with people who buy ink in drums. You can't win the argument. So the people in the comment section, they have so many privileges. You don't know them, their real name, who they are. They can type anything they want. But your face is here. People know you. You should, That's how I handle it. So anyway, but I hope we
So,
can share.
Doctor, can I respond? I know who sent you that message. He's there. He's one of your moderators that cannot tell people to behave themselves. Then he will come behind and report you for what I have said. Joseph Emeka has been insulting me, insulting my parents and all that. When you live in a glass house, don't throw stones. I've not engaged the comment section. Even forefathers can tell you for about 2 months now. Just Emeka cannot come and be insulting me. So if you live in a glass house, don't throw stones. If you call me a dog, I'll call your mother a bitch. Sorry, I'm sorry about that. But it just can't happen until this sort of characters, these shady characters that can't show their real face, show their name, cannot be dealt with. This will continue. But I'm going to respect you. It's your this thing. I'm going to I'm going to ignore him, but let him just know that I'm going to find him. That's a promise. I'm saying that on the camera because it's now becoming something beyond that. Righteous Man complained about Clapsal yesterday. It was swept under the carpet. How long we are going to 2024? How long should this thing continue? And one of your moderators will come and he will be behaving irresponsibly just because Tone has said something. He will go and report that Tone has said something. Like, come out. He knows who I'm talking about. And if he wants me to call his name now, he's there. I'll call out his name.
Tone, I will
I'll
just
call him out.
Tone, I will just tell you, it wasn't from a moderator, just so you know. But
Okay.
I know there's a moderator who is helping there, but it's not from the moderator. I'll tell you that. All right, but I hope we can cheer up. I wish I can find something to cheer people. Oh, well, maybe the pastor can help us. I just say the final word before I play this video. Maybe that will help. Go ahead. Ike.
No, a kind of question I wanted to ask my brother forefather. He said that Peter Obi did not win. Not every place in South South did he win. I want to ask, which state in the South South did Peter Obi not win? I'm asking my brother forefather, which of the states in the South South did Peter Obi did not win?
Cross River, Akwa Ibom, and Bayelsa.
Where?
Cross River, Akwa Ibom, and Bayelsa. They didn't. I find that very disappointing because you would expect when Jonathan was running, the entire Southeast actually voted for Jonathan. So you can see that region there is issues that needs to be resolved. You know,
okay,
so
you have answered my question. Dr. Damages, I really want to thank you for giving all of us the privilege to be part of your platform. It's true, it's not only you that is making it to be possible. Our being here is part of making it to be possible that people listen. Sometimes we say things that when we're in our closets, we will not say before our kids or before the people that are looking up to us as role models. But this is what it is when it comes to the issue of what concerns our country, Nigeria. Sometimes it is heartbreaking to you stay at your breaking point that you are forced to say so many things. And it is only when you say them that you get relief, you know. So I want to thank you and I want to thank my brothers and my sisters that have been part of this platform. And my wish for everybody that it is in our time that we see a better Nigeria. That's my prayer for everybody. I just want us to know that no matter whatever we say here, um, we are all Nigerians. Nigeria, they love themselves. And when we are outside, mostly, that's where you see Nigeria love themselves. So we cannot disagree politically, ideologically, or whatever, but at the end of the day, we are all claiming or fighting for the same cause to see a better Nigeria where me and you can be happy and be free to go home, or your children or your grandchildren can be free to go home and say, I'm proud to be a Nigerian. So, Dr. Rudolph, I want to thank you for all the sacrifices, for all the pressure that come with this work. And I pray that as we are trying to usher in a new year, that we are going to start in a new beginning and in another layer of foundation where we should be able to respect one another and speak truth to power. It doesn't matter who is paid to represent anybody. If you are paid to represent your group or your organization or an individual, you should be able to present an argument that somebody can be able to counter. Let us not use certain words to make others look stupid, or they didn't go to school, or they don't do research, or they don't know much. Nigerians right now are not looking for people who are educated, because the hunger that is going on in that country doesn't know people who went to school or people who did not go to school. I want to raise this case by saying that your president of the Senate, who was celebrating 61 years, students from the state he was the governor before, were kidnapped in the north. Up to today, they have not been found, but he's celebrating his Christmas with Nigerian money, with all the federal might and security and the everything. He was celebrating 61 years. This is the country we have found ourselves, and these are the country people who come here and try to paint and defend. These are the people we're talking about, people who are fighting, people of conscience. Me and you have conscience here because we're talking of a better Nigeria. The people that are supposed to be in prison are the people we are defending. Politicians who are stealing your money in front of your face. They are the people that we come in this platform to defend. But you and me, who have a conscience, who feel the pain of Nigerians, we don't have respect for one another, but we respect the politicians who steal your money and my money, and at the same time, they will pay you, you go to different platforms, you defend them, and you come back to tell me, oh, we are fighting for a better Nigeria. The people that are supposed to be in prison are not the people that are in prison. The people that are supposed to be on that chain, they are not the people that in the chain, but they are the people who are putting the conscious people like you and me into prison because nobody is going to ask questions. So this is the country we have found ourselves. And I think that as we want to go into 2024, remember, when you are pointing this finger to somebody, remember that the other finger is also pointing at you. Like I said, for whatever that I sow, as Mr. Ike Alabeflo, whatever that I sow or whatever that I have sown is what I'm going to reap. But if I have sowed a seed that I know that I've caused pain in the life of people, my duty as a Nigerian and a citizen of heaven is for me to reach out those people and ask for forgiveness, make an amendment, make a reconciliation, that we can sow a seed that will benefit everybody. So no matter wherever we are now, we're enjoying London, you're enjoying US, you're enjoying wherever you are. When I come to this island, I met few Nigerians. So none of them could be able to survive this island. They left because they were not prepared. They think the island is like America or London, where there are so great opportunities. Those things that they refuse to do is what people from all the Caribbean, all the people from Latin America, that's what they're doing. And they're sending money back home and living a better life. So, but I came here. The Nigerians that I met here, all of them left. Some went back to London, some went back to England, some went back to Holland, some went back to other countries of the world. But I am still here because I'm persistent. I know the reason and purpose why I left Nigeria. I didn't just leave Nigeria because I want to leave Nigeria. But this is the place that I am today. This is where I've been blessed. I am not paying any rent. The house I live is my house. This is my house. But this is an island of about 20,000 people. You can imagine and think, so how can a Nigerian survive here? I didn't go to university, but I am working. I am working in an office. I have an office. I lead a department. That's the spirit of a Nigerian. Wherever you go, make a mark. All this America we are praising today, Britain you are praising today. Nigeria can be the same that country. But sometimes when we live outside, we forget the pain. Like we are saying, we are suffering now. No matter how your heart is hardened, all of us here that are in this platform right now, families and friends, you know how many you are sending money today. Today I know how many transfers that my wife has made today. Since December 15th, what am I doing? I don't pluck that money from the tree. Before the money comes to my account, they take the whole money from tax. How many Nigerians pay tax? Those people in government, the president and the senate president, and all the criminal senators that are there, do they pay tax? But your $1,000 before it gets to your account, they must take everything, because that's why you have 24-hour electricity. If that light goes off without any reason, you can sue that company. We should be able to give credit to us who are doing decent life outside Nigeria, because that's what we're praying for. I have children and I have grandchildren. They can't go to Nigeria. I can never risk them. Doesn't matter whatever you tell me. Never will I ever risk my children and my grandchildren to go to Nigeria. To go and do what? Where would they stay? The money that you have to pay security to guide your family, you can use that money to bless, less privileged people in your community, or women that has no husband but has children, but they don't have anybody to look after them. Why do I have to pay money for people to guide me and my family? Why there are neighbors in my family that are suffering? Just because I want to go home to say I went to Nigeria. What is the joy? What is the gain? So please, let's remember we are all Nigerians. It doesn't matter wherever we come from. My best friends in this world are Yorubas and people from Edo State. I'm an Igbo man. I refused in my entire life, in my family, if my mother was still alive today, to God be his glory, wherever she is today, I was the only person in my family who said I would never marry an Igbo woman. I said it from the time I was 12 years. And today I didn't marry an Igbo woman. Doesn't mean that I don't love my people. I love intertribal marriage. And today I am marrying a woman from the Caribbean that gave me beautiful children and grandchildren. And I am happy and I'm fulfilled. So please, let us respect one another. It doesn't matter how. So whenever something happens here, forefather, don't think people are attacking you or people don't like you. The family, one family that are 5 people, we are 3 boys in the family. We behave different ways, but we come from the same mother. We have different way of approaching things. It's normal in a family. What of people who are not from the same place? But also you can avoid certain things that comes to you. Those things that make people question your credibility, those things that make people question who really is this guy, you can avoid those things and prove them wrong.
How?
If tomorrow Rudolph Okonkwo tells me tomorrow night that he's no more an Igbo man, or he's pretending, if he doesn't show wherever he comes from, I can never be in this platform, because I need to know who he is. And he's not hiding from where he's coming from. Even though I come from the worst place in Nigeria, I should be proud of where I come from, because I didn't create myself in that place. But what am I going to do? What's my work? Is to make that place a known place and make it a better place. God bless all of you and enjoy your Christmas, and we see you in the new year.
Thank you very much. I thank you so much. Let me, maybe this will help illustrate what we go through here when we come here. Playing that video. After that, we'll take my bow and thank you guys. I think everyone that comes on this platform will have to go through this kind of treatment. That's an illustration of what happens. But also to support what's going on in Nigeria. Let me play this one too, so that you guys can see. This is
Rudolph, I love that your video.
That video was cool. Yeah.
But if the other one will play, then we'll watch it. If not, I will take my bow. Let's see. I think it's coming on. That's something we have to fix next year. We have to find a way to make videos play as soon as you put them in. But thank you all again, and have a wonderful, safe.
Sorry, is the video backstage? That video you just played?
It should no, it's not backstage. I can
Oh
put it.
man,
I can put
yeah, yeah. Please put it there so I can remind people of what what happens here. It's really good.
yeah. So, but again, thank you all, Steph. Thank you so much. The flagship. Thank you, Tone, KJ, Ike, Alba, CM, John Abba, forefathers. Thank you all. I will take my leave. I know, and then I'll see you guys next.
Happy Christmas, brother. Take it easy, brother.
Merry
Happy
Christmas.
Christmas, Bishop.
All right. Merry Christmas.
Merry
See
Christmas.
you.
Okay. Um. Thank you. You see, um. Sorry, guys. I don't know whether I should be saying this. CM has repeatedly said something about me saying that Nnamdi Kanu killed 40,000 people or something like that from a video, and I've got to that point now. I don't know whether I should share it so that people hear the conversation itself. What I actually said, Nnamdi Kanu was responsible for killing
Forefather,
40,000
please,
people.
I'm not cutting you off.
Mm.
Please, I'm begging you. Leave that topic alone for now.
Okay, good.
Please,
Because
let's go to something. Let's talk about
sometimes he feels so strongly about it that I feel like maybe people
You
need to.
see, all of these things. Let me say this. People are watching us. It's not about you or CM or anybody else. There will be another day to talk about that. Let us not go there now. Let us set our mood up for and the viewers. What is Christmas all about? Ike is here. Is Christmas really 25th? Let's talk about intellectual or let us
Let's go intellectual.
so let us talk about okay, what day is not Christmas? Let's bring something else as far as the occasion we are entering and bring something interesting. All this argument tomorrow, nobody will win. All I want to say to you, stand your ground for who you are, be sensitive to some issues, and that is it. I'm not here to if you can leave your number or your email on the private chat, but anybody can leave. We are all our brother. If I go to Caribbean today, I know my brother that is not dead and it's already in heaven. I'll go and see him, and I will have a good time with him there. Brother Ike, he's a senior brother. Old people in my place, they are not expected to say sorry, but you are the one to say that. And I don't think it's that older than me because I'm bald-headed and I don't live my own thing like Steph, so you cannot see my beard. And all the nation, maybe he make his own black than my own. But I think I'm older than I'm older than you think. So let us take it to another
John
level.
Abba, in December 12, I was 61.
You are looking great.
Thank you.
You are looking great.
Mm.
And the island is a beautiful place. I've been there. It's a beautiful place. But
Thank
next
you.
time, if I come again, I'll try to find a brother like you there so we can have a good time.
No wahala.
All right.
Should we be celebrating Christmas then, and maybe the same thing can be asked for Salah? Should we be celebrating all this thing because since they came to us,
But
I don't know
since
whether
you
we
are
have
not
ever
there,
seen
since
light.
we don't have a Muslim here and tomorrow is not Salah day, we cannot talk about
We focus on Christians, eh?
yeah,
We focus on the
let's talk about.
Christianity.
And then
Okay.
Brother Ike can tell us what is Christmas to him and what he has done for Christmas, and then we can learn and we can disagree with him. The only thing is that I'll tell anybody that if you have a thin skin, don't come up with something because this platform, like Rudolph and one of the young ladies say, it's not for the weak. So because if you are saying some certain thing now, some people will log in right away to challenge you. So you better gather your fat together so that they don't push you to aside and you feel disrespected or feel like you are not there. So if it's like tomorrow, I think 25th, and the 25th in another place can be a different day altogether. Maybe some people already enter it maybe before us. So what is the date, the significance of the date, especially around the world, since we have different time?
Yeah, and it shows you it's just arbitrary. See, I think there was one point I failed to address though. People accusing me of being an agent. Um, I don't know what they think I am, because if I was an agent, I would try to please people, and if I was an agent, I would tell you I'm an agent. I cannot. Why would I apologize? If I'm an agent, I will hold my
You don't
position
worry about
based
that.
on being an agent.
It's a jab. In politics, they call
Mm.
something jab. You
No,
throw it to somebody, and no
see,
matter how the
for
person said it.
you, it's like that. But some people truly believe
Yeah,
these
but
things,
you
and
cannot
mm,
see. Don't waste too much time trying to
mm,
define yourself for people. Some
mm,
people have created opinion or perceptions about you that will
mm,
never change for anything. But maybe with time,
mm,
will prove us right or wrong. So don't worry about
mm.
those things, please. Please.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's okay. It's
Yeah.
okay. I just thought I should address that because I always
No, no,
just
no, no,
ignore
no,
it and
no,
bat
no,
it away.
no.
That said, anyway, like Christmas for me, I feel like all these things we have been celebrating since we started celebrating Christmas. I cannot think of one day Nigeria actually improved. It seems to be always been going down, 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 down. We just didn't know it in 1960 and 1970. We just didn't know it, but we're always going down, and now it's becoming more and more pronounced. And the dates is not even within our calendar. I don't know whether we had a formal celebration that we used to have before. What used to be our annual calendar? Did we used to have one? Can we go back to our own original calendar? Why are we going with the Western New Year's calendar? Because there are other countries that don't do that. Like the Chinese have their own, the Russians have their own, and
No,
I
have
think,
we
if I'm not mistaken, the
had
Indians. I'm
unique
not sure what the Indians use. Pardon?
forefathers? Have we ever had our own unique calendars?
I think we do now. We have days of the year, months and stuff like that. I think we do, don't we?
You mean before the white people came?
Yes.
And let
Yeah,
me ask KJ.
that's the market days you're talking about now. You're
Yes,
talking
I think we
about,
used to
I
have
mean,
for Ukwo and the rest. How is it
yeah,
compared
that's
to
what you're referring to.
Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and the rest of the day, brother?
Mm. And we
Mm.
have seasons too.
Oh, I think KJ is frozen. Brother Ike can answer that. What is that? How did the Igbo? I think Igbo have their own date that they call Ukwo, Eke, and all of that. How does that one fit to the calendar?
Jonaba,
Mm.
you people keep telling me, yeah, I should ignore this guy. Why should he be insulting my dad? See,
No,
if I'm
because
because
you are
everybody
Easy.
keeps
paying
attacking. So
attention.
wait. Everybody keep
Don't make you leave.
attacking forefathers. Where it comes
Don't
from.
leave
I
these
don't.
people now.
If no, you have to tell me you leave. I can't start insulting your dad. All eyes on the judiciary, and you take it lightly. You can't. This
Yeah, just Emeka, don't do that now. You can't be bringing
you
people's
can't
dad
do
into
that.
this now. You can't do that.
Let's put him on
Tone,
time out so that you
Let's
understand that
tone,
you can't be doing that.
tone.
mm.
If you cannot be blocking everybody in your comment section. It's
It
only
is not
coward that block
blocking.
people
It
in
is
comment
telling
section.
them there's a
Honestly, how can you be
decency.
blocking
That
people?
is
Let
what
Yeah,
them
I'm
but
just.
your
saying.
You can
decency is
just get it.
it's not somebody else's decency. Your decency is you. So I know how you feel, but ignore it. I don't even read it when it's
Oh
going
my
on.
God.
Please.
You are tone. I have
Yeah.
this one. Can we be the same?
They
Yeah,
call me
I
Boko
understand
Haram
that
on
though,
the
but
Excuse
they call me
Fafana, sorry.
Boko Haram
Okay,
that
look,
we say is
all
the
of
wrong
us here,
word to use.
we
But
criticize
did I
government.
respond to them? I don't
We
respond to them.
Fafana, please, 1 minute. 1 minute, Fafana. God, remember, please,
mm.
1 minute, please, 1 minute. 1 minute, please. Let me just make a
Go
point. Sorry,
ahead. Go ahead.
everybody, please, sorry. We here, all of us here, we come here every day. We criticize government. Some people will come and say, why are we criticizing that government? And we'll be attacking that person. No, you are not a government now. You are not in power. People are criticizing you. Okay, if you are in government tomorrow, like you now, you will just go and carry that person and just fire and just massacre him.
Not be
So we
so,
have to
my
be all
brother.
these
That
things.
is not
That's
what
exactly what we are doing to
we are
government.
talking about.
That somebody are still coming back to do to us.
When somebody just start acting like somebody that is from a mental home, you didn't engage with the person, you didn't say anything, you didn't insult the person, and the person just start insulting you. Is it normal? You can't be
Yeah.
doing that.
Yeah.
Okay, you guys
I,
say is it normal? It's not normal.
we may not block
Uh,
him, but we can ask him to express, show more
yeah, that's what I'm
civility,
saying.
because
Because when you
it's
encourage
not
him and
right. You
not
can't
ask,
be
not
people's
say
dad
anything to
to,
him, then that means
Mm.
you're encouraging him that what he's doing is right. It's not
Yeah,
it's not
because
right.
just a maker, you don't know the kind of relationship people have in their families, and you bring their dad up publicly like that.
So,
It's not. You
Tone,
have
I
to
know how
show
you
some.
feel, but the point I'm making is that I'm not condoling whether he used such word against you. First of all, you can ignore not to read it. All right? I don't know
You
the
just Mr. Abba, yeah,
yes.
Chioma that used to do all what she has to do and all that. I told her I was going to find her. I've got her address. I've got her phone number. I can put up here. There's some IPOB people that are not happy with. I see this guy doesn't know that if I've got his time, but listen, if
Please,
I catch him,
please,
he'll be squeaking like a rat.
tone.
Just ignore
Leave
it.
it, because they are
Leave it.
also saying that you insulted their parents. But we shouldn't bring
No.
parents
He
into
has
this.
been
We
no,
shouldn't
no.
bring
He has been
family members
insulting.
into
No,
this.
he started with my mom. He started insulting me. Then when I threw the stone, now they are now reacting. You should somebody.
Okay, if
It's
so,
not.
if
It's
you
not
do not
decent. It's
react,
not
if
decent.
reaction will always bring another thing. Let us leave those things alone.
It's
You
not
see,
decent. I think that's
please,
something we all can agree on.
yes,
Don't bring
it's
my
not
family
a good
members
thing,
into
but
this.
you cannot change that. All you
Me,
need
I
to
don't,
do
I
is to
don't,
be
me, I
yourself.
block my comment section. I don't see comment. I
Yes, you
block it
cannot
from the day one.
have it
I
both
don't even
ways.
know how the comment come. I block it from day one.
Nigeria,
I don't
why?
know where
Yeah,
comment come. I
I
don't
won't
see
be
comment.
surprised if block comments.
Honestly,
Me, I absorb the comments. They just my the
day
insults I
your
receive.
day,
My
make
God, it
a
never
day my
ends.
It's
day.
okay.
I go
It's
day my
okay.
day, make you day your
It's
day.
okay.
Yeah, but we need to know about our own
It's
seasons
okay,
now.
but you
Let's
see,
move on from this.
when we are talking about Nigeria, it's a very big word, and people come from a different background, and we go through different things in life, and some of those things. We come here to express it in a nice way, and we saw sometimes it doesn't come out right. But this is a public square where everybody are listening to us, or watching or reading our comment. But the most important thing, let us focus on issues. Don't take it so much personal, but if you respond to them, you see there will be another reaction. So just ignore them, because if you don't, there are many things anybody can say about me. Basically, I read it,
For
but I ignore it.
everything we pass.
Yeah. So
Everything,
it's
Let's
not
get
a
back.
big
everything
Let's
we
deal.
get
pass
back
again,
to.
Mr.
Let's
Tone.
get back to
What
the.
Nigeria passed through
See,
for
all
the past
eyes on
8 years.
judiciary. Let's
Eh?
get back to
There is no
Nigeria
civil
because
war. And you
hold
are
on
complaining
now.
about a cyberbully.
See, we are. Let's get back to the topic because there are a lot of people that will. I want to know for sure because I don't think I know what our calendar was like before. I think Jonaba was talking about some days of the week that they used to have. So I need to understand what it used to be before. Do we have years, and how was it? Yeah, and is it practiced all through Nigeria the same way, or what was the variations? So, I think it will be important for young people in the diaspora to understand some part of our culture that used to exist before. So I don't know, Ike, you are the eldest we have here. I don't know if you have any idea. You can give us an idea of the days of the week, months, and whether we have seasons and how, do we have a way of counting the years? It's not. Are you there? Okay.
Um, my brother John Abba, and forefather, I have to be honest with you. Um, I refuse to discuss my Christian faith on.
No. We are not talking about Christian faith. We
I'm
are
coming.
talking about the date of the day we used to have. We are not asking you about
I
today.
know.
Okay.
I know. Listen. For me personally, I don't celebrate dates, but I celebrate life. I celebrate people. Because if Brother Ike dies tomorrow, I was born on December 12th, 1962. If I die tomorrow, that date dies. If you like, remember it 100 years. It doesn't change nothing anyway. So, but I celebrate John Abba while you are alive. Like you just said something right now. Um, if you anytime you have the opportunity to come to the Caribbean, we meet, for example. We celebrate life together, right? That's life. But um, because of what you just said, now people have different faith and belief and what they believe in, right? But I was born an Igbo man, and when I was born, we were known about the market days. That's what we were counting in the east of the market days. Korea, Afo, Nkwa, and the, you know.
Yeah.
So this is what it is. But when we begin to grow up in Christianity, as a Christian and as a child of God, I do have nothing against the Oria, Afo, Nkwa, and the rest of them. I do not disagree. My kind of Christianity is. I am a practical Christianity. I try to be factual about faith and Christian and the Word of God, because why I say it, my brother John, is that when you look at what is happening in the pulpit, more than, let me say, about 20 years ago till now, you can discover that the Word of God has been taken away from the pulpit, but we're preaching the words of men. And that is why it is difficult that in the Christendom we are fighting one another. Because most of us interpret the word of God to suit the congregation that you have. But not interpreting the word of God to teach them the salvation and the word of God, what the Bible says. There are so many people today, my brother John, there are so many men of God today who don't read the Old Testament, who don't ever preach Old Testament in their church.
So, sorry,
There are so
Uncle
many men of God
Sorry,
today who are afraid
Uncle
to
Ike.
tell somebody.
I just want.
Let him finish
I
now.
know. I just want to say good night. So,
Ah,
so,
Oh,
so,
okay.
for fathers, when you tell me how my vote can count in Nigeria, call me back. Okay, bye bye.
Lamide, why you just run like that now?
Leave him. When he suits him, he will jump back in. Please go ahead.
So, my brother John, you find that we're in a situation whereby today you see what the so-called men of God, for example, in my country, Nigeria, you have seen what they have turned out to be, what they have become. And today, that people can mock you if you say, for example, if you, John, say that you're a Christian, a lot of people will mock you. But I know I was growing up in the time and in the age where when you say that you're a Christian or you're a Muslim, there is a respect that is accorded to you. But what it is today, it is not what it is anymore. Because I go around to minister in pulpit, and you find out that there are men of God who wouldn't want to invite you in their church because you are going to preach the gospel according to the word of God. You are not going to leave any word undone, right? Because it's difficult for me for a place, a man of God today to say, there is heaven, there is hell. And if you continue to do this, if you die, you go to hell, or you die, you go to heaven. What we preach today is prosperity, miracle, signs and wonders. But the principle of miracle and the principle of signs and wonders, we have left them, we locked them in the box.
Yeah, but we want to try to go back to where we were before. Because I'm not trying to go into Christianity. I'm trying to find out what we used to do before, like all those days of the week, and how we marked the year. Because I think the young generation, they don't know anything about that, and we don't want to forget most of that history.
Yeah, but John, even when you were growing up, where you were celebrating Christmas, even when you were still a little boy in Nigeria, you were still celebrating 25th of December. But it doesn't stop the traditional counting in Benue State. Maybe you people have the same way we have it in Igbo land, like the market days. Like when your mother will wake up in the morning, he look at where the moon is coming. He can tell you what time it is, right? You understand what I'm saying? So when the cock crow early in the morning, your mother can tell you it is 4 a.m. or it is 3 a.m. And when you look at your time, if you have, you can definitely find out that it's true. So, but what I'm trying to say is that I don't want those things to go away. But you can make the culture and the traditions of the people to match with the present reality of life. That's what I'm trying to say. Because before Christianity, we were living as human beings, right? But what Christian faith and Muslim is all about is to define people, put them in a pedestal where they can really find that, the peace that they want in their heart. So the traditions of our people can never go away. I am not one of the people who say do away with our tradition and culture. No, I am not. Because that's why I say I'm an Igbo man and I will remain an Igbo man. And because an Igbo man loves his culture and tradition. But the only thing is that when it comes to a situation where you're celebrating, for example, the masquerade, when it becomes diabolical, that's the area I am against. But it should be something to celebrate. But I'm not going to say do away with it.
One the forefather. So sorry, because I'm interested in hearing the guys measuring our tradition and our culture not to go away. Okay, now you say that you are not against masquerade, right?
No, no.
Okay. Now, but you also said that in the pulpit today, people have used even the altar for other thing that is. I don't want to use we didn't use the word diabolical, so I don't want to use that word
Yes.
because you didn't use that. But you said that they have used it instead of to preach the undiluted word of God. They have diverted to prosperity preaching and signs and wonders. Is it those things are done? Are they fake or there is no signs and wonders?
You mean the one of the masquerade, or the ones that
No, in the Christian faith.
You know, John, when we are in a private discussion, you see, these things is.
No, you mentioned it. I'm trying to follow up what you say. Say that today that the church have diverted. So I said I'm trying to say, because you are also passing a message. Tomorrow is Christmas in some places, and some places it's already Christmas, and some people are watching you, and they want to. And it's a learning thing. It's not somebody trying to.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
So many of the miracles and signs and wonders that you see are not true, are not real, because God says that they speak when I have not asked them to speak. And most of those things, I don't know what it is. But like as I say in my Christian faith, I will only try to speak the truth. Like, for me to answer you this now, John, any of us here can be an instrument of miracle to somebody. It's your faith, it's what you believe. Because as we are talking right now, if you believe the word I'm saying, the force for you to apply that word in your life to be able to work for you is in your hand, because it's your belief and your faith. Forefathers might not believe my word, but when you believe it, you apply it on your life. It might work for you, it might not work for you. But when it doesn't work for you, it is a question, why is it didn't work for me? You see the point? You see what I'm trying to show? That's the way I want to answer that your question, my brother, because so many things is happening. You're a Christian, you are laughing, you understand what I'm saying. So many things is happening, but I wish that
you say we are all agents of change and all of that. So what came to my mind is that there are among the people you have reached out to for this Christmas, maybe you have been a miracle to them, but they may not even be expecting that money, and the money come to them. That's why I say that is
exactly. That's why I say that's why, like
that's
today,
that's why that's the way I see it, and that's why I say, okay, we are all agents of change, because I have experienced it in the past few days. There are people I have their account number before, I didn't tell them anything, and when that money get to them, although of course it doesn't come from Bank of Heaven, but it's a miracle to them because they were not expecting it.
Let me show one testimony before Father, please. This week I had a shopping bond that I want to give to our senior pastor, right? But last night, when I wake up in the morning around 5 o'clock, I went to use the bathroom, and I went back to the bed, and I put my hands on my bed. And when I closed my eye to sleep, I saw somebody sitting down somewhere far away from where a celebration is taking place. He was having a plate in his hand with the wife and children, but there was nothing in that place, and they were too far away from where the celebration was taking place. So when I woke up this morning, when we prayed in the morning, when we were preparing for service, my wife told me, honey, listen, I'm going to the church with what we say we want to bless the pastor and the family with. I said, sorry, my wife, we are not giving it to the pastor, because the message I received is to look for somebody, look for a family in this place tomorrow that has nothing to eat, and bless those bonds. Let them use those bonds to go to the supermarket and buy things for the family. And that's what I told my wife. So when we came back from church this afternoon, after our lunch, I said, go to one neighborhood and give out those bonds for the families. You get what I'm trying to say? So this is what I'm saying. This is my way of practicing my Christianity. You understand what I mean? Because when you preach the word of God for people to change, you have to live the word for them to believe that the word you're saying is true. Not just
So, but the Christian faith itself, from the point of view of Christ, doesn't necessarily have a timeline, if I'm not mistaken. I don't think Jesus probably specified any specific dates himself, or for anything really. It's just people that put those dates up. So, can we not put it in a way that is in line with our own original this in dating system? Because those dating system has nothing to do with traditional practices, so you're not going to be a kind of going against Christianity. It's not part of the worship system of our traditional ways. It's just a dating system. So because right now we are hooked to the Western dating system and then notations, but there's a reason why we had our own, and it's a little bit of a shame that the new generation have lost all that, and because of the erosion of our culture and everything that it used to represent before. And I'm curious. I know that they used to have days and have ways of even measuring months, but years, I don't know how they measure years. How did they measure years? I don't know if anyone knows.
same day. Maybe you will ask John, or you ask Rudolph. Rudolph teaches Igbo language. Maybe he will be able to know more.
Yeah, I think if Igbo Basic would have really gone into some serious lecture on this one. I think when he comes here next time, I think we'll probably put that kind of question to him because he will know a lot about.
Oh, Father, please, before you continue, Mama Echo, what about her?
She's fine. No, I think she was on a panel back end. She came on the back end about 2-3 weeks ago, and she says she's fine. And
she's okay.
Yeah, she says she's fine, and that she's just taking a break and stuff like that. So she seems okay. People have personal lives, and maybe she was active towards the election. Then she just wants to take a break after that. Maybe she will be back again eventually.
I'm happy because every time I remember to ask about the mama, it skipped my mind. I just remembered her right now. So,
who is that?
Mama Echo.
Oh no, I spoke to her. I spoke to her the other day, and he came on the backstage the other day too.
Yeah,
yeah.
I mentioned that.
On the backstage.
It's good to know.
Yes, he's doing well.
Mm-hmm. Oh, that's good.
So, anyone that is aware of our calendar system, you can come in and educate us on it, because I am quite curious, because it was Jonathan that mentioned it, and we know we have different calendar systems. The Chinese have their own, the Indians have their own, Russians have their own, even Ethiopians have their own. But ours will just thrown it away. The North throw their own to Mecca, the South throw their own to Jerusalem, and that's the end of it.
But my brother John, in Benue State, do you have the same, like what Forfad is asking? Do you have
it's similar to the Igbos?
Okay.
Yeah, it has to be, because it can't be that dissimilar. They have to have a way of measuring time. And it would be nice to know, because I also know that in the southeast and to the Bibio area, they have this in CBD writing system that we used to have. Some of all these things we need to start resurrecting it, because they are basically our inheritance. And you know what somebody used to say? Said you can't use an iOS or iPhone software on an Android device, because it's not built the same way. It's not designed for it. We are using a system that wasn't designed for it. We didn't evolve with it. And every time we work with it, we are translating. It's not our natural state, and it puts us at a disadvantage.
If you go to Nigeria and visit your grandmom or granddad, when the sun is going down, there is a level when the sun will reach your grandfather or grandmom. She will tell you what the time is. And when you look at that, your time, it is that time it is. So it's not that it is we that our generation, try to pretend that it doesn't exist anymore. It exists. If you go home when it's getting to 6 p.m. in the evening time, You see the son. Your mother will tell you, or your grandfather, or anybody will tell you. Maybe it's in the market. He will just tell you, "Hey, listen, look at it. This is what the time is. Go and get this." Or we just look at the sky and he will tell you, "Listen, it's going to rain." Those things are still existing. It's not that it's no more there. It's there, right?
Yeah,
It's still there.
because if an old man like me don't know about it, it means that the young ones don't have a hope in hell. If we don't start bringing it back and sharing it so that we all understand, because I truly want to know what was our calendar system, how we measure years and how we measure,
And I think
you know.
every tribe, when it comes to the tribe issue, I think like KJ and now Ike can be the same with Tone one step, but I think the other, I think the Blackstone is from the Benin side of the thing. I think every culture and every tribe, like even in Hausa language, on Sunday they don't call it Sunday, they call it Ladik, which is also interpreted as a Sunday, you know. So I think we all have that locally, and I think what KJ and Ike is referring to is that nature also will tell us, because the cock will crow at a certain time and they tell you this is the time, whether it's in the morning or in the evening.
Exactly.
Some of the things in the village, they wake you up. Sometimes you sleep so deep that is the cock crow that wake you up and to tell you, hey, if you have to wake up by 4 and you hear it, maybe they crow at 5. And when the cock crow says, "Oh my God, I'm late," because when you hear that cock crow, it's supposed to be 5 o'clock, and you have appointment by 4 o'clock, then you know you're already 1 hour late. Is that
Exactly.
yeah?
Exactly.
Yeah.
I think KJ
but
does a
then
lot of
again,
research. I think maybe he might be able to help us more in the
Yeah.
Igbo thing. So, for further,
but
maybe
then
you
but
can
then
push that to
again,
KJ.
but I'm just thinking, these cocks don't crow again. What happened to them?
No,
They are not in the
there's not
cities
only
now.
one cock that crow in the village. You may have one in your compound, and if you don't have one in your compound,
No,
you
they
hear it
don't.
from your neighbor.
Even in the village now, that thing, it's, I don't know. I think it's eroding away.
Yes,
The
yes,
natural,
yeah.
the natural
No, we are talking about back
time.
then. I'm not in the village right now, so we are talking about what was in existence back
No.
then.
I've heard,
No,
I've heard my dad having this conversation with
they still grow.
somebody
They
many
still
years
do.
ago,
It's the
and
traditional one that does.
they were talking
They still
about
do.
something similar, and they were saying how, some certain things that they too, even during his time, he couldn't even tell. See this question that we're put, he couldn't, because that skill was not passed down to them. They don't know, but maybe during my grandfather's time, you know, they may know all these things. And like John Abba said, every culture has their own unique way of telling time. But however, is interesting because they couldn't just tell how old they were. The only way they could tell is by, say, a market day or something happened at some certain time, or during the coronation of a certain king. That was when this guy was born.
Yes.
So I don't think when it comes to perennial timing that it was clear cut in the African culture. Maybe some other culture may have it. I don't know, but yeah.
So when they use years of when somebody was born, so in other words, they do know how far back in time when that person was born.
Some people that may
So
not pinpoint the very date because of depends on the family it comes from. If they are well educated, and some people write it on some piece of paper and all of that, and then they can now tell you, or they will tell you, say, when this king was or what at is the king of so time, or during the Biafra war, or during this so event, a big event
Some events, exactly.
that make you remember what happened, or during the Arugungu. If in the north, they'll say during the Arugungu so time and all of that.
okay, I think I understand that because okay, but then every year, so they check the seasons. They know when to plant. They know
Yeah.
when to not plant, and they can say 2 seasons ago or something like that. They have that kind of
Exactly.
measurement.
Mhm.
So I think that kind of stuff. It could be good for us to flesh it out. I don't know whether KJ had something to add to this because I think that you probably have more knowledge about this than all of us. You are muted.
Not really. The Igbos have a proverb: those who walk with the elders, they learn what the elders know. And so that's how, because I didn't have opportunity of going the north, the south. Each time I have opportunity of going back, I follow my father to all the meetings. I sit with him. In fact, there's one of his friends who is the chief at that time who was quite fond of him. So whenever he comes, he tells the stories of what has happened. And me being a student, I'll just either get my pen or get this small walkie-talkie and just record some of the things he's saying, because some of them are things I don't hear from any other place. Both of them are blessed memory right now. But coming back to what you said, I think the Igbos especially, I don't know, I never got to know whether there was a way they count, the days of the month, but they have given it name and they use events to predate um, what they're talking about. That if you are a researcher, if you go back into time and you identify that, you can have an idea of what when that happened. And then the other way of naming is that since the Igbos work with 8th grade, and an 8th grade person is between 1 year and 3 years. Some do 1 year and 5 years. So some do 1 year and 10 years. So if they are going to say, okay, if you don't know when you were born, somebody may have taken that day, say, okay, so and so person was born the same day with you. Now, based on their age grade, you can now be able to understand when or what month. In fact, they even go to the point of even giving you a particular month. They say in so event. For instance, they say it was during the women festival. I mean, the year the women celebrate their festival, which is the ill also, just like this other guy was saying yesterday. And if it's ill also, you know that it was the year that the masquerade don't dance, and the year the masquerade don't dance comes once after every 3 years. So you can be able to date back, you know. But that which the one they know, the one I think that I met and I've seen them do is that one of knowing exactly what time it is. When the cock crows in the early hours, my mom will tell you exactly, it's about 4:30. And if you needed to go somewhere around that time, she'll wake you up and say it's 4:30, start getting ready to move. If you are traveling back to the east. So, and then the other thing also they know how to do is to make the rain fall. And they can make the rain fall and they can stop the rain from falling. That one is well practiced, and they even still practicing it up to now. But when I came to the West, I realized that their own witchcraft or their own way of making the rain fall is more evil than our people. Our people just make the rain fall. Okay, maybe they want to stop you from doing a festival and you have not gone to like when my dad passed, they came and met me and said, they don't want the rain to stop the event. So I should give them some money so that they can hold the rain or push it somewhere else. So they do that a lot, but it's not unlike the one they do in the West. They pump some things into the air. That's a discussion for another day. But like I said, let me not digress digress from what we're dealing with. So they have a way of marking all that. Just like I said yesterday also, in my community, you don't farm on a piece of land twice. You farm and you give it 3 years to come back to it so that the
Yes.
land can recover. That
Yes.
there's that till tomorrow. When they farm on this side, they leave it to lie fallow and they move somewhere else. They farm there, they leave it to lie fallow, they move somewhere else, and then by the time it's 3 years, they are turning back to the one they originally farmed. So the land would have recovered from. Yeah,
AJ, it's the same thing in Igbo land. It's the same thing.
yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. You see, that's
It's the
why I say
same
that
thing everywhere.
some of the things we read in the Bible, people say it is the white man that gave us. No, these things have been, in our custom and tradition for so long. You understand?
Matter of fact, KJ, sorry, somebody in the comment section just I don't know whether you can highlight it for fathers. He said there's a traditional Yoruba calendar system. If you can highlight it.
Okay, let me highlight that.
Additional John, yeah.
Additional. Yeah,
John.
if you can come and share it with us, that would be good. I'm trying to find
Or
him.
if
I
you can
don't.
Yeah,
just
if you can
highlight
share with
what
I
you
think
just
Ade.
saying.
Igbos also have a traditional calendar system, but I've never been able to.
24
I
weeks
just
in
have
the year. And yeah, that would be good to come and share with. Also, we can observe it. And I'm also trying to find out when even the Europeans started using the 360. I think because they encountered the Egyptians earlier, and so they changed from their own old ways, where basically it was similar to ours, to the 365 days a week. And I'm trying to see when they also started using it as part of date of birth, to mark date of birth, because sometimes these calendars are used for other purposes, not necessarily to mark date of birth. They may have carried on with the date of birth, like, oh, it was when this person was born or the other person was born. But when did they start using it for like date of birth? So all those other things is good to know, because if we know how you can transition from this to that, then we could also transition. Because if you the Gregorian one, before they took, because there was a Julian one in the West before the Gregorian one. The Gregorian one, when before they moved to it, I think they wiped out at 11 days. They said 11 days doesn't exist, ignore it, and let's go and join this one. So you can change things if you want to change things. And I think maybe sooner or later, if we want to start taking control of our own this in history and our own traditions, we may want to bring some of all those things back, because it doesn't violate Christianity. It doesn't. I don't think. I don't know about Islam. I don't think it actually violates Islam too. So I think that's something that is worth considering. But at least we have an idea now that they use events to measure this in dates. But so then, do they have any way of like noting it down and say this is what we are going to do for the year? Do they plan, or they just go roll according to what's happening, what they see in the sky?
they for instance, if now like the New Yam Festival that will be coming next year, they will meet and they will decide that in certain day, either Nkwo, Ori, or Afo, or those days of the Igbo, they will pick one of them and they will use that as the day for which that festival will be held. And
Okay.
because you see, the good thing about the Igbo, the Igbo community is that majority of the Igbo communities are autonomous communities. When I was growing up, I didn't like it, because coming from the north, there was nothing like autonomous. One king controls everybody. So people come and they say, "Oh, this village cannot be doing the same to this one because those people want to do their own thing." It wasn't something that I understood. But
Mm.
later on, I decided to do research, and I found out that the Igbos are more Republican in nature than any other thing. So they believe that everybody is a king unto himself, and the only person who is king is God. It does not matter whether you're a chief or whatever you call yourself. The only
Mm.
the only king that the Igbos know is the God that has created man and woman. And so
Mm.
some people mistake that to say Igbo Enweze, the Igbos don't have a king, but that's not what it means. Because like I said, I mixed with the elders so much. Igbo Enweze simply means that Igbo don't have anybody as God.
Yeah, I think that's quite clear, because because other traditions like the Benin tradition, their first king is called Ugiso and is regarded as a god king. And I think the Yoruba ones too, they even Shango and all, they used to live as a kind of gods on earth. So they too were kind of god kings too. So then they went
Just
on
like
to ascend up. Oh God.
Yeah, there's something I noticed.
Amadia is here.
Something that happened to me when I was
you just mention my name right now. You know that
Amadia
I
is
came
here.
down from the north.
I'm gonna have you Shango. You don't need, do you know that? I'm gonna have you
Man,
Shango.
you see?
He's a
Oh,
an Igbo
okay.
warrior. Look at that.
I
He needs
was
stop.
meeting an uncle
Hmm.
and I was bending down. I said to me, no, stand up. Igbos don't bend down for anybody. We only bend down to God. So don't ever follow your other friends to bend down to greet anybody. Stand straight and greet the person. The only thing you don't do is, if it's an elder, you don't stretch your hand before. You wait for the elder to stretch his hand. You do not stretch
Hmm.
your hand to greet an elder. You wait for him. If he feels like shaking you, if he stretches his hand, you can receive it to your two hands, but do not bend down. I learned that early.
Hmm.
Yeah.
So the Blackstone, you are from if I'm not mistaken, you are from Do now. So
Let me
the
just make a
Benin
little
Kingdom,
contribution because I'm a
they
little busy.
must have
Godfather,
yeah.
let me just add a little contribution. I'm a little busy. All right.
Okay, go ahead. Yeah.
Yeah, first of all, let me just say hi to everybody. Tone, I see their background this morning. Even for colleague, but even for your best friend, Tone tell us now,
Don't mind him.
Odogwu na ayobiko. Ihe ni odogwu no dey so ni maka odogwu na ayobiko. Odogwu no matter where. Even caught red-handed. Odogwu na ayobiko. So I had following from the church when the guest came in, I had everything was good. You know, everybody had his own way, his own thinking. But the topic you are discussing is a very, very good topic. That's what we should be discussing, our way of life, you know, which everybody has forgotten. Even me, I begin to reason that people will see Amadon, someone like Ike will say, who kind of name is that? He will say, Amadon is a tribe. But I begin to like go back. What do Amadon represent? But, some of my friends, they will sit down and watch the movie called Thor. They watch Thor 1, 2, 3. They will enjoy it and call it a hero. The way they hear Amadon, they will say it's a rabbit, is this, is that. It's the same thing. But Amadon came in a black form, Thor come in a white form. Just like Father is saying, Amadon have mission go, they are all God of thunders, came in different forms to defend the hopelessness, to help people. All right? Now, the white people are used to make money in form of Thor, zoos, all those kind of things. We see our own as a bad thing because people misuse it as Pastor Ike said. Masquerade in the season is enjoyment, entertainment. All right? But what happened? People can go extra mile for it. When you come to America, they see all these. First time I came here, I went for a service call. That was during Halloween time. I went to a particular house. I ran. I was thinking that it's a shrine I went to. When you see this place, you will like, I ran. So I moved away. I called my wife. I say, where am I? It's like a shrine, you know, inside like a shrine. I was, no, I'm not entering here. That is their own way of life, you know. So coming back to cultures, every place, everybody have their own cultures and traditions. All right. It may be similar. All right. As far as I know, I grew up in the village, so I know what I know how it is. My grandfather was one of those that served the white. My grandfather died at the age of 102 years. All right. He can read Bible from Genesis to Revelation, but he doesn't go to church. All right, but he can tell you about Bible because he served the white people that came with Bible. Like I know those that carry that box in the head, cook, serving the white people. So he was forced to learn Latin. He can read Latin from beginning to the end. He knows about others. So he was telling me how they can. What I learned when growing up is this: that 4 market days in Igbo land, all right, and it goes round the clock. It doesn't stop, all right. That 4 market days for Ori Afro and okay, it goes weekly, monthly, it goes like that. There's not no day. Christmas, let me say, if I say calendar, it's manufactured by the Christians, the Christian calendar, because they go to the season of what would the Christian believe. But in traditional way,
by the way,
like,
it's past 12 here. Merry Christmas, everybody. I think it's allowed. It's Christmas Day now.
I guess it's allowed now. We are not enemy of prosperity.
No, that's not it. So as I said, my place, my grandma can tell you when we go to farm, when to stop, that is time. It doesn't have a watch. But those that are so intelligent, they follow the sun and the moon and the weather. They read the sun, moon, and weather with their brain, all right? There's a time, okay, this after 4, you need to start going. You use the shadow. You follow the shadow, you follow the sun, you follow the moon. You know my point. Before the introduction of the bell in my part, the bell will sound. You go more than 10 kilometers, 12 o'clock, Catholic, Angelus. Everybody will hear the bell. They know time. Before them, they follow the moon, the shadows from the sun, the moon, and weather. That's why they tell you what part of time. And second, Igbo man will tell you that if you want to know the day they born you, go first of all, is a sharing meat in the kindred. Go and take meat without. If you want to know,
Seriously?
if you want to tell you, yeah, if you want to know the day you are born, go and take meat when you are not supposed to take meat. They will tell you the day you married their mother. They will tell you how many people went to the bride price. They will tell you, like, there's a guy I know, the guy is rich now. I can tell you the day he was born because he was born in a farmland where my mom was farming. All right. So if I cast 4 years back to that farmland, I will tell you the year he was born. I will tell you the day that land was farmed years back. Then That's how they will believe that they will count.
Can I
take
add
those
something to what you said about this Amadio Habit? I was just looking at information about it.
Sorry, please,
If
Father, please.
okay,
I want to take.
Let us go there. Just go there.
My Lube wife, Father, never married, so my wife is ready for dinner. So please, I'm going to leave this.
How do you know?
Before Madam will fire me, I want to go to the dining table. Okay.
Okay,
Please.
that's fine. That's
Yes.
fine. Thank you.
Let me just finish tell you this. There's so many
Hold on, I
celebrations.
want to reveal something
Let
to
me
you
finish,
first.
then we can go to that. Let me just finish.
Okay, go ahead.
There's
Go
no
ahead.
celebration for the year that marks the 12 calendar month. All right. So many festivals, and Anjoko, New Year festival, so many things that comes up every year. Just like that.
Every month.
That has, yeah.
So did they have like 12 festivals that circles, or is it 11, or is it 10?
That has like every beginning of the farming season, the whole farming year from January, shine of the land to harvest. They have like everything being set up. That the day you don't even go to farm. That they have the day preserved for something. They have other like restrictions. Nobody goes to place. Nobody goes to that. A day preserved, not for anything. Just
it will be interesting to catalog these things so that we see whether it creates 12 months. It will be quite good to catalog it.
The
So
Igbo
we
calendar
see.
month is 13 months, not 12 months.
Okay, you see that too can be cataloged so that we can see how it works. So I wanted to add something because it shows how closely linked our traditions tend to be. Because if Amadioha is Shango of this thing, and I just saw that Amadioha is also associated with the white ram, and that jogged my memory because I also looked into the ancient Egyptian this is stuff too, and the Amun-Ra of Egypt is associated with the ram too, and it's very interesting how some of all these things are linked. And most of the stuff they practice in the West, they got it from us, and sometimes we forget that we are older than they are. So, but now we are copying from them instead. So I think it's what letting the younger generation understand that, because while I was growing up, we thought they were from heaven, really. And when the young generation understand this sort of thing, they can be more confident about charting their own path. Because why would you copy somebody that when they copied from you? That's the question you have to ask yourself. They copied most of the stuff they are doing from you because they copied from Egypt. Maybe Egypt copied from us, because Egypt spends a long time talking about how they are from the hinterland of the African continent. But I think it's worth just discussing this thing because the similarities between our culture is so much. And this is why the Niger Congo language, when you check it on the map, they said the Yoruba language and the Igbo language is similar. But yet, when they speak, you don't see the similarities. It's really strange. So it just shows.
Don't say that there is. If you pay attention.
I don't hear it. That's the problem. I don't hear it.
Because if you pay attention, there's similarity. Pay attention. It may mean planting here, banana in my place. You know my point.
You see, that's what we want to be bringing out. We want to be bringing out the connection, because somehow we've lost some of all the connection. I have, for sure. And our Edo man sitting there, they are a big influence in that region, because they are in the middle between generally the Igbo speaking part and the Yoruba part, and they tend to influence both sides. But he's quiet. He acts as if he doesn't know what we are talking about. What the Blackstone? How do the Edo people measure time? Can you do you know at all? Unmute yourself. You are muted.
I said, let me surprise you. I don't even
Okay.
know my village. I don't even know my village.
Ay, ay, ay.
I want to talk of not the belief tradition. So
we are in trouble
I don't
here.
just know. So I don't just know.
We are in trouble.
Father, he's just laughing at you. You the answer village, Edo people. You where do you affect all people measure time? That's what Blackstone is going. This will read his mind.
Wherever I'm from, I don't even have a clue what they do. I don't know. That's the problem. That's what I'm asking.
So, okay, let me ask a question. I heard that the Igbo speak Ewe, E-W-E. Is that true?
You said?
The Igbos, they have a part of their that is called Ewe.
Ewe?
Yes, it's like Ewe, something like that.
Yeah, yes, no.
Because
The same spelling, but
what's the meaning?
different meaning.
What does it mean?
Eh?
What does it mean?
No, it's
Every mean
a
rabbit in my
language.
place. Every mean rabbit.
No, not a, no,
Ewe
no,
is
no, not
rabbit.
language.
Ewe is
No,
rabbit.
not a language. It's a part. It's a language. Ewe, EWE, something like that.
EW, every, that's what I mean. There are
They are,
so many
they are,
similarities
they
in
are,
spelling,
they are
but
part
different
of
meaning,
Igbos.
different
They are
culture.
part of Igbos from Edo State.
No. This one they also speak it in Ghana. It's part of Ghana. The upper Volta region. They
No,
speak it there.
those ones are said to have some relation with the Igbos, but I've never really had any.
Because I know somebody there who told me that what she speak is a way is related to Igbo language. That's how I got to know.
Yeah, I know about that language in Ghana, Ewe language. That's
But
what I was basically
if I surprise you, in Igbo, in Southeast, we have about 100 plus languages, dialects that I can't even hear when somebody speaks. All right? I will, yeah. There are so many dialects I don't even hear, but they're all Igbo, so I don't even understand what they're talking about.
Can I crash in really quickly, guys? I do apologize. I've been listening in the background for a long time, actually, in and out. However, I don't want us to get things too wrong, because I wanted to come in to support Forefather's argument at the time when they was talking about what he said and the umbrage that was taken as though he was comparing Nnamdi Kanu to this northern criminal. Anyway, we have to pay attention to what's been said as opposed to flabbergasting. The Ewe language and the Ewe people are far closer to the Yorubas. They stayed with the Yoruba in Oyo for years before leaving. During those times, back in the day, the Ga are closely related to, and our languages are closely related, and our travel and experience is closely related. As far as Igbo to the Ewe, I don't say there's no connection, but there's no connection in terms of language similarity or tribal affiliation, none at all, that I am aware of. So we don't need to get things too twisted, and that's the reason I quickly came in before we went too far off key.
But for me, what I observed from the linguistics, from what they said, that the Yorubas and the Igbo language and the Edo, they are of the same family. I said up to Nupe, they are of the same language family. They call it the Volta language. They didn't even bother including Yoruba. They just call it Volta language. That's how similar they consider them.
Again, there are deep similarities, especially in terms of spelling. Once you can see these things being written down, then you understand that there is an affiliation. To say the word mouth in Igbo is to say onu abi. To say the word mouth in Yoruba is enu. So you can see the similarities there, but you can go as far as South Africa to find similarities, especially with those three languages: Yoruba, Beni, and Igbo. Once you start leaving and entering into where the so-called spread of the African into Southern Africa, which came largely from West Africa, Cameroon and Igbo side, really pushing down into the Southern Africa. These are where language disbursement began. And then you can start to track languages of Western and West Africa and the Congo area deep into Southern Africa. So these things do have an affiliation.
Jargon, there's something I also find out, right? There are some Benin words which are exactly the same thing that the Japanese use.
Well, again, these things have been translated because it's not just Benin words again. Where Japanese are concerned, my name is Soji. The Japanese have exactly the same name with exactly the same meaning, and it's as though, my goodness me.
Yeah.
But then the word for Tokyo, the original Tokyo was called Edo, EDO, and then if you see the shogun, which is the Japanese warrior type with the sword, and their uniform, as it were, was extremely similar to the Benin warriorship uniforms. If you look at them, they look the same. And then if you look at the art of the Japanese, there's a deep and strict affiliation with Yoruba art, particularly, and Egyptian art, particularly. And you can see these things very
What
clearly.
was the warrior? What was the Japanese warriors called again?
The shogun.
Shogun, yeah.
Do you know they are blacks? Apparently,
No, there
they
was
are
a black. There was an idea that it was the blacks that traveled from China that began the Shogun Society, but more so when they called it the Last Shogun, which was a film done by Cruise. What's his name? Cruise.
The Last Samurai, Tom Cruise.
The
Yeah.
Last Samurai, Tom Cruise. That actual artifact of that individual person was an African. That the Last Shogun was an African from, I think, Kenya, that they took as a slave.
Are you talking about Ashoke?
That's his name. I think that's his
Ashoke,
name.
the samurai, the black samurai.
He was the last
I'm
black
beginning to
samurai.
worry. I'm beginning to think that Nigerians may have populated the world. Because if you look at there's this traditional group in Nigeria in the Plateau area. The Chinese language has so many similarities, like so many words still remain the same in the Japanese language, in the Chinese language, I mean. And at the same time, you see that kind of similarity with some things the Yoruba people use with the Japanese. And the Japanese words are quite unusual, like Noguchi. You don't hear that kind of pronunciation in China. Or
It's like the sound of
that is
Songhai.
different.
Songhai, which is our, I never ever saw Songhai, the word, as anything similar to anything in Asia. But the more that you look at what Asia has in terms of language, pronunciation, meaning, then you see hardcore similarities with African as a whole, and quite particularly Nigeria. Nigeria is a serious place, or we're missing that. The Caribbean people, they used to complain that they don't know themselves, and I used to feel quite strongly that I knew who I was. But then, as we begin to look, especially at Nigeria and the diversity that's in Nigeria, and how really we link to each other in so many strange ways. Me being a Yoruba, I know how we have influenced and what has influenced us as the spoken language goes and as the culture goes, and we run deep. And then growing up in the UK, I came across a lot of Turkish people from Cyprus, who have the name Aki, and that's our name now. Aki, why do you have this name? And then they tell me the meaning of the name. It's the same meaning as us, which tells us
same thing also happened to me. Same thing also happened to me. I went to an office in Germany, right? As I present my native name, then the guy asked me, "Am I from Portugal?"
And we've been there. We've been in what you call Portugal.
Yes, so I said no.
It's like what forefather said. It's like what our experience as Africans and as Nigerians, as we all are here, is topical nearly in every region of the world. Which is why I always say that in terms of the first discovery of this world, it was done by us. We landed on any space in this world first. Doesn't matter where you're talking, Galapagos Islands or South America or North America. Now we stepped there first. Nobody stepped there before us. And there are too many
It looks like our Jackpot syndrome started thousands of years ago. It looks like this Jackpot thing started because the Bantu expansion that started from listen.
That's right.
Next to Nigeria too. It just be Jackpot.
Let me surprise you.
I like that.
You know that one of the Oba of Benin was the first one that sent his own first son as an ambassador to Portugal.
Yes,
I didn't know that.
I know that, and that also happened in Angola. The Angolan king, because the Portuguese did a lot in Angola, more successfully and more
before the British people arrived in Nigeria.
Before they even got there, they had ambassadors in Switzerland and in Portugal, basically in Europe.
Yeah.
We're talking about 1452 in terms of year.
But is it not in the history that the Portuguese are the first that started colonizing Africa?
Came to us. Ishekiri was the first to meet the Portuguese before Benin.
Oh, I think today is a reflection of how can we be this rich and being around for so long.
It's called ignorance. It's called ignorance.
and we don't have anything advanced based on, apart from the tradition that we have mentioned, when they call crow, when no, it's very, how can we be reading everything and we have nothing to account for?
Well, just to follow you, Baba Abba, that's a good one. Now, just to follow you, sir, you see, when you talk about Ghana, Mali, and Songhai, this area where we who understand that there is Hebrewism within us as Africans, there are some of us who fight it because we're hearing it for the first time. It's too fresh for our ears and we blow it away. But before there was Islam in Africa, there was Hebrewism. Islam came to smash that. And then Christianity came from the European aspect to smash it again. Because in the eastern side of Africa, the Coptic church, all the way down to Ethiopian Coptics, these were Christians before there was ever Islam, before there was even Christianity in Europe. You understand? So when reading history, we really have to understand what's going on and what game is being played. Because I'm afraid there's a game, a big game being played. And the game is called ignorance. And it's unbelievable that I myself, as a Yoruba man, think I can never forget who I am. I can never forget the fact that that's why I believe that we need to be proud of who we are, because our identity has already been stolen from us a couple of times. So when we hide our identity, it can be stolen again. Believe me, you're talking about being forgetful of who you are. I can tell you, within one generation, everything could be forgotten. Within one generation, it is possible to wipe out your memory. So just understand these things. Understand.
What happened? KJ, what happened? KJ, hold on first. What happened was this, right? Africans was not putting these things in writing, right? So they were not putting them in writing, and because we didn't start writing as early as the Western the Western people. Right.
You see, that's wrong. Again, my brother. If I can, I need to be straight. If I can.
Hold on, Jagu, please. That's one of the miseducation that they gave to us. Africans started writing even before they came. They learned these things from us. Even the history of the Igbos we're talking about, there's something they call uli. If you go back in time, you see that they use those things to write certain history in Igbo language, which some people have. So some of these things were stolen away from us. And you see, let me tell you something, that was what I wanted to talk about, the contribution from Jagu. It is totally miseducation and misinformation. It has been long before all this started. And if we as a people need to get back from where we have been taken, we need to re-educate ourselves, different from what we have been told, different from the stories we have been taught, different from, in fact, let me say this. There is a video I was watching, and I've been trying to look for it. I wanted to send it to Forefather. That video it touched my heart. It's a Caucasian talking to some people and saying, look, these guys, that's meaning we now, they've come to understand what we have taught. They've come to see all that was set up, and they are now discovering all the wrong. And there is what we need to do now is not to try to hold them down, to begin to prepare, because there's going to be a war in front, and that war must be fought. So they should start preparing now.
Oh, I saw that video. No. I know what you're talking about. I know the one you're talking.
You know the one I'm talking about.
Yes.
So they already know that the game is up. But now the question is, how are we going
you see, this is a crux position, if I may, guys. I beg your pardon for coming on board and kind of pushing in. But there's so much information here, this crux that you're speaking on, that I have knowledge on one, and it's vitally important to all of us as Black people. We have to read. We're not reading enough. We're not up to date. We're behind time. We're talking shit most of the time because we haven't read enough. There's too much out there that we need to have deep appreciation of before opening our mouths. Because speaking rubbish is spoiling everybody's mind. It's as simple as that. When you speak about writing, KJ was quite correct about the writing. We know about what's this writing thing in the East there. We know that we have this. But when you speak about things like Carthage, when you speak about people like Hannibal, when you understand that there have been these characters who have come from this side of the Mediterranean, and what they have done to lend evidence to Europe. I lived in Spain for 10 years. In Spain, there's this place called La Alhambra. It's the most magnificent thing you've ever seen. You hear trickling water. This is from the 9th century, set up by the Moors. The Moors had Spain, Portugal, south of France, basically educating Europe. This period was called the Dark Ages in the European terms. But this was actually the period of the Moors' 800 years rulership over the mass
of Europe,
southern Spain, of southern Europe. Thank you. So in this, they actually, before they got something called the Renaissance, which is what made the Europeans sprightly again and had them feeling well of themselves. This was after they were re-educated by the African. And I can tell you this again, the Moors, they can sometimes be complicated by Arabs. I can tell you, amongst the Moors, who when they first entered that space, it was a raid of 40,000 individuals, of which about 800 of them were Arabs. The rest were black Africans like me and you, every other one of them. But because we don't read or hear the story correctly, we start spouting. And these informations are so intrinsic in our growth pattern and in our appreciation and in us having the understanding that our memory has been wiped. It's been, you know how you wipe a memory from a computer. That's how things have gone on in time.
You want to use the word wipe, or we've been completely whitewashed or brainwashed?
Well, it's not even whitewash. It's beyond whitewash. We've forgotten. We have no appreciation of it. We don't know it happens. And if you say these things to certain black people, the first thing is disbelief. That's forgotten.
Yago, how is this supposed to be taught in schools?
They're supposed to be taught in schools, but we know what
taught in school. When you don't speak good English, they flog you.
How can you be taught in school? How can you be taught in school when it is a school that is even removing history?
Exactly.
So we have to fight against those things now. Those are the things that to fight against. Even in universities.
They don't teach you that Africans ever ruled Europe at school. No, they don't teach you that an African resisted the Romans when they wanted to invade this thing.
That boosts your ego and self-esteem as a black person, and they don't want you to feel that way.
Yeah. Let me tell you something right now, and I know it's going to spin most of your minds unless you already appreciate this. There's a gentleman by the name of Pushkin. He's a Russian. His surname is Hannibal. He's supposedly the great-great-grandson of the Hannibal. He gave the Russians their language. Would you believe that?
No.
Everyone
I thought they existed well before then.
Everyone is stunned. The reason why everyone is stunned is because one is a black man, and I can tell you that the larger part of the last 4 or 5 centuries, Russians were speaking French. They weren't speaking. It was him. He's a poet. The guy's a poet, and his father, one of his fathers was the musician Pushkin. But as the poet writer, this Pushkin, he was in Russia as a Russian, as a black Russian, and he decided no more French. It was him that put the Russian language back.
I didn't know that. I never heard
These are things that happen. These are things that really happen in this planet. You know, this is it.
I mean, hey, you've not been talking, you've been studying, you work from home. Are you an IT guy?
Myself?
No, I'm here. Yeah, I've been quiet.
You are an agent now. I think
dear.
What I'm trying to say was that that the documentary I was watching, and the guy was saying that, look, if you want to get the true position of world history and things, we should go back to almost 1920. That after 1920, they sat, and I don't want to call the family name, they decided to rewrite everything.
Yes, sir.
Washing people, and then eventually education became what they wanted.
Yes.
So that was when everything began, was diluted and all that. They even took away some of the science, the what we call those days, the table, the something table. What's it? Chemistry is the table that's behind your
Yeah,
chemistry book.
yes, chemical table.
Yes. Now they took it off. Right now children don't even study that anymore. Okay. So they did all that to make sure that people get little and little of education and just train you to work and work and work and work and just do their work. So for us to be able to get back to where we were supposed to be, we have to go sort for books that is older than 1920. I am here to find any writer that's in my field around that 19. I want to really dig into that to see compare with what present day
Yes,
writings.
okay, like AJ, right? So these are some of the problems we have, because, for example, when late Oba, the father of the present Oba, when he came to power, right, it was a very educated man, right? He said that he want to sponsor that make people to go and research the Benin history, because he said that the Benin come from Egypt. That's what they believe. You understand? We want to research the history and rewrite the Edo history. Do you know that something never even took place? So these are the problem we have. You understand me? Because we're not trying to put all these things and go back and research them. You understand me? We try to. It's like starting a project in Nigeria. I don't know the end up without doing the project. So it's everything all around.
I don't want to be too Eurocentric. Oh, sorry, Yoruba centric. But what you just said is so right in terms of how, because you see, for me personally, from when I was young, I always marveled about Nigeria. Largely, what I marveled about is why in this corner of Africa are there so many people, so many different people? Why? So has this been bothering my mind? And then we look at the Hebrewism and the Egyptology of what's gone on in Africa and the zenith of what African culture became, both diverse from the Hebrew side in terms of the God aspect and in terms of the man, the relationship with God and man, as we're coming into so-called Christmas at the moment. I heard you speaking all earlier about Christmas and days of the week and such like. A lot of disagreements I have are on those things that were mentioned earlier. But I must say that when you look at Egypt, and I have been in the London, the Museum of Mankind or whatever it is in London here, and I've been looking at Egyptian art since I was 5 years old. Used to go up there every year with my father, and he used to prophesize that Yorubas are directly from Egypt. And I must say, I believed it, but I couldn't see it when I was looking. But today, when I look, you see the kind of eye that you need to take the rubbish that you perceive that is not actually there, but we have a way of looking that we're not seeing. When the rubbish is taken out of your eye and then you see, it's amazing. It blows you away. And then you get connectivity in understanding how these things join up and where the missing gaps are. And then those missing gaps are where you need to foster your education to understand what is this gap that is missing. Because there is a direct lingua in the world, there is no language that is as close to original Hebrew than those languages that are in West Africa between the Igbo land and all the way to Ashanti. If you look at these languages, they have
I'm not so sure.
correlation.
I thought the Israelites were Semitic tribe.
What they speak. You see, this is the fog that they create. When they talk about Semitic, they're talking about Shem. When we're talking about Shem, we're talking about what they now call the Middle East, which is not. There's no such geography as Middle East. You understand? So, given this dichotomy of language, we are placed with a fog in our eyes. That fog now allows them to tell you the lie, which is that Semitic belongs to what they call Jews today. Did the Arabs not come from Shem? Did half of Africa not come from Shem? This is Shem. Yes, Ham is.
I think for me, I use Egypt as a kind of compass to know where both sides belong. there are some people that are from the northern part of Egypt, which the Jerusalem and the Israelites, they claim to be coming from that direction, while the hinterland, the other side of Egypt, is by the Nubia and Kush kingdom. Later on, that's where they came from. So we are behind, next to the Kush kingdom, and from Chad and Nigeria and all of them, next to the Kush kingdom. So you see that pattern remain like that. So I don't understand how, like, somebody that left Egypt and went north towards the land of Canaan, which is part of the Middle East right now, can become the Africans. They may have copied our traditions. We are the old ones, and I think sometimes we say we are Hebrews, but why they are us? They are like us, not the other way around. It's like when you are older than me, or you cannot. I cannot say you look like me. I should say I look like you.
Let me quickly put this to you, where the Jewish connotation is concerned. The Jews have no relationship with that part of the world. None. Zero. Zilch. However, when the disbursement took place of the Jews from Jerusalem area, I don't know if to call it Palestine, the last throwaway was when the Romans came. The first was by the Assyrians. The next was what the old Babylon, what they call Baghdad today. The next was Egypt. So in terms of what we know as Hebrews, they have been scattered from that part of the world for centuries and centuries in the past, and the last one was during the time of the Romans. So we move. When you look at what I've understood in my research as to how the Yorubas came to be in that area we have in, it came from all of the flows out of those areas into the south. Some did go east into Asia, but most came into Africa. Some went into Europe. Now the travels for the Yorubas went from Libya, Algeria, into the lands that then became Ghana, Mali, and Songhai, and they stayed there with them for a long time, and they were the first to settle in what we now call Western Nigeria, where the Yorubas are. Then there was another travel through Egypt, Merowe, which is today, and the Merowe one is so understandable. Merowe, which is Sudan, and then into Nigeria, and we stayed with the Kanuris for 200 years. This is the Yorubas I'm speaking about. Before coming into where we have now as Yorubas now. Now, when the Moors went into Europe, Yorubas were there again. They came, they settled them because this was the beginning of what they called the Spanish Inquisition. And during the Spanish Inquisition, this is when Spain got Spain back from, they expelled the Moors, and that now they were making everyone Christian. It's either you're Christian, you can't be a Muslim in that area, and you can't be a Jew. You have to be a Christian, or you either get out or you suffer the pain of death. So that was the whole game. Many of them came into Ondo State, Yoruba land, and they were called Equiam Infre, which is the strange people. They're still there today. They become us. They're who we are. They spoke Yoruba with a strange accent. That was what was being told. Now, I know this about the Yorubas because I'm particular. Now, it is for everyone to understand, did this happen to your history as well? Are you still being blinded? Are you not bothered to jog your mind to know that everything that we see is not accurate? Everything that we're told is not accurate. And this is when you begin to go on your search, when you have these questions in mind.
But after the research, what do we do?
Well, you see, I think the research is important because I'm a man of Christ as well, my brothers, if you need to know. And in this understanding,
no, I'm talking in general.
Wait, I'm letting you know. You asked the question, I'm going to answer it my way. In this understanding,
no, I don't mean you in particular. I say what.
And now I can only give the answer from my perspective.
Okay.
What I have understood is that the story of Christ is true, as much blemish as can be put against it. Now, there is going to be more blemish that we soon would hear about this name and his name and who the Prince of Peace really is, because that's what we're all striking for. What we really want is peace, peace of mind, peace between brothers, peace in the land. That's what every man desires. So who is it that's going to bring this peace? This is what we're supposed to have an understanding for, because the big trick hasn't yet happened. The big trick, a lot of the fumbling in the dark that we do here as human beings on this planet Earth, as we say, the big trick is still yet to happen. But we have to understand that we've been tricked and tricked and tricked and tricked and tricked until we trip into the position that we're in today. Given what do we do after the research, I would suggest at the time of you researching, you have to understand that you've been told a big fat lie all of your life. And you have to begin the unlearning of the bullshit that we've been learning. That is the first thing. Once you do that now, what to do as per your own life and your own solution, how do we navigate into this world? After understanding that we've been lied to, after understanding this, I think such things that are going on in the world that we're all sitting in our front rooms looking at the news and such like about this Palestinian war, this war in Ukraine. These wars are not going to end because people are speaking about it. These wars are the wars. We have to be paying attention, not to the death and blood score that's going on, because that's very painful, but to what the tricks that have been playing and the way the strings are being pulled in the background. A lot of these things can be seen on CNN and BBC, because they too, in particularly, are doing the greatest number of lying daily as a practice. So once you see the lie, then you have to understand there is a truth to this lie. Where does it lie? Where is that truth? Because what they're telling you is surely a lie. So once you look for the honesty in that, you cannot side with Palestine. You cannot side with Israel. You can't afford that argument. That's the fool's game when we're playing this sword fencing about two sides, where we can see there is obviously a David and Goliath situation going on. And whilst we are now being told not to pick the side of David, we should pick the side of Goliath, which is Israel in this point. Then you have to have a look at Israel and see what they're doing. And when you see Israel doing the most amount of bullshit, being backed by America and Britain and all the stupid people that we can't see, because there are people that believe that you can't actually see. And then going back to a point, just to label this, can't see. I come from a village in Ondo State. There are times when I've traveled with the hunters in the village, and they give us this thing, this black thing. We put it on our tongue and we put it in our body. They say that this would make you invisible to the animals. My brother, I did it. I didn't believe what the hell they were saying. I thought we were going to get roared on by some lion somewhere. I don't know. My brother, we were in the thicket and there were animals that could not see us. I can't tell you how this thing happened. But what I can tell you is that in my experience and in all of our experience, that sometimes I think you might be looking for something and it's right in front of you. But you spend half an hour looking for it, and it's right in front of you and you didn't see it. This is what we go through as human beings on a daily. The way we have to wipe the matter from our eye to really see what's out there, what is reality. This vision of what reality is the biggest thing in this planet, the biggest thing, and we're being lied to daily, lies.
Okay, Jagon, yeah. Contribute to John Abba question, right? I think one of the first steps trying to what next after this information is to start to re-educate Africans.
Very good.
Right? You have a very high knowledge of all this. Start to re-educate Africans. Do a lot of seminars, right? Let them know their history better than what they have read from the books. So
and whatever we teach, we need to
awakening of their conscience.
Yes,
you know, because when you know the truth that is set you free.
Indeed.
Yeah. I agree with a lot of what Jago has said concerning the Middle East, but I also have a pushback, and I'll just do it from a very simple point.
Yes, sir.
Everybody claims that place belongs to the Palestinians. The Palestinians are descendants of Ishmael. Ishmael is the son of Abraham.
Yes.
Abraham has two sons.
The first son.
Abraham has two sons. One is
more than two.
More than two.
hold on. I'm just
Yeah.
dealing with these two. Hold on. Just please don't
Okay.
take it too far. One is Ishmael, who was the first son from Keturah. Second is Isaac from Sarah. Now, if that place belongs
And
to
you said the first one, Ismail, is from who?
is from Ishmael is from what's that?
Hagar.
Hagar.
Hagar. Sorry, Hagar. From Hagar. Keturah is his second wife. Now, this is what I'm saying. If that place belongs to Ishmael, what about his brother? Can his brother come from another place? Shouldn't his brother also come from around that area where he is living? If that be the case, then why say that Israel should not exist while you all belong to exist? Why? Why?
Well, you see, my brother, if I may, if I may again. Okay, sorry, continue. Sorry. Yes, of course.
I don't think any one of us will be at peace every day you are in your house and you hear your neighbor teaching his children the person to kill. If there's anybody for us to deal with, is John Abba. John Abba cannot live. Let's not leave his children. Let's make sure that there's nothing about him. Do you think John Abba will just sleep and say, God, I leave you the day these people decide to take? Nobody will do that. Nobody will do that. So if all of us are justifying the fact that, it is okay for you to train your children to see your neighbor as an enemy, to be limited.
But my brother, this is where
this is not your neighbor. Let me see. This is not your neighbor. This is people you captured inside your compound. Just assume that you captured them inside your compound. It's not neighbors. There's a difference here. It's not neighbors.
Godfather.
Captives.
KJ is speaking historically still. He's speaking about the lineal propagation of the Ishmaelites and the Israelites, if you like.
Correct.
So with this, we have to again enter into the book to do our research to understand what really took place and what the lineage really was in both Ishmael and Isaac. And now when we look at Isaac and we look then at his son Jacob, and we understand the linealogy and what was gifted to them and what was taken from them during the whole years up to Solomon, from there to Solomon, you understand, to when we entered into kingship, because there were no kings in Israel at that time. So within all these stories, there is the evidences are there. Now the evidences aren't put in scientific terms necessarily. They're put in poetic terms, if you like, or in what they call analogy, if you like. So they come across in a certain way that is not always the first time you read a psalm or a paragraph. It's not, you might get something from it, but you haven't gotten half. You haven't even begin to understood what these 15 words in this one verse is really saying. And the more and more you go back to it, the more and more there is the evidence will come out to you. It will just leap off the book. Me reading the Bible, I did not understand it growing up for a second. I thought, what is this gobbledygook that my parents are pushing me on? I went on a big search away from Christianity. I entered into what they call Islam. I read it, almost became a Muslim. But then I thought, you see, this thing is too political. I can't see the spirit in it. There's no spirituality here, as far as I'm concerned, apart from what seems to me to be a bombastic spirit and almost a devilish spirit. Forgive me for those who are Muslim here. But that's how it came across. So I didn't enter into that realm. Then after looking here and there, I entered back into this Christianity thing. And when I now read the book, I read it as though everybody in this book is a black person, unless it is depicted that there are somebody else. When I started to read the book like that, my brother, that the Bible began talking to me for real. Then I understood that this is actually our history. What's on these pages is our history. If you're a Yoruba person or if you're an African person whose language, when they speak it to you, It has deeper connotations than just the spoken word. There is something behind this word. There is a poeticism. There is a lyricism. There is a uniformity. There is a deflection, depending on how things are said. Once you understand our languages like this, then you begin to understand how phrases are put together in the Bible. I'll leave it there.
Yeah, but what I want to say about this Israel, this Ishmael and Isaac, right? Right. That also a prophecy in the Bible that these two brothers will never live at peace. They will never live together as in peace, because the Bible said that Ishmael will be a man of the sword.
Mm.
You understand me?
Yes.
It says he'll be a man of the sword, right? And for that, they will not live at peace. Both of them will not live in peace. So that is what I think is happening, right? No matter how they try to create peace between those two people, it's not going to happen because it's already the word of God, already established.
Well, I would have to make a big jump and come straight
they
to the
lived in
point.
peace for a long time. They did live in peace for a long time. So I don't know what happened all those
They
hundreds
never
of
live
years.
at peace. No. They never live
Actually,
at peace.
they did.
There was a lot going on. There was an awful lot going on
They
within,
never live at
with
peace.
not just the Islamic understanding, but within the understanding of the Arab nation. There a lot has gone on. There's a lot of history, and a lot of the history is magnificent. You know, to understand who the Arab is without looking at his history would be a faux pas on the part of the person who would want to critique the Arab. They can be critiqued just like any other human being, because I critique them a lot. When we come down to trying to, however, understand how the game is being played and what the Quran is and who wrote the Quran and what the manipulation is, and the whole hate is against one person, basically. And that one person that the hate is against, it goes by the name of Isa, according to the Quran, Jesus according to the Bible, and according to many of us who are historians and looking for the real name, they call him Yeshua.
Yeshua, yeah.
Yes. So once you understand that, why in all three of the Abrahamic religions, the one thing that is central to all of them is the Messiah. The Jews do not believe he has come. The Christians believe he has come and he's coming again. The Muslims believe he has come, and it's not Muhammad who is coming back. It is Jesus who is coming back. What's Jesus isn't coming? A lot of people, the Christian aspect of Jesus Christ is that he's a soft, well-natured, kind, blonde hair, lovely beard, glowing white face. Most Christians, black or white, believe that's who Jesus is. Fair enough. Good luck. But Jesus, he's apart from we understanding that he's God made flesh, that depiction of who he is, that's the love of him in the time of his warning. But as we all know, as our fathers, there will be a time of reckoning. And that time of reckoning, as we all know, the world is upside down. It's coming. And it's he who is coming back to judge. So once we understand that this is how the Abrahamic religions are divulging the information about who it is that they hate and who it is that they love, then you have to have an understanding of what the Catholic Church is doing and what equinisium is. I forget the pronunciation of this word. Equanimity, which is the church and the mosque and the synagogue basically coming together. Now, when you have this as an understanding, then you have to understand what a warrior Christ is and whose side.
But why do we sign up to these things when other people don't even do this? Like, there are people right next door to them that are like the Hindus and the Buddhists. They do their own thing, but somehow we write ourselves into other people's history. Personally, I don't believe that we are Hindus.
Let me come back to you. I'm sorry to not allow you to speak. I should be more careful, but I know where you're going.
Okay.
And because I know where you're going, I'm trying to say to you that don't think that this world is not one. Don't think because there are thousands of religions, thousands of ways of being, thousands of cultures out in the world that there is not truth. There is still truth, and that is what has to be considered. Now, when you speak about all of these other religions, especially in Asia, believe me, Christ is in there. Believe me, I can't explain it to you right now because it's going to take a while. But don't just look at it. As I say, you have to take a lot of rubbish out of your eyes before you can see what's actually there. The whole idea of Krishna, if you read the Hinduism of Krishna, you would understand that what they're describing is Jesus Christ. That's what you would understand.
But
But you
Krishna
take it,
existed before Christ
but
in
they
this.
didn't exist before truth. It didn't exist before truth. I'm talking about truth,
What does
not
that
these
mean?
labels. I'm talking about truth. No, I don't call myself a Christian. I'm not a Christian for nobody. And I'll tell you for why. I'm not a Christian because I'm
So who
no.
is this Christ you're referring to?
Wait. I'm not a Christian because I'm nowhere near what it is to be Christ. So all those people that are calling themselves Christians and boasting and making themselves magnificent, you're nowhere near what Christ was. You're rubbish. What are you talking about? You're a Christian. That's blasphemy
So,
almost.
but who is
And
this Christ you are describing? That's what I want to understand.
well, you see, I know that you know who Christ is.
No,
Even
because
in
if you use the Bible terms, it's 2,000 years ago. Krishna was earlier than that. So which
no, as
Christ
I
are you
said,
talking about?
that doesn't matter. You see, if you go back into um Babylon, if you go back into Egyptology, if you go back into the Sumerian papers, you would see the story of the three wise men. You will see it there. You would see also the story of a child born of a virgin. You will see these things before Christianity. Now, in seeing these things, this is where we have to understand what time is. What we must understand is that time and matter bears no significance to God. It only bears significance to us. So we're trapped in this metaphor called time. But where you have to understand that there's truth and there's lies is where truth exists, and you have to do work for it. The truth is not easy for anyone. Just as we know to tell our parents a lie at times. We're not liars as children, but sometimes we needed to lie to our parents because we couldn't handle telling them the truth. The truth is not easy. It's a tough
Yeah,
ask.
but I'm trying to get to the truth by ascertaining this Christ is the one that went back in ancient Egypt, Sumerians, and these religions, and that came first. So, what is this specific Christ? What does it stand for? Because I know that experts have said that most of this creationist mythology actually started from Africa. So who is this Christ in this mythology? What does it represent? Because I don't know about anyone.
I think to be honest, Christ, in the way I understand him, he represents man's man's relationship with the God that put him on this planet, firstly, and secondly, how man should conduct himself with another human being. That's what Christ represents. And when you get the violence that I think comes out of what they call Islam, and when you get the funk that comes out of what today is what they call Judaism, then you have to understand that there's a game being played. Because there is one thing that speaks about the peace of man and between men, and then the everything else in those other religions is argument, bare talk this, and violence proceeds. And I believe that that Islam in itself is a big lie. I don't believe it has anything to do with the book. I think it's just to divorce people's mind from who they really are and
But
to give
which
them
book?
the Islamic books, the Quran, and
No,
there's more than
you
one
say
book.
it doesn't have Islam doesn't have anything to do with the book. So which book?
Well, the book I'm talking about is from right now. We have a lot of texts out there in the world, old texts that speak about all kinds of things. You know, we're living in a magnificent world, and I've heard you use the term mysterious before, forefather, as to the world we're in. And I like when you use that word, because if you don't kind of start at the point that we don't know anything, the mystery is more than us. The mystery is still to be found out. This is where the human aspect is, because we have to be able to speak the truth, see the truth, hear the truth, because the rest is lies. And you know,
Okay.
the best way to tell a lie is with aspects of the truth. If you can't tell a lie at all, you have to engineer some truth in there, but gloss it with the lie so the lie can be swallowed. You understand? And it can move on. So yeah.
The truth is we had a discussion yesterday about the truth. How do we ascertain the truth? It's a very fascinating topic. I begin to think that this discussion needs to go on for quite a bit, because like in the context of what we consider truth, sometimes it can be quite misleading, because all we know so far is from our senses and our judgments that we make of things. Like, for example, when we say we see yellow color, we are saying we see yellow color, but in reality, what is happening is that the object is absorbing this in reflecting. It's not absorbing yellow color; it's pushing out yellow color and absorbing all the other colors. So it is not. It is anything but yellow. You see that? So what we say we see, this thing is yellow, but that thing is not really yellow. You're just seeing the yellow color that he pushed back. But everything, it absorbs everything else. Like the black color is actually absorbing all light. That's why it is dark. While the white color is pushing out all light. So because our eyes sometimes lie to us. What seems to happen is that to get to the truth, we really need to enhance our ability to observe things. Like the way the Europeans now were able to figure out, okay, let's observe the microscopic world. We will not know anything about that world until we observed it. We need to study the world a lot more. I almost believe that when you say you're after this truth and you want to know God, I think is one of the ways to do that is to study what is in front of you. If you want to understand the reason why you are in this world, because you see, the thing about the Bible is that most of it is not necessarily based on evidence of the world. If it is, because they say things. No, they are very, very clever. You have to understand.
Okay. Let me ask you a question. Have you heard of the Book of Mormon?
Yes, I've heard of it.
Book of Mormon.
Yeah.
Okay. Have you read it?
No. What am I doing? What's wrong with you? What am I going to be doing to read it?
I want to tell you something, right? In the Book
I think
of
they think black people are the devils or something. Jesus Christ.
Let me finish. No, this is so. The Book of Mormon.
Are you a Mormon? Are you a Mormon?
Wait. Every town, every location, every city, every country that's listed in that Book of Mormon never existed. Right?
Yeah.
Even the people who are Mormon members came out and disproved it that those cities never existed. But if you go to the Bible, every historical content of cities, countries, everything, or existed.
Yes, sir.
The archaeologists are
yes, so is correct.
Even the
no, some of them there's no proof.
I was wondering where you were going when you picked on the Book of the Mormons, and forefathers' reaction to that was similar to mine. It's only that I was quiet about it, but it was similar to me. You know, where we going. However, where you took it is fantastic, because that is absolutely true. They may have names that you will not recognize, but history can tell you what that name is and where that place is on the map today, and who those people were, without a shadow.
Let's say the historical facts may even be true, but it doesn't necessarily mean the spiritual or the mystical aspect of it is true. That is my point. We mix a lot of things together.
That is fair. However, this is where we have to really have powers of observation and powers of what's the word? What's the word when you can take away truth from lies or wheat from chaff? What's that?
Yeah,
I forgot the word I'm looking for. However, this is what we as human beings are tasked to do. We're tasked to do these things, and the task of doing these things pushes upon every human being, every individual, to have a relationship with the Father, because largely many things cannot be given to you from another man. You have to get it directly from the main frame. You have to download the things right into your head top and understand that Ras Clark, this is the reality of it. Without this relationship, it's beer building up spliffs and smoking.
Can I just say something, guys? Can I just say something here?
Okay.
A lot of the times we talk about the truth, we talk about other religion, whatever it is out there. But this is where the West is limited. Okay, I'll use the space travel, for instance, because we were expecting to see some green men when we get up there. Obviously, we have seen with the props with the Mars. It just looks very similar. Even the clearest picture, if you Google it, the clearest picture of Mars, you think you're in some desert and all that's rocky, and shows some signs that there was water there. Now, what does that tell you? Man has not been up to Mars. But what does that tell you? It tells you that even if by the time we succeed in getting man up there, we'll still be yearning. There's still a sky up there. So what we know as the creator, because everybody understands as a creator, whether you're a Christian, whether you're a traditionalist, man knows there's a supreme being. But this being cannot be seen. Science tells us that it's all about proof. So what am I saying? What I'm saying is that life is spiritual. It's not something we touch. And everything that starts, everything we experience right now takes shape in the spiritual world.
Right.
We're all going to go to sleep at some point today. We all dream. And those dreams are just not adverts or some figment of imagination. Some kind of science will tell you, yeah, your dream is a compendium of your experiences during the day or a collection of what you experienced during the week. I disagree. 150%, I disagree. Your dream world is as real as we are talking now. About 30, 40 years ago, what we're doing now, look as we're talking to ourselves real time, conversing will have been viewed as a wonder. But right now is nothing. Look at the capability of our phones right now. So what am I trying to drive at? I think there's a supreme being. The Christ we're talking about, because the concept of a black man or a white man is a human concept. The human concept is we identify people by their races, by the color of their skin, their shape and all that. God can assume any shape or form that he chooses to. There are angels, but religion tells us that angels are white with long hair, with long gown and all that. No, angels are beings of light. They're invincible. They only assume a certain form when they want to be seen. Even the Bible, KJ will tell you, KJ will attest to that. Thing somewhere in Hebrew, something like that, where it says that we should.
Why KJ? Why KJ? KJ doesn't go to church.
God.
I know KJ is a good Bible student. I know he's a good Bible student.
Where's that brother that said that?
Okay, black story.
No.
Okay. There's a place in the Bible, I think, is it Hebrew? Help me here. That we should be careful how you entertain people. That sometimes some people have entertained angels without knowing it. So an angel can even take. I mean, like, okay, look at when Lot and Abraham and all that. The angels that came, they came in human form. They were so handsome and nice and all that, that even the homosexuals of that time and all that wanted to even sleep with them. They were like us, So my thing is, life is deeply spiritual, very, very, very deep and very, very spiritual.
You know what?
Now,
Okay, go ahead.
Now, because my concern, that's one thing I've been talking about. When we die, when we leave this existence, because we use the word die, because that word die scares a lot of people. I don't think I don't think dying is a big deal. In my own opinion, I think it's just you live this existence, you appear. I've got a friend of mine that experienced near death experience. Actually, he was pronounced dead on the table and all that. They were ruling him. In fact, it was at the mortuary that he got up, and he the stuff he related, and I started researching, and a lot of stories I've seen on YouTube and all that same story, different people. Can these people can they have made up the story? Are they the same? Are they reading from the same propaganda book? Surely no. So that tells you that life is more than what we see and what we're experiencing.
Yeah,
There is
definitely.
there's a supreme being. Who the supreme being is, I don't know. Our
Well,
loved ones, I would like to see my mom again, where she's gone to and all that. Do they see us when they are in the other existence and all that? Science tells us there's a Milky Way, there's a solar system and all that. So life is just bigger than space. Okay, the moon again is another. I just found out the other day there's a part of the moon that the America is has been avoiding to go because there's some stuff that really scared them.
They call it the
But
dark.
nobody's talking about.
They call
Huh?
it the dark side of the moon, and the
Yeah,
dark
the
side
dark
of
side
the
of the
moon.
moon. Yeah,
The
exactly.
dark side of the moon is what we have
Yeah,
never seen. We only
you never
see one
see
face of the moon as we look at it
on the
planet.
moon. Yeah, and that dark side
So,
of the moon,
so
they
that dark
somebody
side of
tried
the
and all.
moon,
Yeah,
apparently, that's where the Indian space machine landed. Now, the fact
yes,
after the Indians landed there, apparently, we've heard nothing more since. We've
nothing.
heard
Yeah,
nothing more.
blank
So
out.
we have to
Yeah,
understand where the lies are
Without
and where the
triangle.
truth is.
Okay, can I say something?
okay,
Discussion.
just like sorry. In closing, you remember the Mayans? How come the Mayans understood astrology? What science is now telling us after how many how many hundreds of years about the Mayans already knew them? How did
Not
they
only
know?
Maya, the Dogon in Mali.
Yeah,
They
exactly.
Series A and Series 2. These are two stars that are out there, and
Some come.
the Dogon
Yeah,
Society. They say they come from Series B.
yeah.
When the first
Some
scientists
complicated
happened,
stuff.
when the first scientists happened across the Dogon tribe, they did the apparatus to see what they were talking about. So when they mentioned Series B, they knew of Series A, but they had never seen it. Series B now was like you're talking real rubbish. But now, after all the hundreds of years that have
Exactly.
passed, they have seen both Series A
They've
and the
proven,
Series
yeah, that it
B
does
that
exist.
that these people are saying that they were taking visitations from. These are deep
Yeah,
things, man.
AJ.
There's deep things.
Okay, I just want to say one thing that we all bear in mind, whether you believe there is God or you don't believe, or whether you believe Christ is the Savior indeed or not. Life is spiritual. Life
That's all.
is spiritual. Life is spiritual. There's more in the unseen than the seen.
Absolutely.
So, what jargon has touched is very deep. I will need a section to discuss it. Yes, what you have touched is very deep. That shows, and even that which, like you guys just educated me. I did the last point you discussed now. I've never read it. I've never heard it from anywhere. So sometimes it's just good to listen to other people and then go and enrich your knowledge.
Absolutely.
Now, the thing I will say is this: the truth is that it does not matter. People try to divide these things out. This we are this, we are this, we are this. What I'm trying to say, let's say, is that just look. What we are discussing is that there's empirical evidence to show that these events happen the way they said they happen. It is not because they brought us into understanding that a higher being beyond us. It's just because they're able to put their own in a form that we all can read and agree. The spirit of God is in a man. And that spirit, some people call it conscience, but it's beyond conscience. It is that which tells you even when nobody, it tells you the truth to yourself, even when you will not admit it anywhere. That is the God that we have. It teaches you all things. There are certain things there are certain areas of, you have not gone before, but when you get there, it's like you've gone there before, and
Yes, sir.
automatically your spirit begins to tell, okay, this is what to do, not because you know it from anywhere, but because there's a spirit in you that is lifted up when you continuously to be in one union with this God of heaven.
Okay, sorry, one quick one, eh?
Just hold on. Me here, I have done, I have shot interviews of more than 25 people on earth that have met one-on-one with Jesus physically. I've also shot people who have died. I've done their testimonials, who have died and gone to heaven, and they've been able to describe exactly what they've gone or what they saw, and in their different understanding. One that comes to mind is the woman from Benin Republic who died, and she didn't have an education. She was in the village when she passed. She had done 3 days before she revived and before God, woke her up. And what she told us a very stunning story that never left my mind for a long time. That when she died, she was going through a tunnel. Eventually, she came into a light.
Wow.
She saw a long line of people, and she joined the line, and she could see a beautiful gate. But people were being asked for their passport. You know what the French will call laissez-passer. Okay, like people were asked laissez-passer. So when you get there, they'll ask you to produce what you're listening. They look at you. Some people were allowed to go in. Some people were turned away to another side. When they got to her turn, the person standing at the gate, which is described as a gendarme. You know what a gendarme is for the French, like a police person, like a military person.
Yeah.
Took her papers and looked at it and said, "Your papers is not complete. Go back." And she said no, she must enter because she's already here. She had to enter this place. It was too far for her to turn around. And the person kept telling her, "My friend, go back. Your papers are not complete. Look, your papers are not complete. Go back." So that was how she woke up, inside the coffin. She was already in the coffin and they were ready to bury. Now, I'm not telling stories that I read. These are stories that I did myself. I did it.
Encounters,
I
yeah.
shot it. Yeah. And so when I left her, I now began to ask questions. Why come she's talking about gendarme? How come she's talking about this? How come she's talking about laissez-passer? And my spirit told me that God deals with you with the understanding that you have. In other words, that lady does not know anything about America, so she couldn't have taken her to America. That lady
Exactly.
didn't know anything about immigration, custom, and all that. So she was faced with what she knew, and that understanding was given to her. So for I sometimes people say all kinds of things, like you guys have said. I do not believe, and one of the things that drove me from the Catholic, like I said yesterday, was that there were so many imageries that were being used, which I do not accept in my spirit. In the same way, also, I do not accept that woman with a little boy is Mary, and rather it is Nimrod and his mother. So I do not accept the guy with the blue eye is Jesus Christ, because the Bible says that he was a carpenter in the days of his living on earth here. There was no saw machine, there was no power tools. It was physical. You had to be strong enough. And that was why the Roman soldiers, who were even very big people, they are, the Roman, if you know the Roman soldiers, they are always very huge. They looked at him and said, you this guy, you can carry your own cross. We're not getting anybody for you. Because they saw that Jesus was physically strong enough to carry his cross. And he carried his cross. So he wasn't what what do you call it now? One guy.
Weakling.
Yeah, it wasn't a pushover. It was somebody who was.
Ajebo. He was not an Ajebo.
It was not an Ajebo. Okay, so he could handle it. Okay, and so when those things are presented, just like what we've been saying here, it was rewritten for us to keep telling us or to keep trying to make us understand that look, this story people are dealing with is not your story, it's our story. Okay, but if you go back to history, just like we're talking here, In the days that this event happened in the Middle East, who were the original occupants of that land and what were their color? Okay, and if you want to use the Bible as a this, if there's a place that is described Jesus in form in the Bible, it doesn't look like what those people are drawing. And I want to give it on to what's his name?
Apart from that, where Jesus, the most definite one, where Jesus hid 2 times in his life was in Egypt.
Egypt.
How is he able to hide in Egypt from the Romans? Because Egypt was completely black, just as Palestine was.
Yeah,
it was black. What we don't see, if you look in,
or you can argue that
if you look in
some
YouTube,
people in Egypt look like people in Palestine now.
Now, so if you look in YouTube and you look for black Palestinians, you'll see who the people are because they're still there, but we never see them on CNN or BBC. If you look for black Egyptians, they are still there, but they would never put it on television for you. These are facts that are happening now. I've been to Egypt and I've seen the difference between the north of Egypt and the south of Egypt in terms of the people. The people in the north are Arabs. The people in the south are Africans. Full stop.
Yeah,
and furthermore, KJ, that experience, that interview you said you had with with that lady, same thing my friend said when he knew he took off, because he said he saw his body, he didn't understand, but there was something that took him through a tunnel. He felt like that force, and when he got there, he didn't want to come back. He said he didn't want to come back. He saw some huge guys, which he assumed were angels. They didn't have any wings. But they just said, it's not your time. He said, no, this place is just too good to go back. So he felt, in fact, when he got into his body, that was when they were trying to, like I told you, they pushed him into the mortuary and all that. He was aching. He was so sad. He wanted to. So that tells you that death may not be as bad as we think.
It's never just that we take it as a bad thing, but it's never a bad thing.
Yeah, it's just a transition. And when you get to the other side, you just be saying, God, why did you allow me to waste all this time and all that? And even the Bible, the same Bible says that 10 years.
True, I tell you, if you get to that side, if you get to the wrong side, you will regret.
Hold on. Nnamdi Azikiwe was how many years old? It was at that time, it was, I think, about almost over 80.
Moderator, what do you know, moderator?
When they announced, when Mbadiwe, what's his name?
Sorry, if you want to say something, you can say something now.
That guy announced that he was dead, and then when eventually he was resuscitated, they asked him, they said you are dead. He said no, he's not in a hurry to leave this side that he knows before going to the last side. So, please, he was not in a hurry to leave this side. We still have work to do. So it is good, and I'm saying that because each and every one of us here as an entity have a lot of things God has put on our shoulders. Some of us is to our families, some of us is to nations, some of us is to people who you are yet to even meet. But their destinies will change the moment they come in contact with you. So that should be our primary focus.
Can I share something I find very peculiar about? Okay. Sorry, if you want to finish,
go ahead.
I find it very peculiar. Okay. Like this is very interesting.
What I wanted to say,
okay.
Sorry. What I wanted to say, right? Because you guys have left the story of Jesus Christ down. I don't go death now. That's why the spirit. Yes, you guys have left Jesus. Then I say spirit, I don't know.
They are not begin to say death is good. Death.
No, I look at the laugh. No worry. Make me get experience first.
Paul said it is more beneficial to die than to live.
You don't know that is
better to die for something, I guess.
You're not even close to that experience. So don't say what you don't know. Don't worry. Anybody can tell you their experience.
I said Paul said, and I didn't say what I know. That was in the Bible.
You sorry?
I just said what Paul said in the Bible, not what.
The difference behind that, but who said it? If so much believe in it, he wouldn't have even saved his mouth. He would have gone there first before trying to tell you. You understand? He's just telling you what he told you what it was, what he thought, or whatever he wants to. I don't know, but at least he would have gone there first. That's human nature. Because they say the heart of man is wicked. Humans agree, so he would have gone there first before coming to say, okay, this is how it is. The only person who has the right, at least, to say, can even say, is probably maybe the Son of Man, which they refer to as Christ now. But if the Jesus that they added to it, I don't know that part. And the story of the Jesus Christ, if you check the story of, I think, Ra or Amun Ra, or is it Amun Ra or series, if one of those Egypt mythology, you see the same thing. That exactly the way that one life plans out. That was how exactly the way the Jesus Christ life planned out. The same way it was given birth to, the same thing. So we'll tell you the story have happened in Africa before. You understand? Like they always tell the same story until you got to the time of this last one, which is Jesus Christ, that he ended there. But the story of Jesus Christ have been said before in some from Africa, some from Egypt or whatever. So like that, which is a true one, nobody yet knows. But the truth is, some will tell you Christianity is from what's it called, like maybe from Ethiopia, as far back as Ethiopia or Jerusalem or this or that. Me, I would say, okay, Christianity started from the death of Christ. But after the death of Christ, which is the first manuscript or script that was put together to describe what is happening? You understand? And some will tell you, if there is Old Testament, why there is New Testament? Why not just one book that will just tell you the story from beginning, chapter by chapter by chapter, and continuously?
Where you mix it up, it's people that divided it. It is people that divided it.
Hold on now, hold on. See, you have to get my point. What is the motive of people that divided it? Why divide it? If you are telling a true story,
give it
hold on now.
But Blackstone,
See, if I'm giving you Blackstone, if I'm telling you the story of your life, hold on, Tom, sorry, Blackstone, if I'm telling the story of your life, why should I tell Patrampa or should I tell you Old Testament, old you and new you? I will tell you a story of the day you were born, how you went to primary school, secondary school, you married or whatever, even till today. I won't tell you the old you, the old story, the new story, how things is now, and this and that.
You are missing it up.
Sorry?
I said you are missing it up.
No, hold on now. Hold on. Listen. You're still not getting the point. If I'm telling you a story, or I'm telling you how things are done, or how things were in the past, I will tell you how things came from beginning till where you stop. And why did you stop at where you stop? Why not continue? Because it's the same world we are living in. You understand? Why not continue till, in fact, just be continuing?
But one was before and the other one was after. That's all.
No, which hold on now. Before what and after what?
Before Christ and after. Before Christ was the Old Testament. What I mean, the Old Testament survey was talking about that. Then that even in the Old Testament they were referring. I'm talking about Bible. I'm not talking about my belief, whatever it is. So that's what they call the other one, the Old Testament, and then they say this one is the New Testament, which starts from the book of Matthew.
Okay, hold on, wait. Where is the line? Where is that line? Because if
that's in the book of Matthew.
No, hold on.
The line was at the birth of Jesus Christ. The birth of Jesus Christ. That was the line. The birth of Jesus Christ.
Listen to me. See. Okay, if you say Jesus Christ, that was the light. Okay.
The line where it started, that divided.
Okay, the line. Okay. So the time, what happened before? Is it the started when the birth that started the line? Is it the birth of Christ that started that drew the line, or the death of Christ?
The birth is the starting of Christ. That is the New Testament of the story about Jesus, the genealogy of Jesus. Then the Old Testament talk about the beginning,
the life history of the Jewish.
No. If you say the Old Testament, it didn't talk about the beginning. It talked about even in between. You understand? During the time of the Abraham, time of Noah, time of Moses, they were not the beginning. You understand? The time of even the last book of the Old Testament, it's not the beginning.
It spoke of the beginning. Or don't get yourself twisted up.
You're not getting my point.
You say no, we're not. We're not, because you're see, if you're going to say wait. If you can let local pronounce. Let local pronounce what he needs to say. But I need to put this in. I need
let me
just to
finish.
put this in, if I
See,
can, local,
like
very
what?
quickly.
Hold on
Very
now.
quickly,
What
local.
Junaba
Hey, Joe.
said. Hey, Jesus. What Junaba
Let
said? He
me speak.
said,
Let me speak to you now. Let
you
me
wait
speak to you.
first now. Make I finish now. Sure. I'm going to finish first.
Okay.
What Jonah said, I said, no, said the Old Testament talk about the beginning, right? I said, good, but the Old Testament did not talk about the beginning only. You understand? I said, because the
You
time
didn't
of
use the word
Abraham,
only there or
they
before.
were not the
Before you don't
beginning.
use that word.
Time of Moses and Solomon, they were not the beginning. Time of David, those are not the beginning. You understand? The book of Old Testament also talked about the beginning, but with the beginning also talked about other stories, other stuff.
Yes.
The Noah, the Abraham, Moses, and all what do you understand? Solomon, David, and all that stuff. You understand? He talked about all this stuff. So my question is, why was there a stop? Why not continuity till he got to the birth of Christ? You understand? And
What you
continue
have to
from
understand is
what
that
I'm
Of
these
saying.
are
course, he
books.
continue.
The
He continue.
the last book of what's the relationship between the first book of the Testament, the New Testament, which is Matthew, and the last book of the Old Testament? Where is that connection? Where is that line? Where is that similar? They're like, because
Oh,
if I'm
okay.
telling
Though your question,
because
your okay.
hold on. If I'm telling the story of Jonaba right now, right, when you were born, I should be able to tell the story of how your father was born in the Old Testament. If the birth of you is the New Testament, the story of your father, your grandfather, and your mother should
Everything you are saying
be
is just there.
part
It's
of
in
the
the
Old
Bible there.
Testament.
It is all
You get my
it's
point?
all there. The father of Jesus Christ is there. The father, the lineage is there.
No,
The
just not
lineage.
getting my point now. Hold on. In the Old Testament, those stories should be in the Old Testament. Because
It was
if
in
you
the
are
Old
saying the New
Testament.
Testament, Jesus, see, hold on, this is more calculation. You understand? If the New Testament is if the birth of Christ is what drew the line, right? Birth of Christ is what drew the line of the New
The
Testament, of the
new,
Old
yeah.
Testament. Good.
Mhm.
So the father of Joseph now and the grandmother of Mary should be in the story of the Old Testament, not the New
Yes,
It's
now.
there.
Testament.
They are there
It's
It's
there.
there.
now. They are there.
It's
It's
there.
there.
Okay,
Then we
for
know
me,
If
we
you
know the
read
lineage of
Matthew
Joseph.
1, if you start
then
My
from
brother,
Matthew,
we know
then
the lineage of Joseph and we know the lineage of Mary. We know their lineage.
I
We know
think
how
what
far it goes back to.
And
It
and
goes far for them.
and
For them, it goes as far back as David. That's how far back this lineage
no,
goes.
they
it's
said if you say no, hold
every
on now,
every
they drew the
14
blood. Hold
generation,
on,
every
they drew
14
the blood
generation.
from David, right? They say son of David. They drew the blood from David. You understand? You can draw what they say. But like, my question is like the beginning of the New Testament now, right? And the last book of the Old Testament. You understand? I'm trying to draw that synchronize them together to like,
Okay,
okay, it's something like
can I answer it for you? Can I
you
answer
know.
it? Between the New Testament and the Old Testament, there was a time where the voice of God was not heard. Okay, there was a time where there was no ministration. That was when books like Maccabees, which the Catholic include in their Bible, were written. At that time, people felt that God didn't speak again until the introduction of Christ. There are books like Maccabees, there are books like the Book of Mary and all those. There are so many other book which was written
the
in that,
5 books.
Of course,
yeah, which they
I
didn't
was removed from
include in the
Protestant
Bible
Bible.
because they felt that it was contrary to what the other books were saying. Now, what you
Which,
what
which,
what
which other books? Sorry, which other books?
yes,
Which other
the
books?
Old Testament, they were not, they
Book
were
of
saying,
Wisdom is there too.
yes,
There's a Book of Wisdom,
yes, which was,
Maccabee.
There's
I
the
have
book
the
of
Bible. I
Noah.
can go
There's
and
the
bring it
book
from
of Noah.
upstairs.
yes.
There's
But one of the things
what's
we
this guy?
don't do, one of the things we sometimes miss
Enoch. There's
as
Enoch.
Christians or those who study the Bible is that when the book in the beginning started, in chapter 1 verse 1 and 2 is a long period which he never captured. It's a long period. In the beginning, God created the earth.
KJ, do you know it has just been discovered that Genesis is not the first book of the Bible?
Okay.
Oh,
I can
I
show
bet that
you
one
Job.
way back.
There
Yeah.
were humans. They were creation before us.
listen, that's
No,
why I'm going there.
that
I'm
one
going
that
there.
One.
Eleche.
Don't
Sorry,
let them,
Oh.
Don't.
See,
that
Don't.
one that sorry, not
don't let
Eleche.
them
that
Eleche
is
is
it.
one of
I,
the
Oh,
guy.
I, I,
listen. listen.
No,
Sorry.
let me
this
deny
one
it.
talking about
Can I just
this
Wait.
pastor. This
let me
So
present
what
pastor
Tony said
said it.
is
I
serious.
don't believe him.
Let me say to you, Tone, that what you said is absolutely true. However, it's far too deep for right now. It's far too deep.
Can I
We
just
can't even
answer
begin to
it?
explain
Can
that.
I just answer it, Jagun? Can I just answer it? You see, sometimes people make a mistake and say Adam and Eve were the first people on earth. Yes, God chose Adam and Eve. They were not the first. There were other people.
Who were the first?
Okay.
Who were the first?
Listen, that's what I'm saying. You see, in creation,
Yeah. Yeah.
in Genesis chapter 1, verse 1 to Genesis chapter 2, there's what is called something, I've forgotten the term now used for it. It's a gap period before God said, let there be light. Okay? The time of that existence.
Pre-Adamic.
What was it? Was it darkness?
Pre-Adamic time.
No,
before that time. Okay?
Okay. Let me help KJ.
But hold on.
The
Before you go on,
Bible,
Esther,
the Bible
before you
did
go on,
not.
yeah?
The Bible,
There
the
were no
Bible
men.
did not say that Adam was the first person created. The Bible said Adam was the first person created in the image of God, image and likeness of God.
Exactly.
Okay, thank you, Steph.
So that means there
That's
were
not
no
even
men.
thank you.
Very good.
That's what it is.
Very good,
There
Steph.
were no men.
That's not where I'm going. Hold on, sir.
The people
But
that
the
were
Bible,
created
but
were
the
different
Bible didn't
people.
say it was only the image of God and this thing. I think it just said, let's create man in the image of this thing. Not only. He didn't say anything. So he could have created others. Like he actually said, let's replenish the earth. To replenish the earth doesn't mean that the earth, it means that they are
That was wrong.
repopulating the
Father,
earth.
you are
There
wrong.
was an existence.
Before, yes.
Yes, but not
To say
humans.
replenish,
Forefathers, when we
to
use
say
the word
replenish
replenish, it
means
means
you are
there's
repeating
something there
something.
before.
Yeah, but
Wow.
let me try to raise something that may be more pertinent for us today. Because I find it very fascinating. I went and looked into the Yoruba pantheon and looked into Lodumare and looked into the Igbo religion pantheons and looked into Chuku. I looked into that of the Hindus and looked into Brahman. And you tend to see a pattern where there is a god that is a kind of separate from the other deities. And you have these other deities being worshipped
Janaba,
as different
I
manifestations.
probably be that Jesus Christ. Janaba, don't go.
Yeah,
You see that
that's
book?
actually.
No.
That's
You see that
pastor.
book he's
That's
holding?
No,
You see
pastor.
that book
let
he's
forefather
holding?
carry
He
on now. He was
explains
entering into a zone.
forefathers.
Make it
You need
carry
to
on.
go into those books. He explains why we have all these splinter gods. These were superior beings. These were some people refer to them as fallen angels because even some of the
No,
skills we have now.
that's not what where forefather was going.
Let me
Because
just
you see,
finish what I was
They were
saying.
not
Yeah.
see,
human.
wait, if I can, forefather, just before I allow you
They were
to
not
just to bolster
sorry. They were not
your
humans.
point there. When you speak about the Orisha, these are not gods. These are individuals who lived, and
No,
from
they are
their
not humans either.
existence.
They are not humans.
Wait, let me finish, my friend, because this is a Yoruba thing that I know about. You can't second guess me on this. So when you're speaking about the Orisha, like uh, 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 any one of the Orisha that you want to speak of, they are real human beings, and they came as warriors or some kind of superior or archetypical uh, point of being, and this now became legend. And this is how the Orishas were created. They were men, but Olodumare is completely different because he is God, the God. So when you speak about any other Orisha, you're speaking about a human being who is now being deified based on the life they lived. Almost, if you can compare it with saints, if you like, in other arenas. That's the
Okay.
reality.
So I wanted to highlight some of the stuff I saw about Olodumare. They said in Yoruba culture, Olorun, and which is also Olodumare, is described as being omniscient, omniscient,
Present.
omnipotent, and omnipresent. And humans do not worship Olorun directly. That is patent from what they are saying. And then you go to Chuku. It says no shrines. It says okay. Let me go back a little bit. Let me track myself back. And while various gods, the spirit class of Arusi and ancestors are worshipped and prayed to, no sacrifices are given to Chuku, and no shrines and altars are
Do you know
erected
what
to it.
ROC is?
I'm not so sure, but I know that Chuku is now. The point is that Chuku is supposed to be like the that's the top deity. Nobody worships it directly. Then, if you go to the Hindu one, it says Hindu adherence to this tradition within Hinduism revere Hindu deities, and indeed all of its existence as aspects of the Brahman. Brahman is like Olodumare. It says the deities in Hinduism are not considered to be almighty, omnipresent, omniscient, and omnibenevolent, and spirituality is considered to be seeking the ultimate truth that is possible by a number of paths. So that's a number of paths. Guess what they said? All aspects of creation is part of Brahman. So what they are basically saying is that all these gods that people are worshiping, which seems to be how even in Africa they are doing it, is aspects of reality. So if that is the case, and that is what we are worshiping, are the Europeans not doing it better by actually studying the world and listening to the world? This is what I was saying before, that somewhere along the line, spirituality has been corrupted. If you
Of
go
course.
back to the fundamentals, you are going to start seeing signs that we separated creation. It's almost like the creator is like the universe. Then we start worshiping the deities as part to get to the creator. And these deities we worship are manifestations of the universe that the creator made, which is like Shango, which is lightning, water, and all this stuff. And I just feel like that's Europeans have come so far. Because they are studying the very word of God. When we say the word of God, it's weird because even in the Bible, the word is how the God created the world, isn't it? And it means that if you study the world, you are studying God. And I feel like maybe we are missing the point. And this is why you always have to track back to what people used to do before.
No, if I can, Forefather, really quickly, if I can really quickly,
let me just
real quick to Forefather's point. You see what you're explaining is this world, they like to make separations. They say separation from religion and state in many of the Western hemisphere. They also want to separate God from science. So they give you a scientific point of view, which is the cosmos in itself and how it creates and the study of it, and then how the aspect of a God being is now made impossible because we have discovered science. But the two of them go together. For me, all science does is to confirm God's existence. That's what it does.
I think they are actually
but there
studying
are
God without
scientists.
knowing it. Because what they are doing is studying the very nature of God itself. That's what they are doing.
This is what I'm trying to say
Brahman
to you.
is all manifestation of creation.
I heard what you said. This is what I'm trying to say to you, however. We have to be careful because what the white man has done and what we all salute him for is being able to look at reality differently. And the way he was able to do this is that even though we as Africans were the first to leave Africa and tread on any piece of land you can think of in this world, the European then discovered the world based on the people that were there. And when they did this, they now had a global point of view where nobody else did. So because of that, they, and in the aspect of time as well. So because of that, they were able to plant accurately where and when things were. And this was the education that they delivered to the rest of the world. But that does not take away aspects that they found these things along the way. They did not create these things. These things were already done and already created. So when we're looking back at our aspects of reality and understanding where our reality was based on spiritual terms because we understood the spirit for what it is. And we understood reality in terra firma. And we understood reality in terms of our fleshly human being and mind. So with this, that was the way we as Africans thought. But the European, given his exploits, was able to have a look at the whole globe. So imagine that the European reintroduced the African to the rest of the world. So what now has happened because they have done that? The rest of the world has the same or similar attitude to the African as the European does. Because they said to the Chinese man, hey, Chinky,
let me just use 30 seconds to add this. Like, if you read this term, all existence as aspects of Brahman. Brahman is basically all existence, creation. And then he goes on to say, he says, spirituality is considered to be seeking the ultimate truth that is possible by a number of paths. So seeking the ultimate truth that is possible by a number of paths. How do you do that? Is by studying Brahman himself. Okay, I'm calling him himself. He's the ultimate creator, all existence. And when you see, okay, what science is doing, what do you think science is doing? Science is actually studying it. And I don't understand. I feel like language has been confused. We confuse things because the way I try to understand this thing was, if you are the first man on earth, what would you think to survive in this world? You will have to try to understand it, study it actually. And you are not going to start worshiping God first thing. First thing that comes to your mind is not sitting down and being spiritual like that. Pardon?
Father, it's like this, right? Every tribe, every language, every tongue have different name for God. And all refer to one supreme God. But it depends how you carry the worship, right? So, Edo is Salobua, right? But the traditional worshippers doesn't call that Salobua, they call their God Ogun, Ishango, Aromila, so on and so forth. So that's the difference in all these things. But they have one that they say the supreme God. They have each tribe,
and they never worship that one. They don't worship that one directly, and that is very interesting.
No. I don't say that. I didn't say that. Let me tell you something.
No. That's what they said. Not you didn't say that. They don't worship that one directly.
Wait. The quest to find a way how to worship that God resorted to all the other gods.
This to me, this is blowing my mind to an extent. Why do you think they don't worship that God directly?
It's not like what
I think what you are trying
the
to
Blackstone said. It's not like that. You see, sorry, John Abba.
Worshipping
God. I beg your
pardon.
I beg your pardon, John Abba. Because what Forefather is saying is very serious in terms of how we are looking at the world compared to how the Oyinbo is looking at the world. And there is a stark difference. And I will put to any of us here that the Oyinbo is far more accurate within the material world that we live in is concerned much more than we are. Much, much more. So within that reality, they are winning. So the education that they have given, we and ourselves should be able to see what is real and what is not so real about what they put forward. However, it doesn't take away from us as spirit beings. Now, what Forefather said is that if you're the first man on the planet, you wouldn't think to worship a god. You'll be trying to find out how the hell you live in this cruel and terrible yet beautiful world. How do we do this? I don't object to it because
is that not the first worship? Technically, that's the first worship because you are doing what God wants you to do.
No. For me, if the other aspect that you didn't put is you either find out or you are told, and I think the position of our consciousness and our relationship with who created us, a relationship that we have a real understanding that we are created beings and we're put on this terra firma. With that understanding, you would be worshiping God directly. But the communication between you and God has become divorced somewhat over the years because of whatever aspect. And within that divorce, we have been thrown back into forgetfulness. This is now how we have to tackle the terra firma with our own understanding, our headspace because we can do it.
Okay, then why do you think we worship? Like, let's focus on the Yoruba one. Why do we think we worship through the pantheons like Shango and
Well, you know what we
Ogun?
must
All of
always
them. Why?
understand. Yes, what we must always understand is that all we are is human beings. We're human beings today. We're human beings yesterday, and hopefully we will continue being human beings up until we are taken up to
But have
where
you
we need to
noticed
be.
that they are all
No, I know what
associated
you're
with
saying.
elements of the world that
No,
that often,
what?
like the Ogun one? I think Ogun is for iron. It all
Yes,
actually is also related to actual smith. Smith, that's an iron working
yes,
smith. So
yes.
you see what is going on there.
I
It's
do.
almost a form of science that is going on, but
Of course,
we've
it's science.
divorced
These
it.
are elements. These are elements in the world that are chemical, if you like. You know, we have this on the periodic table. We have all of the elements that we know to man, and there are some that we have recently found out anew. The thing is, with all these aspects of life that man can make use of, they are material that we can make use of to build, to create weaponry, to create cooking, all kinds of aspects. Now,
But yeah, they chose that part as a part to know
in
the
terms
divine.
of the Yoruba aspect of Ogun, as I said to you, these are beings that from the being and what that being found out, these aspects of life are now being worshipped. Now, unfortunately, they're not supposed to be worshipped. What it is, instead of God, Olodumare, who is the highest, having to be bothered by human doings, human goings on, they will go through different leons of the pantheon in order to create what they need in their life on this earth, knowing that they're going to die, and in their death, they return to the Father or they enter into ancestry and all the rest of it. So human beings have always known we're not so ignorant. Don't any human being in the world. The Aborigines, as you may look at them, and as the BBC may photograph them and tell you their story of drunkenness, these people are highly intelligent human beings who have created their own world. There are writings from Europeans who first landed in Australia, where what looked like a scrub to a wild scrubland. This man took a different look and he said, my goodness, this whole thing is actually a garden. And the garden has been created by these Aborigines, and they plant on and off season. They travel around the whole land of what we call Australia by walking, and they eat and
And
feed.
their God will be tied
It's
to
a
that.
whole different
Their
way
God
of
will be
seeing
tied
things.
to that. You see,
Yes.
now that is interesting. This is what that it's almost like a kind of hypothesis that I'm bringing up here. That is it that this worship that we do has often been about studying the world, as what Europeans would call it science today, but
yes,
somewhere along the line has been kind of corrupted, and we've
Forefathers,
lost track of it. Yeah, go ahead.
forefathers, what I'm seeing, the pattern I'm seeing now, even with the world we live today, we have Methodists, we have all sort of proliferation of churches, but yet again, it is one God, it is the same Christ. Why? Because of politics. Now, if you look at the time of Christ, there was it was politics. Look at the problem where most of the problem we have today in the world is politics. When politics got into religion, because I think God wanted us to. God has different expression. Okay, like that book of Enoch exposed a lot of things. I remember when I was a kid, growing up in a Catholic family, because all my family back then was a Catholic family. They spoke the fear of God that you should never touch any of those books. That if you read it, you run mad. But Pentecostal pastors even have started studying those books now. They even have gained better understanding. So those books were removed because knowledge was exclusive preserve of some Catholic of some priests then. Yeah, and you know why did they? Why was the mass at one point only carried out in Latin? Because they didn't want the commoner to know to this was started. So it was all class wars. And what are we seeing today? Class wars, politics. Anywhere politics get into and all that, it will contaminate it. So the thing
Can I?
about religiosity, whether it's traditional, I think there's a link. There's a whole there's a link to whatever if the person in Asia or the person in Africa or the person I mean, look at these islands and all that, the Pacific Islands and all that. You see all these small islands. How did they get there? You start asking yourself, what kind of boats did they use in surfing those? I mean, those oceans are huge, man. And there's part of the, I mean, one of the what's the word now? On the part of this world that we have not even discovered, and yet we are growing up there, is the ocean. There's some part of it that is so complex, so deep that you can't get to.
They don't even know
Remember
the kind of human life
No,
where they're
I
there.
think if I may come in now, I think what we are all trying to say is that we say that as far as we are rich people traditionally and culturally, and also believe that to be the first people on earth here, and we could not have any we are all spiritual beings. I believe everybody is spiritually being, and now in the processes of that corruption is that we are not good in selling whatever we have,
Well
or
said.
good in,
Well said.
or good in presenting what we have. And when you cannot define what you have, somebody else will define it for you. And whether you like it or not, it's either you come up with yours or you abide by that, because something has to be there. So I believe in the processes of the black race. Actually, it is still because of lack of self. Because if you go and look at the Ethiopian Bible, I don't know how many of you have looked at the Ethiopian Bible. If
John
it say
Abba, you are going there. Go there, John Abba.
no, because
that's a real test.
Yes, because when you go there, some of you, your theology is going to be messed up, and you're going to
You will
have a
mess
good
up,
Bible.
exactly.
Yeah, and but you're going to be messed up for good, because it's going to be messed up for good. Because end of the day, you're going to realize that the Bible said again, let us make man in our own image.
Let us make
Let
man.
us. You
Yes, sir.
see? So I
Deep
don't want to
these
go
are
there,
deep things,
because
man.
if we are going all of those in Ethiopia Bible, if you say that they call him Mariam, they call him Mary, they call him Mariam.
Mariam.
And yes, so I think what we are even started with that is the real 25th is the birth of that Jesus, or we come up with it for ceremonial or for commercial or for whatever. I mean, it's okay. I told my children one of the things I want them to, and I'm saying it, and this is what I said to them. I want them to know that there is something bigger than themselves, and they are
You know,
very.
what you're talking about, John Abba, if I may quickly interrupt and let you continue.
Go ahead.
The Ethiopian Bible is the oldest Bible in this planet, as we know.
Yes.
The Ethiopian Bible also has the most books in it, which is the whole of the Apocrypha, which are where the books of Enoch, Mary, there's all the books, they are there in that Ethiopian Bible. But this is where, again, 500 years before Christianity began in Europe, they had this Bible. So there's a deep understanding. We as Africans, because we take the Western Christianity on board, need to take on board. About the 25th, I personally, I like the idea of the end of the year, get together with my family. Me personally, or I don't call it Christmas, because even though if Jesus Christ was born on the 25th, which I highly doubt, the
No, it
25th of
wasn't.
December, when you look back in history, based on that 25th of December, there are too many devils in
Was
that 25th
pagan.
of December.
Yeah,
Too
was
many
pagan.
devils.
Pagan
Just
holiday.
too many. So we have to really have a good understanding of what's going on around this time.
Exactly.
And that is why, if you look at it, Deeper Life, Deeper Life have a different view, even though they also consider as a Pentecostal. They have a different view of that. If you listen to their own, my big brother is is those top of pastor in a deeper life is my big brother. So me and him we talk, we understand that. But then if you hear their own, if you hear their own version of their own
Emmy wants to say
history,
something. No.
so let
Forefathers,
him
same
say
Bible
something,
tells
please.
us that anybody that sees God can never live, that you must die to see God. But yet, two men were taken up. They didn't see death. Have you ever thought?
But maybe
what
they
happened?
died now. You don't know whether they
No,
go there.
no. They didn't die.
You're
Those
not there when they
stories.
went there. They didn't go there and
No. You see,
start
that's why I
watching
don't.
TV. All you know, they
That's
go
what
there
I've
and
learned.
just chop their head
That's
off.
what I've learned not to do too much.
Let me let Hemi, or we have not said something, so I don't want him to be
Merry
accused of.
Christmas, so
Then
Hmm.
if
Merry
Ify,
Christmas,
you're
where my
looking
Christmas
lovely.
rice?
Merry
You're looking
Christmas,
lovely.
you are looking Christmas already.
This
Mom has been making Christmas for the past few days. Oh, she has been
Good
preparing for
evening,
this
guys.
Christmas.
I don't
Good
celebrate
evening.
Christmas, so
Good evening, my dear.
We're not
if
celebrating Christmas. We are eating food on Christmas. Let's call it Christmas. We are eating
I
food.
don't
you
celebrate
sponsor,
Christmas.
yes,
I
sponsor,
don't
yes, sponsor.
celebrate Christmas.
Where is
We
Tansa?
bet
yes,
we
He's not there now.
we bet chicken and cook rice.
I don't
So,
celebrate Christmas.
whatever you eat, the date is already there. It doesn't matter if you
Christmas
celebrate
is
or not
just
celebrate.
tomorrow, is just like any other day. I mean, it's
Of
nothing
course,
special about it.
definitely. So that's the kind of that day.
Wait, hold on first. Maybe it was said that a year was 10 months was what makes a year some time ago, and later it was it Maya or Georgian or whatever that they later added 2 months to make it 12. That it was formerly 10 or something.
No. The one I know
It was.
was
He thought that it was formerly 10. What it is that in Latin, the word for 8 is octo. So October is supposed to be the 8th month of the year and not the
10th month.
Yes. So nuevo is 9. So
9.
November was the 9th month.
Yeah.
Deco, which is December, is 10.
Yeah.
So that was the 10th month.
Okay.
What it is that the beginning of the year begins with spring, not with winter, which is what we understand. In the Western world, we have winter twice, which is at the beginning of the year and at the end of the year, which is a hell of a shit, if you ask me. 2 bloody winters in 1 year, whereby spring and summer happen in the middle. Now, spring is supposed to be at the top, and then we followed by summer, and then followed by a cold winter, and then you enter back into spring. And that is how the year is supposed to go. But the year now entertains a winter at the beginning in the Western world and a winter at the end.
Oh no! Wait.
It takes
Who
away
made it like that?
from the design of the rest of the world, because the rest of the world, like our winter, is their summer here because of the way the months work.
Jagun, you said the Western world, right? It didn't happen for the Western world. The people living
It's them that did the calendar like that. What do you mean it didn't happen for them?
No,
Now
hold on now. Wait first now. It didn't happen for them, right? They choose to say, okay, this is how it is. Let's start it from here and end it here.
Yes.
Because it was man-made that did the beginning and the end of that kind of. They can say, okay, no, the year started in spring, which is like March, April, right?
That's where the year started.
And ends in the earth. So for them, if that is what it is, right? Then who now made the birth of Christ, right? The end of the year.
It's the Gregorian calendar, as mentioned by forefather earlier in this conversation, was the change of the calendar. And that changing of the calendar.
Please highlight the last one. I'm just laughing here.
Who's that, man?
Which one? From who?
Equity,
From who?
fairness, and justice.
Okay.
No, the next one. Equity, fairness, and justice is the last comment. No,
That's the last. This is the last comment I can see here. I can't see any more.
No, the second to last. That is the one he's talking about.
I'm trying to find the equity.
Yes, the one you elected. So that is the one you elected now.
Okay, good.
Well, I think with regards to the calendar, I think the present day calendar we are using is greatly influenced by the Roman culture. And you know that with the Romans, you
Very
can't
well said.
separate religion from politics, because one way or the other, the
Yes, sir.
talking of Caesar and even the Pope. So because one way or the other, they found a way that the Romans, they understood that in order to control the larger population of the world, one way or the other, you have to go through religion. And once they bought into religion that they could influence the church, from there they began to make decisions through the church. And if you
Very
look
good.
at the West, talk of the English, every other places in the West, you realize that simply the basis of all their sciences has been from religion and philosophy.
Religion.
So it's
Yeah.
simply what they took in and they adapted to that. So and if you look at the way the calendar year went, normally you realize that it should be like 13 months itself of 28 days. It's a single day, like an extra day where everybody should reschedule again and start
The
all
most
over.
accurate
Yeah, the point.
year calendar. I get what you're saying, bros. The most
So the
accurate
thing
year
is,
calendar has been given by the Egyptians, and they had 12 months with one extra day every
no,
year,
it shouldn't be 12.
which
It should be 13 months. It can't
it
be
wasn't
12
30
months.
months. They did 12 months and a couple of extra. No, sorry, you're right. They did 30 months of 28 days exact. Now that 28 days went over, but it
That would be
equalized
364
after
days.
8 years. Every 8 years. So instead of the leap year that we have now, theirs was accurate all the time, going through round and round. Every 8 years, it equalizes the leap year. So that's how it went. But
Yeah,
now
actually,
we know there's a heavy manipulation in our
Anyway,
structure.
these things, these are all human made, because if you like, if you
exactly.
said
Let
it's always a
Heme
normal
finish
day,
his
no,
saying
nothing
now.
different in it, no, not different. So, like I do tell my friends, why
You
are
see,
you telling me happy Sunday? I said, so why you
Mr.
telling me happy
Demamba,
Sunday?
you see how difficult it is to
Let me
manage
finish.
human beings. Everybody always
Eh?
believe that they have something to say, and they will always want to make sure that what they want to say is superior to what every other person has to say.
No. I'm not talking about security. No, wait.
Everybody simply believes that they should talk over the other person, and sometimes you just have to question yourself, like, come, are we really learning from what you've been preaching all this while? It's so difficult for most people to just even calm down their thoughts and say, come, relax and even listen. Sometimes you just have to ask yourself, what is really happening? So please, everybody has something
From
to
what I
say.
can see of the Egyptian calendar, I think I get what you're saying about the interruption sometimes because you don't talk a lot. And when you want to talk, people should give you a chance. If people say, like Tone, now when Tone doesn't say too much, if he wants to talk, you notice that people give him way. So, but from what I saw of the Egyptian calendar, it seems like it's 12 months. And maybe they added a few days here and there to
No,
compensate for this thing.
this is the thing. If you look at the calculation itself, looking at some, for example, look at the calendar. They base their own calendar on the lunar eclipse, lunar cycle itself. That is the way the moon. They base their own calendar on celestial body
Monthly.
movement. So,
Yes.
and that is almost also very accurate, because if you look at celestial body movement, it's almost the same way every time, and that's even like 13 months itself. Also, you get the point. So, and if you look at the science of it, you realize that there's no reason why we should have this kind of calendar. Actually, there's no reason for that,
You
because
mean the
that is
Gregorian one? We're
yeah,
using the Gregorian one now.
yeah, because it's inaccurate, it's up and down. You just have to know when it is 31 days. Why should we have 31 days in certain months? Why should we have 28 days in another month? So it doesn't make any sense. Whereas by logic and simple mathematics, when you have 28 days in 13 months, you realize that you have 1 day extra, which is to reschedule again. And that day, I think there's a way you call it, and then you recount again. So that makes a lot of sense with that. And
Who
and
made
if you
us
look at the
who made
Yoruba,
us go by this calendar that we're following though?
The British.
It was a Pope Gregory, in the 8th century or something like that. Pope Gregory.
It's just. I think it's just a way to show superiority one way or the other. That okay, this is how
No,
we
it's
want to
deeper
do
than that.
things.
It's deeper than that. It's
Politics
deeper than
now.
that.
More than
I can tell
politics.
you, this is what it was. Let's be serious. This is what it really was. What it was apart from the superiority aspect, which is truly there, is how to one, create lies, and two, enter in their deities into the Christian pantheon, as it were. So when they celebrate Easter, it's the celebration of a female deity of both Roman, Sumerian, and Egyptian times by the name of Ishtar. Ishtar was I don't want to say strict demon, but a god of a type. You understand? And if what she pronounced on the time of her celebration was the love aspect and the aspect of giving birth, which is what they call maternity, I believe, and the aspects of conjugals, which is having sex, and these
Sort of a fertility god
wait,
or something.
yeah, fertility god. Now these aspects depicted a Roman at the earliest point, the earliest point that we know of, because we can go back where Ishtar is concerned. And Ishtar also believed in female strength. She was the one to pleasure her. She used to make two men have sex. So all this, and then she used to talk about the pantheon of sex, pantheon, which is that sex can be done in any circumstances. So when we look at the confusion today in the Western world, where they don't understand that there are differences between men and women, and that these are the only two sexes we have on this planet. They created LGBTQ. All of this comes out of the celebration of Ishtar, which is Easter. If you understand the Easter egg, the egg symbolizes fertility, the birth of a new chick. So there are so many deep things where these things are. Christianity now and Santa Claus. Santa Claus is basically the claws of Satan. That's what it is, Santa Claus. Now, the whole idea of Santa Claus, that he used to come down the chimney and steal the children. He used to steal the pedophile. So that's what was going on there.
So the way you put these things, you're making it sound like these people are they are just criminals.
Strict abomination. Strict abomination is what I'm talking about, bro.
Forefathers, this is the point. The thing is, Jaguar is correct, actually. But my own standing is, no matter, these things they've they've existed before even the birth of Jesus Christ. But one way or the other, when Jesus Christ's message came in, and inferiority has to give way for superiority one way or the other. So I wouldn't fault any of these things if they try to now find a way to let theirs go and accept a new one, but for that same day. Humans can be like that. You get in order but the only thing is just that the truth is Jesus wasn't born on the 25th. No. It, at least with the researches I have heard from, even from, and if you look at Jehovah's Witness people, they make a lot of researches also. They will tell you that maybe it was around October, based on the information that's in the Bible, written and looking at those times, it should be around October that Jesus was born. But the thing is, Jesus was born. You get the point? And
no, but sorry, his story has been told before. The story of Jesus Christ has been told before.
What did he say? Sorry.
The story of Jesus Christ has been told before.
Yes.
This story of Jesus Christ they're talking about in the Bible, the story has been told before.
Yeah. Well, that's the thing is, there is substance to everything. If you look at the story, yes, you might have a lot of embellishments, human alterations, and things like that. But one way or the other, there's still substance within that story, and you realize that substance, it might be a substance to me and might be just history to you. It depends on the human experience of that particular experiment. Then that will now convince you as a person if there's substance to it or not.
So inside the substance, what is now the authentic truth? What is now the authentic truth?
Go ahead. The authentic truth is simply what you take as truth. that might not be authentic to somebody else. No, it is basically your own truth, and you live by that. And once you live by that, disregard every other truth and don't force your truth on somebody else. Like it must
No,
be
yeah,
the
I
ultimate.
agree. No, I agree. No, we are trying to
So
discover
my
the one
question
fact,
to you,
truth.
Hemi, if you finish, let me know. I want to ask you a
Yeah,
question.
you can pick it
Okay.
up from there at least.
Okay. My question to you, since the birth of Jesus or the calendar of the new one, and there is a book before which also seems called Bible, and that's why some of the people here are saying that there is somehow it said that we do not say what we have, where, which is the Ethiopia Bible, who mentioned also about Jesus. Which Jesus they're referring to now? Is it this one or that one?
Jesus is Jesus.
No.
Yeah.
No, listen to me one more time. The 500 years before this new Bible, there was a Bible who talk about Jesus. Is it the same Jesus or this Jesus?
Okay. Yes. You realize that is this Jesus actually? That's the point. But the thing is, they had different experiences. I want to believe that if you look at the story of the Bible, there was a point where one of the disciples of Jesus, I think it was Philip, he met an eunuch from Ethiopia who was coming from Ethiopia to do some worship in Israel thereabout, and met Philip, and Philip had a discussion with him to the point that even God had to prove himself and make Philip disappear in front of that man. Now, that man will take a particular experience to Ethiopia back. And of course, that man is a learned man. It's not because for somebody to be that influential to even go to Israel to do some study. So definitely there are a lot of study and research going on in Ethiopia itself. So I think there are a bulk of research and work that Ethiopian people had with Jesus as well, that they documented themselves. And
Yeah.
of course, there are also a lot of work that were done within the children of Israel and those who were close to that region also who had their own research, and maybe it took time before they start documenting, like the first generation of disciples, like the Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. And those things were basically different letters. Actually, they were not even brought together. You get the point. So if you look at the
And
Ethiopian
sorry, and
system,
it was Paul. It was Paul that wrote all of them. Paul.
no, let us even the books of Paul were even different. At least they were addressed to different churches. But those who wrote about the experience of Jesus themselves, the Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. So they had their own letters to, and I think the most detailed was Luke, because Luke was learned. He was a physician, and he addressed his own book to the particular king. I think maybe a king in Rome or something. So his own book was kind
What
of.
is the what is the
Was
use of
any
digging deeper into a foreign man's
yeah
history? I don't even understand this.
When you say foreign, what do you mean by foreign?
It's not their history. It's
No,
not their history.
there is Jewish now. It's a Jewish history stuff.
was
No.
Jesus on his own during the time with his time with the disciple, when he was talking to the disciple in the book of James, Matthew, John, and the rest of them having that relation? Was Jesus refer himself one time in the Bible that he is from Ethiopia? Because he
No.
says the same Jesus. Yeah.
Yes,
No.
because my point is this: if the Ethiopians have a relationship with Israel, and I think it dated back to the time of Queen Sheba, that he went to visit
Solomon.
Solomon when he heard about the wisdom that Solomon was showing, and from there I believe that there had been a relationship, and
Yes.
that was supported, at least
And the relationship bred seed.
yeah,
And the seed
because
was the
you
first
get
Ethiopian church
Wait now,
and
Jackie, hold on, let me finish
kingship.
first.
No,
So
I'm just
you
adding to what he's saying. I'm not taking away. He's right.
you realize that for even Ethiopian eunuchs to have presence in Israel, they go there to do some research, to do some fellowshipping, to do some. You get the point. It shows that there is already a link. There's a culture within them that they share
That's right.
together. So, and I
Yes.
believe that culture, even Jesus is part of that culture.
So in that case,
See,
do you
all I
believe that
see is
Jesus
that
is? Do you believe
whenever we
Jesus is
adopt
from?
foreign culture, we become diminished. Whenever we adopt
Yeah,
any
but
foreign,
when you say
Since
Sorry,
Ethiopia
forefather,
absorbed
before you
that
continue,
culture, what
when
did
you
it do
say
Ethiopia?
we, and when you say foreign, you have to be clear on what you mean. Because if
Non-African.
you're talking,
Foreign is non-African. That's
well,
what I mean.
when you're talking about Hebrew, Ethiopian, and Egyptian, you're talking about
Those
African.
are Africans.
You're
Yes,
talking
that's
about Africans. So
Ethiopian,
you're
yeah,
just
but
taking on this. You're just taking on this American
Israel
point of
I
view.
think
European.
that
Israel
is
is Middle Eastern. So that's what
No,
I'm
there
talking
is no
about.
such geography called Middle East. What there is north. What there is Northeast Africa.
In the
Northeast
context of where we are
Africa
right now,
includes Israel. It includes
and
Israel.
see from the map
Because I
of the
tell you
world
why
right
we
now.
know this. I tell you why we know
that
this.
is what. Hold on,
I
Father,
tell
that
you
is
why
what
we know
the
this,
Europeans have
forefather.
done.
We know this
What the
because
Europeans did.
Israel is inside the African tectonic plate. Then there is an Asian tectonic plate, which begins at the back of Jordan. That's where it begins. So you have to understand when you say we and they, you have to you have to know what you're saying.
No, I
Because
think
are you talking about Africans or are you talking about a North American, Black
they are not
American, African
African.
American point of view?
See,
Because
you have
that's
to.
what
You
the
are.
that's what the slave mind says. The slave mind says that basically this is a white man's book, and you're repeating that by talking Jewish.
By that terms, you are going to want to, because you use it depends on what you want to use. You want to use tectonic plate, or you want to use the political definition of
No. I can put you tectonic plate, and then I can give you historical facts that the people in what we now call the Middle East, including Saudi Arabia, all of them were black skinned like me and you. All of them.
Oh,
None
no,
of
they
them
were
were
not.
European.
They couldn't have been.
I'm telling you. If you read about the if you read about the Indus Valley and understand who began the Indus Valley, which after the Indus Valley came, it became Kush. This was the second Kush after the Kush that we know in Sudan, entering into Aksum in Ethiopia. You have to understand what you're saying, because all this area was African
You
black.
have to let me respond. See, when
No, but
Nubia,
do you understand? Wait. Do you understand what I've just said?
yes, I understand what you've just said. You are trying to say that the Middle Eastern people were black people maybe 6,000 years ago or so. But I beg to differ, because clearly the evidence does not support that. And
Which evidence? Which evidence?
The skeletal and DNA and even their own history in the Bible. If you look at the history of the Bible, even during the time of what they call it, Solomon, where they were describing the Queen of Sheba, they described her color.
Do you know
They
what
described
it
her
is?
color clearly because she was different from them. They knew she looked different from
Bros,
them.
I really beg your pardon. When you start talking like this in terms of DNA, I didn't have to go deep. Because do you understand what it is to be an Arab? Do you know that Arab is an African word for mixed race? Do you know that this whole area is an area full of mixed race people? The Arab is a mixed race individual. So when you go to the Caribbean and you look at countries like Jamaica, there's an area in Jamaica called St. Vincent. It's full of the lightest skinned, most beautiful Jamaicans you can ever come across. Those people are all mixed race. They look exactly like Arabs. They look exactly like North Africans. They look exactly like North Africans. So we have to understand when we say these things.
So
We
you
have
say
to
the
understand
lightest
what
skin
we.
are the most beautiful ones. Oh, okay, well, let
No,
me
I
put it
didn't say
this
the
way.
light skin. I didn't say they're the most beautiful ones, just in terms of the aspect of light skin bullshit, all that colorism bullshit. I didn't say it for that. I said it
I don't
because
know why we
we know
always do
what it
that
is.
when we talk. When we call the
No,
lightest skin, we
because
associate with
you know.
beauty.
No, you see, you don't have to pick me up there because we're having a greater argument.
Okay, fine.
The argument is about how they look aesthetically. If you look at the North African of all types of differences, they have been mixed race for far longer than the Brazilians that we see today. But the Brazilian mixed race people that we see, we both know that if we came across a certain type of Brazilian, we can mix them up for being an Arab until we speak to them. And then tell us that they're Brazilian and not Arab,
See,
and vice versa.
I hear what you are saying. The Natufians of this in the Levant, or what you call the Turkey and all those
Levant is a
areas,
better word than Middle Eastern. Levant, I like
but
that
we know,
word.
but we know they are not like Egypt and like what do you call them, the Greeks and those areas. They tend to look mixed race. If you look at mixed race children today, that are half black and half European. Yes, that is true because they are bordering Africa, the black race.
Correct.
But it means that even at that time, quite except maybe you are going back 10,000 years ago when there was barely any
I tell you how to. I tell you how to look at it. I tell you, look at India and the subcontinent and the color of the people there, and then look at North Africa.
Can I paint the picture I'm trying to paint? I get what you are
No,
saying.
all I'm saying is that geographically you can see the races, and then there's this middle part that is almost white compared to the Indians and the Africans on both sides of what they call the Middle East. This gives you an aspect of understanding on what really lay in that middle part. Because what really lay in that, they came down from the north to intervene with the people in that part of the world. And if you look at the geography, apart from getting confused, if you look at the geography of what we call the Middle East and the kind of Armenian, Russian, Bulgarian aspects that are on top of them, then you can see the actual transition as to where these people came from and where they dropped into. And that place, they call it the Middle East. It's a place full of mixed race people. So don't get it confused and start all this black, white, stupid American talk.
I know what I'm talking about. The people that are descendants of the Natufians that came from the Middle Eastern region. The Natufians are part of the group that came back to Africa. They mixed with the Nilotics, which are the people of the Sudan, to create the Ethiopians and the Somalis and all the people you see there right now. They all know their history there. However, they are not exactly the same as people that used to be in that area where you call Israel today and the Middle East. The reason why I say that, even in Egypt, the first king of Egypt, who goes back more than 5,000 years ago, the one that we know, Nama, his tablet. If you look at his tablet, the southern Egyptians looked different from the northern Egyptians.
Are you sure it was southern Egyptians, or are you saying that they were Sudanese, which is what they called Kush then? Because Kush and Egypt had a deep relationship, and the first king of what they now call, sorry, 1 minute, guys, sorry, the first king on what they now call where is this bloody button? I beg your pardon. I'm on a different screen. It's making me up. Here I am. Sorry. Yeah, the first king of what they call the first 10 kingdoms of Egypt were all black. You can see when the Europeans and the Hittites and all these people who came in to take over Egypt, you can see where all the different aspects came in. But what they were really, what they had in their hand as to the mind of these people and the spirituality of these people, because nowhere else in the world at that time had the kind of spirituality that Egypt had, along with its beauty. The thing was too beautiful. When you look at the today, if you look at the pyramids,
we can't just be saying things. We have to go by concrete evidence. Like I said,
no, I'm not saying things. I'm trying to give us common sense based on our own human understanding.
Common sense. When you use your own, common sense comes from just doing your mental this analysis.
Well, that's why I'm trying to give you a little picture.
You have to put something from the real world.
What it is that part of the world at the time was greener than it is today. You understand? Today it's all desert. The whole of that area is all desert.
Yeah, but let me paint the picture I'm trying to make. You didn't let me paint the picture. I've had your own picture, but I'm trying to say that even at that time, like during the very first Nama, which was not the first king of Egypt, to be fair, but the first one to unite North and Southern Egypt, he was a more black guy than the people of the North. That tells you that if people were coming further from the North, like apart from Israel, Philistine, and all those areas, they are going to have more straight hair. You can see that the Northern Egyptians had straight hair in the tablet compared to the Southern Egyptian. No, it's not like you can say no. You want me to show you?
No. All I'm saying is that those depictions that you're speaking about, you have to ask yourself if that is hair or a wig. You don't know what they were using.
How about their nose?
How about
their noses? Even their noses shows the difference too. Not only the hair, their noses too show the difference.
Right, so you're one of the people that highlight that. Myself, and I think you said my boy Tone, we have straight
Yes.
noses.
It's a combination of things.
And it's not you know, in Africa there are much more thinner noses than mine.
I agree with you on that.
So
But it's a
all
combination.
those aspects are what they use to describe certain people. And the aspects of thick lips and big noses is more wide in West Africa than in any other part of Africa. So when there is no depiction.
The combination of the two. If one has straight hair and straight nose together, versus somebody that has more afro hair and a bit blunter nose, you are likely to see that there's clear phenotypical difference between the top and the south. The reason why I'm saying this is because
that still doesn't confuse me. I'm sorry to attack you, not to tackle you on this. Is that still doesn't give us a depiction on their lack of Afrocentricity. Those people were Africans. Because when we look at Africa as a whole,
I know they're Africans. I know they're Africans.
We therefore know that the phenotypical type of an African is more diverse than in any other type of people around the world put together. Imagine the whole world put together doesn't reach one continent.
How
many continents are there? 7 continents.
The evidence that I've got, like even in the Bible, you saw that when the Queen of Sheba came to Israel, they described her color specifically because she looked different from them. So you have to know, like even in Bible, they have several places where they will describe other people's color, how they looked. So this is why I'm saying that
let me quickly put this to you. The Chinese look more African than the Indians. The Indians look more European, but the Indians' color is closer to ours than the Chinese. But it's their facial features. When I went to Japan, the size of the Chinese noses, the Eastern noses, and the size of their lips, all of them were full.
The way you froze, Jordan,
they are as they are because there is African lineage there.
That's funny.
There's African lineage there. There's
yeah, the way you froze, that picture was
but
funny.
One thing we have, I think what we are trying to establish today now is that since it's not, I think majority of the people here believe that the 25th is a different calendar all over the world. So we established today that today was for what then? Is it for?
I'm not worrying about calendar yet. I'm still saying that why is it that the Ethiopians, when they became Christian anyway, they had the Aksum kingdom that was very, very great. At the moment they became Christian, their life went poof. The same thing in Africa, as they became Muslim, their life went poof. We became Christians, our life went poof. What is wrong with us? The moment we adopt foreign things, we go down.
For 100 years from now, with the way our women are wearing wigs and all that, they're going to describe their hair differently. And we all know right now that we live now that it's not their real hair.
I think you are going to watch. You're going to get you into trouble very soon, Tone. You're going to get yourself.
Who's real hair? Are you talking about the women now?
Tone is going to get you.
About women.
Nobody's going to go there.
Christmas Day, no Christmas Day.
Nobody's going
there.
Whatever. That is not their natural hair, so there's nothing going to change in that. When they want to drop that, they drop it. So we are talking about whatever. So don't go there.
You think the Arab man is going to just let their women go? Let's not go there.
Whatever. Let's stay where we are. Today is Christmas. Tomorrow is Christmas. Today is already Christmas.
You know what?
At least it's Christmas in your end now. Tone and all of that. So I think you guys want to have a good Christmas.
I think
I will have preferred. I will move to something else. Maybe he has something to tell us.
Sooner or later, we're going to be advocating Booker for all Nigerian women.
If he's supposed to tell us about our own experience,
I disagree with forefathers on the fact that you said that Ethiopia simply took a foreign religion and then they went down with that.
Yeah,
I don't.
Yeah, history never. There was no glory after that.
No. I don't believe that because
there was no glory after that time.
The
moment they became Christian.
Before that time too, there wasn't glory like the glory you're looking for.
Aksum Empire. Aksum was powerful.
Aksum? What religion did they practice?
I think they had their own this religion. Axum, I don't think. Let me confirm. To be fair, for all I know, is Christian. I don't know.
Then you find yourself in trouble again.
I better check that. You see, if I'm wrong, I will own up to it. I better confirm.
If Solomon was truly as wise as what the Bible claimed him to be, and then Queen Sheba had that encounter with him, I believe that Queen Sheba would have gone home with certain level of wisdom, and I feel that is what drip down to this point that they could even preserve their own kind of Bible. And because we call it Bible, but I don't know if they will call it Bible, but definitely their own book of information, and also their culture. You realize that even to the point that I don't think they were even conquered by the Europeans. You realize that they stood their ground, they really maintained themselves, and they preserved their own culture even till now. You get what I'm trying to say?
Yes,
so one way or the other, that wisdom still trickled down even to this day. And if there is God, because Solomon was blessed, at least based on the record we have in Bible, that Solomon was blessed of God with wisdom, and that wisdom was simply impeccable. So you realize that and I think
The Bible did not describe him as the most wisest man, though. They asked for wisdom instead of wealth. Yeah. And I don't know why Queen Sheba go there. The man have a lot of wives. Maybe he was interested.
But the thing is, of course, the Bible didn't say it was in his peers at that time. The Bible said he was the wisest, though, but not maybe general wisdom. But the thing is that the wisdom, the glory of that wisdom shone such that a queen could even come to his place, to have an encounter with him, even to even carry his baby, as I believe, because it's like it was beyond research. It was beyond. It was a publishing in nature as well. You get the point. So they had these encounters all together. So I believe that a lot.
I think it's the same thing we have today. It's politics of the rich and the elite. It's the same.
Yes, exactly. But one thing I want to say, because I think we all came to this point, is about God. And my point is that if we like, we should go and learn all the history. Of course, we need this knowledge, but sometimes too much knowledge can weary the soul. But the thing is,
okay, finish so that I can confirm. Yes.
The thing is this: there is God, there is spirituality, and it is a wide thing for us to comprehend. We can't just comprehend it. The only God we can comprehend is our experience of Him, and that doesn't mean that ours is superior from the other person's experience. So we should just only do with ours. But one thing that is certain is the principle is universal. The principle of God, the principle of love.
That's right.
Love your neighbor as yourself.
That's right.
And do not, as a result, do not hurt anybody. Be fair in your judgment. When it needs to be, when you need to be angry, but do not sin with that. All these principles that simply govern good life. This is simply God.
And it's across all religion, though.
Yes. So
no, it's not on any religion. It's across all mankind. Not in religion doesn't matter. Religion is just a label.
All the religion preach the same thing. That's what I mean.
Well, I know what you mean, but I think again that is not accurate, because the relationship is not between God, religion, and then man. The relationship
God is not
between
religion. God
the
is
relationship
not God.
is between God and man, direct. That's the relationship. That's why I just want to be a little bit accurate about that.
I take from you when your phone can see me again.
For what I find out about Axum
Sorry,
Kingdom,
I'm doing some work. I beg your pardon.
What I found out about Axum Kingdom is that they converted to Christianity in 300 and something BC. But before that time, they were established. And guess what? When they conquered, they went on to conquer Kush Kingdom. They were the ones that destroyed the Kush Kingdom, that outlasted the Egyptian civilization and actually prevented the Romans from coming into this thing. And then, and that was just after they converted to Christianity. They went on to conquer. Hold on, now they went on to conquer an African kingdom. And that was the height of their glory, to be fair. And then the Muslim came and finished the job.
Well, there you go. I mean, because I knew that Axum is Christian and was Christian for a long time. You understand? And that's
they were not Christian originally. They were not Christian
originally. No, they weren't. But who was Christian originally? They became Christian, and they were one of the first people in the world to have become Christian. One of the first. So
And
with that,
conquest
you have
of.
to have an understanding on who they were.
Oh, they are Arabic. They said they are
They're
from
not
Saudi
Arabic.
Arabia.
No, they're not
first,
Arabic.
let me look at it now. They said the denonym. I don't even know what it simply means. They
Let's
are
ask
from.
Ife now. Let's have some break now. If you, what is your opinion? You say you don't celebrate Christmas, and you look like Christmas, but you say you don't celebrate Christmas.
Well done,
So
John. Well
Yeah,
done.
I
Well
share the
done.
same I share the same sentiment with Ife. I don't celebrate Christmas.
I don't celebrate Christmas, honestly. That's why I don't have anything to say. For me,
Christ was
every
not
day is
born.
Christmas, every day is birthday. I mean, just bringing out one day and just make it like end of the world, spend a lot of money. I mean, I'm not a fan of that. So every day is Christmas for me.
Good for
Every day
you.
is birthday for me. Every day is celebration for me. So that's why I don't really care.
except the day you fight us here, do you feel the same way, or do you feel
I don't
different from
You
what
want
you
right
listen,
boxing.
Anyway,
Oh,
Uncle
yeah.
Joe,
our reasons are
Uncle,
different.
you know I'm the coolest person here, so I don't fight anybody.
feel?
That's the forefathers.
I ask you again, where is Pansat? Where is Pansat?
Why they
Well,
ask for Pansat now?
listen,
You
listen,
want
Is
listen,
it your question? Let's see if you
listen.
answer
you
that.
won't make the Pansat not there now. It was there earlier. Where were you? Where were you earlier? That's the question.
I see Pansat that wrong.
Local. You know, I was minding my business. You know, I did not look for trouble, and trouble came. So in my place, they said, "Onya pakwana go akamodo, modern,
Modern,
never you touch the lion."
Shege.
Yeah. Because if you touch the lion still. So
So that day was not Christmas for you. That day you weren't celebrating that day.
I
So
was
that's why
celebrating. I mean, I responded to him. You know, somebody talk to you, you respond. I responded. You know,
Although
so
I asked you to apologize to Isha, and he did apologize. But you were
I
not
don't
ready
need
to
his
do
apology.
What are you wishing Nigeria to see have a year of calendar
I
to
don't need
work with?
apology from him.
So
What did you
what do
say, Uncle
you?
John?
I said I understand that now, but as you are entering 2024, what do you wish to see in Nigeria? What's your prayer for the country
I
and
don't have
the
any prayer for them. We have prayed enough. We have at
Hmm.
least 10 churches on every street. So what
If
kind of prayer do we need? We
I
don't
didn't
need a prayer.
I didn't see you discuss of that woman who was beating one man in Cross River State. I didn't see you talk about it.
The woman beating him or the man beating the
The
woman? What
woman
are you
beating the
trying
man. The woman was beating the man mercilessly.
Where was that?
KJ, that's not true. It's the other way around. And the man was arrested now. They arrested the man.
That lawyer. Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
can you see what that man did? I mean, what is wrong with you people, Bikono? This is your wife. This is the mother of your children. Did you see how that woman was bleeding?
Side chick. Side chick.
Any guy that
chick.
beats a
God,
woman,
I couldn't
he's got
even
a
watch
history.
that
It's what
video,
he saw
honestly.
when he was growing up. That's what statistics say.
I couldn't even
Of
watch
course,
that.
it's like that. It's always like that.
Let's balance this act. Let's balance
It's
this.
always like that.
Let's balance this act. You see, I'll first start from since we're today we're more in the Bible section. So I'll first start from the Bible section. The Bible says that marriage is not for all. Marriage is only for those who can endure it. It's Jesus who was talking this. That's the first thing that you learn when you go for marriage counseling in the
Endurance.
yes.
In the midst of abuse,
I'm sorry. It
endurance.
says it's not for everybody, only for those who can endure. That
The
means
same
that
Bible that said, "Obey slaves, obey your masters." Are you a slave?
no, listen,
The
as
same
you see
Bible
that.
now.
I thought you wanted me to speak. I'm trying to speak now. You
And
have
that's
this.
the same Bible. We are talking about the same New Testament. The
So
same
let
New
me speak
Testament.
now. Let me speak.
Eh?
You see,
Okay, go
because
ahead. Uncle
now,
KJ, go ahead.
thank you, sweetheart. Thank you. You are very beautiful. I know. Now, listen. So it means that there are some certain individuals who are not able to endure that pressure. Because you see, when you press an orange together, what comes out is orange juice. So when you are under pressure, what will come out is what is inside. Now, in the setting, so that is why it's advised for not everybody who can go. Not everybody can endure it. Okay. Now, in this case of this man, who is a very renowned lawyer, who also have been engaging in this act of boxing and karate with his wife, it is because of I don't want to say the man is not wrong, but I'm saying that even the society, the situation in the country brings up a lot of pressure in people. There's a report that came out that majority of Nigerians have mental issue at one time or the other and every day because of the pressure. People are under a tremendous pressure. Okay, if for instance you are going to work, you now discover that you had all that week, all you have in your pocket is just 20,000. You get your office, there is no light. You have a small generator. You didn't plan that. You plan that this money you use to fuel your car and buy food, and now you have to squeeze out of that money to buy fuel for the generator. And now even the person who you are going to put your generator on to do his work will not come to collect it because he himself does not have money. So at the time of your leaving the office, the 20,000 that was in your office, which you have used some part to put gas, which you have used some part to buy, for the generator, it's not even enough now to buy bread for your 5 children at home. So you are now going back, pressure, like a pumped up tire, ready to burst.
It's real talk.
KJ, let me tell you something.
Can I just add this? So
Are you
sorry.
saying that is
I
a
want you. I
pressure
want you to
making big?
answer.
I
Ify.
don't understand what.
As the only woman here, I would like you definitely to come back. But I must add this, and I really like the way KJ brought it from a biblical point of view as well.
When you finish, I will respond.
Given what he said. Now, Mio, I fit beat woman anyhow, and I'm not joking. And in my life and my life's experience, I've never laid my hand on any woman in my life. Never. Because I don't choose those kind of women, I believe. But if somehow I make mistake and I'm in a relationship, outside of a relationship, actually, I've never been a woman inside a relationship. I've never been a woman who's not in a relationship with me. But the women I choose, I think have been very good. Having said that, I've come across so many women who are as rude as hell. And they take the fact that they are a woman trying to become a man in my presence. If I give you the respect of being a woman, if a woman lays her hands on me, like to slap me, she's getting a backhand that she's never believed. Because it won't be the kind of backhand that I'll give because you're a woman, so I'll give you a little tap. It will be a backhand that I'll offer any man. Pow! And the reason why I will do that is because as soon as a woman has laid her hands on me, she has disrespected that I'm a man. And she hasn't understood that my power, my physical power, is far greater than yours. So if you put your hand on me, you're going to have to feel who it is that you're putting your hand on. In order to understand what the hell's going on.
That is wrong now.
No, it may be wrong to you, but I understand where the world has taken this woman thing. But me, I'm telling you, I'm not a part of it. I tell you for why. My mother is one of the strongest women that you've ever met in your life. And if she lays her hand on you, you are hurt. My mom, Yoruba woman from Ifon, they don't play. They're full of spark and they will fight you. So me understanding this, I've never hit a woman in my life. And I never want to have violence between me as a male and any woman. I don't want to have that kind of violence. So if the violence somehow comes verbally or physically from a woman, I'm telling you, I know what's inside of me as a man. And I don't ask a woman to play with me like she is a man. She shouldn't do that.
Let me please, if you give me a second, I want to go back to KJ. Now that you use the scripture, say the Bible says that
pressure.
No, it's not pressure. It said the Bible says we should endure. So is it the
Well, isn't
woman
that
that
against what? Endure against what? Is it not pressure?
I'm not talking to you. Yeah, I'm not talking
Sorry.
to you. Yeah, I'm coming back to you. I'm talking to KJ. I'm asking KJ. Is that a pressure or endurance only go for the man?
Okay,
or
that's
go
you
for
see,
both?
that's where I was going to before I was interrupted.
Okay.
You see, just like Jagu said, this woman thing has been taken to a very ridiculous end.
Good.
And you see, when it started, you see, when these people study the agenda, they first sell it to the church. And then when we buy it, we begin to run with it. Then at the middle of the stream, they will introduce their real motive. Because we didn't know, I'm coming if I'll give you time to talk. We didn't know that they were going to one day tell us that, there's no longer, you understand what I'm saying, that these things are no longer the same now. That you can be this side or this side. We didn't know. We thought they were telling us that women have been oppressed and they should come to equality. Now, having been equal now, they are saying that some women can now be men. Yeah, that you understand what I'm saying? I don't want to go into it. So now, and then in the process, they said women are also equal to a man. What a man can do, a woman can do better. So they began to build a falsehood that is not there actually, because the strength of a man can never be the same thing with the strength of a woman.
Okay.
Now, having said that, like I said, the reason why I brought that scripture in is because Christ knew that the mouth of a woman is something that cannot be equaled by any man. When we were growing up, one of the things my father taught me, he said, a man is quick to act, a woman is quick to talk. You must be careful. If what you are being told is not something you can handle, walk away. That's how we were told. The Igbo tradition, for which I was told by my father, many years ago, he said before in our own part of Igbo land, I don't know about other people, before you marry, they give you a small pig, okay, to train. And that pig is tied by the door of your room when you go to farm. Now, when they come to serve food and you're not around, they'll keep your own by the door. By the time you come back, the pig would have scattered it. Okay? And then the elders will be watching to see what you are going to do. He says some men will get so angry, they will beat the pig and beat and kick and beat and kick. Then, after a while, you come and tell your father that you want to marry. You say, my son, you are not yet ready. You say, but I'm a man. I'm this. You say, but look at the pig we gave you. You have almost killed it. So now, if tomorrow you go to marry your wife, and somebody's daughter annoy you, this is how you're going to beat the person. So there's no need. Until you learn how to control your anger, you cannot marry. Now, why am I saying that? So I'm saying to say, and before I hand over to Ify, who is looking at me suspiciously, that it is something that has to do with the mind. I'm telling the truth. Look, if you are married, you will have known what I'm talking about. There's a certain word your spouse will tell you. You just ask yourself, meanwhile, you are this big man where if you go outside, people are celebrating you and hailing you. You come to your house, your wife just, you understand what I'm saying? So some people can't handle it. And that's why I said to us, before you marry, you have to ask yourself again, are you able to stand the pressure? If you're not able to stand the pressure, it's better you don't get into the kitchen. But if you have to get into the kitchen, you have to know that there's a difference between a man and a woman. The man acts with strength, the woman acts with the mouth. A woman can beat you. In fact, a woman can beat you with the mouth until you go and commit suicide.
Yes, Lord. It happens. It happens
But
every
then the
day.
balance I
It
still
happens.
don't understand that is, are we
It happens
justifying
every
that
day.
what that
I just want to make Ify as the only woman. Make sure you reply because I know it's not easy.
yeah,
But
you're gonna reply.
what
But my question I want
No,
to
I
be
think she
clear.
has priority. To be fair, she should be allowed to
Yes,
speak.
you
Then we
should. You
can
will
carry on.
just talk. But the question I want to clear with my brother, because I want to clear it so that anybody watching us is that you are now saying that since a man is stronger, and not all men in some cases, as I've seen a man being beaten by the woman. So it's not like all men are stronger than woman. But then in the context for the sake of the listener, I don't think you are justifying that abuse, physical abuse, is the right thing because the woman have a mouth. Is that what you mean?
No. That's why I said it's for those. That's why I gave you the scripture.
So it is that man is among those that shouldn't marry.
That man is among those that shouldn't marry because this act
That's
which he
fine.
has engaged in, he has been doing it over time. This is not the first time, according to
Okay.
this is
And
not
now
the
rest
first
my
time.
case. If you go ahead.
All right.
Okay, first of all, I don't condone violence. I am not a part of it. I don't support that, no matter what. But my question, I always tell people, no matter how sharp your mouth is, don't put your hands on anybody. Don't even try that because from there it can escalate. But from what Jagon is saying, it's really shocking to me.
It must be. And I want to lay it out like that. I said it in that way. I said it in that
really
way.
shocking to me. Do
I
you
said
know
it.
why
I
I
said
am
it
afraid of?
purposely in the way I said it. because I've never ever been violent to a woman, and violence is not necessarily part of my life, but I have it inside me as a man. Any woman should know that a man, a real serious man, he has violence inside him. And if you dare bring nonsense, too much nonsense to the door, you will see it come out.
So can I ask you something,
Hold on.
Yes, please.
Can I ask you a question?
Yes, please.
What happened to walking away from violence? For example,
I've done it all the time.
let me ask you something.
Okay, sorry.
What if you slap that woman?
No, let Ify speak.
Okay, if you hold
No,
on.
let Ify speak, please.
Wait. Why can't the woman close her mouth and walk away? The same emotions that run through the man. Hold on.
No, when she speaks about walking away, she's not just talking about men. She says that she didn't like violence. Let Ify speak, please. Just let her land.
Before you continue, the same emotions that run through the man, isn't it that same emotion that runs through the woman?
Listen, let me tell you something. Women are wired differently.
Who
Men
said so?
are wired differently.
Wait, let her speak. Make she describe herself now.
We are wired differently. We don't have the same energy. The only
that is strength.
Our strength is our mouth. Let me tell you, we cannot
Who
fight.
said so?
I mean,
Who said so?
Let her finish then.
Let her speak, man.
Who said so? Who said so?
Oh, Loco, let her finish now. Come on.
She's saying so. Just listen. Don't argue. Listen.
Let me say, most women, their strength is their mouth. They can only talk with their mouth. But this is why I condone violence, because what Jargon is saying, no matter whatever happened, you can slap that woman drop dead there.
You're quite right. You're quite right.
Point blank. Nobody's going to ask you what transpired prior to that slap.
No, they would have to ask her because me, I'm going to tell them.
Nobody's going to ask you. Trust me.
Let her finish now. Let's just let her finish her statement, please.
Well, let me just say this quickly. That
Ify, please, let's allow Ify to finish now. It's not so hard. Let him finish, then we can step in. Please, let her finish.
Let's hear her opinion, please.
The only thing is that this conversation, because if he brought my name, so it means me and Ify are in discussion. That's what it actually means. Let us have a look.
I think she needs to finish her part.
You're right. I'm on your side. I said that myself. But she said if Jago slaps someone, that person can actually die. And I'm condoning what she said, and I'm agreeing with what she said. And this is where the crux is. Me, who is not violent.
In the meantime, she's not talking. Please go ahead, Ify.
Jago.
Yes,
I don't know if you're married, but what I'm saying, marriage is hard. Relationship is difficult. Let's understand that. Little thing can happen in a relationship and it's gonna escalate. Okay, words can be exchanged, but once it gets physical, I always tell people, even my friends, do not put your hand. Run your mouth as much as you can, but walk away. Because once you put your hand on somebody, that's a different ball game altogether. But I'm saying in terms of what you said, Jagon, I will not support any man whatsoever. Put your hands on any woman. We don't have the same energy. Somebody like I cannot fight, but I have my mouth. You're
correct. Let me quickly come back to you, dear Ify, and I support everything you said, and I understand it completely. What I will tell you is I've never done it. In the relationships I've had, which have been quite pleasant, my relationships have been good. If I speak about women from an aspect of the women that I've been with, I can only condone getting into a relationship. If I speak to people about the relationships I know out there and the conduct of women today, I'm saying to you that the world is messed up to a point where violence is the obvious thing. And the violence doesn't only come from men, it can come from a woman as well.
Of course.
Me as an individual, I am rather skilled when I'm speaking to my women. And when I speak with them, I speak in a tone that gives understanding. And that is what I'm always fostering. So walking away, I've done it, but I don't have to do it because I can engage in communication. Communication in a relationship is of utmost importance. You see, when I understood how a woman's mind works and how words come out of her mouth, out of their mouths, released. They don't even care or think about what they're saying. They can just make it come out. Now, these things, women have to understand, to a man, many of these things are extremely painful and extremely disrespectful. And the only thing a man really wants from anyone in this world is respect. What happens to men in this world is if you are successful, you are guaranteed, you are saluted as a man from both sexes. But if you do not reach your own expectations, let alone anyone else's, you can find yourself on the street as a tramp, as a man in this life. You could be on the street going into dustbins to feed. Now, given this aspect of what it is to be a man, a woman has to understand that, you see, boys, when we grow up, me and my sisters, them, as we were growing up, there was a time when the love, mollycoddling and such, stopped. And that stopped about 9 years old. Between 9 and 12 years old, that thing stopped from my parents. That, oh, sorry, oh, that love expression. But for my sisters, it continued to the end. So women are always receiving love. Men are not always receiving love. And what men have to hold down in this world is incredible. Women have no understanding of what goes through a man's mind. We may speak to women, but you have no understanding of what it is to be a man. And given this, and then to come with disrespect on top of it, for some men, it gets to the point of being too much. All we are is human beings, unless you don't know. That's all we are. No, that's all we are. We're nothing more than human beings. So if the human aspect and the dignity that we give women, you know, women get a lot of dignity in this world. We open doors for them. We allow them to do. There's so much space that women have to ensure themselves of some casualty from the wicked world that we live in. We live in a wicked world. And the neck of the wickedness is entering into a man's neck more than any other being on this planet forever. If you understand all these things, you would understand how to respect a man. That's how I leave it. You would understand what it is to respect a man.
If he wants to say something,
but let me tell you something. When you get to that point, why can't everybody go their separate way?
There's nothing like.
When it gets to
But
that
that's why where KJ began. Where KJ began was so accurate. It was so accurate. He took it biblically, and he said, to marry basically is a pressure, for me paraphrasing what he said. So it's not for everybody. I'm not married. But I know I can be good, I can be married, and I know I'll be the greatest husband of my time. Because I know how it is. I know what it is. Women carry their own pressure, and men understand the pressure it is to be a woman. But I don't know if it's the opposite way. I don't think women look at men understanding the pressure that men are carrying in today's world. In yesterday's world, maybe, but in today's world, women are not understanding that they're not singular in this world. There are two of us. There are two of us.
Can I add my own 2 cents to this? Or you want to add your own first?
No, see, can you start timing? Do the timing. We'll probably just better.
Okay. Let me just add my own 2 cents to it. So me, if we are looking to go forward, my own approach is that we have to understand the fundamentals. I always, my own thing, I always go back to the fundamentals. Between the sexes, the women are considered biologically to be more valuable than the men. Men are more expendable. Let's put it that way. The reason why is because if a society is to survive, women can only procreate a certain amount for the society to survive, and hence they are protected more. And our forefathers, they knew this, traditionally they knew that, but I think it needs to be stated again. Men and women are not the same. Biologically, they are actually more valuable. You can't just attack them and think it's okay. That is not how it's going to work. Your society is going to fail eventually if you carry on like that. So the approach is, a man's role is to protect, protect and provide and all the rest that comes with it.
Yep.
And the woman's role is to procreate, the biological role. I'm not saying that all women should go into the kitchen and start procreating. So the biological role is to procreate.
The woman's role is actually to support the man. That's the woman's role. So even before we even get into the procreation, and that's where the relationship is. The relationship we're talking about is men and women.
Can I just enunciate my own thought? Yeah. See, my own is that the woman role is to raise the next generation to an extent, and also teach what the society is all about, and maybe take care of the surroundings. Not like she cannot participate in any other aspect, but generally the man's primary role is protection. Hence, laying hand on the woman or your own this thing, offspring and stuff like that, is completely opposite of what you are supposed to be doing. You see what I mean? So for me, I feel like our culture should evolve to that point whereby you, no matter what happens, you shouldn't lay a hand because on your own woman or women within the society, because your role is to protect them.
Why should you lay your hand on another man?
Because the man is a man that has the same strength level and probably no. Because why? Nobody says you should lay hands on another man anyway. But you should not attack a woman by any means.
See, I'm not supporting his my own is like, look, we can do it other way. You understand? What happened to the women learning? Let me not say this word. It might hurt this man. Let me keep quiet.
Yes, but even if she says those words, it doesn't mean you should attack her.
No. When you say that, forefather, all that means, all you're saying is women have leeway to do anything they want. Because in this, where we are in this world, where we are. I'm not saying that you are like that, Ify. Please forgive me forgive me. I know that these things are emotive, but I'm asking you to just follow my words and don't take it personally, because I know that they are fantastic. I don't mind being on my own. I really don't. But what it is that I'm letting you know that what forefather is saying in his support for this consciousness is saying a woman is carte blanche to do anything.
But I didn't say that.
No, you didn't. But that's the connotation. You didn't say it like that. But that's the connotation. Just like you've used this analogy before yourself, forefather, to speak about everything being now allowed. You spoke about that when you were speaking about the action, the comparison between Nnamdi Kanu and Shekima. I heard your words, and you were.
But I didn't say anything is allowed. I said
no. I'm not saying that anything. I'm just saying that if you in this world is a real world. We may have aspirations and ideals, but what we're dealing with is human flesh and blood, and that's what we must deal with. And in human flesh and blood, there is a difference between man and woman. And man has to be stoic. A man has to be stoic. I'm agreeing with you. A man has to be stoic. He has to be stand up. He has to be reserved. He has to have all these levels of how he perceives and acts in the world in his mind. It's real. A woman doesn't have to have none of those things in her mind. But she has to understand that men have these things in their mind. And men's minds are working completely different than women's minds. And given this aspect, there needs to be respect between the sexes. If there is no respect from a woman to a man, it's the beginning of trouble. I don't know how to put it.
Okay.
I don't know how to put it.
Let Ify say what she wants to say, please. If he has priority, sorry, go ahead.
Every relationship to work, it takes two to tango.
Absolutely.
Good.
It's not about this person or the other person.
Good.
Okay.
Both the couple involved should have respect for each other.
Thank you.
I'm with you.
It's not, but this is where I have a problem. From what Jagun is saying, that's why I'm so shocked. Like, is it for example, some of you here that have kids, do you quarrel in front of your kids? You said no, you don't quarrel in front of your kids.
Sometimes.
Why?
No,
Sometimes you do.
Yes.
So what do you expect? What do you think those kids will see and learn from you?
I'm coming. It depends on what
they will see and learn, depending on the people who are speaking, they will see that there still are different levels of communication. It doesn't mean it's going to break their spirit the way all these white people are trying to put all these clauses and all these new diseases that everyone's suffering from. Forget all that. We're African human beings, and we know what it is. We know what it is to be a human being. So I don't want to bring up all these European nonsenses that I spit out of my mouth because they don't hold any water to me. I've seen my parents fight. I've seen them argue, and I've known what for. And as a boy growing up with my parents who have done this, I've seen the love between them. I've seen what they've sacrificed for. I've seen their relationship. I know exactly what it is. I don't need no outside bullshit motherfucker telling me about how relationships go. I know what it is to have a relationship. So wipe out all of that white nonsense because I'm not dealing with any of it. I'm dealing with this as an African man that I grew up to be. And as an African man, I'm looking for an African woman to be an African woman. I don't need you not to
I don't
support.
have can we let
What
her
it
talk
is.
now? We can't be doing this. You are just talking her down. It's not appropriate, really.
I have a
Ify,
question
have
for
you finished what you wanted to say?
I told you now. Say time be yours. I told
I
you
have a
time
question for
be
Ify.
Yeah. I'm soon going to start putting iron
Ify,
foot
question
down.
I have is
It
this:
might need it. It might need it for
why
this
should
one.
a woman even lay her hands on a man?
But that's what I said. I don't
Why should a man lay his hands? You see, I'm not.
Can
What
you
I'm saying.
let her finish her statement,
I'm
Ajadu? You
sorry.
can't just
I'm not.
interjecting every time.
I beg your pardon.
Let her finish now.
I think that
See,
people are seeing me wrongly.
we are not going to allow this to go on because she has to be able to say she's the only one here. Are we going to drive all the other women away? If you go at her like this, other women will not even want to come in at all.
I accept that. I accept everything you're saying. I'm very vociferous about this, and I don't want to be seen as a woman beater. That's all. Because I've never been a woman.
That's not how you are being seen.
Don't worry,
you hold a
nobody
strong
see you
opinion.
as a new loving African man that you just want to be yourself. You want to be treated with respect and you want to respect the woman. I think what you're saying is that
No. Enough of this now. If you please go ahead. Enough now.
Sorry, guys. Ify, I beg your pardon. I beg your pardon, Ify.
No. What I'm saying is that everybody keep your hands away from each other.
John.
But knowing fully well that let's assume in a situation where a woman first hits a man. I don't expect the man to respond immediately or even retaliate at all. Why can't you walk away?
Ify, don't deceive yourself, please.
I tell you, I don't understand.
You can walk away. You can walk away because if you respond, what if? Hold on, please. This is getting out of control. That woman, that woman is probably a caretaker to a child. Hold on, please. That woman is probably a caretaker to a child. Let me finish my point now. Let me finish my point. That woman is probably a caretaker to a child. If something happens to that woman, the child will suffer for it. But the man can actually physically walk away stronger. If the man is stronger, if the man is trying to defend himself from harm, that's a different thing. You can use appropriate force to prevent that from happening. Then leave.
You can.
I think you
Forefather
can.
is right.
The man can run. No, fathers, you're correct. You're not correct.
No, forefather, you're correct.
Let me share.
It's not every instant that you see. I have been slapped in my face by a woman, and it wasn't my woman. It wasn't a woman I was in a relationship with, and I didn't retaliate at all. But in my mind, and this was in public, and it was in public, but it was only her and me that knew it happened. But the fact was, you just slapped me in my face. Are you out of your mind? I was going through, but I didn't do anything. But what it gave me, I continued for 2 weeks in my head. So what the fuck did I allow? What's going on with you, Soj? What the hell is that? And the fact of the matter is that I could have beat that woman to hell, but that's not what I would have done. A caution would have been enough. But I was so put away in thought over what took place in my presence to my being, bruh, it took a lot of time for me to get over that disrespect. It took a lot of time. So, for real, if you're struggling with a woman, you can hand her off without slapping her or anything like that, which maybe we've all been engaged with. And I think this is a fair situation. Because I'm definitely not talking about violence to a man to man to woman. I don't like violence. But in this world, there is something called violence. There is some.
Violence is for the enemies, not
no.
For,
we all know.
Bro, okay.
For the enemies, you are not meant to turn your violence inward.
We have this discussion seriously. We shouldn't have this discussion without us knowing that we're human beings. Sorry, that's all I'm saying.
If this is my point,
we have to be real.
The thing is this:
Now,
no sane man will support violence against women.
I'd gone to the market.
Let this guy complete now.
Somebody is talking.
AJ, don't tell us the whole story. Every time you want to tell us something, you always tell us a story. I understand the need, but hold on, we all getting tired. We don't have a long time. Like me, I can't concentrate. So please try to make it snappy. we get good at snapping this thing there, so I can understand what you're trying to say.
I have to say good night. I'm just struggling to keep awake.
You can go ahead.
Nice one, Tom, bro.
Good night.
The point is this.
Compliments, bro. Compliments.
Yeah. No man.
Good night.
No man of knowledge will support violence against women. That's
Absolutely not.
You get
Absolutely.
the point. No.
Yes,
But
sir.
that doesn't mean that there are not men who won't be violent against women. So I think that is where you just need to know the kind of man you're going to work with, and understand even yourself to know the kind of man that you work with. And even at that, look, everybody has a threshold. That is it. You just, if you know your man and know yourself, don't push yourself don't push
To
that man
that
to that
extent,
threshold
exactly.
where-
That's what I'm saying. You
where
still
he
as a
begins
woman
to
to like,
act like an animal.
if the man can
That's
walk
it.
away, let me walk my mouth away, or
Even if you're
walk
going
my
to
tongue
talk,
inside my mouth.
look, that's why they say marriage is something is for matured people. You just know how to communicate your feelings so that you don't push someone to that threshold. You get it? Those are the things. It is not just black and white. Like you said, there should be no man should do, even if a woman. Look, of course, there are a lot of men that
You
won't.
should not, because the reason why I say it, even if any man that does it has to be admonished.
Let him finish.
It is, look, even it is right, no man would do that. But the thing is that there are some men that who don't care, maybe from child blood bringing, a lot of things, a lot of factors are in place here. And if you trigger such men on such feelings, whatever you see, the man might eventually regret what he had done, but he would have done that. That's the point.
I see the way we are talking about it. What you don't understand, the way it's coming across, is that men can choose to explode any moment, and people have their threshold. So in the end, what I'm saying is that what I'm saying is that that's why I put that this in. You see, we have to let me finish my point now. Let me finish my point. Let me just finish my point. We have to have a culture whereby men that attack women have to be called out on it, because that is not their role.
I don't think that's what we're talking about. We're not talking about, because we've all established.
Talking about. That's what he's talking
No,
about.
I think we've all established that reasonable men don't hit women, and reasonable men abhor violence
All
against
men
women.
should not, and we should discourage it.
We do. But what we're talking about is a nuanced thing. What we're talking about is quite nuanced. It's not simple. What we're talking about is simple. We're talking about, in this world today, that the relationship between men and women is highly broken, and both men and women need to understand that. Now, within the repair of this thing, we have to put respect back into the thing. I'm telling you that women have come to the point where the disrespect of men is so natural and easy. It cannot be. Wait, bro. I need to make you understand the nuance of this. It cannot be balanced as though they are violent men, and all violent men or all men are to blame for anything between a man and a woman. And that we all know is not true. But that's how the world sees it. This is how the world is. The world, if a man and woman split up, a woman gets half of his blood, sweat, and tears.
If not all.
She will take the whole house. She will take the kids. This is what the pressure is in a man's life. All these things are real. All these things are emotional. Men also have emotion.
Exactly.
So
I see.
I'm getting to that's why I want you not to misunderstand where this discussion is. This discussion is not about a man beating a woman, because none of us agree with that. But it is talking about, could you react as a man, as an individual, as you as an individual, forefather, as you as an individual, John Abba, as you as an individual, Steph. We know what it is to be with women. We know what it is to be under the stress of family life. We know what it is to feel the pressure of the world. We know what it is to have our own pressures, the one our mind tells us that we have to get up and go. We know what these pressures are. This is us as individuals. Now we've brought a beautiful woman on board to help us achieve this goal, that this man is on, and that we can collect as a togetherness. This is a relationship. Now, in this relationship, there is a respect and a love that you are offering this woman, and this woman is seeing you as the man. You are the protector. You are the person who can do this for me, and we can get there with my help. We can get there. That is where a relationship is. Now, when disrespect is put inside that, we know what it means. I'm letting us know that relationships aren't easy. Relationships are weighty.
Let me add my own to this. Let me just add my own quickly to this. Where I'm talking from is when things break down, when communication breaks down, and when maybe a slap has come from the woman and stuff. That's what I'm talking about. The response should not be to retaliate. The response should be go in the other direction, because that is not your role to do that. Your role is not to turn your defensive skill against your own family or the opposite sex.
The emphasis is on the word should. And I love the word should, because you're quite
let me finish
I'm
my
just
point.
adding to what you're saying.
Yes,
because when you say should, wait, because I want you to finish what you're saying. But when you say should, you're speaking about an aspect of our greatest idea.
Every time you interrupt me like this, it looks like you're arguing for maybe sometime we should just give them backhand. That's how it comes across.
No, okay, fair enough. But that's not what I'm saying. That's not what I'm saying.
That's why you need to let me finish what I'm saying, because I get all your frustrations. But let me talk about the frustration you seem to have expressed. I share those two, like what is going on in the West, where they are having women having masculine roles, and
I'm agreeing with you. But the word should is very
I use it deliberately because it should not be that way. The reason why I use it that way is because if that happens, we as a society should uniformly start from that point and say, you shouldn't have done this. This is not the behavior. And when you raise a child, that's how that child should understand it too, that this is not your job to turn your defensive weapon against your own family or the opposite gender. Whatever happens, as long as you're not defending yourself, walk away, because you can survive that. But if you go and attack somebody, you could harm that person. Pardon?
What if the woman is not your family?
No. I hear what you're saying, Father. I fully concur with what you say. Fully, I mean, really, fully concur. But by the time you say,
let me talk, please.
I'm so sorry, guys. I'm so sorry. I'm quite particular about this subject because I think what you raise, Ife, it really has come to these points where I think women generally have to hear what certain men think about the world we are living in today. Because men like me, as I say, who have never beat a woman, or never think about it. I don't have any problem on that level. But I know what's inside me. And I believe, because I know I listen to women, and because I know what's inside a woman, I know how to be careful with her heart, with her being. I know how to do it. Does a woman know how to do it for a man? Is where the aspect of the question is. Does a woman know how to do this for a man?
All right. I think what I want to think, and everybody, that what Jargon is saying is that relationship go both ways. It's respect go. A man respect you, you respect her. But there are moments where
when things break down,
when things go wrong, that one emotion is higher than the other. Especially we are talking about a woman laying hands on a man. And Jargon, my understanding of what he's saying is that if a woman that I love so much provide for, go out every day, doesn't mean that she may not be going out as well. But lay hands on me is very disrespectful, and she can get anything in return, because that is not what you want to tolerate. And I can understand that very well. And you say you are not married, right? You say that. So, and what we are trying to communicate on the platform is that, yes, let woman also knows that. And another thing you are making is that we are becoming more Americanized, that our norm, that who make us who we are as a black people,
Thank
they are
you.
trying to bring
John Abba,
the
you are
West,
fantastic. Thank you, my brother.
a Western freedom that is not free for anybody. Man is not free, woman is not free, freedom is not free. That they are taking it to a level of now everybody is equal. That there should be, the Bible says a man is the head of the household, and he admonishes us to love our wives, but he also say woman should respect their husband.
Hardcore
So I
truth.
think
It's when things break down we are talking
No,
about.
let him finish.
yeah, no. How do
It's
things
including
break down?
everything.
Things break
It's
down when
speaking in a
people
very balanced way. Very
things
balanced.
break down.
Yeah, when it happens, what do you do then?
What when you no before? How do you want it to happen? You have to even prevent it from happening when you guys
No,
are.
but
But if it happens,
when it does, what do you do? That's
when
what
a
we are talking
woman lay
about.
hands on you, when one lay hands on you, every individual is different. Me, I would not. I don't even think. You see, like
You
people
mean
like
you don't have a
Malcolm.
prescription?
Listen to me. Listen. Prescription, I never lay hand on my children, but if they see my eyes, they know what I mean. They run, they cry. I never put. So prescription, everybody handle their issues differently.
Let's say
So
no, it's not
if
about what
my
you do.
woman
What do
look
you
at no,
think should be
listen,
done?
a woman have not my wife. When I was when I was little in secondary school, right, a very young, tiny lady, lady, she slapped me because she saw a letter from one lady in my car, and then I punched the wall. Pam! I did not touch her. She see the wall, she ran, and she told her sister, and her sister ran and told her father, because we are downstairs, that this person beat John, slapped him, and when I hit the wall, Nigerian concrete. So all my hands was bleeding because it's a wall. It's not like here. If all those shit rock, it will enter inside. So but my hand, I was like, then she ran away. Then everybody have a different approach. I never lay hands on woman, but it doesn't mean that we never get into issues. So those things everybody handle. But I believe that we are even speaking from before it happened and when it happened. And I believe if it happened, if in my own opinion, depends on the mood of that day. You go say you go and work so hard. You're gonna go work so hard. Listen.
Oh, stop it, loco! You all you guys. Me, I'm not gonna tolerate it. You see. So, but
I'm not
let me
promoting.
ask you now. Let me ask you now.
You've
Yeah.
been talking for so long.
I've not been talking. I'm not. When Jagu is talking, you're only yeah,
I've
man.
been here
Oh,
listening to you.
you are happy to hear Jagu Yamaron. But when I
I've
talk,
been
you're gonna
listening
start
to
talking.
you.
I'm
You've been
not.
talking
I'm
too
not
much.
stopping. Now I'm gonna talk more. Now
Am
that
I
you
going to
started
tell?
telling me this, I'm
No,
gonna talk more
forefathers,
now.
no, don't try it.
I'm gonna talk
No,
more.
what are you?
See,
So are you trying to tell me?
let
I'm
me
not
ask you
promoting
now. Let me ask
violence.
you. So,
Okay,
what
ask
would be
me.
your
Go ahead.
what would you recommend should be our approach to raising the next generation to treat women in terms of type of situation when things break down? What would you recommend the next
No.
generation to behave like?
Can I answer that question?
It's for you to put that on the table, because I'm not quite sure the angle you're coming from. I don't know if you're standing
I
on
don't
the fence.
understand where you are coming from.
You have to put that forward. You have to answer that question for us. Make you answer that for us.
What
Make
I
it
know
hear
is
from
you
you.
have enough, and what is the
Okay.
what happened within the? See, we are jumping to something happened, but we are talking one. We are saying two things. We talk about when you are talking. You went to when it happened. What led it to happen? How do you prevent it from happening? What is the? KJ said that it's not. This thing is not for cheap people. So if you are doing it, then if you don't have that kind of courage, what is relationship? People go to courtship. It's all of that. Anything you can be in the end or in the middle, you are it from the beginning. So what I mean is that when somebody, so we can, and that's why some people are not
Well,
married, and there are nothing wrong with that.
when things break down, we have to demarcate there.
When
Because
things
you are
break
trying to
down
say
in
it
terms
should
of
not break
what?
down, but when it breaks down, we have to have this in protocols that we have to follow. And fundamentally, since your job is protection, you can't turn that instrument on the opposite gender, because there are
You are trying to
consequences.
make sure that
Because you
people
get
are
out of
violent
control.
here. And we have told you, some of us have
Forefathers.
told you that we have not laid hands on our wife in
No,
our
you
life.
don't.
So
You don't
don't
have.
come.
See, but there are some people that do.
Forefathers.
What do you
Forefathers.
recommend those people should
When you
behave
get
like?
married, I think you are not married yet.
You
When you
want
get
How do you
recommendation?
know? How do you know? You see all these people. How
They
do
will
you
get
know?
it.
Do you want recommendation,
I sure,
forefathers?
maybe, I sure.
You see what they are doing? They are trying to sweep the listen.
Never married.
How about the men that attack women? What would you recommend
Okay.
for them? That's what I'm
Okay,
saying.
let me
Let it break down.
tell you what I recommend.